Fairy Ziwei let out a breath of air. In the star constellation chessboard in front of her, the scene of Feng Jiuge being saved was displayed. At the crucial moment, the voice who reminded Feng Jiuge was naturally her, Fairy Ziwei. Rank 8 Immortal Gu Fate Armor. Its true use was to give Lord Huanshe an accurate clue to find out Feng Jiuge's location. The River of Time was hard to enter. It was harder for Gu Immortals to get in there compared to Black Heaven or White Heaven. Because Rank 8 Gu Immortals were rare to begin with, and Time Path Rank 8 Gu Immortals were just a small portion of them. But even so, Heavenly Court had its Time Path Rank 8 Gu Immortals. Lord Huanshe was part of Fairy Ziwei's arrangements. Originally, Fairy Ziwei planned to have Feng Jiuge force Fan Yuan into the River of Time to find the Red Lotus True Inheritance. By then, the Time Path Rank 8 Great Expert Lord Huanshe could go and attack him. But Fairy Ziwei did not expect Fan Yuan to give up a tributary of the River of Time to set a trap and try to kill Feng Jiuge. Fan Yuan, this otherworldly demon, he is truly crafty. But after this battle, we have probed most of the content of He Fan's true inheritance. Even though he gave up a tributary of the River of Time to make a trap, it affirmed my conjecture. Fan Yuan will definitely enter the River of Time and take Red Lotus true inheritance. With Fan Yuan's vigilant nature, it seems like he still has control of at least one tributary of the River of Time in Western Desert. It is not a problem. With my investigative killer move, Fan Yuan's location is still exposed to me. Feng Jiuge kept his life. Fairy Ziwei immediately used Star Constellation chessboard to see another battlefield. Fan Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was injured and was flying in Black Heaven. The two newly ascended Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were chasing it. They had suffered only minor injuries. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was powerful, but against two Rank 8 Gu Immortals with immortal killer moves emerging one after another that coordinated with each other, it could not rival them. Feeling the threat of death, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle moved according to its instincts, flying towards Black Heaven to try and shake off these enemies. Unfortunately, its actions were predicted by these two enemies. Boom! A killer move landed on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle screamed in pain. It almost fell towards the ground, but it tried to flap its wings and rise into the sky. The eagle blood spurted out. A long line of blood was drawn in Black Heaven. Immemorial Desolate Beast had incredible healing speed, but the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals' killer moves were not simple either. The outcome is set. Fairy Ziwei's gaze flickered. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was struggling, the course of battle was obvious. The two Heavenly Court Gu Immortals could not fail. One of them even used an immortal killer move to follow behind the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The faster the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle flew, the faster he would be. He could fly to wherever upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was without much effort. How could the wisdom of an upper extreme Heavenly Eagle match humans? Even human Gu Immortals could not counter immortal killer moves easily in battle. The two Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were afraid of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's last-ditch effort in attacking, and because they wanted to capture it alive, they kept dealing small injuries to weaken its battle strength. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could sense its bleak future, but it did not give up. It flapped and flew into the sky. Past Black Heaven, it came to White Heaven. The Heavenly Wind Chi Wall was not an obstacle to it. But for the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, it was a different story. The two Heavenly Court Gu Immortals could not pass the Chi Wall easily. But they were prepared for it. How could Fairy Ziwei not lend them an immortal Gu house in advance? You will stay here and prevent it from making a detour. I will chase it. The two Gu Immortals cooperated perfectly. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had nowhere to flee. Even though some mishaps occurred, everything is within my expectations. Be it the humans, Eagle, or Red Lotus True Inheritance, nothing can escape my control. Inside Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei's eyes squinted as she fully displayed the might of a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Chapter 1405. Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Western Desert. It was night time, stars were shining in the sky. In the desert, the difference in temperature during each day was larger. It was hot in the day and cold at night. Fan Yuan landed on a nameless sand dune softly. After flying for so long, there are no Heavenly Court pursuers coming. Was Feng Jiuge really the only one sent after me? Fan Yuan was suspicious. Forget it, I'll ignore that for now. Fan Yuan calmed down and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out He Lu Lan, Bai Ning Bing, and the rest. Next, I will use a killer move with Ing Wu Xie. Our battle strength will fall, our safety will be in your hands. Fan Yuan said to Bai Ning Bing, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Meowing, and Hei Lulan. The four immortals acknowledged it and moved out to patrol the surroundings. Fan Yuan set up an immortal goo formation. With precaution immortal goo as the core, the entire goo formation's original form was a mortal formation from Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance. Fan Yuan was a formation path grandmaster. It was not hard to modify a mortal formation. After adding in precaution immortal goo, the defense of this goo formation could not be underestimated. Of course, there were weaknesses and flaws in this formation, but it was only needed for the time being. Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance had 4 immortal goo formations. The strongest one was Purple Blood River formation. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan lacked certain immortal goo for all of these immortal goo formations. He could not set up any of them. If the goo formation was modified and used a vast number of mortal goo to replace the missing immortal goo, the deduction would take 2 to 3 days. Because of many reasons, Fan Yuan chose to set up this goo formation. This goo formation was enough for now. It was to defend against sneak attacks from the enemies. Most importantly, Fan Yuan needed to race for time. Heavenly Court not sending any more pursuers instead made Fan Yuan more worried. The goo formation closed, creating a simple temporary space. The goo formation space was very simple. It could not compare to the southern border super goo formation's array of palaces. In this empty space, there was only Fan Yuan and Yingwu Xie. Sect leader, let me do it! For Shadow Sect, for our goal, I will do my best. Yingwu Xie was filled with fighting spirit. Fan Yuan nodded. Then you can go first. Yingwu Xie sat down and instilled his immortal essence. A moment later, his aura shook. Immortal Killer Move Burning Soul Bursting Luck was successfully activated. At once, Yingwu Xie's luck rose by many times. At the same time, he felt dizzy and nauseous. Burning Soul Bursting Luck was a killer move that expended the foundation of the soul to temporarily increase the Goo Immortal's luck. Thus, when the killer move activated, not only did Yingwu Xie's luck rise sharply, his soul was also extremely weakened. But it was not a problem. Fan Yuan took out Guts Goo. In the process of cultivation, Fan Yuan had been accumulating his storage of Guts Goo to prepare for the worst. His vigilant act was very helpful to him. It was shown now when used on Yingwu Xie. Yingwu Xie rapidly recovered. He was no longer dizzy, he was just a little pale. Even though his soul was healthy now, his soul path Dao marks had reduced sharply. Burning Soul Bursting Luck permanently used up soul path Dao marks. And this killer move had requirements towards soul path Dao marks. To activate it, one had to use a certain number of soul path Dao marks. Because of this, out of Fan Yuan's side, only he and Yingwu Xie were able to use this killer move. The rest might have strong battle strength, but their soul foundation was weak. Experts had their field of expertise. Not anyone could cultivate as widely as Fan Yuan. In fact, Fan Yuan could tackle so many paths because of the sovereign immortal body, and also because the dream realm raised his attainment level of many paths rapidly. After Yingwu Xie, it was Fan Yuan's turn. This killer move, Burning Soul Bursting Luck, used the soul path Immortal Goo, Soul Howl. With Yingwu Xie's guidance, even though this was Fan Yuan's first use, after failing twice, he succeeded in using it. Rumble! Instantly, Fan Yuan witnessed a mirage. He could see the luck above his head surging and growing, soaring towards the heavens. He nodded and informed Sixth Hair to refine Goo. Sixth Hair and Yingwu Xie had their luck connected. And before the Battle of Reverse Flow River, while Fan Yuan was chasing Yingwu Xie and the others, they had gone from Eastern Sea to Northern Plains. And in the Earth Trench in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Yingwu Xie was aided by Sixth Hair to escape, while Sixth Hair used Dark Flow Giant City to obstruct Fan Yuan. Yingwu Xie and Sixth Hair had their luck connected at this time. Naturally, Yingwu Xie still had Connect Luck Immortal Goo. To delay Fan Yuan, Yingwu Xie tried all kinds of ways to strengthen Sixth Hair. Luck was one aspect. Of course, in the end, Fan Yuan's pursuit was stopped, and Sixth Hair did not die. He managed to return to Langya Blessed Land safely. Now, Fan Yuan wanted to use this connection to raise Sixth Hair's luck. Initially, when Yingwu Xie was in Earth Abyss, he tried to use this move to refine Fixed Immortal Travel. Too bad Heavenly Court refined it first. But his efforts were not in vain. It helped Fan Yuan to refine Change Form Immortal Goo. This information was obtained by Fan Yuan from Purple Mountain True Monarch. He thought of using it in this situation. After all, luck was the best method to help in Goo refinement. There was evidence of this. In the past, it was because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path assistance that Long Hair Ancestor could refine so many immortal goo for him and create 88 true young building. Perceivable Dao Immortal Goo. After using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Fan Yuan used this goo to inspect the number of soul path Dao marks in his soul. The numbers had truly been shaved off, his soul foundation was nearly crippled, he was back to square one. Fan Yuan had cultivated his soul for a long time. When he acted as Chan Shan Yin and roamed northern plains, before joining the Imperial Court contest, he had already started. Using Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain, Fan Yuan's current soul path cultivation was very efficient and fast. After a long period, his soul had accumulated a great number of soul path Dao marks. But today, after using Burning Soul Bursting Luck once, all of Fan Yuan's effort had been obliterated. Fan Yuan did not feel much of a pity or shame, he could always regain the Dao marks later. But if he lost his life now, then it would all be over. If other Gu immortals like Bai Ningbing tried to use this move, how could they have enough soul path Dao marks for the expenditure? Fan Yuan suddenly thought of something, asking Ing Wuxia, "With your soul path foundation, how many times can you use it?" Ing Wuxia replied, "I can use it 2 more times, but sect leader, you have Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance. You should know that the same person cannot use Burning Soul Bursting Luck repeatedly to raise its effect. It is useless even if I try it again." Fan Yuan nodded. "I am just asking." He had a feeling of admiration towards Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Ing Wuxia was a split soul of Spectral Soul, but he actually had the soul foundation to use Burning Soul Bursting Luck 4 times. Spectral Soul was indeed the legendary person who created Soul Path and cultivated to rank 9. Burning Soul Bursting Luck has been activated, this is all we can do. Let's go. Fan Yuan settled his thoughts and stood up. Soon, he stored away the Immortal Gu formation and the other Gu immortals into his immortal aperture before setting off again. He had to continue moving. Not only did Heavenly Court know his location and would send Gu immortals at him, even Heaven's Will was plotting. If Fan Yuan and the rest stayed at a place for long, they would meet with many problems. In White Heaven, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle shook off its blood and flew up. Behind it, an immortal Gu house carrying 2 Heavenly Court Gu immortals chased relentlessly. This upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is reaching its limit. That's right, it was really good at enduring and flying. Alright, let's end it, this move will let you rest. The immortal Gu house rapidly grew in aura as a golden beam of light shot out. The golden light was extremely fast, landing on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle suffered a huge blow, it quickly flapped its wings and tried to escape. But the golden beam of light was long and thin, it was like a shadow, homing in on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's injuries got more severe, its body was covered in a layer of golden light, making its movement even slower. But at the next moment, a change occurred. A white cloud formed in the path of the falling upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle fell into the cloud and vanished. "Oh no, this is a black-white overturning cloud. Quickly stop the killer move, don't destroy this cloud." The 2 Heavenly Court Gu immortals shouted in shock, but it was too late, everything had happened too quickly. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle vanished in the cloud, while the golden beam of light landed on the white cloud, dyeing it golden. The golden cloud became extremely heavy and fell downwards. At this time, the golden beam of light vanished as the 2 Heavenly Court Gu immortals stopped the killer move. But now, their smug appearance was gone, replaced by a dumbfounded look. How could this happen? Wasn't it too coincidental? The black-white overturning cloud can connect between Black Heaven and White Heaven. Anything that enters will be able to move between the 2 heavens. We were concerned about this, so we had already destroyed all of the clouds that could potentially be black-white overturning clouds already. To think that a new one would appear and the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had to crash into it. This damned luck. The 2 Heavenly Court Gu immortals were going frantic, they wanted to spit blood, after so much hard work, and expending a great deal of immortal essence, right before success, this happened. Chase. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle still has our investigative killer move. We will return through the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall, and go back to Black Heaven. That's right, this is our first mission after joining Heavenly Court, how can we fail? Even if we have to chase it to the ends of the world, we will capture this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Chapter 1406. Self-Love Refined. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle actually escaped. How could this happen? In Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei used star constellation chessboard to observe White Heaven's situation. She frowned as a bright light flashed in her eyes. Luck path. A guess appeared in her mind. She thought of 88 Truyang Building. The culprit that destroyed it was Fan Yuan. What was the possibility that Fan Yuan obtained Giant Sun's true inheritance? Unfortunately, my investigative killer move can only locate Fan Yuan and the others. It cannot show their current situation. Fairy Ziwei sighed and used star constellation chessboard again. At the next moment, the scene of the River of Time appeared in star constellation chessboard again. Feng Jiuge and Lord Huangshi had already flown to a nearby tributary of the River of Time. This tributary of the River of Time is not small, it is enough for you to leave. Lord Huangshi smiled, pointing forward. Let me use my immortal killer move to send you out, don't resist. Feng Jiuge nodded, cupping his fists gracefully. I will trouble you. Lord Huangshi was about to speak when his expression changed. That tiger-year beast is coming again? Feng Jiuge's expression also changed. No! Lord Huangshi's eyes looked ahead. In the river in front of them, there was a dense fog that emerged. Strange, why is there fog in the River of Time? Feng Jiuge frowned. Lord Huangshi was extremely excited. There was huge expectation in his eyes. This fog, don't tell me? At this moment, the two saw a faint silhouette in the fog. The figure was vague and concealed by the fog, it could not be seen clearly. Lord Huangshi's expression became even more heated, but Feng Jiuge was completely confused. Soon, the fog moved and exposed the corner of the huge silhouette. Feng Jiuge finally saw what it was. This looks like an island? That's right, this is a Stone Lotus Island. Legend says that Red Lotus' true inheritance is inside. Lord Huangshi's tone was trembling. Even though Red Lotus Demon Venerable and Heavenly Court were enemies, he was the absolute peak of Time Path, nobody could match him. Lord Huangshi, who specialized in Time Path, felt an unparalleled allure towards Red Lotus' true inheritance. Stay here, I will return shortly. Lord Huangshi said that before flying out at a rapid speed. However, the fog seemed to respond. When Lord Huangshi got closer, the fog retreated. After a long time, Lord Huangshi did not manage to shorten the distance, it was lengthening instead. A moment later, the fog vanished, and the mysterious stone island went missing too. Lord Huangshi returned dejectedly. His expression was quite ugly. Even Fairy Ziwei, who was watching this in Heavenly Court, had a look of disappointment. But soon she frowned. She fell into deep thoughts. Why did that Stone Lotus Island appear? Was it because Fan Yuan destroyed a tributary of the River of Time? But Lord Huangshi and Feng Jiuge had already left that place already, and most importantly, how can someone enter the Stone Lotus Island? Must they have the key, Spring-Autumn Cicada? Southern border, Wu Clan headquarters. A super Gu formation was created. Wu Yong stood in front of the Gu formation. Observing it, he nodded, showing a satisfied expression. Beside him, a Wu Clan Supreme Elder said, Elder Wu Bei, we have troubled you. It is my job to work for the clan, this was no trouble at all. Elder Wu Bei said respectfully and humbly. Among Wu Clan's Gu immortals, he cultivated Formation Path. Not long ago, he even took over Fan Yuan's position to defend the Super Gu formation. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fan Yuan returned from Northern Plains and plotted to get Wu Bei away from here so that he could return to the Super Gu formation. Elder Wu Bei actually managed to escape from danger because of this, and did not join in the Battle of the Dream Realm. In this battle, Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals suffered huge losses. Even the immortal Gu used to create the Super Gu formation were taken by Heavenly Court. However, not long ago, even though Wu Yong failed to kill Fan Yuan, he managed to make a secret agreement with Heavenly Court. Wu Yong let go of Feng Jiuge, and Heavenly Court returned the taken immortal Gu back to Wu Yong. Wu Yong returned to Southern Border's Righteous Path and returned all the immortal Gu back to their owners. This act raised his reputation to the peak in Southern Border's Righteous Path. Southern Border's clans were all grateful to Wu Yong. Not only could he negotiate with Heavenly Court and succeed, he even returned every immortal Gu without taking any for himself. They were all in admiration. Furthermore, Wu Yong exposed his rank 8 immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, and after he showed his tremendous battle strength in the Battle of the Purple Blood River formation, all of the Southern Border super forces were apprehensive against him. Thus, even though he did not kill Shadow Sect's remaining members, Wu Clan's status had changed drastically. The clans that took over Wu Clan's resource points earlier retreated back to their own territories and even offered some compensation in a roundabout manner. Xiao Clan was Wu Clan's affiliate force. Their territory, which was taken by Ba Clan and Xia Clan, was also returned on the basis of Wu Clan's reputation. Wu Yong was not happy with such a result. After returning, he had been controlling the situation, negotiating with the super forces, getting them to hand over more benefits. Currently, both sides were still negotiating. Even though Wu Clan was very forceful, the other super clans were not made of paper. They were adamant in defending their own interests. Wu Clan's losses were indeed severe. All in all, they lost multiple Gu immortals, and Fan Yuan even cheated them of 6 immortal Gu and 100,000 immortal essence stones. But this matter could only be withheld by Wu Clan. They could not openly seek Fan Yuan for trouble. Wu Yong wanted to compensate his losses from the other super forces, but he was not going to forget the demonic path scoundrel Fan Yuan. The Super Gu formation here was made based on Wu Yong's instructions. Not only did he put Elder Wu Bei in charge of everything, he even asked Qi Clan's Gu immortals for help. "Alright, you can act now." A sharp light flashed in Wu Yong's eyes. He spoke to Wu Bei in a calm tone. Wu Bei's heart shook as he felt the anger and hatred underneath Wu Yong's calm expression. To think that Wu Yihai was an imposter all along. Humph, he was too daring. He actually deceived Wu Clan. "We will show you now. There are some people in this world that you cannot offend." Wu Bei snorted coldly as he used his Gu formation. This immortal formation used an earth vein as the foundation, and Fan Yuan's life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu, as well as more than 10 immortal Gu and an uncountable number of mortal Gu to create. Its effect was to find trouble with Fan Yuan. Every time it was activated, it would create a formless force that would cross southern border and be inflicted on Fan Yuan. This immortal formation was very powerful. It far surpassed the killer move that Wu Yong used against Fan Yuan earlier. At the same time, it was lasting. This was the advantage of a Gu formation. Once the Gu formation was created, the activation and deactivation process was very easily. It was not like a killer move. Every use would have a complex process, and every step would need to be accurate. Otherwise, the activation would fail and there might be a backlash on the user. Gu formations were different. After they were created, unless they were destroyed, there would be no threat of backlash. "Let's try half of the power," Wu Yong added. Wu Bei nodded. Wu Yong was not doing this because he was magnanimous. It was so that he could conveniently negotiate with Fan Yuan. Don't forget that Wu Clan's immortal Gu were still in Fan Yuan's hands. Wu Yong naturally wanted them back. Even if Fan Yuan ran to Western Desert, Wu Yong did not give up on that idea. Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal is powerful, and can deflect all attacks, but too bad. This move uses too much mental energy, and the immortal essence expenditure is high. How can Fan Yuan keep it active at all times? With this Gu formation, we can attack any time we want, and stop it at any moment. We hold the initiative. Let him suffer first before we negotiate. Wu Yong was already preparing his tactics. The Gu formation activated, and was about to unleash its power when suddenly, the ground started to shake. Rumble. The entirety of Wuyi Mountain was shaking. What is going on? Why is there an earthquake? Which Gu immortal is undergoing tribulation? This is not a tribulation. The earth vein is shaking. The entirety of southern border is implicated. This is far more severe than just an earthquake. Oh no, Elder Wu Bei! The surrounding Wu Clan Gu immortals gasped as they realized something. Boom! The immortal formation exploded as Wu Bei coughed out blood. After an anguished scream, he fell to the ground, unconscious. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Sixth Hair was covered in sweat. He was completely drenched. His hair was stuck together. It was a sad sight. The final step! Sixth Hair's eyes were red, filled with blood. Langya Land's spirit heard this and handed the processed immortal material over to Sixth Hair. Even though he was the first Supreme Elder, since Fan Yuan made the request, and the rules were set by Langya Land's spirit himself, he had to follow it. Thus, he did not mind helping Sixth Hair. He at most had some grievances against Fan Yuan. Ding! A long crisp sound came from the ice fire. Like the sound of clashing silver coins. Soon, the sound stopped as the blazing ice fire extinguished. Only the round profound ice was left. Sixth Hair breathed roughly as he muttered. Come out, rank 7 immortal Gu's self-love. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the profound ice before it broke apart, as an immortal Gu flew out. Rank 7 immortal Gu's self-love was finally refined. Chapter 1407. leaving Wu Clan completely. Rank 7 Immortal Goo Self-Love. Fan Yuan held this Immortal Goo, he felt joy in his heart. It was not a waste that he expended all of his soul foundation, he obtained some useful results. Luck Path, after all, had helped a Goo Immortal to reach rank 9. I have dog shit luck Immortal Goo, and have connected my luck to Yifan, Hong Yi, and Han Li, these 3 lucky people. Furthermore, after the 2 uses of Burning Soul Bursting Luck, my luck must have reached an unprecedentedly high level. It is not strange that Self-Love Immortal Goo was successfully refined. This Self-Love Immortal Goo was refined by 6th Hair and sent to Fan Yuan using Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven had a small commotion. But it was not as impactful as before. Because situations of using Treasure Yellow Heaven to transport Immortal Goo had happened many times already, it was no longer as rare. Especially recently, Wu Yong used Treasure Yellow Heaven to send a batch of Goo worms, and Thousand Transformations Ancestor also sold Year Beasts and created an even bigger commotion that was still ongoing. This is Self-Love Immortal Goo? Bai Ningbing asked. Before Fan Yuan replied, Ing Wuxia said, Of course. This Immortal Goo came at a perfect timing. With this Immortal Goo, we can use Immortal Killer Move Self-Cleansing. We will not be afraid of any investigative killer move. Ha ha. Ing Wuxia said as he laughed loudly with his hands at his waist. He was currently using Fairy Chui Bo's body. His chest was huge and he had a beautiful face, but he laughed with his mouth wide open like a foolish hot-blooded teenager. It was quite amusing. Bai Ningbing shook her head as she watched. The lingering bit of pity she felt towards Ing Wuxia vanished without a trace. That's right, this Immortal Goo, Self-Love, is the core of Immortal Killer Move Self-Cleansing. This move can cleanse down marks on the Goo Immortal's body, getting rid of the unfavorable ones and only keeping the beneficial ones. Be it the investigative killer move or alliance agreements, as long as they are harmful to us, they can be cleansed. Fan Yuan explained. He Lu Lan's eyes shined brightly, she thought. This means that the killer move formed from this Immortal Goo can break the restraints of Shadow Sect's alliance agreement on me? She saw some hope. She did not join Shadow Sect willingly, she wanted to leave, but there was no way. Self-Love Immortal Goo had a unique shape. It was not like a worm, but a horn-shaped rice dumpling. There was a layer of bamboo leaves around it, and there were even gray-white threads on it. But this was not true. If one observed carefully, they would see that the surface of the bamboo leaves was completely one with the inside. The gray-white threads were the markings of Self-Love Immortal Goo. They flickered and changed locations every few breaths of time. He Lu Lan memorized the appearance of Self-Love Immortal Goo deeply in her mind. Fan Yuan touched the surface of Self-Love Immortal Goo as he said, Let's move first before using this Self-Love Immortal Goo to get rid of the investigative killer move. The Immortals chose a direction randomly and moved for 100,000 li, arriving at the back of a huge sand dune. Fan Yuan started to use his killer move, while Ing Wuxia and gang went around the place to guard him. First, he activated Self-Love Immortal Goo. This rank 7 Immortal Goo was inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, floating in the air and emitting a sweet smell without any lights shining. Allured by the scent, large numbers of Mortal Goo were activated, moving around Self-Love Immortal Goo as they formed into a river of Goo worms. This was the first step of using self-cleansing. Evidently, Self-Love Immortal Goo was needed to make the first step. Fan Yuan was stuck here previously, undoubtedly. Even with a vast number of Immortal Killer moves, they were useless without the core Immortal Goo. Next, Fan Yuan started to use some crucial supplementary Goo worms. These Goo worms were all Immortal Goo. Wisdom Path Immortal Goo obtained from Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance. Most of them were rank 7. This Immortal Killer move's difficulty was that the addition of every Wisdom Path Immortal Goo would cause a disturbance to the original Goo Worm River. Only skilled technique and extraordinary control could allow this step to be done. A Wisdom Path rank 6 Immortal Goo was carefully placed in. The river of Goo worms shook intensely, but it returned to normal soon. Fan Yuan's heart sank. This was just a rank 6 Immortal Goo, but was so difficult already. If he placed a rank 7 Immortal Goo, the result would be worse. But the second Immortal Goo was a rank 7 Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan waited for a while. After savoring that precious experience from earlier, he placed the second Immortal Goo in. Progressing slowly like this, when he got to the third Immortal Goo, Fan Yuan failed. The entire Goo Worm River broke apart as Fan Yuan spat out blood from his mouth. Man as before. Once this Immortal Goo was used, his injuries were healed. But the killer move's activation failed, they had to leave now. Fan Yuan and the rest packed their things and left the place. They could not remain at one place for too long, they needed to keep moving so that Heavenly Court and Heavens will could not deal with them easily. Along the way, Fan Yuan thought about and collated his experiences. One could say that the entire group was relying on his killer move. This was the key to solving their problem. Even though this killer move had no offensive power. After the activation failed, they would leave. Along the way, he would learn from his mistakes, until the fourth time, Fan Yuan finally succeeded in activating Rank 7 Immortal Killer Move Self-Cleansing. It was not easy. A watery and gentle light flowed down from Fan Yuan's head, into his body and mind. Initially, the water was shiny and crystal clear, but when it got to Fan Yuan's feet, it became extremely murky. How was it? After the killer move was used, Ing Wuxia asked. The other immortals looked over with concern. Fan Yuan used perceivable Dao Immortal Goo to inspect himself. But the result was not satisfactory. We have a problem. His expression turned grim. Southern border. The Super Goo formation was dealt with. Supreme Elder Wu Bei, who had fainted, was also treated. Wu Yong looked at the huge pit with a dark expression. Why did the earth vein shake here all of a sudden? This Super Goo formation used the earth vein as the foundation, and it had a once in 10,000 years tremor. To think it would happen at this moment. Thankfully, I salvaged Fan Yuan's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo at the crucial moment, but we lost the rank 6 immortal goo in the process. Wu Yong had a deep gaze after this matter, his hatred towards Fan Yuan intensified. Lord Wu Yong, something is wrong. At this moment, Wu Fa reported. Not only was there a tremor here, Tai clan, Yi clan, Chai clan, Chi clan, and the rest have all faced an earthquake. Wu Yong's eyebrows rose. You mean this earth vein tremor involved the whole of southern border? That is likely the case. Wu Fa frowned deeply. The earth vein was very important. An earthquake of such magnitude was unprecedented in southern border. This change was truly not normal. Wu Yong turned his gaze towards his hand. The two mortal goo he was holding cracked and broke apart. They were completely destroyed. Wu Yong was shocked. Fan Yuan's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo were destroyed? Did he use some method against it? Chapter 1408. Inextinguishable Star Target. On this day, in southern border, regardless of mortal or immortal, they went into panic and shock. The earth vein was shaking, affecting the entirety of southern border. Important areas were devastated, mountains collapsed as rivers were blocked, pits were buried. The power of heaven and earth was displayed openly with unparalleled might at this moment. Countless unfortunate mortals died in this vast calamity. The super forces were all collating their losses. Many mortal forces were exterminated. Even for super forces, they lost quite a few resource points. They had suffered great setbacks. This sudden earth vein earthquake made the tense southern border political situation go silent. The super forces placed their conflicts aside as they started to investigate the cause of the earth vein commotion together. Such an earthquake had not happened in the last 10,000 or 100,000 years, or even during the olden antiquity era or remote antiquity era. Throughout history, this was the first time. Southern borders grew immortal world, be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all nervous and curious about the cause of this huge commotion in the earth vein. The indication of the great era has appeared. Fan Yuan, who was far away in western desert, collected information about the commotion in southern border as he sighed deeply. At this moment, he had moved away again. To another location. When night faded away, light started to shine from the horizon. It was dawn. Soon, the sun rose up and restored the world to a bright state, shining down on the vast desert. It was a new day. Fan Yuan wore his white robe. He had a deep gaze as he looked at the rising sun with a deep mood. Compared to the rising sun, his future was not this smooth and hopeful. In the past, he was kept in the dark, but after getting Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance, he learned of the relationship between the Great Era and Spectral Soul, as well as Shadow Sect. The Great Era originally should have approached at this time. But in the 500 years of his previous life, Spectral Soul succeeded in defying fate. He resisted Heavenly Court and Heaven's will, using his supreme methods to forcefully stall the Great Era by 500 years. Heaven's will was forced into desperation by Spectral Soul. It had to take a big risk and use Fan Yuan as a tool to send him back to the past, using Spring-Autumn Cicada and attempting to thwart Shadow Sect's plans. Thus, the entire world went back to its original path. Without Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul, the Great Era started to unveil itself. The tremor of the Earth vein was the signal for the start of this Great Era. The Great Era is coming, the 5 regional walls are going to vanish. But before that, the Earth veins of the 5 regions, southern border, northern plains, central continent, western desert, eastern sea, they will unify and combine into one. For the following period, Earth vein tremors will continue to happen. Not just in southern border, the other 4 regions will also face it. The reason why southern border was the first to have these Earth vein tremors is because southern border has the most Earth path down marks in all 5 regions. Therefore, southern border's Earth vein is also the deepest among the 5 regions. Precisely so, when the Great Era descends and the world changes, it will be the first one affected. Fan Yuan had a pondering gaze. The Great Era descended like this, it greatly interrupted his former cultivation plan. In his original plan, he had a lot of time. Fan Yuan would continue to cultivate, and use the dream realm to raise his attainment levels and accumulate wealth, while rising up in cultivation level. When the 5 regions chaotic war starts during the Great Era, he would have rank 8 cultivation level and deep foundations and wealth. Even if he did not reach Great Grandmaster in every path, he would be close. That way, he would gain the most benefits during the 5 regions chaotic war. But that was not possible now. The Great Era was coming too quickly. Fan Yuan's plans were completely disrupted. Not just that, he was currently chased by Heavenly Court and was plotted against by Heaven's will. He had to run every minute and stay alert. A strong enemy might appear at any time to kill him. This is a huge change. Currently, only I, Heavenly Court, Shadow Sect, and a few other forces know the truth behind the Earth vein tremors. However, the other Gu immortals are not stupid. After some investigation, they will realize this sooner or later. After a while, this will turn into a consensus and every Gu immortal would understand. An unprecedented change is occurring in the world. Sigh, my rebirth advantage is going to dwindle again. If not for the Dream Realm battle, I would still have my identity as Wu Yi. Southern border's Earth vein tremors will cause large amounts of earth trenches, pits, and countless rare beasts and plants to appear. This is a great harvest, all forces and Gu immortals will compete for them. Such things will occur often in the 5 regions, but southern border will be the most affected, because southern border's Earth vein has the biggest foundation, it has the most valuable treasures. The worst is Eastern Sea, because these are Earth vein tremors, Eastern Sea would have the least number of fortuitous encounters from them. Fan Yuan recalled. Eastern Sea has always had the most resources among the 5 regions. Because of this, Gu immortals from the other regions took risks to go there and explore it, trying to find ways to advance their cultivation. But Eastern Sea had the least gains from the Earth vein tremors. There was a theory in the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life. This fortuitous encounter of countless treasures was like the gift of heaven and earth, to purposely balance the 5 regions. If Fan Yuan was still using Wu Yi's identity now, he would be able to gain great benefits. With his memories, he remembered many places where precious resources emerged, and even wild immortal Gu. Unfortunately, because his identity was exposed, these great fortuitous encounters were no longer available to him. Fan Yuan felt that it was a pity, but he did not know that this Earth vein tremor helped him instead. Because of the Earth vein tremor, Wu Clan's immortal formation was destroyed. Wu Yong's plan failed and Fan Yuan dodged a crisis. He did not fall to Wu Clan's scheme. The Earth vein tremors were bound to happen eventually, but it had to happen at that precise moment. That was because of Fan Yuan's burning soul-bursting luck. Thankfully, I obtained rank 7 Immortal Gu's Self-Love. After using Immortal Killer move Self-Cleansing successfully, I got rid of all the detrimental down marks on me, including Wu Clan's alliance agreement. This way, Fan Yuan left Wu Clan entirely. They were no longer connected. By now, my Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu must have shattered. Wu Yong cannot use this to deal with me anymore. Even though his worries were lifted, Fan Yuan also saw weakness of self-cleansing. Self-cleansing was extremely unique. It could cleanse all of the Dao marks that were unfavorable to the Gu immortal, but the choice was not according to Fan Yuan's intentions. For example, Fan Yuan had gotten rid of the alliance agreement with Wu Clan completely, but his alliance agreement Dao marks with other forces like Chu Du, Langya Land Spirit, the Varian Humans, and Kray's Demon Cave, were unaffected. This was because these alliance agreement Dao marks were not harmful to Fan Yuan. Self-cleansing would not get rid of them. However, the moment Fan Yuan betrays them, these alliance agreement Dao marks would activate and punish Fan Yuan. It would be too late for him to use self-cleansing on them. And most important was Fairy Ziwei's investigative killer move. These Dao marks were very detrimental to Fan Yuan. Self-cleansing naturally got rid of them. But the shocking thing was, even though the killer move was effective and removed these Dao marks, they soon started to recover and grow again. At this speed, in just 6 hours, the Dao marks of Heavenly Court's investigative killer move would completely be restored. Self-cleansing is the strongest method in this aspect that Purple Mountain True Monarch had. Even though it is effective on me, the enemy this time is too powerful. The investigative killer move on me is likely created by Fairy Ziwei using Star Constellation chessboard. Even though Fan Yuan was guessing, he was quite sure of it. Because he had seen such self-producing Dao marks before. It was his original body, the rank 6 strength path 8 armed heavenly immortal zombie body. Currently, in this body, the second aperture had completely broken down, while the first rank 5 aperture still had Spring Autumn Cicada sealed inside. Spring Autumn Cicada could not be used, because Heaven's Will was inside. And in the body, Ying Wu Xie used his soul path method to set a vicious trap. Once Fan Yuan sends souls inside, the trap would activate and kill it, before nourishing itself and producing more soul path Dao marks, becoming even harder to deal with. This was the first time Fan Yuan saw self-regenerating Dao marks. Even though it was Ying Wu Xie's killer move, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had something similar. After getting Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance, Fan Yuan learned that only rank 9 Venerables could create killer moves with regenerating Dao marks. Thus, Fan Yuan guessed that Fairy Ziwei used Star Constellation chessboard to activate the investigative killer move. Because Star Constellation chessboard belonged to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thanks to Fan Yuan's current identity, he had a deeper understanding of Heavenly Court than before. Fan Yuan recalled, it was true, the other Immortal Venerables or Demon Venerables had such methods. Dao marks replenished themselves without expending immortal essence. For example, Giant Sun Immortal Venerables rank 8 Immortal Gu Fortune rivaling Heaven. After Ma Hongyun used it, the lucky effect had lasted the entire time until he died. The true essence of his luck were luck path Dao marks. Ma Hongyun had luck path Dao marks on his body. He absorbed the luck of those around him, causing his fortune to rise. In the entire process, he did not have to expend any immortal essence or primeval essence. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable also had such killer moves. Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment. These two defensive killer moves created a thin cloak of Dao marks on the soul. The former allowed the user to be free from Heaven's will and deductions, while the latter made one unnoticeable to souls. This killer move's effect had always lasted without using any immortal essence. At the same time, if there was any damage, the Dao mark cloak would regenerate itself. It is publicly recognized that every rank 9 Venerable's main path is at Supreme Grandmaster. According to the cultivation experience from Purple Mountain True Monarch, Grandmaster attainment level is imitation of other paths, Great Grandmaster is the use of natural Dao marks, while Supreme Grandmaster is the regeneration of Dao marks and even self-sustenance, breaking free from the restriction of immortal essence. The classification was clear now. Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance gave Fan Yuan a clear recognition of all the Gu immortal attainment levels. Now, with his own experiences, Fan Yuan gained a lot of insight. The 8-arm heavenly zombie body's soul path trap could be resolved now. But the investigative Dao marks on the sovereign immortal body were hard to deal with. Using self-cleansing, I can get rid of a number of investigative Dao marks, but the more I reduce them, the faster they regenerate. Using self-cleansing killer move once will get rid of 10% of these Dao marks. But in half a day, they will completely grow back. This means that if I want to get rid of the investigative killer move, I will need to sustain self-cleansing all the time, for about half a month without any pauses in the middle. Fan Yuan estimated based on all the information that he had. It was problematic, the investigative killer move was far more troublesome than Fan Yuan had expected. And the most important thing was, this was unrealistic. Self-cleansing was not a sustained killer move, it had to be used each time. Each time he used it, there was a certain duration that it lasted. Even though he had self-love immortal Gu and successfully used self-cleansing, Fan Yuan did not get rid of the harmful Dao marks completely. He met with another problem. What should he do? If you are given enough time to prepare, you might be able to resolve it. But too bad, you have no chance now. In Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei smiled. She was very confident in the investigative killer move used on Fan Yuan and the rest. Because this was Star Constellation Chessboard's method, and also the killer move created personally by star constellation Immortal Venerable, Inextinguishable Star Target. Compared to other investigative killer moves, Inextinguishable Star Target could only locate the position of its target. This effect alone was inferior to the method that Fairy Ziwei used on Feng Jiuge. The latter allowed star constellation chessboard to display the scenes of the target's situation. One could easily understand what was going on. But Inextinguishable Star Target's greatest effect was that it could regenerate endlessly. Normal methods could not get rid of it properly. One could say that as long as this killer move still lasted, Fan Yuan would be a pawn on Fairy Ziwei's board. He could not escape her grasp. To eliminate him was only a matter of time. Against Fan Yuan and the others, Fairy Ziwei had the complete advantage. She was unshakable in this situation. As long as Fan Yuan had no time or freedom to develop, as time dragged on, Fairy Ziwei and Heavenly Court's advantage would get bigger and bigger. One could say, Fairy Ziwei was in an invincible position. Chapter 1409. Lu Weiyin. Compared to fate, luck cannot last. Even though there were some mishaps, so what? Fairy Ziwei smiled gracefully and elegantly. The star constellation chessboard in her hands displayed the figures of the two Heavenly Court Gu immortals. The immortal Gu house was flying. The two Heavenly Court Gu immortals had grim expressions, conversing with each other. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle used the black-white overturning cloud to escape to Black Heaven. But according to the current time, it is already daytime in the 5 regions. We are in White Heaven now, so Black Heaven is above us. Therefore, we need to fly upwards past the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall to enter Black Heaven. That's right, we have already used investigative methods on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. As long as we get into Black Heaven, we will be able to sense it, there is no problem. If we meet the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle again, we cannot repeat the same mistake. We will to try hard and prevent it from escaping again. The two Heavenly Court Gu immortals were deeply confident. They had recovered from the setback earlier. Their confidence came from their great strength. With such strength, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had a few lucky breaks, so what? Could it rely on luck every time? As long as it failed once, Heavenly Court's Gu immortals would win. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle would be captured with no way of escaping. Star constellation chessboard shook lightly. The scene changed as Feng Jiuge was shown. At this moment, Feng Jiuge had already left the River of Time. He was in Western Desert. But this time, because he used a different tributary of the River of Time, even though he was in Western Desert, he could not return using the same way. Fairy Ziwei gave him advice. Feng Jiuge was currently very far away from Fan Yuan. Feng Jiuge is a Tao guardian. His luck is firm like an unmoving mountain. Only people with such intense luck can counter a person like Fan Yuan. If I send other Heavenly Court Gu immortals over, it would be a mess. Fan Yuan would suppress their luck and he would benefit from the situation instead. Fan Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was a clear example. It could escape from two Heavenly Court Gu immortals, not to mention Fan Yuan himself. I will let Feng Jiuge chase after Fan Yuan and force him to find Red Lotus' true inheritance. Even if he cannot find it, he will continue to expose his trump cards. By the time he expends them, I will go after him personally. Thinking of this, killing intent shined in Fairy Ziwei's eyes. It was not that she did not think highly of Fan Yuan, instead, she placed a lot of emphasis on him. To kill this complete otherworldly demon, Fairy Ziwei had to act personally to feel assured. But now was not the time. Firstly, Fan Yuan still had hidden trump cards. He was not in a desperate situation. Secondly, Heavenly Court needed to be defended because Duke Long was deep in Heavenly Court trying to suppress Spectral Soul's main body. Fairy Ziwei needed to oversee the entirety of Central Continent and send out orders to control the situation. Thirdly, the Great Era was coming. Southern border was already having earth vein tremors. Central Continent's location was too disadvantageous. They had to make ample preparations. Even though Fan Yuan obtained self-love immortal Gu, he did not leave Fairy Ziwei's control. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle escaped, it was still being pursued. It was not out of danger. Fairy Ziwei was more concerned about the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time rather than these two. Why did Red Lotus' true inheritance suddenly appear and disappear again? Fairy Ziwei frowned. She did not understand. With Star Constellation Chessboard, she was one of the 3 strongest Wisdom Path great experts in the current world. But against the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in human history, Fairy Ziwei could feel her own inability and weakness. "Oh Red Lotus!" Fairy Ziwei sighed. She knew that among the demon venerables, this Red Lotus demon venerable had the deepest connection to Heavenly Court. In fact, he was once thought to be the future Red Lotus immortal venerable and to become in charge of Heavenly Court. Black Heaven. The yellow-green grass looked like a giant carpet, growing at a part of Black Heaven. Heaven-attached fungi. This was a rank 6 immortal material that only grew in the immemorial 9 heavens. It grew in very specific locations. They had to grow alone without any other down marks around them, other life forms, or even any meteorites. But thankfully, the immemorial 9 heavens was huge. Even though there were lots of ancient desolate and immemorial desolate life forms around, there was enough room for the heaven-attached fungi to grow. However, there were 2 people on this heaven-attached fungi now. Chirp chirp. Sounds of anxious bird chirping could be heard. A goo master with the appearance of a young man raised his right hand with difficulty. There was a layer of rainbow aurora light covering his forearm and right hand. This light was very active. It seemed to want to escape from the young man, but it could not. The young man was gritting his teeth, holding on desperately with sweating covering his forehead. Go, Aurora Bird! The young goo master was at his limit. He knew he had to take a risk. He shouted as he pushed forward with his arm. Chirp chirp chirp. At the next moment, the aurora light and chirping became even louder and sharper. Next, the rainbow aurora light jumped out of the young goo master's arm, jumping into the sky and turning into a bird. The bird wings flapped as the rainbow aurora light shot out at an incredible speed. Boom! With a loud sound, the rainbow aurora bird landed on the heaven-attached fungi nearby and destroyed all of the fungi. After the aurora light faded, there was a tiny pit in the heaven-attached fungi. The young goo master saw this and was surprised and joyous. He was happy that his hard work after so much training in dangerous situations had paid off. He succeeded in this killer move. He was surprised that this killer move was so powerful, just like what his master said. Master, I succeeded! The young goo master went to another person and greeted, saying excitedly. Not bad. His master commented plainly. The young goo master saw his master's expression and the excitement in his heart calmed down. His expression became normal as he paid his respects, saying plainly, I had lost my composure. No worries. The young goo master's master waved as he walked away slowly. A few steps later, he stopped as he looked up at the sky. He wore a gray hemp garment. It was very simple and plain, but his muscular body could not be concealed. He wore a conical hat that was large and wide. It covered his face under the shadow, concealing his appearance. Even though he was the young goo master's master, his appearance had never been seen. The truth was, only now when he looked at the sky, the young goo master could see his appearance. But he only saw his chin. His chin was wide and thick. It gave people the feeling of steadiness and unwavering determination. Master, thank you for your guidance. If I cultivated alone, how could I have reached such a level? The young goo master said. His master was silent for a while before speaking slowly. Yi Fan, you are incredibly talented and have great insight. This killer move was created by you using the transformation path and light path understanding that you have. I was only guiding you along. Even though you succeeded in this move, you need to practice it more. Beware of your safety. I cannot stay by you. Master, we are going to be separated. The young goo master asked anxiously in shock. He was Yi Fan of Southern Border. He admired Shang Xinci, and when she became the clan leader, he stood up and helped her resolve many problems of the mortal Shang clan. But there is always someone better than you. Yi Fan met by Ning Bing and suffered a terrible loss. He even went through an experience of being at the brink of life and death. He survived, but was extremely shocked. This unforgettable experience made him contemplative, pondering about life and about himself. Through an unexpected surprise, he met his current master and became master and disciple. To think that his master was a goo immortal. To nurture this disciple with great talent, he brought Yi Fan to Black Heaven to train him. Even though they spent a short time together, Yi Fan admired this mysterious master deeply. Affinity was needed between people. Some people could live together for a lifetime and still be strangers. Some people could be together for a short while and easily become soulmates. Even though Yi Fan did not see his master's appearance, he could feel the sincerity and kindness from his master. He had complete confidence in his master. He did not suspect that his master had any ulterior motives. Affinity comes and goes. We do not have much of a connection to begin with. After using it up today, our relationship will end tomorrow. We might as well use it slowly and await the future. Yi Fan, do you know why I brought you here? His master said. Yi Fan blinked. Master, didn't you say that black heaven restricts my light path, so that it is safe to cultivate here even though it is hard? This is just one of the reasons. The second reason is that I deduced that you have some karma here. His master said in a low tone. Karma? Yi Fan showed a perplexed gaze. In this world, every cause has an effect and every effect has a cause. Look, your karma has arrived. Saying this, the mysterious Gu Immortal pointed at the sky. Yi Fan looked over and gasped. Over there, an upper extreme heavenly eagle flew towards the heaven-attached fungi here. What a strong divine eagle. Ah, it is injured. It was getting closer as Yi Fan could see upper extreme heavenly eagle's heavy injuries. Even though Yi Fan met with a good teacher, he was still not a Gu Immortal himself. The truth was, even ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortals would not know about the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was currently not clear-headed, its wounds were healing and had not healed. Even though it shook off heavenly court's pursuers, black heaven and white heaven were very dangerous, it was not safe anywhere. When it saw the heaven-attached fungi, it flew over, trying to get precious time to rest. But it did not manage to land on the heaven-attached fungi, it fainted a few thousand steps away. However, Yi Fan's master acted rapidly and grabbed this upper extreme heavenly eagle. His palm was open and using some unknown method, under Yi Fan's surprised gaze, this upper extreme heavenly eagle became smaller and smaller by some effect, landing in Yi Fan's master's palm like a baby chick. Yi Fan's mysterious master stretched out another hand to caress the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Suddenly, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's injuries vanished, it went into deep sleep in a relaxed state. Yi Fan, you are bound by the karma on you. This upper extreme heavenly eagle might be the key to resolving it in the future for you. Bring it by your side, when it wakes up, it will bring you out of black heaven and back to southern border. Master is leaving now. Saying this, the mysterious Gu Immortal in a conical hat and grey clothes flew away towards the sky. Master, stay safe. Yi Fan received the little bird upper extreme heavenly eagle and rapidly chased. He had tears in his eyes, he was quite upset. He chased until he got to the edge of the heaven-attached fungi. Seeing his master's shrinking figure, he shouted, Master, may I know your name? My name is Lu Weiyin. His master's voice could be heard softly in his ears. Master. Lu Weiyin. Yi Fan muttered in a daze. Chapter 1410. Formation Path Immortal Gu, True Inheritance. Western Desert. Fan Yuan opened his eyes, he saw a jade-green forest. There was a blue lake. It was like a sapphire in a sea of yellow sand, it was extremely beautiful. This was a small oasis, there was a natural spirit spring here. Oases like this were usually the foundation of a mortal clan. If a Gu master stayed here and preserved the spirit spring, if it developed well, it could become a mid-size or even a large-size oasis. Humans chose environments that were suitable for living, and at the same time, they would modify the natural environment to suit their needs. This was the coexistence between people and nature in Western Desert. However, now, this newly formed oasis was going to be destroyed. Because Fan Yuan and the rest would destroy all the traces left behind when they left for a new location. Even though they were hit by Heavenly Court's killer move, they had to guard against enemies in Western Desert, especially when Heaven's Will was plotting all the time. This deduction finally has some results. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air, feeling slightly happy. Ever since he saw the power of inextinguishable star target, he started to resolve this problem. Immortal killer move self-cleansing was good, it had to be used time and time again with fixed durations, but Fan Yuan could modify it to be a lasting move. Fan Yuan had the foundation for this. Because he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, and self-cleansing was a Wisdom Path killer move, he could modify it. And he had a crucial Immortal Gu. It was because of this Immortal Gu that Fan Yuan had great confidence. This Immortal Gu was Perseverance. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu's effect was to supplement other Immortal Gu or killer moves in their duration. For example, when Fan Yuan became an Ancient Sword Dragon, his Sword Light Dragon breath had to be breathed out each time. But if he used Perseverance Immortal Gu, he could use the Sword Light Dragon breath continuously, until his throat reached its limit. Perseverance Immortal Gu was suited for the modification of self-cleansing. Recently, Fan Yuan had been moving around while deducing, he had finally gotten some results now. He succeeded in making Immortal Gu Perseverance the second core of this self-cleansing killer move. This way, self-cleansing could be used for longer durations, it would get rid of Fan Yuan's unfavorable down marks continuously. But this would not be enough to clear all the down marks. Fan Yuan had a deep gaze. He did not relax. He knew that another tough problem was coming. Even if self-cleansing could be used continuously, Fan Yuan did not have the time to wait. He was currently being pursued. Even though Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were nowhere to be seen, they might be tailing him already. At any time, it was possible for Fan Yuan and the rest to be pursued and sneak attacked. Using self-cleansing, it would take a month at least to get rid of Fan Yuan's inextinguishable star target down marks. In this month, he had to use the killer move non-stop. Inextinguishable star target was hard to deal with. The more down marks removed, the faster they regenerated. Fan Yuan had done his best to reach this stage. He could not raise self-cleansing's effect anymore. According to the situation, I need to be on the run at all times. It is impossible for me to get a month's time. And even if I have a month, what about the others? They were also hit by inextinguishable star target. There was no chance of doing so. Fan Yuan's biggest worry was that Heavenly Court would come out and ruin everything when he was about to succeed. If that happened, he would have expended a lot of immortal essence without getting rid of inextinguishable star target. Next, if he fought the Heavenly Court Gu immortals or escaped, inextinguishable star target would regenerate, the down marks would grow and Fan Yuan's efforts would be in vain. And self-cleansing is an immortal killer move. Using it would expend not only a lot of immortal essence, but to sustain it, I need to use up a lot of mental energy on it. I have not used this killer move much. I am not proficient with it. Including the times when I will fail, not only will I waste immortal essence and need to heal myself, even without Heavenly Court's interference, I will weaken greatly if this goes on. Escaping to Langya Blessed Land is impossible too. Not only I am under Heavenly Court's surveillance, and would expose Langya Blessed Land's location, the journey is too long, there is too much danger in going there. There is not only Heavenly Court and Heaven's Will, Northern Plains even has Longevity Heaven. Of course, there were difficulties and also solutions. Fan Yuan soon thought of a countermeasure for this. He had enough strength to execute this plan as well. That was to use Formation Path. He needed to modify the killer move, self-cleansing, into an immortal Gu formation. This was not out of this world. As mentioned earlier, Gu formations were in essence killer moves, but they were Formation Path killer moves. If Fan Yuan had a self-cleansing Gu formation, it would be much easier. He would need to expend much less immortal essence and mental energy to sustain the Gu formation compared to using killer moves. Furthermore, the killer move self-cleansing was effective on Fan Yuan alone. Other Gu immortals needed to learn the move to use it themselves later. But if it was an immortal Gu formation, then Shadow Sex Gu immortals could enter the formation and get rid of the inextinguishable star target down marks on their bodies. Thus, not only do I need to modify the killer move and turn it into an immortal Gu formation, I also need Gu worms like Formation Plate Gu, Formation Flag Gu, or Formation Chart Gu, and it would be great if they were immortal Gu. Immortal level Formation Plate Gu, Langya Sect had one. This immortal Gu's effect was to use all sorts of Gu worms to set up a Gu formation on its own. The Gu immortal only needed to provide immortal essence for it, they did not need any formation path attainment. Formation Flag Gu was used to manage a Gu formation that was already set up. When Gu immortals use Formation Flag Gu, they can choose a Gu formation and directly keep it inside Formation Flag Gu. Next, within their line of sight, the Gu immortal can bring Formation Flag Gu and teleport away. After finding a suitable location, they can activate Formation Flag Gu to set up the Gu formation again at a new location. As for Formation Chart Gu, it was a type of consumable Gu. Formation Chart Gu recorded the information of a Gu formation. It has a similar effect to Formation Plate Gu, but the chances of error were much smaller compared to Formation Plate Gu. These three Gu worms suited Fan Yuan greatly. Tremor Desert. This special desert would have intense tremors from time to time. Deep under Tremor Desert, an immortal Gu formation was slowly activated. Han Li walked in with a nervous expression. He encouraged himself. This is the final test of the formation path, true inheritance left by Gu immortal Jing Yuan Zi. Han Li, work hard. Chapter 14:11. Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion. This was a bronze hall. At the center of the hall, there was a metallic lamp hanging on a crane neck. The neck was long and curvy. At the tip of its beak, there was a flame that was the size of a peach. This flame shone over the entire hall. The flame was weak, the corners of the bronze hall were still covered in darkness. A thin young Gu master was standing on a huge concrete tile of the palace. There was a huge pillar beside him. It was red and thick. To encircle it, 3 grown men would need to stretch their arms out. When the light shined, the pillar blocked a huge portion of it. The young Gu master's body was half concealed in darkness and shadows. It was Hanli. Hanli was currently covered in sweat. He was uncertain in his heart. I was too overconfident. This senior Jinyuanzi might be a righteous path Gu immortal, but someone like me has no qualifications to take his true inheritance. I could get to this point after exerting all my energy. Some of the steps were through pure luck. Hanli had gone through a lot. He was clear about the danger of this bronze hall. Thinking about it, he felt great lingering fear. Actually, righteous path inheritances were usually not dangerous. Demonic path was the one with vicious setups and schemes. Although Jinyuanzi's inheritance test had its dangers, they were nothing of concern for Gu immortals. But for the Gu master Hanli, it was too dangerous. Hanli was someone with great luck, and because his luck was connected to Fan Yuan, he had endless fortuitous encounters. He had rank 4 cultivation level now. Such cultivation speed, at this age without any Gu immortals helping him, was really rare. Hanli stood on the spot. He did not take a step ahead. He tried to turn around and look at the path he had walked on. He wanted to retreat. This Jinyuanzi's Gu immortal true inheritance was too high level for him. Even though it was alluring, Hanli had already woken up and faced reality. He thought for a while before moving his right leg towards the back. At the next moment, his field of vision changed. I went ahead instead? Hanli looked around, his expression turning pale. He found that the red pillar was far behind him. He had advanced by more than 10 steps ahead. He had become much closer to that metallic crane neck lamp now. As long as he can get there, Hanli would be able to inherit Jinyuanzi's true inheritance. But right now, Hanli had already decided on retreating. His advancement was just because of pure chance. He had accidentally done it. His true intention was to leave the place, but he actually went forward instead. It was obvious that if he wanted to advance and chose other directions to move, the result would be disastrous. Hanli as a lone cultivator had shallow foundations and formation path. He was nearly clueless. To put it nicely, he was an unschooled cultivator with just some cheap tricks. He could get here because of his intelligence, his calm decisions, and pure luck. Out of these elements, luck was the most prominent aspect. And this made Hanli increasingly less confident. Because luck was not dependable. If a logical person does things solely based on luck, that was just gambling. Sigh. I am betting my life now. It seems that moving back towards the right is safer. Hanli observed. At this point, he was clueless. He was moving based on feelings. So he moved back. Swoosh. His field of vision changed again. The result was shocking. Because his advancement was even greater now, he was dozens of steps ahead. The metallic crane neck lamp that represented success was very close to him now. Hanli could barely touch it with his arms outstretched now. Of course, he was still a small distance from success. And this tiny distance meant everything. Hanli hesitated. Facing this situation, he was sure to waver. After all, success was right in front of him. There was just one step left. But is this really correct? Hanli fell into difficult contemplation. Time passed quickly, but in his perception, he felt like it was only one instant. The difficult decision made him sweat profusely. But in the end, his reason surpassed the greed in his heart. How can one blindly rely on chance in the road of cultivation? Hanli let out a breath of air. He relaxed his body. His entire mental state settled. He started to find the way to retreat. This bronze hall was just created by the formation space. It was like the palace that Fan Yuan lived in at the southern border Super Dream Realm Gu Formation. Hanli was currently at the center of the Gu Formation. However, the path of retreat was very obvious now. Even Hanli with little formation path foundation could tell. Hanli had a clear mind. Following this path of retreat, he went back and got further away from the metallic crane neck lamp. I hope my following journey is as simple and smooth as this. Hanli thought that when his field of vision changed suddenly. He was shocked to find out that he had directly appeared before the metallic crane neck lamp. What happened? Hanli could not understand. A will slowly woke up in the lamp. An old voice spoke in Hanli's head in a groggy tone, like it had just woken up. Not bad, fated one, you were able to get past the formation and arrive before me. It shows that you are qualified to inherit the true inheritance. Hanli was extremely embarrassed. I actually wanted to leave. The voice became clearer and smoother. This was Jin Yuanzi's intention when he made the formation. When the metallic crane neck lamp is extremely close to you, any decision of moving forward is wrong. Only a Gu immortal with incredible wisdom and deep formation path attainment will understand this. The only way forward is backwards. Or perhaps those Gu immortals who had low formation path attainment but knew when to retreat, they would have a chance of getting the true inheritance because of their wise choice. Hanli understood finally. This means that I am the second type. And aren't you Senior Jin Yuanzi's will? Of course not, I am Formation Spirit Immortal Gu. I was created by Senior Jin Yuanzi, nobody knew about me. The voice continued. Hanli did not understand. Formation Spirit? Don't you get it? Blessed lands have land spirits, grotto heavens have heavenly spirits, Gu formations naturally can have formation spirits. Why are you a Gu master? You are not a Gu immortal? Suddenly, the formation spirit shouted. I am sorry, I really am here by chance. If I am not qualified to get the true inheritance, can I leave? Hanli smiled awkwardly. The formation spirit was confused. Unbelievable, you are not a Gu immortal, how did you pass the middle steps? With just luck, how lucky must you be? Oh no! Oh no? Hanli thought that the formation spirit was going to praise his luck. The formation spirit said loudly. This is really bad. Jin Yuanzi had planned to pick a Gu immortal inheritor. You do not have immortal essence, you cannot suppress the immemorial desolate beast green claw ghost winged lion under the formation. You obtained the true inheritance, this Gu formation is going to break apart, but you cannot subdue this green claw ghost winged lion, aren't you going to run? No, you can't possibly run away, right? We're finished, you're finished, to think that my new master who has just obtained the true inheritance is going to die like this. No, there must be a way. Hanli did not want to give up like this. There's no hope, the difference in strength is too great. Sigh. The formation spirit that had manifested from formation spirit Gu was very pessimistic about this. Like what it said, the Gu formation started to break apart, the entire bronze hall started to turn hollow. The lamp floated and landed on Hanli's shoulder. The true environment showed itself. This was a huge hole under the desert. Large amounts of sand started to fall. Without the immortal Gu formation's support, this artificially created cave started to collapse. Hanli had nowhere to escape. Before him was a huge hill-sized green claw ghost-winged lion sprawling on the ground. It was sleeping now. If he was a Gu immortal, he would be able to subdue it according to Jin Yuanzi's arrangements. Even if he could not, he could make it sleep and prevent it from troubling the inheritor. This was actually part of Jin Yuanzi's test too. The green claw ghost-winged lion was an immemorial desolate beast. If the inheritor was skilled enough, they would be able to control this green claw ghost-winged lion. But Hanli was not. Not just that, he might get eaten by it instead. Sand continued to fall, landing on the green claw ghost-winged lion and waking it up. Hanli attacked fiercely, but his mortal killer move landed on the green claw ghost-winged lion like a gust of harmless wind. The green claw ghost-winged lion leaped forward and opened its mouth, devouring Hanli entirely. Chapter 14:12. Dancer Hongyun. A beautiful red cloud was flying in the sky. Green Ghost Desert is ahead. Dancer Hongyun lay down on her red cloud as she shut her eyes in a relaxed manner. She had a curvy body and was wearing a red dancing dress with yellow threads. Her belly was exposed as well as her arms and legs. There were golden jade bracelets on her wrists and ankles. On her fingers there were many jeweled rings, blue, green, and red, enhancing one another's beauty. Her eyes had a deep gaze, her brows were thick and long, there was a faint green light in her eyes, even though they were half closed, she was still very alluring. A translucent red veil was covering half her face. Her tall nose and red lips were covered by the veil. It made people have the urge to explore what was truly behind that veil. Dancer Hongyun, she was a seductive rank 7 female Gu immortal. She was once a demoness that roamed Western Desert, but unfortunately she trifled with a righteous path rank 8 great expert. During the critical moment, 1,000 transformations ancestors saved her. Using that opportunity, Dancer Hongyun became one of 1,000 transformations ancestors' concubines. But unfortunately, she was not his type. Even though she was very beautiful and sexy, her status was lower than Fairy Chuibo and 1,000 transformations ancestors' heart. Wild winds were blowing by her ears. The red cloud was soft like cotton but also very bouncy. It was very comfortable for Dancer Hongyun to lie down on it. This was Dancer Hongyun's signature method, immortal killer move, Dancing Red Cloud. Even though she did not normally have a good relationship with Fairy Chui Bo, they even competed very fiercely in secret. Fairy Chui Bo was in trouble now. Dancer Hong Yun had to go rescue her using her fastest method. She was unwilling, of course, but now, there was Thousand Transformations Ancestors' will with her. This will was here not only to help Dancer Hong Yun, but also to supervise her. As long as this will was around, Dancer Hong Yun would need to do everything to save Fairy Chui Bo. The red cloud traveled along the way, arriving in the sky above Green Ghost Desert. Soon, the weather changed. Dark clouds started appearing. Once she entered Green Ghost Desert, dark clouds joined together and became even thicker, covering the sky entirely. Ordinary deserts were hot and open. But in Green Ghost Desert, there was barely any sunlight. It was dark and gloomy. There were many trees in this desert. Ghost-crying trees were one of the types that had the highest numbers. This ghost-crying tree was very twisted in shape and full of natural holes inside. It had deep tree bark markings, resembling the faces of crying humans. Every time the wind blew on the ghost-crying tree, it would shake slightly and emit a shrill scream, or terrifying cry. Even during the day, this place was cold and dark, soul beasts roamed freely. When it was night time, cold bone-chilling winds would blow as countless ghosts wandered. Dancer Hong Yun rode on her dancing red cloud as she moved past the dark clouds with a repressed feeling. She was no longer as relaxed as before. She sat cross-legged and opened her eyes, staying vigilant at all times. Green Ghost Desert was a famous place of danger in Western Desert. It was related to a demon venerable in history. That was the famed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became a venerable, he had fought with a super clan here. He murdered all of the Gu immortals in this Western Desert Woodpath clan overlord that were here. The aftermath of the battle turned area this into Green Ghost Desert. This place seemed to be filled with the hatred and anger of the losers. They were filled with unhappiness and grief towards their horrible fate. This was an ominous land. There were a vast number of soul beasts living here. Even immemorial soul beasts were not rare. After 100,000 years, there were many Western Desert Gu immortals who died here. Dancer Hong Yun had the guts to travel here. It was not because of her rank 7 cultivation level or battle strength, it was because she had Thousand Transformations Ancestors' will and rank 8 immortal Gu. And her travel route was just a corner of Green Ghost Desert. She did not truly enter it deeply. Thus, she chose to advance like this. The cloud continued flying ahead, across the dark sky. It was very eye-catching. Howl! There was a long howl resembling a wolf's cry. A huge hill-like soul beast appeared above Dancer Hong Yun, emerging from the deep dark clouds. This was an ancient soul beast. It thought of Dancer Hong Yun as prey, opening its mouth and pouncing at her. Dancer Hong Yun's pupils shrunk. She gritted her teeth and was about to strike. At this time, Thousand Transformations will spoke. "Let me handle it, Hong Yun, just advance." Dancer Hong Yun heard this and became overjoyed. She listened to him. Dancing Red Cloud did not stop at all. It continued forward without changing directions. The rank 8 Immortal Gu activated, as a strange resonance targeted the ancient soul beast. The ancient soul beast opened its mouth. Its huge body covered Dancer Hong Yun under its shadow, but at the crucial moment, its attack stopped eerily. Next, its head exploded as a monkey jumped out, its claws turned into vines, its fur turned into grass, and from its flesh, countless crocodiles jumped out. At once, the ancient soul beast broke apart and turned into countless random things. Next, they fell from the sky. It was like a drizzle. So impressive. This is the power of rank 8 mutation Immortal Gu? Looking back, Dancer Hong Yun was filled with shock. Killing an ancient desolate beast like killing a chicken. It was too simple. Dancer Hong Yun was aware that if she had to act personally, she would need to fight for 100 rounds to force this ancient soul beast to retreat. If she was lucky, she might be able to kill it. Once the ancient soul beast died, the ancient soul beasts near its territory became stirred up. They emerged from the dark clouds. Thousand Transformations was snorted coldly. He stopped concealing it as the rank 8 Immortal Gu aura leaked out. Feeling this aura, many ancient soul beasts returned to their hiding spots in the dark clouds. They did not want to mess with this troublesome foe. Of course, a portion of the ancient soul beasts still wanted to attack Dancer Hong Yun. They were not deterred. This was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal's aura. After all, it was just a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Soul beasts did not have high intelligence. But after killing all the ancient soul beasts that attacked, Dancer Hong Yun felt relieved and increasingly relaxed. After experiencing her power, the remaining ancient soul beasts left her alone. These wild soul beasts had survival instincts, after feeling a life-threatening danger, they would choose to back off. Roar! Just as Dancer Hong Yun relaxed her mind slightly, a loud beast's roar resounded in her ears like thunder. A huge lion with gray-white ghost wings on its back pounced at her fiercely. Seeing this, Dancer Hong Yun's heart shook as she shouted, "Oh no, this is a green claw ghost-winged lion, an immemorial desolate beast!" Chapter 1413. Rank 8 Mutation Immortal Goo. Green claw ghost-winged lion. This lion had a huge size, it ate souls as food. Currently, this type of immemorial desolate beast was very rare. During Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era, it was very common. In fact, back then, green claw ghost-winged lions were a huge hurdle for Spectral Soul in his youth. After all, this immemorial desolate beast countered Soul Path. And even before Spectral Soul became a demon venerable, he used Soul Path as his main method. However, in the end, Spectral Soul was superior. Not only did he kill green claw ghost-winged lions, he even excavated and obtained their innate talent. Thereafter, when Spectral Soul had rank 8 cultivation level, he often captured green claw ghost-winged lions and finally managed to create the unprecedented soul-devouring method. The green claw ghost-winged lion was very famous. When it appeared in front of Dancer Hong Yun, the latter could not help but be shocked. But at the crucial moment, 1,000 transformations will told her, "Don't worry, this lion's ghost wings are not outstanding, it is still very weak. This shows that it is not in a good condition, we can fight it." Dancer Hong Yun heard this and calmed down instantly. She took a look. Indeed, the ghost wings of the green claw ghost-winged lion were very thin. They were rather unfitting with the green claw ghost-winged lion's huge body. Dancer Hong Yun felt slightly ashamed, thinking, "Husband's will only has one rank 8 immortal goo and a great amount of immortal essence. He has no investigative immortal methods, but he could expose the green claw ghost-winged lion's weakness immediately. In contrast, I had the methods but was stunned and petrified. That should not have happened." As she calmed down, she rode on the dancing red cloud and flew in an arc to avoid the green claw ghost-winged lion. Soon, she pulled some distance away from it. Hee, this green claw ghost-winged lion is really not in good condition. If it was even at 30% of its prime, you would not have been able to escape. 1,000 transformations will laughed, floating out and appearing beside Dancer Hong Yun. 1,000 transformations will directed its immortal essence into the rank 8 immortal goo. The immortal goo aura suddenly became extremely dense. A mystical wave suddenly shot out, landing on the green claw ghost-winged lion. At the next moment, the green claw ghost-winged lion screeched in pain as its tail turned into a venomous python. The python had a long body. It coiled around the green claw ghost-winged lion's body and bit on its face with its venomous teeth. The green claw ghost-winged lion quickly waved its black claws towards the python's body and head. But the python was very tough. It actually went into a deadlock with the green claw ghost-winged lion. At once, the green claw ghost-winged lion flapped its wings as it moved about in the sky, fighting with the python. Dancer Hong Yun sat on her red cloud as she rose into the sky, staring at the battle vigilantly. 1,000 transformations was beside her, using that mysterious rank 8 immortal goo on the green claw ghost-winged lion continuously. With the mystical wave, soon, on the fur of the green claw ghost-winged lion, tree buds started growing. These were the ghost-crying trees buds. The roots of the ghost-crying trees started to grow in the flesh of the green claw ghost-winged lion, absorbing nutrients. The green claw ghost-winged lion screeched in pain. It went berserk as it smashed the buds growing on its face and also destroyed the head of the python. Even though the python's body was still coiled around the green claw ghost-winged lion, it had thoroughly died with no strength remaining. The green claw ghost-winged lion was in a terrible state. Its injuries were severe now. This is 1,000 transformations signature immortal goo mutation. It can mutate everything. The green claw ghost-winged lion's fur and tail became trees and python respectively. The green claw ghost-winged lion destroyed them, but it was actually damaging itself since they had the same origin. Dancer Hong Yun watched the battle as her heart shook. Even though she had some understanding towards mutation immortal goo, after seeing this battle personally, she was still deeply impacted. 1,000 transformations was said solemnly. As expected, this green claw ghost-winged lion is not normal. It has deep injuries in its body. It only has ancient desolate level battle strength, and its ghost wings are useless. Strange. It should not lack food inside green ghost dessert. Even though he was suspicious, 1,000 transformations did not stop attacking. Rank 8 immortal goo mutation activated again. This time, the green claw ghost-winged lion's right eye mutated. It turned into a venomous bee. The bee did not fly away. It raised its venomous stinger and stabbed into the green claw ghost-winged lion's eye socket, before piercing into its brain. Howl! The green claw ghost-winged lion screamed desperately, causing huge sound waves to push away the dark clouds above it. But its torture had not ended. Soon, under the might of rank 8 immortal goo mutation, its claws and teeth grew rapidly into ancient desolate plants. The green claw ghost-winged lion moved its wings rapidly and rushed down, trying to escape. But Dancer Hongyun did not let it go. She brought 1,000 transformations along with her. Eventually, the green claw ghost-winged lion crashed into the desert, creating a huge dust cloud several tens of feet in height. When the dust settled, the mangled green claw ghost-winged lion was motionless on the desert. It was dead. Go clean up the battlefield. 1,000 transformations informed as it went back into Dancer Hongyun's body along with the immortal goo. Dancer Hongyun's eyes shone. She almost pounced at the green claw ghost-winged lion's corpse. I'm rich! This is the corpse of an immemorial desolate beast. Rank 8 immortal materials are rare even in treasure yellow heaven. It can refine rank 8 immortal goo. Dancer Hongyun started to process the corpse with difficulty. Even though she was a rank 7 expert, faced with the corpse of an immemorial desolate beast, she could not dissect it easily. After a lot of effort, Dancer Hongyun managed to dissect half of it. It is a pity that the mutated portions of the green claw ghost-winged lion cannot be used. They have no value. When she tore open the green claw ghost-winged lion's stomach, Dancer Hongyun unexpectedly found Hanli. Hanli had already fainted. He was barely alive. Why is there a mortal goo master here? Dancer Hongyun found it strange. She laughed. Should I call you lucky or unlucky? You met an immemorial desolate beast, but it was the green claw ghost-winged lion that devoured souls. Because you have a physical body, you survived until now inside its stomach. If this was a normal immemorial desolate beast, you would have turned into meat paste already. Dancer Hongyun stretched her arm out, and souls searched Hanli. It was strange that a mortal goo master appeared here out of nowhere. Dancer Hongyun was curious and wanted to know information about Hanli. This fellow is called Hanli? Even though he has no background, his luck is really good. This. Is Jinyuanzi's formation path true inheritance? Suddenly, Dancer Hongyun's pupils expanded. Her eyes shined brightly as her breathing became rough. Chapter 14:14. True inheritance changes owners. Dancer Hongyun primarily cultivated Cloud Path, but because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, soul-searching methods became easy to learn. Almost every goo immortal knew them. Right now, as she soul-searched Hanli, she learned about his experiences, and also his time inside the goo formation. Interesting. Dancer Hongyun grabbed Hanli and went beneath the desert, quickly arriving at the underground cave. The cave was nearly collapsed, but Dancer Hongyun found that a small goo formation was at a corner of the cave. She arrived in front of it. A path opened to the goo formation. The formation spirit was inside, saying, Master. The formation spirit was calling for Hanli, of course. What a formidable formation spirit. The goo formation had broken apart earlier, but it managed to assemble it again. This must be the work of the formation spirit. Dancer Hongyun was moved. This way, Jinyuanzi's true inheritance is also intact. Haha, this immortal opportunity is mine. Dancer Hongyun was extremely happy as she laughed. Bright light shone across her eyes. Carrying Hanli, she said, Little fellow, I saved your life. In return, you will hand this true inheritance over to me completely. Hanli opened his eyes. All right. You've heard him, formation spirit. Your master has given everything to me. Dancer Hongyun turned around and said to the formation spirit, This. The formation spirit was hesitant. What? You want to defy your master's orders? Dancer Hongyun frowned slightly. The formation spirit was silent. Dancer Hongyun sneered. Formation spirit, your original owner was Jinyuanzi. He created the true inheritance to pass it down to future individuals. Now that Hanli has met the requirements to become your new master, are you going to go against that? Of course not. The formation spirit said without hesitation. Then will you listen to your new master Hanli's words? Dancer Hongyun asked. I will. The formation spirit said without hesitation again. In that case, Hanli is giving you to me to repay my act of gratitude. Will you resist? Dancer Hongyun pressured. The formation spirit was silent for a while. It felt that something was amiss, but it did not know what. In the end, it sighed as it said, No denying it, you are my new master. Ha ha ha, that is it, submit to me without any resistance. Saying this, Dancer Hong Yun injected her immortal essence. The formation spirit did not resist, it was refined easily by the immortal essence. It was the core of this Gu formation, it could manipulate the formation in place of the Gu immortal, as long as there was enough immortal essence storage. The formation spirit submitted to Dancer Hong Yun, the other Gu worms also went along with it. The immortal Gu formation quickly changed owners. Dancer Hong Yun received several immortal Gu, a large number of mortal Gu, as well as Jinyuan Zi's complete formation path true inheritance from the formation spirit. The immortal formation was completely open to Dancer Hong Yun without any concealment now. Dancer Hong Yun laughed loudly. She did not go in immediately, instead, she waved at Hanli. Guh. With a soft sound, Hanli turned into a pile of flesh. He was completely dead, even his soul was decimated. It turned out that Hanli did not actually wake up. Dancer Hong Yun used her immortal level methods to instill her will and manipulate Hanli, having him agree to hand over the true inheritance to her. It was very difficult to take immortal Gu. But Hanli was immortal, while Dancer Hong Yun was a Gu immortal. The difference between immortal and mortal was too big. Dancer Hong Yun completely suppressed him with her strength, he could not resist at all. Of course, if a mortal truly owned an immortal Gu, it would not be easy for the Gu immortal to take their immortal Gu. If they were not careful, the mortal will destroy the immortal Gu with them, there would be nothing to gain. Dancer Hong Yun's situation was very special. Even though Hanli passed the test and became the true inheritance's inheritor, because of the green claw ghost-winged lion, he did not refine the formation spirit or any of the other Gu worms. Thus, the Gu worms left by Jinyuan Zi were still filled with Jinyuan Zi's will. This was a loophole that Dancer Hong Yun made use of. There was another special reason, it was the formation spirit. Formation spirit Immortal Gu was a unique creation of Jinyuan Zi. He replicated land spirits and heavenly spirits, to create a formation spirit for the Gu immortal, to assist in manipulating it. Formation spirit Immortal Gu was a one-time consumable Gu worm. The immortal Gu would vanish after using it once. Instead, a formation spirit would be born. In the future, if a Gu immortal wanted to use formation spirit Immortal Gu again, they would need to refine a new one. The formation spirit had a certain level of intelligence. It was similar to land spirits and heavenly spirits. It could not lie. It was quite artless. This gave Dancer Hong Yun the chance to lie and deceive it, attempting to convince it. If there was no formation spirit, and only a bunch of Gu worms, they could not talk to Dancer Hong Yun, she could not convince them. But all in all, Dancer Hong Yun inherited Jinyuan Zi's formation path true inheritance. Jinyuan Zi was a Gu immortal from the Super Force Che clan. To think that as a righteous path member, he actually left his true inheritance here instead of giving it to his clan. Thousand Transformations will sighed. It seems that the rumors were true. Jinyuan Zi was not on good terms with the clan. He was pushed aside by their Gu immortals. This was all thanks to you, husband, that we could obtain this fortuitous encounter. Dancer Hong Yun smiled. After we save Chui Bo, and return to Myriad Statue Desert, you will hand the true inheritance over to my main body. Don't worry, you will get your benefits. Thousand Transformations was said plainly. Dancer Hong Yun felt some loss. She knew that if the true inheritance was handed over, the essence of it would be taken by Thousand Transformations' ancestor. It was uncertain how much would be left to her. But she had to give it to him. Throughout the process, Thousand Transformations was with her, watching everything. Dancer Hong Yun had good strength, but against a rank 8 existence, she had no strength to resist. But in the first place, if I was alone, I would not have taken this risk. We could encounter Jinyuan Zi's true inheritance because of husband's will. Thinking of this, Dancer Hong Yun's mind became more peaceful. She inspected her gains. There were 3 immortal Gu, 2 were formation path immortal Gu. Even though it was just a few, they were all rank 7. And the formation spirit was considered half an immortal Gu. If not for the fact that this Gu formation broke apart once, Dancer Hong Yun would have even greater gains. After changing her location, Dancer Hong Yun internally cursed at Hanli for being trash, a mere mortal who dared to try getting a Gu immortal true inheritance. He truly deserved death. Chapter 14-15. Fixed luck. Master, you cannot dismantle the Gu formation. Once this Gu formation is destroyed, I will also be destroyed. At this time, the formation spirit said to Dancer Hong Yun. Dancer Hong Yun nodded. This formation spirit was really useful. When the Gu formation collapsed earlier, without anybody controlling it, it should have just broken apart entirely. But because of the formation spirit, a portion of the Gu formation was salvaged and made into a smaller incomplete formation. It managed to last until now. Just like how land spirits could fix their blessed lands when they had holes, formation spirits could do the same. Dancer Hong Yun was not going to give up such a useful formation spirit. The formation spirit said again. Thankfully, there is a formation flag Gu in the Gu formation. Master should first use formation flag Gu, keep this Gu formation in formation flag Gu, before placing it into your immortal aperture. Back then, since Xinyanzi created formation spirit immortal Gu, he naturally understood its limitations, thus, he created formation flag Gu to supplement it. Earlier, when the Gu formation collapsed, the formation spirit first salvaged formation flag immortal Gu, thus, Dancer Hong Yun only needed to learn to control it now. Some days later, the night sky was filled with bright stars. The air was cold, there was fog. In Western Desert, on a very ordinary sand dune, the light on Fan Yuan slowly faded. Eventually, all of his aura was concealed as the light turned into tiny specks that got drowned in the darkness of the night. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air and suddenly opened his eyes. I wonder what is the final effect of this immortal killer move, fixed luck. These last days, while Fan Yuan was escaping, he had been using this immortal killer move from time to time. He obtained fixed luck from Ma Hongyun. Fan Yuan found fixed luck from Ma Hongyun's soul, of course. It meant that the killer move, fixed luck, was a part of all living beings' luck from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's true inheritance. Fixed luck was very suitable for Fan Yuan. Its effect was to make one's luck unwavering and not easily influenced. All along, Fan Yuan had been afraid of the weakness of Connect Luck. After all, back then when he used Connect Luck on Han Li, Han Yi, and Yi Fan, it was because they had strong luck. But things changed. After obtaining dog shit luck, Fan Yuan's luck was superior to them. This meant that Fan Yuan had to split his good luck to Han Li and the others. This was detrimental to him. Especially when using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, the luck he gained would not fully benefit him. A portion would be split to the rest of them. In the past, Fan Yuan did not have a choice, but after killing Ma Hongyun, he had a method now. Fixed luck was the solution. The core of this killer move was Stubborn Immortal Gu, and Rule Path Immortal Gu Main. But after Fan Yuan's modification, this killer move used Precaution Immortal Gu and Rule Path Immortal Gu Big instead. Fan Yuan had Precaution Immortal Gu long ago, while Big Immortal Gu was obtained from Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Mountain True Monarch was a mini-man Gu Immortal. After using Big Immortal Gu, his body would expand and he would become a human Gu Immortal. However, Fan Yuan's luck path attainment was not at Grandmaster level. The modification of the move only succeeded partially. This killer move still had some flaws. When activating it, even if Fan Yuan made no mistakes, there was still a chance of failure. That was to say, this killer move, fixed luck, was not reliable upon activation. Fan Yuan knew the weakness, but because of his low attainment level, he could not fix it or modify it properly. In the past, Fan Yuan had been desiring Break Luck Immortal Gu, but now, even though he did not have Break Luck Immortal Gu, he had fixed luck, he could defend his own interests. Fixed luck's effect could not be seen physically, he was unsure of the effect. But according to the content of all living beings' luck, Fan Yuan knew, when two people had a close relationship, their luck would be joined together. If two people were on the same side, their luck would unify, they would rise together or go down together. This was what it meant to enjoy fortune and endure misfortune together. However, through Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's research, he found that even if luck was unified, there were subtle profound differences. Even though fortune could be shared, and misfortune could be endured together, some people would get more fortune and suffer less misfortune. Why? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable realized that the person with greater luck between these two would gain more benefits, the one with weaker luck would suffer more hardship, and even bring great benefits to the other person when they gain benefits themselves. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable named this relationship as the main luck and sub-luck, creating their respective luck path Immortal Gu. However, Fan Yuan did not have main luck Immortal Gu and sub-luck Immortal Gu now. Even without them, Fan Yuan could fix his own luck and create differences between his own luck and others, becoming the main luck. After resting for a while, Fan Yuan put fixed luck behind him as he went back to modifying the killer move, self-cleansing. In terms of formation path, Fan Yuan was much more confident. After all, he was a formation path grandmaster. With his advantage, his progress in this aspect was rapid. Thus, turning the entire self-cleansing killer move into a goo formation was only a few steps away from finishing. Success was around the corner, but Fan Yuan's worry was that he lacked the crucial formation path Immortal Goo. Langya Sect's formation plate Immortal Goo could be borrowed, but it was only rank 6. Meanwhile, the self-cleansing Immortal formation was at rank 7. Using rank 6 formation plate Goo for a rank 7 Immortal formation, the chances of failure were high. There was another point. The formation plate Goo recorded the sub-main teleportation Goo formation of Langya Sect. If Fan Yuan wanted to use it to make the self-cleansing formation, he would need to erase the content of the sub-main teleportation Goo formation. Next, he would need to set up the formation using formation plate Goo. After one success, formation plate Goo would have the ability to set up the self-cleansing formation itself. This was a problem. Fan Yuan had negotiated with Langya Land Spirit before. The sub-main teleportation formation was too important to Langya Land Spirit and Langya Sect. It affected their development. Langya Sect had no formation path Goo Immortals. The teleportation formations were created relying on this formation plate Immortal Goo. If Fan Yuan wanted to erase the information in formation plate Immortal Goo and put in new details, it would mean that Langya Sect would lose the ability to set up the sub-main teleportation Goo formation. This was unacceptable to Langya Land Spirit. They did not have information path methods to extract the information recorded in formation plate Goo. Simply looking at the process of formation plate Goo setting up the Immortal Goo formation could not explain all of its profundities. There were many hidden details like instilling immortal essence, or the cooperation of Goo worms. Fan Yuan had to reassure Langya Land Spirit that as a formation path grandmaster, he could recreate the sub-main teleportation formation. Langya Land Spirit was hesitating now. Chapter 14:16. Han Yun's Pursuit. Fan Yuan was helpless. He could not force Langya Land Spirit to do anything. Right now, he was stuck here. Even if he wanted to continue deducing the self-cleansing formation, without the crucial Immortal Goo, it would not work. And most importantly, I need to borrow Langya Sect's strength to refine Goo. Fan Yuan obtained Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance. He lacked many Immortal Goo. He had a bunch of plans for what Immortal Goo to refine next. If Langya Land Spirit thought about it for a long time and still rejected him, what would he do? Fan Yuan had considered this problem. He always did things by considering the worst possible outcome first. If Langya Land Spirit refuses to lend formation plate Immortal Goo, I will need to use other people's immortal apertures. Fan Yuan had a lot of Dao marks. It was hard to get into the immortal apertures of the other Shadow Sect Goo Immortals. Unless they placed their immortal aperture to form a blessed land with deep foundation, then it would be possible. After Fan Yuan entered another immortal aperture, he could use time path methods to expand the tributary of the River of Time and increase the rate of time inside. That way, one day in the outside world would be half a month inside the immortal aperture. This would allow him to obtain a huge amount of precious time to work with. Next, he would set up the self-cleansing Immortal Goo formation in the Blessed Land, and Fan Yuan would enter it to cleanse his detrimental Dao marks. This was the plan that Fan Yuan would use if he had no alternatives left. Because its flaw was equally big. After placing the immortal aperture, the position would be fixed. By then, it would be dangerous if Feng Jiuge pursued them. Did Feng Jiuge have any method to break into an immortal aperture? It was possible. Even if Feng Jiuge did not, he was backed by Spirit Affinity House and Heavenly Court. They would not let him have this limitation. There was another important point. Once the time path method was used, the tributary of the River of Time would change. And this modification could not be adjusted against for a period of time. For example, if Fan Yuan made the time in He Lu Land's immortal aperture accelerate, for a few months, he would not be able to change the tributary size again. Inside He Fan's time path true inheritance, be it days pass like years or months pass like years, they had this problem when trying to modify the tributary of the River of Time to affect the rate of time. Because these killer moves were one-time activation moves with lasting effects. If one tries to influence the tributary of the River of Time consecutively over a short period, time path Dao marks would be disrupted, the tributary would be in disastrous turmoil. Fan Yuan already knew the time of arrival for the Goo Immortals' calamities and tribulations. After calculating, he realized that if he used this method, one of them would need to undergo their immortal aperture's tribulation. This was troublesome. All along, Heaven's Will has been trying to find ways of killing Fan Yuan. Even though Fan Yuan could choose other people's immortal apertures, Heaven's Will could see everything, and everyone that is linked to Fan Yuan. During the tribulation, Heaven's will would definitely use all its power to kill the Gu immortal undergoing tribulation. Fan Yuan and the rest could collaborate to deal with the calamities and tribulations. But Heavenly Court had pursuers. Looking at the time and their speed, placing the immortal aperture would not be able to get rid of the investigative killer move at once. That way, Fan Yuan would need to endure an immortal aperture's tribulation and face the assault of Heavenly Court's Gu immortals together. It was too risky. If Fan Yuan used his sovereign immortal aperture for it, it would be even more dangerous. Fan Yuan had another concern. Last time, only Feng Jiuge came. I wonder how many Heavenly Court Gu immortals would show up next time. Thus, during this period, Fan Yuan had been moving around, not giving these Heavenly Court Gu immortals a chance to encircle him. Western Desert was so huge, while Heavenly Court had to enter another region to fight, with Fan Yuan and the others using omnidirectional travel, it was very difficult to find and kill him. When time was up, several figures flew towards him in the sky. They were Bai Ningbing, He Lulan and the others. Usually, when Fan Yuan cultivated or made deductions, they would spread out and guard the surroundings for him. Fan Yuan, when will that immortal Gu formation be completed? How long must we continue to run around? At this moment, Bai Ningbing flew down, frowning as she asked impatiently. Fan Yuan did not need to look around. He could feel that the rest of the Gu immortals had looked towards him because of the questions. Wait a bit more, Fan Yuan said plainly. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Her expression was of displeasure. She was the most impatient person among them. This type of lifestyle was not exciting. She felt extremely bored. Aren't you able to create that immortal Gu formation? Set up another one and kill all of the Heavenly Court pursuers again, Bai Ningbing suggested. Fan Yuan shook his head. Do you think the immortal Gu formation is easy to set up? We need a tributary of the River of Time. The immortal Gu formation used to harm Feng Jiuge earlier came from He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan created this formation to defend against immemorial year beasts. Because the use of years flow like water, immortal Gu would attract immemorial year beasts that would enter the Gu immortal's immortal aperture through the tributary of the River of Time. He Fan used this immortal Gu formation on the tributary, so that when an immemorial year beast entered and the Gu immortal could not deal with it, they could detonate the formation and destroy the tributary of the River of Time, forcing that immemorial year beast back into the river. Of course, this method was a trump card that could only be used when there were no other options. With the destruction of the tributary of the River of Time, the immortal aperture's time would freeze. It would be extremely difficult to draw in another tributary. They would need one from the outside world. I have the same feelings as you. I do not like being hunted down. But I would rather accumulate the hatred in my heart, to wait for a proper time to counterattack and deal a fatal blow to those people. Isn't that what you want, the excitement of the future? Humph. Bai Ningbing stopped speaking. All right, let's move. This place is not safe anymore. Fan Yuan had just said that when the expressions of Bai Ningbing and the others changed. In the sky, a red cloud descended. Dancer Hongyun was on it. Her face was pink and rosy. Her gaze was on Fan Yuan and Gang, who were near the sand dune. Concubine Chui, who are these people? Why are you with them? Dancer Hongyun asked in a reprimanding tone. Concubine Chui was naturally Fairy Chuibo. Hongyun? Ingwu Xia was surprised, before showing an appropriate joyful expression, asking, Why are you here? The red cloud descended slowly, as Dancer Hongyun observed this Fairy Chuibo. Ingwu Xia was currently using the body of Fairy Chuibo, which he had possessed with his soul. There were naturally flaws now. After all, his soul was not completely compatible with the body. If it were an ordinary Gu immortal possession, Dancer Hongyun would be able to see the flaws, but this was Ingwu Xia she was looking at. Who was Ingwu Xie? He was a split soul of spectral soul demon Venerable. His soul foundation was many times that of Fan Yuan. Spectral soul demon Venerable was the creator of Soul Path. He had countless split souls with many identities. They lurked in the 5 regions and created a force, without showing any flaws. Ingwu Xie naturally had ways to conceal his possession method. As expected, after Dancer Hongyun used her investigative methods, she did not find anything amiss with Fairy Chuibo. Her expression became warmer. You were in huge trouble. Your life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu were affected, thus, I came to help you. But it seems that you are in good shape. Husband and I were worried for nothing. Next, Dancer Hongyun asked again. Who are they? They seem familiar. Dancer Hongyun's gaze turned to Fan Yuan. Suddenly, her expression changed. She was shocked. Lu Guanyi? Dancer Hong Yun was backed by Thousand Transformations ancestor. Her intel was far wider than normal Gu immortals. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi's appearance was known to the world. As time passed, more and more Gu immortals knew about him. And Lu Guanyi's appearance was the original appearance of Fan Yuan in his sovereign immortal body. This time, Dancer Hong Yun came very abruptly. Fan Yuan did not manage to change his appearance. "That is me, how should I address you?" After being exposed, Fan Yuan asked coldly and calmly. Dancer Hong Yun did not answer yet. She first rode the red cloud and moved back by a distance. Facing Lu Guanyi, she had a heavy expression, feeling great pressure in her heart. This was someone who could fight with rank 8 existences. Some time ago, his name became renowned in the world, gaining the same status as Feng Jiuge. Thankfully, I have husband's will and his rank 8 immortal Gu, otherwise. Dancer Hong Yun felt relieved while her eyes darted around as she said, "Concubine Shui, despite husbands and my concern, you mixed with Gu immortals from other regions and worse, you did not even send us a letter." Dancer Hong Yun had her own objective. She was saying this to sow discord between Thousand Transformations ancestor and Fairy Chui Bo. Thousand Transformations ancestor doted on Fairy Chui Bo normally. Dancer Hong Yun was very jealous. She would not give up this chance to attack Fairy Chui Bo. Her words were addressed to Wu Xie, but it was meant for Thousand Transformations will. Fan Yuan's gaze became solemn, while Bai Ningbing and He Lulan subtly looked at each other. Dancer Hong Yun's words were simply disregarding Lu Guanyi. She had this level of confidence. She was definitely relying on more than just her battle strength. Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan understood this, but Wu Xie, Fairy Miaoying, and Lady White Rabbit did not realize this. "All right, tell us your encounter, Concubine Chui, I am very curious." At this time, Thousand Transformations will emerge from Dancer Hong Yun's body. There was a trump card indeed. Wu Xie thought. This is the crucial moment. Let's see how Wu Xie gets through this. Bright light shined in Fan Yuan's eyes. Bai Ningbing and the rest were slightly worried. Wu Xie had grown quickly, but he was still young. His acting was inferior to Fan Yuan. It would be quite hard for Thousand Transformations will to not sense a flaw in his acting. Could he do it? Chapter 14-17. Cooperating with Thousand Transformations. This was basically what happened. As mild wind blew across the sand dune, Fairy Chui Bo explained her side of the story. According to her, she was trying to find Western Desert Zombie Alliance's inheritance, but she met with Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals seemed to be familiar with her, knowing that she was Thousand Transformations' ancestor's concubine. Even though Fairy Chui Bo used his name as deterrence, their animosity grew deeper. In the process of fighting, Fairy Chui Bo was hit by the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals' killer moves. Most of her Gu worms were destroyed. Fortunately, she met with Lu Guanyi and the others. It turned out that Heavenly Court was chasing after Lu Guanyi. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Lu Guanyi thus saved Fairy Chui Bo and fought to escape from Heavenly Court's pursuit. But because they were hit by Heavenly Court's investigative killer move, during this period, they had been escaping. They could not split up as the enemy would just attack them separately. All in all, Wu Xie described it with great detail, and some of his words almost could make others feel they personally experienced the situation. The truth was, ever since Fan Yuan and the rest captured Fairy Chui Bo, they had excavated most of the information about Thousand Transformations' ancestor from her soul. Fan Yuan and the others came up with many plans to deal with all the possible situations. Wu Xie's description was a mix of truths and lies. Fan Yuan and the others turned from enemies to benefactors, while Feng Jiuge also appeared. His description was very realistic and did not have much tampering in it. The story was flawless, because Fan Yuan and the others had thought about it intensely. The only problem was, Fairy Chui Bo had lost all of her immortal Gu and a large portion of her mortal Gu in battle. This was too coincidental. But there was no choice. If Thousand Transformations wanted Wu Xie to show his immortal Gu, that would be a disaster. After all, the Gu worms that Fairy Chui Bo had were filled with her will. Wu Xie could not use them. The truth was, when Fairy Chui Bo got captured by Bai Ningbing, she had already detonated all of her Gu worms, leaving no resources to the enemy. Thus, Fan Yuan and the rest had to say this to make up for the huge flaw. Dancer Hong Yun had a shocked expression on her face. She looked at Fairy Chui Bo, not expecting her to have met with such incredible danger. And the truth was, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan and the others were very surprised. Because Wu Xie's acting was excellent, he showed no flaws, it was natural and believable. When did Ing Wuxia acquire such a skill? He Lulan was slightly surprised. Only Fan Yuan was not surprised at Ing Wuxia's performance. Because he had already lent attitude Gu to Ing Wuxia. With this rank 8 immortal Gu, Ing Wuxia's acting was naturally flawless. Especially when he was up against a rank 7 Gu immortal and the will of a rank 8. If Thousand Transformations ancestor was here personally, it might be a problem, but Ing Wuxia could completely handle these two right now. Success. Be it Dancer Hong Yun or Thousand Transformations will, they did not doubt Ing Wuxia's words. Fan Yuan saw this and said, Lord Thousand Transformations and Fairy Hong Yun, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals came after us, but Fairy Chui Bo was saved by us, that is the truth, right? He spoke plainly with no expression, he showed the arrogance of an expert, even against a rank 8 existence, he displayed no fear. Fan Yuan did not have attitude Gu, but his acting was profound and skillful, he could easily do it. He was the cause of Fairy Chui Bo's death, but he ended up acting like her benefactor. This was shameless, but Fan Yuan acted like it was the truth. Thousand Transformations will went silent. Even though Fan Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, the fame of Lu Guanyi allowed him to speak on equal terms with Thousand Transformations will. If Thousand Transformations ancestor was here personally, Fan Yuan might not have such a status. But Thousand Transformations will and Thousand Transformations ancestor were two different things. After thinking about it, Thousand Transformations will broke the silence. How do you want to be rewarded? Fan Yuan's lips curled up, he smiled. His smile was bright like the sun, he was truly handsome, even Dancer Hong Yun was dazed as she looked at him. I do not need a reward, but I have a suggestion. Fan Yuan said. What is it? Alliance. Fan Yuan said. Alliance? Thousand Transformations will went silent again. Fan Yuan urged, Thousand Transformations ancestor, you obtained Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true inheritance, you are an eyesore to Heavenly Court. Their attitude towards you is clear from their attack on Fairy Chui Bo. Because of Reverse Flow River, I was chased by Heavenly Court until I got here. We have a common enemy, that is Heavenly Court. Helping each other is helping ourselves, isn't that true? I have a good time path method in my possession. I can slow down the rate of time in Lord Thousand Transformations Immortal Aperture, to delay your tribulations. Furthermore, I have a luck path true inheritance. Ma Hongyan died in my hands, I have his portion of all living beings' luck. This is Giant Son Immortal Venerable's true inheritance. Husband? Dancer Hongyan was greatly moved by Fan Yuan's glib tongue. Lord Husband, I think that we can make an alliance. Ing Wuxia said, trying to convince Thousand Transformations will as well. Eventually, Thousand Transformations will spoke, but this was what he said. We can have an alliance. But our cooperation must be gradual. Lu Guanyi, you want to make use of me to deal with the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, why would I not know your plan? We can cooperate mildly first, before we deepen it slowly. If our cooperation goes well, I can go and block the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals for you. If our cooperation is less than satisfactory, I will need to see your sincerity before we continue working together. Thousand Transformations ancestor was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he was not easy to deceive. He was an old schemer. Not only did he expose Fan Yuan's plan, he even used the pressure of Heavenly Court to force Fan Yuan to relinquish some benefits. Sincerity? Fan Yuan smiled. Sincerity goes both ways, we saved Fairy Chui Bo, that is our biggest sincerity. What is yours? Fan Yuan avoided the topic of Heavenly Court, and retaliated against Thousand Transformations will. Thousand Transformations will thought for a while. We can cooperate first, like making transactions, what do you need? I will try to satisfy you. Chapter 14:18. Trap succeeds. Transactions? Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows. He instantly understood the intention of Thousand Transformations will. Thousand Transformations ancestor obtained Reckless Savage's true inheritance. After so many years of development, he definitely had the foundation to transact with Fan Yuan, even though he had great losses in his recent tribulation. But because of the tribulation, Thousand Transformations ancestor did not want to fight. If he agreed to ally with Fan Yuan, he would need to face Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. Thousand Transformations ancestor was not stupid, how could he become the shield of Fan Yuan and the others now? But Fan Yuan's suggestion was extremely tempting. Be it the time-slowing methods in He Fan's true inheritance, or his luck path true inheritance, they were rare ways to alleviate his problem of impending tribulations. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had just suffered a terrible loss from his tribulation. He had a huge need for such methods. Thinking about it, Thousand Transformations will felt that working with Lu Guanyi was beneficial. But this benefit would become a huge problem in the future when Lu Guanyi faces Heavenly Court, and Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not want to be a part of that problem. He was heavily injured now. If he engages in fierce fight, he would expose his currently weakened state. Thus, Thousand Transformations' ancestor wanted to transact with Fan Yuan. It was another form of cooperation. This way, he would fund Fan Yuan and the others. Not only will he repay the favor of saving Fairy Chui Bo, he would even improve his relationship with Fan Yuan. There were clear benefits in this. Firstly, his concubine was saved by him. He had to reward him for it. Otherwise, who would help to save Thousand Transformations' ancestors' friends or family in the future? Secondly, after improving his relationship with Fan Yuan, in the future, if he needs help, he can use this incident as a reason. Rank 8 Gu immortals were all old schemers. Even if this was just Thousand Transformations' will, he had great wisdom and calculated his own gains and losses clearly. Fan Yuan was silent for a while before nodding. Okay, I need Formation Path Immortal Gu now, do you have any? Actually, Fan Yuan bore little hope in this. But Dancer Hongyun was stunned. Thousand Transformations will smiled. This is very coincidental. I do not cultivate Formation Path, so I did not have any. But on the way here, we obtained a Gu Immortal True Inheritance. It was left by a Formation Path expert. Oh? Hongyun, take out your gains and let Lu Guanyi choose. Thousand Transformations will informed. He was clear about Jin Yuanzi's Formation Path True Inheritance. The Formation Path Immortal Gu was useless to the main body. It was perfect for this purpose. Dancer Hongyun would not defy Thousand Transformations' will. Even though she was upset, she did not hesitate. She took out that incomplete immortal formation from her immortal aperture and placed it on the sand dune. Fan Yuan and the others were shocked. This immortal formation could actually be moved. This was very rare. Because this was the framework of an immortal Gu house. Immortal Gu houses were the essence of Formation Path. They were immortal killer moves and also mobile immortal Gu formations. Fan Yuan's heart jumped seeing this. He felt like something good was about to happen. Indeed, from Dancer Hongyun's description, Fan Yuan learned that this incomplete immortal formation actually contained Formation Flag Immortal Gu. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Formation Flag. This was one of the immortal Gu that Fan Yuan needed. Amazing! With this Gu, I will not need to negotiate with Langya Land Spirit, or borrow Formation Plate Immortal Gu. It will be very convenient to set up the self-cleansing Immortal Gu formation. In time, all of the investigative killer move down marks will be cleansed. At this moment, Fan Yuan saw hope in the future. But he was still very calm on the surface. He only exposed a bit of joy. He looked at Thousand Transformations' will as he said, "This incomplete Immortal Gu formation is not bad. To speak the truth, I need such a Gu formation to defend against the pursuit of Heavenly Court's Gu immortals, and gain a safe location to rest. I am willing to pay a huge amount of immortal materials in exchange for this incomplete immortal formation." What? Dancer Hongyun's expression changed. Lu Guanyi is so greedy, he wants the entire immortal Gu formation. Next, Fan Yuan thought about it and gave a list of immortal materials to Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Lord Thousand Transformations, there are only a few immortal materials in my list, but that cannot be helped. This is all I can give, and I really need this immortal formation. If this transaction goes through, I will remember this forever. In the future, if you have any needs, I will do my best to help. Fan Yuan spoke earnestly. Dancer Hongyun also took a look at this list. She was so furious. On the edge of exploding, she looked towards Fan Yuan with deep animosity. She was very unhappy. This Lu Guanyi is too shameless. He actually said such things. But Thousand Transformations will agreed after some consideration. All right, I will accept the immortal materials. You can have the incomplete Gu formation. We have no debt to each other. You're saved Fairy Chui Bo, and I did this transaction with you. This is our connection. After some pause, Thousand Transformations will continue. Lu Guanyi, even though you are a junior, I have heard of your name long ago. You will definitely be extraordinary. There's no harm in befriending you. This is my Information Path Gu Worm. If you want to make any deals in the future, contact me directly. Goodbye. Lord Thousand Transformations is truly magnanimous. I am in awe. This is my Information Path Gu Worm. I hope you will keep it. Fan Yuan changed his tone. Not only was his expression sincere looking, He even gave his information path Gu Worm. Concubine Chui, let's go. 1,000 transformations, Will said. Ing Wu Xia looked at Fan Yuan deeply as he smiled at the rest. Thank you for the concern these last few days. See you again. They departed. Fairy Chui Bo sat on the dancing red cloud and soon flew into the sky. When Dancer Hong Yun and the rest left Fan Yuan's vision, he retracted his gaze with deep battle intent in his eyes. Ing Wu Xia has already sent back the information. They are returning through the same path. Their destination is Myriad Statue Desert. Come, let's execute our plan. Fan Yuan said. Lady White Rabbit went into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture as He Lu Lan, Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing, and Fairy Miao Yin remained behind. Ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. With a sharp light, at the next moment, Fan Yuan and the rest appeared in Green Ghost Desert. Fan Yuan started to set up his formation, while Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit helped him out. He Lu Lan was patrolling the area, preventing wild soul beasts from causing trouble. Bai Ningbing flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she went out of Fan Yuan's vision. She was going after Dancer Hong Yun. Dancer Hong Yun returned on the same route, but Fan Yuan and the others had used omnidirectional travel. They were already ahead of her. An immortal formation from Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance was rapidly set up. Fan Yuan moved proficiently while Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit cooperated with him with great chemistry. This immortal formation had been used multiple times already. Ing Wu Xia could not be discarded. Not only because of his strong battle strength due to the killer move, Lead Soul into Dream, but also because of Sixth Hair. If Ing Wu Xia died, Sixth Hair would not work with Fan Yuan this closely. He might even think that Fan Yuan tried to get Ing Wu Xia killed, and would disregard his own safety to try and get Fan Yuan killed at all costs. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan needed Sixth Hair to refine Gu for him. And there was another thing, the mental state of his allies. If Fan Yuan gave up on Ing Wu Xia now, he would also give up on Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin in the future. Even if they showed no response to it externally, they would definitely be full of doubts and suspicion in their hearts. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were not like He Lu Lan. Fan Yuan did not have strong control over them. Using omnidirectional travel to ambush 1,000 transformations Will and Dancer Hong Yun, luring them into the immortal formation to kill them, that was the plan. Of course, this plan was based around Ing Wu Xia getting the trust of 1,000 transformations ancestor first. Other than this plan, Fan Yuan had many other plans to deal with other situations. The more prepared he was, the greater the chances of winning. Be it Fan Yuan, He Lu Lan, or Ing Wu Xia, they were not going to fight unprepared. However, when Fan Yuan finished 60% of this immortal formation, Bai Ningbing transmitted, "No need to set up, Ing Wu Xia has already succeeded." Fan Yuan and the rest stopped setting up the formation as they got to Bai Ningbing's side. Over there, in the sky, there was a huge dream realm floating in the air. Ha ha ha, Ing Wu Xia did very well this time. Bai Ningbing laughed. He took down 1,000 transformations Will and that rank 7 Gu Immortal, Dancer Hong Yun, without fighting, incredible, exciting. Fan Yuan also smiled lightly. This was a scheme. They had planned it long ago. Be it 1,000 transformations ancestor or anyone else, as long as they gained their trust, this plan would work. The method used was not Lead Soul into Dream. This killer move could not conceal its aura. Once activated, it would be found out immediately. Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies were the best tools for a sneak attack. Back then, Fan Yuan used the immortal bodies to force the immortal Gu House of Southern Borders clan to escape. One skill to dominate the world. Even rank 9 immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower did not dare to enter the dream realms. When everyone's research of Dream Path was still at the initial stage, using Dream Path methods against enemies was unstoppable. Because being at the forefront of this era had huge advantages. Even 1,000 transformations ancestor's main body would have no answer to it, not to mention his mere will. Going back to 2 hours ago. On the dancing red cloud, Fairy Chui Bo suddenly started laughing. It seems that Concubine Chui got some benefits, otherwise you would not laugh like this. 1,000 transformations Will said. Husband understands me best. Even though I lost my immortal Gu, my gains were huge. Husband, Hong Yun, look at this. Ing Wu Xia took out a pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body. This is Dream Path? 1,000 transformations Will was shocked. Concubine Chui, where did you get this? Heavenly Court is mainly pursuing Lu Guanyi for this immortal body, it seems. I obtained this by chance, Lu Guanyi and the others have no idea. Ing Wuxia said coquettishly. Lord husband, I made such a huge contribution, how will you reward me? Dancer Hong Yun scolded. Shameless slut! 1,000 Transformations will laughed loudly. I really need to reward you well. Boom! The pure dream reality seeker physique body exploded at once. All of them were engulfed by the newly created dream realm, none flew out or escaped. Chapter 14:19. Pure dream reality seeker achieves success. Alright, saving Wuxia first, Hey Lulan, it will depend on you. Fan Yuan instructed as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Hey Lulan nodded. Her soul came out of her body and entered Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Meanwhile, her body floated in the air, unmoving. Soon, a pure dream reality seeker physique body flew out. It was Hey Lulan. Hey Lulan flew into the dream realm and quickly pulled Ing Wuxia out after a while. Ing Wuxia was still dreaming, he had not woken up yet. This pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated. Ing Wuxia was at the very center, he suffered the greatest impact from the explosion. Thus, even though his body escaped the dream realm, his soul was still trapped inside the dream. It was like he had been hit by lead soul into dream, or during the time of He Lulan's dream path tribulation. At this moment, Fang Yuan's unraveled dream killer move was very useful. He could not use it earlier because 1,000 Transformations Will and Dancer Hong Yun were trapped here. If he used Unravel Dream, these two would escape. Without the dream realm, they would wake up rapidly. If he wanted to unravel a portion of the dream realm, Fan Yuan could not control it so meticulously yet. All in all, there were huge risks in this. Fan Yuan had the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, he naturally chose to use this superior method. The pure dream reality seeker physique was created by Old Man Yenshi, it contained dream path Dao marks. Old Man Yenshi wanted to create the 11th extreme physique, he succeeded to an extent, but not fully, because the pure dream reality seeker physique had a huge flaw, it was limited by time, once time was up, it would detonate into a dream realm. However, the pure dream reality seeker physique had its unique advantages. The greatest advantage was that the body could enter and exit dream realms at ease, the soul was protected and would not be lost inside dream realms. Back then, during the battle of the dream realm, He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest had escaped into the immortal apertures of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, before entering dream realms to escape from danger. After the crisis was over, they came out safely. Fan Yuan saw this clearly back then, it left a deep impression in him. Now, Fan Yuan was reenacting the same scene. After using Unravel Dream, Ing Wuxia woke up but his soul suffered some injuries. Fan Yuan used Guts Gu to heal all of his soul's injuries, he went back to perfect condition. Now was the important part. If he did it well, not only would Fan Yuan capture Dancer Hong Yun, he would even obtain that rank 8 Immortal Gu. Dancer Hong Yun, 1,000 Transformations Will, rank 8 Immortal Gu, out of these three, the easiest one to deal with was Dancer Hong Yun. She was only a rank 7 Gu Immortal, even if she was dragged out now, she would be like Ing Wuxia earlier, deep inside her dream. At this time, Ing Wuxia just needs to use lead soul into dream to seal the deal. Dancer Hong Yun was fish on the chopping block, she was not a concern. The things to consider were 1,000 Transformations Will and that rank 8 Immortal Gu. Wills were expended in the dream realm. But different from the soul, the reason why wills got weaker was because they had to think in the dream realm. Any will would shrink as they thought about things. The more things they thought about, the faster the will is depleted. But the moment the will leaves the dream realm, they would recover, unlike souls. Thus, if 1,000 Transformations Will was not fully depleted, if He Lulan got it out, it would use the rank 8 Immortal Gu on Fan Yuan and the others. By then, Fan Yuan and the others would face the attack of a rank 8 Immortal Gu. And more terrifyingly, Fan Yuan and the others did not know what this rank 8 Immortal Gu could do, he could not defend against it. There was nothing to prepare against it. Thus, they had to wait until 1,000 Transformations Will was depleted before dragging Dancer Hong Yun out, that would be the best situation. However, the use of immortal killer moves of other paths would not affect the dream realm at all. Even if He Lulan found Dancer Hong Yun, who was trapped in the dream realm, she could not check if 1,000 Transformations Will was fully depleted yet. On the other hand, lead soul into dream had no effect on 1,000 Transformations Will. 1,000 Transformations Will was just a will, lead soul into dream had to be used on targets with a soul. Thus, the crux of this plan was time. If he waited 3 to 5 years, this well of 1,000 transformations would definitely be depleted. But by then, 1,000 transformations' ancestor would have arrived. Thus, for Fan Yuan and the others, not to mention years, they could be in grave danger if they stayed for 3 days. Because Fan Yuan and the rest were constantly being pursued, Heaven's Will was planning to encircle and trap them. The longer they stayed here, the greater the danger. Thus, Fan Yuan's plan was to wait for a day. That was the limit. A day later, He Lulan would bring dancer Hong Yun out of the dream realm, and he would use his investigative methods to see if 1,000 transformations was still around. There were risks, of course. Thus, Fan Yuan and the rest were hiding far away. Only He Lulan was around. If they succeeded, Fan Yuan would gain a new rank 8 immortal gu. The risks were taken up by others, while the benefits were his own. This was what Fan Yuan was doing. My only concern is that Heavenly Court or 1,000 transformations might come here during this period. Fan Yuan thought to himself as Fairy Miao Yin's expression changed. Feng Jiuge is here, he is rapidly moving towards us. Fairy Miao Yin alerted. He actually escaped from the River of Time? Lady White Rabbit called out in dismay. At this particular timing, He Lulan gritted her teeth. Bai Ningbing had a cold gaze. If we had known this, we would have set up that immortal gu formation earlier. Feng Jiuge would get to taste its power. Forget it. Fan Yuan was decisive. Feng Jiuge is backed by Heavenly Court. It is not strange that he escaped from the River of Time. We will leave now. This can stay here. After all, even if Heavenly Court's Duke Long comes here, they cannot do anything to the Dream Realm. Ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. The immortals immediately teleported away with Fan Yuan at the lead. So resolute. Feng Jiuge arrived to see nobody. He smiled as he praised. Next, his gaze landed on the Dream Realm. This is a Dream Realm? Without need for him to report, the current situation was seen by Heavenly Court's Fairy Ziwei. Why is there a Dream Realm here? What is the reason? I am afraid that this is not simple. We need to investigate it. As she thought about it, Fairy Ziwei transmitted to Feng Jiuge, telling him about the location of Fan Yuan and the rest. Feng Jiuge immediately chased after them with rapid speed. Fan Yuan and the rest quickly felt the pressure. When they used omnidirectional travel, they realized that Feng Jiuge would chase them quickly. Feng Jiuge is getting faster. What immortal killer move is he using? With Heavenly Court's help, what is impossible? The important thing now is, other than Feng Jiuge, who else is coming? Both sides chased and ran for half a day. While they were in a desert, Fan Yuan and the others frowned deeply. Omnidirectional travel could not be used endlessly. It expended the Gu Immortals' own down marks. If this continued, without fighting Feng Jiuge, their battle strength would fall drastically. But fighting Feng Jiuge was too risky. Not just his battle strength, but also the fact that there might be others. If there was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Fan Yuan and the rest would have a low chance of winning. Feng Jiuge is only rank 7. Heavenly Court's rank 8s cannot enter his immortal aperture. As for Heavenly Court's rank 8 phantom apertures, they cannot contain living things. Furthermore, we have teleported to so many places. After such a distance, even if someone was behind Feng Jiuge, they would be left in the dust already. Bai Ningbing said. She wanted to fight. Fan Yuan nodded. I think so too. Let's wait for him here. If we do not beat him, he will catch up eventually. Bai Ningbing was stunned. She started to look around vigilantly. She understood Fan Yuan, since he wanted to fight Feng Jiuge, and since there was not enough time to set up an immortal gu formation, the location he chose to fight in would be a special one. However, before Bai Ningbing noticed anything, the music of an ancient zither was heard. Next, following some light ripples, a golden door appeared. From within the door, Feng Jiuge walked out, facing Fan Yuan and the others again. Everyone, we meet again. Feng Jiuge smiled as he greeted. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, while He Lulan, Miao Yin, and White Rabbit were solemn. A person's reputation provides shelter like the shadow of a tree. The mental pressure that Feng Jiuge imposed on them was huge. Chapter 1420. Shadow Sect fights Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge wore a red and white robe. He was extremely handsome. While looking at Shadow Sect's immortals, he smiled warmly with great flair and elegance. He showed no battle intent or killing intent, but Shadow Sect felt great pressure from him. Feng Jiuge. Fan Yuan walked out and muttered. He was graceful and elegant. His robe was white as snow, his face was pure as jade, his eyes were dark and unfathomably deep. Seeing this, Lady White Rabbit's heart jumped, she thought. The two strongest people under rank 8 in the current world are finally going to fight. Speaking of which, even though Fan Yuan and Feng Jiuge had not interacted for a long time, the interactions between them were quite deep and long-lasting. Years ago, Fan Yuan snatched to immortal blessed land and took away Feng Jinhuang's fortuitous encounter. He became noticed by Feng Jiuge as a result. But at that time, Feng Jiuge was a great rank 7 Gu immortal, an established expert who had high fame. But Fan Yuan was just a mortal. He was like an ant. Even if he was quite impressive, that was nothing much. Who could have thought that after a few years, not only did Fan Yuan become a Gu immortal, he was even the owner of Spring Autumn Cicada and destroyed 88 True Young building. He joined the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Reverse Flow River, and the Southern Border Dream Realm. Right now, he was extremely famous and was pursued by Heavenly Court. His reputation was on par with Feng Jiuge. Fan Yuan saved Feng Jiuge, and Feng Jiuge saved him in return. Their debts to each other had all been settled already. Right now, these two were fighting for their respective factions using their true strength. Feng Jiuge, you chased us all the way to this place. Did you know that you are handing your life over to me? Fan Yuan snickered. He shot out like lightning, pouncing at Feng Jiuge. Saying so, a robe and sash appeared around his body. His black hair swayed in the air as his eyes shone like lightning. He rapidly engaged in this climactic battle. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. Feng Jiuge's gaze was fixed on him. He had already seen the power of this world-famous killer move before. He could guess that reverse flow protection seal was very complex and hard to activate. It needed a lot of time to set up. If he sneak attacked, Fan Yuan would not have time to use this move. The battle would be in his favor. But unfortunately, Fan Yuan did not give Feng Jiuge this opportunity. And because Shadow Sect had superb investigative killer moves, Feng Jiuge could not find a chance to attack. Seeing Fan Yuan's assault, Feng Jiuge broke into a wide smile. He spoke openly. I could teleport here because of my self-created immortal killer move, Yang Pastun. And more importantly, my Yang Pastun has not ended yet. As he said that, he burst out in golden light. The golden light had no offensive power, but the light flickered and vanished rapidly, along with Feng Jiuge himself. What? At almost the same time, Fan Yuan could hear the tune of an ancient zither getting louder. The sound became loud and soft at times. It was as if the person playing it was moving around him. Fan Yuan's heart shook. He suddenly remembered that this was Feng Jiuge's movement method that had displayed great power during the 5 regions chaotic war. It allowed Feng Jiuge to turn into formless sound waves and move around before turning back into human again. Sound path was not a mainstream path, and because this move was extremely unique to itself, normal methods could not restrict Feng Jiuge's movement. Be careful! He Lulan alerted. They had also heard the tune of the ancient zither. They all retreated subconsciously. But their speed was slower than Yang Pastun. They did not know Feng Jiuge's exact location. They could only retreat towards a random direction. Lady White Rabbit suddenly heard an explosion of zither music as Feng Jiuge formed towards the right of her instantly. Clang! Feng Jiuge had a curious gaze as he pointed at Lady White Rabbit, as sounds of clashing weapons could be heard. Lady White Rabbit screamed in a shrill voice. At this instant, she felt an intense threat of death. She rapidly retreated. But the sharp sound waves stabbed into her chest. At the next moment, blood spewed as black fog appeared from Lady White Rabbit's body. Within the black fog, Black Tigress appeared. She flew into the sky while atop a lizard. Rank 6 Lady White Rabbit was not Feng Jiuge's match. At the crucial moment, her other self, Black Tigress, appeared to save their life. Even so, Black Tigress was heavily injured. She quickly escaped and tried to heal herself. Feng Jiuge did not pursue her. He knew that his sneak attack had not succeeded. He had lost his initiative. Now that everyone was alert, it would not be as effective anymore. And most importantly, Feng Jiuge frowned as he looked at the desert below. This is Anti-Sound Desert, the place where you die. Saying so, Fan Yuan pounced at him again. So that's it. Feng Jiuge realized. At the next moment, he turned into sound waves as Yang Pastun allowed him to dodge again. However, Feng Jiuge, who reappeared elsewhere, had an ugly expression. His smile had faded mostly. There was seriousness in his gaze. Western Desert's Anti-Sound Desert had the same fame as Southern Border's Silent Hill. They were famous in the world, and were extremely unfavorable for Sound Path Gu immortals. Because at these two places, Sound Path Dao marks were extremely suppressed. all sound path killer moves were greatly weakened. Earlier, Feng Jiuge wanted to teleport behind Lady White Rabbit to kill her. But in the end, he was exposed when he got 100 steps near her. This allowed Lady White Rabbit to escape from her fatal danger. Anti-Sound Desert. In the past, this special area was stolen by thieving heaven demon Venerable. To think that it ended up here. How did Fan Yuan know? Heh, I almost forgot that he is the new leader of Shadow Sect. It is natural that he knows some secrets. Feng Jiuge guessed. He had guessed wrongly. Shadow Sect did not know about this place. Fan Yuan knew because in the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, this place was exposed and made use of. Feng Jiuge's expression suddenly changed as he looked at his arms. He did not know when it started, but there was a thick layer of frost on his arms and back. That dragon lady by Ningbing? Feng Jiuge looked at Bai Ningbing with an admiring gaze. Immortal killer move, cold eyes. This was Bai Ningbing's method. Even though Feng Jiuge moved quickly, cold eyes killer move was even faster. He just had to be in Bai Ningbing's field of vision. It was nearly instantaneous. Feng Jiuge laughed heartily as he stretched out his palm, touching the frost. Instantly, the sound of bells rang as the frost melted. Bai Ningbing snorted as the light in her dragon eyes intensified. Troublesome. Feng Jiuge frowned slightly. He used Yang Pastun to teleport away. But at the next moment, when he reappeared, not only was he met with Bai Ningbing's cold eyes, he was even attacked by Fairy Miao Yin's curved moon. Immortal killer move, curved moon. Fairy Miao Yin's eyes have 2 curved moons in them. Similar to cold eyes, this was a sight-based attack. It was extremely quick to activate. Feng Jiuge was hit and his body shook. Fairy Miao Yin was shocked. She was confident in curved moon's power, but it only made Feng Jiuge's body shake. Feng Jiuge's foundation in defense was extremely deep. Back then, even against Wu Yong's battlefield immortal killer move, he lasted such a long time. This curved moon killer move was nothing much. Chirp chirp. Suddenly, the chirping of birds could be heard. A group of fire birds flew towards Feng Jiuge. Bam 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 bam. At the next moment, the fire birds self-detonated and exploded loudly, but they soon turned silent. Because this was Anti-Sound Desert. The explosions engulfed Feng Jiuge. The heat caused powerful currents to push out towards the surroundings. At once, red light shone on the faces of Fan Yuan and the others. The temperature of the place went up rapidly. Hei Lulan stood far away, battle intense surging in her eyes. This was the immortal killer move that she used, Angry Bird. Feng Jiuge reappeared at a distance. He was unharmed. The exploded angry birds did not affect him. Fan Yuan charged towards him, while the other Shadow Sect immortals attacked from all directions. Feng Jiuge laughed soundlessly. Enough dodging, take this. Immortal killer move, Heaven and Earth Song. At once, the world sang. Music entered the ears of the immortals, their bodies shook, they felt like the sky was tall and the earth was wide, they felt themselves becoming more insignificant and minuscule, they felt like ants, they felt like dust. The feeling of being small and lowly emerged in them. Compared to heaven and earth, they were such insects, what could they possibly amount to? This was the might of Heaven and Earth Song. Not only were Gu immortals affected, even their immortal killer moves were influenced. While suppressed by Heaven and Earth Song, they would become weaker as they dissipate after a few breaths of time. This move was one of Feng Jiuge's signature killer moves. Back then during the Battle of Luopa Valley, Qin Bai Xing and his group suffered from it. Now, it was time for Fan Yuan and the rest to face it. Hei Lulan and the rest did not feel good, but Fan Yuan was relentlessly moving forward. Reverse flow protection seal was unmoved. Only some ripples appeared on the surface. Not just that, it even reflected a portion of Heaven and Earth Song's power back to Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge tasted the power of his killer move for the first time. Seeing Fan Yuan, who approached brazenly, he frowned as he used Yang Pastun to teleport again. Reverse flow protection seal rendered Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, and Purple Mountain true monarch without options. Wu Yong was also unable to get past it, not to mention Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge felt a headache seeing Fan Yuan. He had finally understood how Wu Yong felt. Forget about Fan Yuan, I should get rid of his subordinates first. Feng Jiuge did not want to fight with Fan Yuan, he placed his target on the rest. Chapter 1421. Myriad Dragon. Feng Jiuge was backed by Heavenly Court, he did not lack information, he knew a lot about Shadow Sect's immortals. Other than Fan Yuan, There was also Bai Ningbing, He Lu Lan, Ing Wu Xie Black Tigress, and Fairy Miao Yin, a total of 5 other targets. Bai Ningbing was a beautiful dragon lady. She had the fiercest offense and was likely to be the inheritor of Bai Xiang's true inheritance. He Lu Lan had sharp eyebrows and eyes. Even though she was a woman, she had a bold air and attacked with powerful flames. She had the great strength true martial physique. Ing Wu Xie was now using Fairy Cui Bo's body. He wore a green dress and had alluring eyes. His methods were still concealed for the moment. Feng Jiuge did not recognize him and felt a little suspicious. Black Tigress had a ruthless gaze. Her injuries had mostly healed now. She moved rapidly and cultivated dark path. She was like an assassin, moving in the periphery and staring at Feng Jiuge as she waited for a chance to take revenge. As for Fairy Miao Yin, she had already displayed her signature killer move, Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. She was beautiful and elegant. Her eyes had curved moons in them. She also cultivated sound path like Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge used Yang Pastun as he evaded Fan Yuan. On the other hand, he was assessing these Shadow Sect immortals. Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal could not be countered, but it had advantages and disadvantages. If Fan Yuan wanted to maintain it, he could not use other immortal killer moves. Fan Yuan had weak offense and strong defense. If Feng Jiuge wanted to fight Shadow Sect, he had to target the rest. This was the best strategy. But who would Feng Jiuge target? This question was on Fan Yuan and everyone else's mind. Feng Jiuge was not going to be stupid and fight with Fan Yuan, but similarly, they had also guessed what tactic he would employ. It was common sense. Reverse flow protection seal was too powerful. There was no way for Heavenly Court to come up with ways of dismantling it in a short time. It was very hard to dismantle killer moves. But resisting and alleviating them was much easier. Despite this, Reverse Flow River was on par with rank 9 Immortal Gu. It was a secluded domain of heaven and earth written inside of Renzu. How could it be easily countered or weakened? Thus, only after Heavenly Court deduced a method to unravel it would they be able to deal with Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Before that, even if Duke Long showed up, he could do nothing. Among everyone, He Lu Lan has the lowest cultivation level at rank 6. Will Feng Jiuge target her? Fan Yuan is out of the question, but he might target Fairy Miao Yin too. After all, they both cultivate sound path. With Feng Jiuge's deep foundation, he should have very effective methods against Fairy Miao Yin. He attacked Lady White Rabbit earlier. He might also attack Black Tigress while she's still injured. What about Bai Ningbing? She has the strongest offense among us. She is the strongest spear. If she is taken down, Feng Jiuge's advantage in this battle will increase drastically. Ing Wu Xie is also a possible target. He is using Fairy Cui Bo's body. Feng Jiuge is most unfamiliar with him. He might attack to probe him. All sorts of analysis and guesses were in the heads of Fan Yuan and the others. If they managed to guess Feng Jiuge's goal, they would be able to gain the initiative in battle and move more freely. Who would Feng Jiuge choose? At the next moment, they got their answer. Feng Jiuge jumped as Yang Pastun activated. He went to the center of the battlefield. Next, the immortal killer move Yang Pastun did not fade, but its aura changed abruptly. Feng Jiuge called out, "Why don't you listen to my green jade song?" This was his signature method. The immortals heard that and retreated. Only Fan Yuan laughed as he moved forward towards Feng Jiuge. "Feng Jiuge, you are finally using some proper methods." Ding ding ding. Music that sounded like pearls landing on a jade plate was crisp and sharp. Fan Yuan ignored it. He got closer to Feng Jiuge and used Reverse Flow Protection Seal to reflect a portion of Green Jade Song's power back to Feng Jiuge. But unexpectedly, Feng Jiuge's Green Jade Song killer move completely collected and preserved its power. Fan Yuan moved without obstruction. There was no reflected damage inflicted. The immortals were surprised. A vague figure emerged from Feng Jiuge's body. This person looked like Feng Jiuge, but it was green in color, as if it was made of green jade. What killer move is this? The Shadow Sect immortals felt a strong sense of threat from this mysterious figure. Psalm Warrior! Fan Yuan's heart sank. He remembered the information in his previous life. This was a powerful method of Feng Jiuge. It allowed the 9 songs that he creates to gather into human form and attack enemies. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Feng Jiuge's original 9 songs were incredibly powerful, but they had one weakness: only one could be activated at a time. They were not flexible and lasted for only a short time. After countless battles, Feng Jiuge realized this weakness and went into a short period of seclusion. When he came out, he created the killer move Song Warrior. Thereafter, he could split the 9 songs into temporary clones to fight strong enemies. They were flexible and agile. His battle strength surged and sent many of his enemies into deep danger. To think that this famous Song Warrior is actually a variation move of Yang Pass Tun. It is similar to my Myriad Self and Strength Path Giant Hand. In my previous life, he only created Song Warrior after 500 years. Why was it so early this time? No, in the 500 years of my previous life, because Shadow Sect succeeded, the Great Era was stalled by a long time. Maybe Feng Jiuge was affected by that. Or maybe he created Song Warrior in advance because of Heavenly Court's help. Countless thoughts churned in Fang Yuan's mind. He had many guesses at once. The Green Jade Song Warrior did not attack Fang Yuan. It pounced at Ing Wuxie. Ing Wuxie's eyelids were twitching. He quickly retreated, not willing to fight head-on. Feng Jiuge used Yang Pass Tun again, moving far away from Fang Yuan. After several times, he had already used another signature killer move. Heaven and Earth Song. The Heaven and Earth Song Warrior attacked Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing shouted, "Come!" She faced with the Heaven and Earth Song Warrior, clashing as frost splattered. Damn it, this cannot go on. Bai Ningbing and Ing Wuxie are kept busy now. We cannot suppress Feng Jiuge. So Feng Jiuge's target was not one of us, but everyone except Fan Yuan. After understanding Feng Jiuge's tactic, the Shadow Sect Immortals felt immense danger. The battle was tilting in Feng Jiuge's favor, but there was nothing they could do. The reason was because Fan Yuan's side was strong on defense while weak on offense, and also because Feng Jiuge used the optimal tactic. In fact, Song Warrior had strengths and weaknesses. If the 9 songs were used on their own, they were formless and had a huge range. The power was vast and hard to defend against. After turning into Song Warriors, they would be condensed entities that could be attacked and avoided. Long-ranged attacks could even weaken the power of the Song Warriors. But in this battle, Feng Jiuge's concerns were completely different from before. Firstly, he did not need to deal with Immortal Goo House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. This Immortal Goo House was extremely fast. If he used Song Warrior, it would just dodge the attacks. Secondly, Feng Jiuge did not need to attack the tributary of the River of Time. This time, while chasing Fang Yuan, he made sure there was not enough time for him to set up an Immortal Goo formation. By using Song Warrior, even if he could not defeat them all, he could keep the Shadow Sect Immortals busy, and be unable to attack together. Using certain tactics in certain situations, this was the decision of a Goo Immortal with the experience of countless battles. Feng Jiuge was a person who had extremely rich experience from actual battles. Together with his immense talent, this battle was very difficult for the Shadow Sect Immortals. After Green Jade Song and Heaven and Earth Song, he used Submission Song and Separation Song. 4 Song Warriors attacked, either alone or together, sending the battlefield into chaos. Bastard! Hei Lu Lan gritted her teeth. She retreated as she attacked with Angry Bird from afar. But when the move landed on the Green Jade Song Warrior, the fiery birds turned into jade birds. They shattered when they fell to the ground. Penetrating Ice Blade. Bai Ningbing muttered, holding a huge ice blade as she attacked the Submission Song Warrior. But at the crucial moment, the Separation Song Warrior appeared to take this blow. The huge ice blade broke apart. Separation Song could separate everything, including immortal killer moves. The Heaven and Earth Song Warrior had the power of suppression. Ing Wuxie and Fairy Miao Yin fought against it evenly. Fan Yuan had a heavy heart. When Feng Jiuge started cultivating, he aspired to create 9 songs, to express himself, to express life, and to express heaven and earth. Right now, he has already created Separation Song. According to my previous life's information, he already possesses 7 songs. Among them, 4 of the songs were for offensive purposes: Green Jade Song, Heaven and Earth Song, Submission Song, and Separation Song. Fan Yuan had witnessed them already. There were 2 more songs, Obtain Treasure and Towards Heaven. These were used to assist in cultivation. They were not of concern to him. The most worrisome one was the final song. That song is not easy to control. If he fails, the backlash is almost fatal. But if Feng Jiuge gets a chance to use it, our losses will be severe. Fan Yuan was worried, but there was no way around it. His offense was too low. He could not exert pressure on Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge had high battle strength. He was skilled in manipulating the 4 clones. This showed that his enslavement path attainment was deeper than even Fan Yuan. He had already been a Gu immortal for many years. Even with Fan Yuan's 500 years, he could not match Feng Jiuji's foundation. And this is the result of fighting in Anti-Sound Desert. Feng Jiuge is already suppressed. Of course, our fairy Miao Yin is also suppressed. I need to take a risk, otherwise if we miss this chance, we will not even have a chance to take a risk in the future. Resolution shone in Fan Yuan's eyes. At the next moment, he deactivated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Immortal Killer Move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Fan Yuan turned into an Ancient Sword Dragon. Next, he calmed his mind and breathed in deeply, using another signature killer move. Convergence of Enslavement and Strength Path, Myriad Self. This was not simply using Myriad Self on top of activating Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. This was a famous technique involving immortal killer moves, a combination move. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation combined with Myriad Self, creating Myriad Dragon. Roar, 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 roar. At once, myriad dragons appeared. They roared as Sword Chi burst out rampantly. It was like a sea of silver scales. This killer move. It is the one he used when he destroyed our sect's immortal Gu formation in Eastern Sea. It has appeared again. Ying Wuxia was shook. Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing muttered. A feeling of reliance emerged in her heart. Impressive. Even Feng Jiuge was greatly moved. At once, his field of vision was covered by flying sword dragons. The sea of sword dragons submerged the four Song warriors, including Feng Jiuge himself. Chapter 1422. Battle Result. Fan Yuan's current Dao mark quantity was at the peak of rank 7. Myriad Dragon Killer move was amplified by his transformation path, sword path, and other Dao marks. Its power reached the very limit of a rank 7 killer move. The dragons attacked the four Song warriors fiercely. The green Jade Song warrior was surrounded by countless crumbling Jade dragons, but it was unable to hold on for long as it got drowned in sword dragons. The Heaven and Earth Song warrior attacked grandly with overwhelming pressure, but the dragons were too numerous. It was eventually eaten by one of them. The Submission Song warrior lasted the longest. It managed to make some of the ancient sword dragon clones submit to it, but it could not turn this situation around. And finally, the Separation Song warrior separated some ancient sword dragon clones. It charged out but was still surrounded by more sword dragons. It could not resist the tide of endless waves of dragons. All along, Fan Yuan's myriad self had been high in quantity and low in quality. Especially against Gu immortal experts, it was useless. As Fan Yuan's enemies got stronger, myriad self had turned into a method for him to escape while using familiar face. But now, after creating this combination move, using myriad self on top of ancient sword dragon transformation, the effect had been elevated to achieve a qualitative change. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation used rank 7 Dragon Breath Immortal Gu and Dragon Scale Immortal Gu, as well as rank 6 Dragon Strength Immortal Gu. He had the constitution of an ancient desolate beast. The clones of the ancient sword dragon were not comparable with the myriad self-killer move clones at all. This was the strongest attacking method that Fan Yuan currently possessed. The myriad dragons engulfed the four Song warriors, before encircling Feng Jiuge tightly. Fan Yuan did not hesitate. He directly mobilized the dragon group, attacking Feng Jiuge from all directions. Feng Jiuge's admiration faded from his gaze as he clenched his right fist and punched forward. Bang! A loud drum sound shook heaven and earth. It was like rumbling thunder. 5 or 6 ancient sword dragon clones were destroyed. At almost the same time, Feng Jiuge's left hand palm slapped towards the side. Ding! The chimes of the bell caused several ancient sword dragons to stop their movement, before their bodies shook and they disintegrated into nothingness after a breath's time. Drum fist. Bell palm. Feng Jiuge continued to attack. There were unceasing sounds as he attacked to defend himself, forcing the ancient sword dragons to stay away from him. Myriad Dragon could send most rank 7 Gu immortals in this world into mortal danger. But against Feng Jiuge, it was not enough. Feng Jiuge's accumulation of sound path Dao marks was simply too deep. Even inside the anti-sound desert, his power could not be fully suppressed. But Fan Yuan felt some surprise upon seeing this. It is a bit strange. Why is Feng Jiuge not using Yang Pass Tune? In this situation, the Song warriors are already destroyed. Feng Jiuge can totally move away and avoid my attacks. He would be able to expend less immortal essence at a steady rate. Unless he is preparing a certain immortal killer move. But he is using drum fist and bell palm already. There is a low possibility of him using other killer moves. And he is not going to use a killer move under such a dangerous situation, right? This means there is likely to be one reason. The information in the 500 years of my previous life was not without reason, it seems. All sorts of thoughts collided and sparked in Fang Yuan's mind. At the next moment, he turned back to human and told the Shadow Sect immortals. We will retreat! Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel activated again as Feng Jiuge smiled bitterly, watching Fan Yuan and the others leave without giving chase. It turned out that even though his movement killer move, Yang Pass Tun, was very superb, it could even contain a variation move, Song Warrior, it had one weakness. That was a time limit. Each activation of Yang Pass Tun lasted a limited amount of time. Once it was up, Yang Pass Tun's effect would vanish, and Feng Jiuge would only be able to use it after 14 hours. Thus, for Feng Jiuge, this was a very precious immortal killer move. He would not use it casually in normal battles. Because once he used the killer move, he would be faced with a time limit. Once he could not end the battle within the time limit, Feng Jiuge would not have a better movement method to leave the battlefield. In the battle with Wu Yong earlier, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was too fast. Even if Feng Jiuge used Yang Pass Tun, he could not escape. Earlier when chasing Fan Yuan, because he used omnidirectional travel, Feng Jiuge had to use Yang Pass Tun to catch up. When Fan Yuan used Myriad Dragon, Yang Pass Tun's time limit was up. Feng Jiuge could only smile bitterly in his heart as he used Drum Fist and Bell Palm to defend against Myriad Dragon. After Fan Yuan and the rest left, Myriad Dragon slowly faded away. In the huge battlefield, only Feng Jiuge was left. He was completely unharmed, he was still graceful and elegant, as if he had not fought in the battle earlier. Fan Yuan successfully retreated. Feng Jiuge did not feel dejected, he even smiled lightly. Fighting with Fan Yuan, how can it be settled in one battle? There has to be lots of probing. After finding out all his trump cards, I will be able to kill him. But before that, there is Heavenly Court's mission to force Fan Yuan and give us a chance of destroying Red Lotus' true inheritance. Fan Yuan seems to know a lot about me. Is it because of Spring Autumn Cicada? That new female immortal looks like Fairy Chui Bo from Western Desert, but she uses soul path methods. It is quite strange. The result of his probing was very fruitful, especially regarding Ying Wu Xie. In the previous fight, because of Fan Yuan's ample arrangements, Feng Jiuge did not notice Fairy Chui Bo. But now it was different. Ying Wu Xie has lead soul into dream, he is the greatest threat. Fan Yuan might have the move now, but it could also be with Ying Wu Xie. In this battle, there was no Ying Wu Xie, but there was a new member, Fairy Chui Bo. If I remember correctly, Fairy Chui Bo is the concubine of Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Why is she hanging out with Fan Yuan now? Is it because Fairy Chui Bo is a member of Shadow Sect, or did she get possessed by Ying Wu Xie? Even though Feng Jiuge was not a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, he was intelligent and nearly reached the truth in a short amount of time. And at the other side, Feng Jiuge indeed didn't chase us. Fan Yuan looked at the sky. Even though his retreat had elements of probing, he had already obtained the truth. Yang Pass Tun had a time limit. After knowing this, the other Shadow Sect Gu immortals let out a sigh of relief. Feng Jiuge is powerful, true to his reputation. I can feel that he has methods left. He has not used all his trump cards. All in all, this was just a test run. We did not use our trump cards either, right? The Gu immortals conversed. It was indeed so. Be it Black Tiger's Tiger Lick killer move, or by Ningbing's Bai Xiang, or Ying Wu Xie's lead soul into dream, they were not used. In this battle, both sides reserved strength, but they also used many of their methods. Like Feng Jiuji's Yang Pass Tun, Song Warrior, and Fa Yuan's Myriad Dragon. When they fight again, these killer moves would be countered, or at least, they would be defended against. Several days later, on an ordinary sand dune, the wind of the desert blew up clouds of sand and smoke. The sun was setting, the clouds were red like blood. Camel bells rang with the wind. Far away, there was a merchant caravan made by a group of mortal Gu masters. These people were naturally unable to detect Fan Yuan and gang. At this moment, Fan Yuan's consciousness was in his immortal aperture. An immortal Gu formation was set up in Mini Central Continent. Self-cleansing immortal Gu formation. Using self-love immortal Gu as the core of the rank 7 Gu formation, and formation flag immortal Gu as the supplement, once activated, it would cleanse all of the harmful Dao marks constantly. And because of formation flag immortal Gu, this immortal Gu formation could be moved temporarily. That was to say, When Fan Yuan wanted to, he could take out this immortal formation and use it himself. If he did not need to use it, he could place it back into the sovereign immortal aperture. It was very convenient. This immortal formation has a lot of room for improvement. For example, I can add time path goo worms to increase the rate of time. Unfortunately, my time path attainment level is too low. I cannot make deductions on that. Fan Yuan felt it was a pity. However, I am at least able to relocate the formation spirit over to become the formation spirit of this immortal formation. This was not strange. Fan Yuan only needed to combine that incomplete immortal formation with the self-cleansing immortal formation. And this was a type of immortal killer move technique, combination move. Fan Yuan was skilled in this and was a formation path grandmaster. He was very confident in this. He estimated that 3 days was all he needed. With the formation spirit, I will not need to activate the immortal goo formation myself. I can spend my time and energy on other things. But before that, I need to elevate Myriad Self to another level first. When he fought against Feng Jiuge in the anti-sound desert, Fan Yuan gained a huge amount of inspiration. That was the elevation of immortal killer move Myriad Self. At the same time, this is a dream realm indeed. But Husband's Will, Rank 8 Immortal Goo Mutation, and Dancer Hong Yun, are they still inside? In the air, 2 Rank 7 female immortals looked at each other. They were Thousand Transformations Ancestors' concubines. One was called Night Temptress, the other was immortal concubine Qing Lan. Dancer Hong Yun and his will were trapped. Thousand Transformations Ancestor naturally felt it. Not long ago, he received information that Fan Yuan and the others had plotted against him and even possessed Fairy Chui. Both Thousand Transformations Ancestor was furious, but because his injuries were not healed yet, and without actual facts, he sent his 2 concubines to investigate it. Be it Night Temptress or immortal concubine Qing Lan, they were rank 7 experts, but against the dream realm, they were helpless. When they were feeling lost, a mysterious voice entered their heads. If you cannot explore the dream realm, why don't you find the culprit? Fairy Chui Bo is with them. Who? Come out! The 2 female immortals shouted. They used their investigative methods, but they could not find the source of the voice. Such impressive sound path methods! The expressions of Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan changed. Chapter 1423. Brand New Myriad Self. Western Desert. In the clear sky, the blazing sun was shining down. A red dream realm was floating in the air. It was extremely conspicuous. Dancer Hong Yun and Thousand Transformations were trapped inside the dream realm, unable to escape. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan surrounded the dream realm, flying around it. Goo worms flew out of their hands as they were set up around the dream realm. Similar to the southern border Righteous Path Goo Immortals, they were creating an immortal goo formation to surround the dream realm and prevent others from getting it. There was no other way. All the super forces in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, including some lone immortals and demonic path experts, were researching dream realms, but they were still at the elementary stages. During this period, few goo immortals would have methods against dream realms. Even though Thousand Transformations Ancestor was a rank 8 goo immortal, and inherited a true inheritance of Reckless Savage, he was also without options against the dream realm. But concerning Dancer Hong Yun and his own rank 8 immortal goo mutation, he could not give up. Thinking about it, he could only seal this dream realm first and wait. It is about time. I will defend us, you can finish the final few steps. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan conversed for a while. Night Temptress was going to defend them while immortal concubine Qing Lan was going to set up the immortal goo formation. Among Thousand Transformations Ancestors' concubines, Night Temptress had the highest status and strength. Immortal concubine Qing Lan was second to her. Earlier, when the 2 heard the mysterious voice telling them about Fairy Chui Bo's location, they became incredibly alert. Red Date Immortal Essence was instilled as the goo worms were activated, forming a vague shadow of the goo formation. The light was orange-brown, sand was dancing in the sky, as the shadows of beasts roamed around. Next, immortal concubine Qing Lan took out a crucial immortal goo. This was a rank 7 immortal goo. It seemed like a flightless cockroach. It had the size of a fetus fist. It was flat and shining in a metallic color, giving off a feeling of toughness. Rule Path Immortal Goo, pass! Seeing this immortal goo, Feng Jiuge, who was hiding, felt moved. His gaze turned heated. He had been looking for this Rule Path Immortal Goo for the longest time. If I had Pass Goo, I would be able to extend the duration of Immortal Killer Move Yang Pass Tune, and with this Immortal Goo, I can remove most of the mortal goo, and reduce the difficulty and time needed to use this move. To think that Thousand Transformations ancestor has this immortal goo. Feng Jiuge sighed. Even though I created Obtain Treasure Song, which can refine wild immortal goo, in this situation, the chances of getting it are too low. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan were very vigilant. It was really difficult to snatch someone else's immortal goo. Only Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could achieve it with great success in his time. After him, even Theft Path Goo immortals could not replicate his achievements. Pass Goo was the core of this immortal formation. It activated and went into the yellow sand. A moment later, the shadows stopped transforming, turning into a light yellow cloud that floated in the air. Immortal concubine Qing Lan and Night Temptress let out sighs of relief. Alright, we created the immortal goo formation. With this goo formation, we can come here almost instantly. Let's see who dares to trifle with us. The two female immortals were full of killing intent. But Feng Jiuge did not show up from start to finish. Seeing that nobody came, the two women were relieved but also disappointed. Next, they left the place and returned. Feng Jiuge tailed them for a while, realizing that their destination was obvious. They were returning to Myriad Statue Desert. Strange, why are they not looking for Fairy Chui Bo? According to Thousand Transformations ancestor's personality, how could he do nothing? Don't tell me something happened to Thousand Transformations ancestor? Feng Jiuge had lots of information from Heavenly Court. He knew about Thousand Transformations ancestor's mentality. He was an overbearing person who would always take revenge, therefore he created this plan. But Thousand Transformations ancestor did not fall for it. He completely disregarded Fairy Chui Bo. This was strange. Feng Jiuge's plan of using Thousand Transformations to pressure Fan Yuan failed entirely. At this moment, Feng Jiuge obtained a transmission. He left secretly and met with two Heavenly Court rank 8 Goo immortals behind a sand dune. Feng Jiuge was not unfamiliar with these two. Because in southern border, these two had appeared to block Wu Yong for him. After that, Feng Jiuge went to chase Fan Yuan while they went after the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Unfortunately, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had the effect of Connect Luck Immortal Goo due to Fan Yuan. Back then, because Fan Yuan relied heavily on this precious rank 8 battle strength, he used Connect Luck to ensure its safety and also used Ji Luck's sensation to find its whereabouts. Even though Fan Yuan had other investigative killer moves, considering that Heavenly Court's Goo immortals could destroy them, he chose Luck Path to be safe. After all, the only force excelling in Luck Path was Longevity Heaven. Even though Giant Sun was known as an immortal venerable, he had never joined Heavenly Court, or passed his Luck Path true inheritance to Heavenly Court. Thus, after Fan Yuan and the others used Burning Soul Bursting Luck, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle gained a boost of luck and escaped. Next, Lu Wei-yin saved it, and also removed all of Heavenly Court's investigative killer moves that were used on it. Because of that, the two Heavenly Court Goo immortals chased it for a long time, expending a lot of effort, but did not manage to capture the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle that had escaped. They failed in their task and were reprimanded by Fairy Ziwei. After that, Fairy Ziwei sent them to reinforce Feng Jiuge. We already know about the matter of the Dream Realm. Thousand Transformations ancestor's attitude is really strange now. We have received orders from Lady Ziwei. We will go to probe Thousand Transformations ancestor. The two Heavenly Court rank 8 Goo immortals said. Thousand Transformations ancestor had a different response than usual to Fairy Chui Bo's matter. Feng Jiuge could sense something. The Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Ziwei naturally deduced more things. She deduced that there was a huge chance that Thousand Transformations ancestor was injured and weakened, he could even be dead. Thus, if they probed him, they might be able to get Thousand Transformations ancestor's true inheritance of Reckless Savage. Even if there was no gain, causing internal strife in Western Desert's Goo Immortal world and getting rid of a rank 8 Goo Immortal was very beneficial for them. After all, the 5 regions chaotic war was coming. Central Continent was facing 4 regions, it had to prepare early and weaken the rest. Such situations were favorable to them. Fan Yuan flew in the sky. These last days, Feng Jiuge did not chase them. Fan Yuan decided to stop using omnidirectional travel. After all, the price of using this ancient battle formation was the down marks of the Goo Immortals' bodies. And because Feng Jiuge's location was unknown, using omnidirectional travel recklessly might even shorten their distance. Omnidirectional travel was only meant for emergencies. The rest went into his sovereign immortal aperture as Fan Yuan flew and pondered. A moment later, bright light flashed in his eyes as he slowed down and descended. When he landed, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance, and let out Bai Ning Bing and the rest. Defend me, I have already conceptualized it, we can set up the self-cleansing immortal goo formation now, Fan Yuan said. Next, he sat in the group and concentrated. The truth was, the self-cleansing immortal goo formation had already been set up and was inside Mini Central Continent. But this immortal formation was not up to his expectations. According to his concept, Fan Yuan started to activate self-cleansing immortal formation. At the same time, he split his concentration to activate the incomplete goo formation. This incomplete immortal formation was taken from Dancer Hong Yun. The formation flag immortal goo inside was taken out too, becoming a part of the self-cleansing immortal formation. And now, Fan Yuan was trying to fuse these two immortal formations into one. 2 hours later, Fan Yuan was covered in sweat. He opened his eyes and let out a breath of air, relaxing. The two immortal formations had fused into one. His main motivation for doing this was the formation spirit. The incomplete immortal formation with the formation spirit was fused into the self-cleansing immortal formation. The formation spirit also moved into it. After achieving this goal, Fan Yuan removed some of the goo worms from the incomplete goo formation and simplified the self-cleansing immortal formation. At this point, the entire immortal formation was completed. It could remove unfavorable Dao marks for Fan Yuan and the rest. However, Fan Yuan was not in a rush to get rid of Dao marks. He took out self-love immortal goo from the immortal goo formation instead. Self-love immortal goo was the first core of the self-cleansing immortal formation. Once it was taken out, the immortal formation would collapse. However, the current immortal formation was still intact. It turned out that the formation spirit's ability to manipulate goo formations was above Fan Yuan. When self-love immortal goo was taken out, the immortal formation was near the brink of collapsing. But the formation spirit acted in time, adding a large number of self-love mortal goo into the formation and replacing self-love immortal goo. But this method could only be used in emergencies. Self-love immortal goo was the core after all. It was like the pillar holding up a building. With self-love immortal goo taken away, the large number of mortal goo used to hold up the building was just a temporary pillar. As time passes, this immortal formation would break apart eventually. Fan Yuan estimated that he had about 14 hours. If he returned self-love immortal goo before the time limit, it would not break apart. Fan Yuan took out self-love immortal goo not to test the formation spirit's ability. He had other objectives. Self-love immortal goo and affection immortal goo, these two immortal goo flew in his immortal aperture as Fan Yuan instilled red date immortal essence and activated many mortal goo. At the next moment, a vast amount of self-will was created by Fan Yuan like a huge tidal wave. Self-will formed into a giant of over 100 feet. It resembled Fan Yuan's appearance. It stood on the ground with a majestic body. Next, Fan Yuan breathed in deeply, activating Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self. At the next moment, the self-will giant vanished, as 10,000 myriad self-clones appeared in Fan Yuan's mini central continent. Success! Myriad Self has been elevated to a new level. My battle strength has risen along with it. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. Chapter 1424. Refining Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo again, Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Working even at night, staying for months in the Goo Refinement Hall, the light of the fire was reflecting on Sixth Hair's face. His face was covered in dust and soot, his eyes were bloodshot, he was staring at the burning flames intensely. Warm temperatures scorched the surroundings, Sixth Hair's hair was burnt, but he did not care, he was concentrating on his task. The Goo Refinement was at the final crucial steps. Luck Path is indeed really helpful in Goo Refinement. I am at this step again. I must succeed this time. Sixth Hair gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Suddenly his vision darkened. Oh no, is my body at its limit? Never mind, moving of a single thought, blossoming of the red snake dot. Sixth Hair had a thought as red snake tattoos appeared on his body, moving rapidly from his waist to his chest area. At the same time, a surge of strength appeared out of nowhere, filling Sixth Hair up like he was an inflating balloon. Sixth Hair became energetic again. I use this move again. When the red snake gets to the top of my head and surrounds my whole body, I will die. But so what? All I need to do is refine this immortal goo and be of help to Shadow Sect. Let's do it, Thousandly Soul Thread. Sixth Hair encouraged himself as the hairy man Goo Immortal behind him passed a long immortal material. It was the Thousandly Soul Thread. It was an immortal material created in the bodies of ancient soul beasts. The value of soul threads depended on their length. The 1,000 Li soul thread that Langya's sect had was extremely valuable. It was on par with rank 8 immortal materials. It was a quasi-rank 8 immortal material, but because it was too rare, it was not usually sold even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, thus its market value was at rank 8 immortal material level. For Fan Yuan's Gu refinement plan, not just Sixth Hair, even Langya Land Spirit was helping out. It could be said that the whole of Langya sect was refining Gu for Fan Yuan. After becoming the leader of Shadow Sect, he inherited Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance, and had deep foundations. He used a portion of the cultivation experiences and immortal killer moves, as well as immortal Gu recipes, to exchange for a vast number of sect contribution points from Langya sect. Next, he used these sect contribution points to make the whole of Langya sect refine Gu for him. After refining self-love immortal Gu, his next target was cleanse soul immortal Gu. Sixth Hair was already at the final few steps. He carefully received the 1,000 Li soul thread. The soul thread was like a strip of seaweed. It was dark green, but there was golden light shining in it. It looked like fireflies were inside this seaweed. 1,000 Li soul thread was very light. Sixth Hair held it like a feather. He used refinement path methods and quickly cut down one section of it. Refining cleanse soul immortal Gu only needed a small part of the soul thread. In fact, even without 1,000 Li soul thread, just 100 Li soul thread was sufficient. But to raise the success rate of the Gu refinement, and to save time, Fan Yuan paid a huge price to exchange for Langya sect's 1,000 Li soul thread. He was truly rich. The soul thread was tossed into the flames. In a split second, the blazing flames turned into eerie ghost fire as screams and cries could be heard. Sixth Hair breathed in deeply. His eyes were bloodshot as he controlled the temperature of the fire. An hour later, in Western Desert, a huge immortal Gu formation was making loud noises. The Gu formation was about 16 acres large. While activating, it created huge dark green illusory figures. In this yellow desert, it was very conspicuous. Binding Bing and the rest were surrounding this immortal Gu formation, patrolling and staying vigilant. The immortal formation's activation had reached a crucial point. However, Fan Yuan, who was at the center of the formation, had the time and energy to deduce other things at this moment. At this speed, in about 4 hours, I will succeed and get rid of all the unfavorable Dao marks. Heavenly Court's pursuers must be coming now. I am trying to get rid of the investigative killer move. There is no way they cannot sense it. Failed again? At the next moment, Fan Yuan frowned as he received Sixth Hair's transmission regarding the failure to refine cleanse soul immortal Gu. And this time, when the Gu refinement failed, Sixth Hair suffered a heavy backlash and has to rest for a period of time. Sixth Hair was currently the most trustworthy person in Langya sect for Fan Yuan, more so than Langya Land Spirit. Him needing to rest was bad news. Including this time, cleanse soul immortal Gu's refinement has failed about 10 times. Immortal Gu refinement is a pit with no end in sight, while the hairy man Gu immortals specialize in the nature Gu refinement technique. To prevent Heaven's will from interfering, I can only use the human isolation style Gu refinement method. It was not surprising that cleanse soul immortal Gu's refinement failed. It did not waver his strong determination to continue refining this Gu. Speaking of which, he had cleansed soul immortal Gu in the past, but he lost it. Back then, cleansed soul immortal Gu was the core of Myriad Self, but now, Fan Yuan did not seek to refine it for Myriad Self. His true goal was the Strength Path Immortal Zombie Body. This 8-armed immortal zombie body had the Soul Path trap left behind by Ying Wu Xie. Now that Fan Yuan became the leader of Shadow Sect, he had the method to remove the trap, but this method needed rank 7 cleansed soul immortal Gu as the core. As long as he refined cleansed soul immortal Gu, Fan Yuan would be able to use the Strength Path Immortal Zombie and gain Wisdom Gu's acknowledgement. He would be able to use the light of wisdom and influence the Great Era. Even though the Dao marks of secluded domains of heaven and earth like Dang Hun Mountain and Reverse Flow River were on par with rank 9 Immortal Gu, in terms of profundities, rank 9 Immortal Gu were superior. Especially Wisdom Gu, this rank 9 Immortal Gu was famous in legends of Renzu. It appeared many times and even scanned Renzu. Southwest direction, we have enemies! At this time, Fairy Miao-yin transmitted. Oh? They appeared after all. Fan Yuan was not surprised. He stood up. The Immortal Gu formation was still active. It was manipulated by the formation spirit. This was simply too convenient to Fan Yuan. The only flaw was, this self-cleansing immortal formation used a lot of immortal essence. Fan Yuan could barely sustain it. Along the way, with all these battles, Fan Yuan's immortal essence supply was dwindling, but thankfully, he had Wu Clan's 100,000 immortal essence stones. But now, the immortal essence stone storage was reducing. A moment later, Heavenly Court's pursuer came. It was Feng Jiuge. "Why are you alone again?" Fan Yuan smiled as he looked at Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge looked around and did not see Shadow Sex Gu immortals. He smiled too. "Aren't you alone too?" "That is because I am sufficient to deal with you. Feng Jiuge, you will regret coming here." Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Feng Jiuge frowned slightly. This was out of his expectations. Fan Yuan was too confident. Strange, what is he relying on? Is there a scheme or plot? Chapter 1425. Beating Feng Jiuge till he spat blood. Fan Yuan directly charged at Feng Jiuge. Of course, his special robe was already present. Glittering light was shining on his robe. He had a long sash that coiled around his waist and arms. As Fan Yuan charged out, the robe moved along with him. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This move again. Feng Jiuge saw this and sighed internally. He very much was unable to break past this move. Thus, Feng Jiuge chose to retreat. He easily pulled some distance from Fan Yuan. Controlling Reverse Flow Protection Seal uses up too much mental energy. Fan Yuan cannot distract himself to use other moves. Even if he has movement killer moves, he cannot use them. This means that when he uses Reverse Flow Protection Seal, other than defense, his other aspects are very ordinary. Feng Jiuge thought as he smiled. Fan Yuan could not catch up to Feng Jiuge, who was actively avoiding him, even after many tries. A glimmer of thought flashed in Feng Jiuge's eyes. He had not stopped thinking. Why is Fan Yuan still alone? In this battle against Feng Jiuge, Fan Yuan was not aided by Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, or the others. Thus, Feng Jiuge's earlier tactic of dealing with them could not be utilized on Fan Yuan alone. But even so, Fan Yuan has no hope of winning. Even if he has good defense, he is a moving target board. Be it attack or movement, he is inferior to me. The battle is in my control. No, Fan Yuan is not so stupid. He must have other schemes. Feng Jiuge was not careless. He became increasingly vigilant. When Fan Yuan approached, he would retreat to a safe distance. Feng Jiuge, you chased me up to here. Are you going to run now? Fan Yuan sneered. Feng Jiuge's smile faded. Is there a point in taunting me? Fan Yuan, catch up to me first. It is not easy to use Reverse Flow Protection Seal. As time passes, your mental energy will be used up. Won't your immortal essence also be depleted? Such a strong method must have a huge price. Feng Jiuge held the initiative. He had a hold over Fan Yuan in both speed and battle tactic. This battle was very different from the previous. In the previous fight, they engaged in fierce combat. This time, both sides chased and escaped. Other than some words, there was silence. Fan Yuan snorted. He had a way to deal with Feng Jiuge's actions. 500 years of experience was not a joke. In terms of battle experience, he had his fair share. At the next moment, Fan Yuan charged down and landed on the ground. Feng Jiuge did not pursue him. He floated in the sky vigilantly, observing this desert. He had suffered a territorial disadvantage last time when Fan Yuan used the anti-sound desert. Feng Jiuge remembered this lesson and had done his homework before coming. This desert was nothing special. Plop. With a soft sound, Fan Yuan drilled into the desert, moving underground. Feng Jiuge continued to investigate using immortal methods, but there were no suspicions. He used drum fist and bell palm to attack. Bang! 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 Clank, clank, clank! At once, drum fist and bell palm created huge holes in the desert. Large amounts of sand splattered and created a huge cloud of dust in the radius of several li. But Fan Yuan ignored him. He continued digging deeper. Feng Jiuge frowned slightly. The deeper he went, the denser the earth path down marks. It would be disadvantageous to Feng Jiuge. At the same time, he had a suspicion. Fan Yuan is so confident now. Did he have a setup here in advance? Or does he know about some special trait of this place that he can use? Feng Jiuge had all sorts of thoughts as he flew down. He shot out like an arrow, stabbing into the desert, pursuing Fan Yuan. He had to. Because Fan Yuan could stay underground and use the immortal formation to remove the investigative killer move, Feng Jiuge had to pursue him. Even if he did not get rid of the investigative killer move, he could also set up Gu formations or battlefield killer moves. if Feng Jiuge remained hesitant and did not chase him, Fan Yuan would have a lot of time to prepare amply. In that situation, Feng Jiuge would be stupid to wait. Thus, he had to chase and give Fan Yuan pressure. He had to force more trump cards to be used and ruin his battle momentum. Drum fist, bell palm. Even deep underground, Feng Jiuji's sound path killer moves were still very powerful. Explosions happened around Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's face was stern. Without the help of anti-sound desert, Fan Yuan could feel Feng Jiuji's terrifying attack power at its fullest. Even deep underground with rich earth path down marks, Feng Jiuji's killer moves were still overbearing. This was the advantage of sound path. Every path had its own specialty, in both advantages and disadvantages. Sound path was a minor path, but it had an advantage. The advantage was, sound path could travel easily, with relatively little conflict of down marks. For example, for ordinary paths like earth path, the killer moves would be weakened by 50 to 60% in places filled with water path down marks. A sound path killer move of the same power would only be weakened by 20 to 30%. Without reverse flow protection seal, I would not be able to last until now facing these attacks. How did Feng Jiuge cultivate? How can his down mark accumulation be on par with rank 8 as a rank 7? Forget about this, it is time to retaliate. Immortal killer move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Instantly, a sharp light shone on Fan Yuan's body. But deep underground, light could not spread out. The moment Fan Yuan transformed, Feng Jiuji's investigative killer move sensed something amiss. Next, in a breath's time, the soil in front of Feng Jiuge exploded as a large dragon head appeared. Feng Jiuge was like a rat in front of an elephant, facing this huge dragon head. Ancient Sword Dragon. Fan Yuan. Feng Jiuji's pupils shrunk to pin size at this moment. Fan Yuan's counterattack was so sudden and so powerful. The dragon head opened its mouth and shot out a wave of silvery light. Sword Dragon Breath. At once, silvery light shot out like countless arrows. It was powerful and made the entire area glow silver. The sharp breath was still far away, but Feng Jiuge could already feel sharp pain, like hundreds of needles were stabbing his face. Boom! Sword Dragon Breath landed on Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuji's body had clanging sounds, his defensive methods were activated, sound waves were forced out and destroyed by the powerful and destructive Dragon Breath. Ordinary Dragon Breath could only last a moment, but Fan Yuan had Perseverance Immortal Gu, his Dragon Breath was unceasing and continuous. Feng Jiuge was forced back, under the impact of the Sword Dragon Breath. He used his methods as he flew into the sky, escaping from the Sword Dragon Breath's range. But at the next moment, Fan Yuan raised his head. The thick Sword Dragon Breath shot up like a silver pillar. It was like the sharpest sword that pierced the heavens. It's coming! Feng Jiuge was not smiling anymore, his face was silver from the reflected light. Seeing the Sword Dragon Breath, he retreated once again. Immortal killer move, Yang Pass Tune. Swoosh, he vanished on the spot, before appearing 1,000 steps away. Fan Yuan stopped his dragon breath as he roared, attacking towards the sky. His sleek dragon tail swung, as Ancient Sword Dragon's speed burst out. At the same time, he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Tens of thousands of sword path down marks amplified the effect, giving Fan Yuan incredible speed. Boom! With a loud sound, he broke through air and went at supersonic speed. Instantly, Fan Yuan appeared in front of Feng Jiuge. He was so fast that Fan Yuan himself could not react in time, his vision blurred for a moment, and Feng Jiuge, who was a tiny black dot, appeared in front of him. They were only a dozen steps apart. The dragon opened its mouth again, but this time, Feng Jiuge was amply prepared. He called out, "Go ahead." Next, against the impending sword-light dragon breath, he did not dodge, he attacked instead. Boom! With a loud explosion, Feng Jiuge flew backwards like a cannonball. For the first time, there was shock on his face as he felt deep suspicion. How can this be? Fan Yuan has reverse flow protection seal active? In the earlier battle, when Fan Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, he could not maintain reverse flow protection seal. In the earlier clash, Feng Jiuge focused on this and attacked fiercely, but now, reverse flow protection seal reflected his entire attack to himself. Guh. Feng Jiuge felt pain in his chest as he spat out blood. He struggled to maintain his position in the air. The earlier attack not only had the force of Fan Yuan's attack, there was also the reflected power of Feng Jiuji's attack. the combination of both made him spit out blood. Fan Yuan had the advantage, he roared and charged forward. It was too fast earlier, but now, Feng Jiuge could see properly. The ancient sword dragon's silvery and shiny body actually had a layer of light, like a thin layer of clothing resembling flowing water. It really is reverse flow protection seal? He can maintain both immortal killer moves now. How did he do it? Yang Pastun. Fan Yuan missed and Feng Jiuge appeared elsewhere. The ancient sword dragon that Fan Yuan turned into could not tear open space, it could only travel rapidly in a straight line. Meanwhile, Feng Jiuge's Yang Pastun had the power of space path, it could teleport him to an entirely new location. From this point, even though Fan Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon with sword escape immortal goo, he could not match Feng Jiuge's Yang Pastun. Unless Fan Yuan used the sword path movement killer move from Bo Qing's inheritance. But so what? Yang Pastun had a time limit. Once the time was up, Feng Jiuge would be at a disadvantage in terms of movement. I need to find a way around this while Yang Pastun is still active. Seeing Fan Yuan attacking yet again, Feng Jiuge's heart sank. Chapter 1426. Feng Jiuge retreats. Roar! Fan Yuan opened his dragon mouth and shot out his sword-light dragon breath. The dragon breath was like waves of silvery lightning, shooting out towards Feng Jiuge at incredible speed. Feng Jiuge continued to dodge with Yang Pastun. But usually after he uses Yang Pastun killer move, it would imply that Song Warrior was up next. Both sides fought from underground to the sky. They fought as they retreated and advanced, the dragon roared as drums rolled. Green Jade Song Warrior! Along the way, Feng Jiuge summoned a clone. The Jade clone charged at the ancient sword dragon. Feng Jiuge relied on Yang Pastun to gain an advantage in movement, and with his rich battle experience and calm analytical mind, he did not fail the activation of a single killer move. Fan Yuan snorted internally. He charged at Feng Jiuge without feeling distracted. Feng Jiuge knew that the Green Jade Song Warrior was not Fan Yuan's match. It could not break his reverse flow protection seal in the first place. Without getting past this, there was no way of defeating Fan Yuan. Thus, Feng Jiuge controlled the Green Jade Song Warrior mainly to distract Fan Yuan. The Green Jade Song Warrior was like a fly moving around Fan Yuan, disrupting his movements. After a while, Fan Yuan could not take the disturbance anymore and turned around to deal with the Green Jade Song Warrior. Feng Jiuge's pupils shrank. Fan Yuan had changed targets too quickly, but Feng Jiuge responded rapidly as well. Fan Yuan arrived at the Green Jade Song Warrior. The huge ancient sword dragon body against the small Green Jade Song Warrior. The dragon roared as intense winds blew, its ruthless dragon claws slashed at the Green Jade Song Warrior. Cracks started to surface on the Green Jade Song Warrior's body, there was a crisp sound as it was sent flying like a cannonball. But the Green Jade Song Warrior was not on the verge of breaking down yet, it was still able to fight. Crafty! Fan Yuan snorted coldly. In the earlier skirmish, the Green Jade Song Warrior did not attack, it was taking hits passively. Thus, reverse flow protection seal could not reflect any attacks back to it, just the ancient sword dragon's claws alone could not shatter the Green Jade Song Warrior. After all, Feng Jiuge had rank 8 level down marks, the Green Jade Song Warrior's defense was at the top of his Song Warriors. After sending the Green Jade Song Warrior flying, Fan Yuan turned to Feng Jiuge. But at this time, Feng Jiuge had already unleashed his second Song Warrior, Heaven and Earth Song Warrior. After dozens of rounds, Feng Jiuge continued to dodge with Yang Pastun, while summoning Song Warriors to fight Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan fought against 5 enemies, but he was still energetic and full of fighting spirit. Feng Jiuge could not help but retreat continuously. What is going on? Fan Yuan was at his limit activating reverse flow protection seal last time. But now, he can maintain both reverse flow protection seal and ancient sword dragon transformation, while fighting for such a long time, and he is still not at his limit? Feng Jiuge had a deep gaze. He purposely used Song Warrior to create a complex battle environment so that Fan Yuan would need to think constantly, and expend his thoughts to deal with these problems. If Fan Yuan was barely using these 2 killer moves, he would not have enough thoughts in his mind, he would not be able to display such great strength now. This means he had an incredible breakthrough in terms of sustaining killer moves? Feng Jiuge guessed. At this moment, Fan Yuan's body shook. Feng Jiuge was paying great attention to Fan Yuan, he saw this and turned joyful. Don't tell me, he reached his limit? But at the next moment, Feng Jiuge tossed this thought away into the bin. Because Fan Yuan activated Immortal Killer move, Myriad Dragon. At once, dragons flew and formed into a silvery sea. Their aura was grand and imposing. It was a terrifying sight. A scene similar to earlier appeared again. Myriad dragons flew as the 4 Song warriors were encircled and attacked. The 4 Song warriors were outmatched and destroyed. Feng Jiuge ignored them. He used Yang Pastun to escape from the myriad dragon's range. Yang Pastun's time limit was not up yet. Feng Jiuge had a lot of room to maneuver. Then what about this move? He looked at the myriad dragon group. Fan Yuan was mixed inside. He could not be found. Next, Feng Jiuge placed his right palm on his left chest, by his heart. Next, his 5 fingers strung on his chest, creating light and deep drumming sounds. Thud, thud, thud. The drumming continued, spreading to the entire battlefield. Feng Jiuge did not need to discern who Fan Yuan was among the dragons. Because this Immortal Killer move was an area attack, it had a huge range. Fan Yuan was within the range of the attack. He was immediately affected. His heart started pounding as he felt his momentum going out of control. Fan Yuan was shocked. After all, he had reverse flow protection seal's defense, but he could not block this Immortal Killer move. No, most of the effect of the killer move was reflected back. Only a small bit penetrated the seal and got to me. It seems that Heavenly Court has obtained some gains in deciphering reverse flow protection seal killer move. Fan Yuan sighed internally. There was no helping it. He had already used reverse flow protection seal multiple times. Heavenly Court had wisdom path great experts like Fairy Ziwei, together with Star Constellation chessboard. It was not strange she had such advancement. Boom, boom, boom. Following the loud sounds, the dragons around Fan Yuan started to self-detonate, exploding into nothingness. This Immortal Killer move, chaotic heart-drumming sound, was given to me by Heavenly Court. It has wisdom path effects. Once hit by it, the Gu Immortals' thoughts will be disrupted. Their killer moves would not be sustainable. Fan Yuan, how long can you last? Feng Jiuge was in anticipation. An impressive killer move, it was designed to target me. Fan Yuan considered the effects of this incredible move. Right now, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, large numbers of human-shaped myriad self-clones were self-detonating. The number of clones destroyed surpassed the number of his myriad dragons. Looking at them, the myriad self-clones were different from before. Their appearance was much more lively, and they even had vivid expressions. At this moment, they were sitting on the ground, thinking deeply. After being hit by chaotic heart-drumming sound, these myriad self-clones self-detonated as they turned into white smoke and faded. After adding in self-will, these myriad self-clones gained wisdom path cognition, but this made them susceptible to Feng Jiuge's killer move. Fan Yuan placed a portion of his attention into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, looking at his losses. Almost every breath of time, dozens of myriad self-clones died. However, these vanishing myriad self-clones were not harmed by Feng Jiuge's killer move. Most of them died from sustaining my reverse flow protection seal and ancient sword dragon transformation. When I activated Myriad Dragon earlier, 1,000 of my myriad self-clones died after all. That's right. The reason why Fan Yuan was able to use reverse flow protection seal along with other killer moves was because of these myriad self-clones in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. All along, Fan Yuan had been troubled by this. Even though reverse flow protection seal was powerful, it took too much of his concentration and mental energy. While fighting against Feng Jiuge, he was inspired by Song Warrior. He had an idea. I also have myriad self-clones. If I can make these clones think for me, my battle strength would rise sharply. There were 2 difficulties in achieving this. The first problem was that myriad self-clones could not think. To think, he would need to use wisdom path thoughts, wills, or emotions. The second problem was that even with a large number of thoughts, wills, and emotions, after dispersing them into his clones, it could not collectively benefit him alone. Fan Yuan's first breakthrough in this was using self-love Immortal Gu and affection Immortal Gu. These 2 were very compatible. Fan Yuan supplemented them with a few Mortal Gu to form an immortal killer move that produced a vast amount of self-will. The second difficulty was solved by Fan Yuan using a method from Purple Mountain True Monarch's Inheritance, Immortal Killer Move, Collective Thinking. Of course, even though these 2 problems were solved, Fan Yuan still had to rely on his Wisdom Path Grand Master attainment level to modify Myriad Self to a whole new level. Feng Jiuge, your killer move is not enough. Fan Yuan snickered in his heart. Because he had prepared amply before the battle. He had prepared more than 1,000,000 myriad self-clones in his sovereign immortal aperture. The death of a few thousand was inconsequential. Immortal killer move, 3 breaths future vision. Immortal killer move, myriad dragon. Immortal killer move, sword marks targeting death. At once, the aura of countless goo worms emerged from Fang Yuan's body. These auras were messy and disorganized. Countless mortal goo and a large number of immortal goo flew out and created a grand arrangement. How can this be? Feng Jiuge was utterly shocked. Fang Yuan can use so many immortal killer moves at the same time. He was completely taken aback. It was unimaginable. He had always thought that Fang Yuan could only barely activate 2 or 3 killer moves. He was at his limit already. But seeing this now, Feng Jiuge finally realized that Fang Yuan's improvement in this aspect was so huge that it went beyond his imagination. This weakness that Fang Yuan had earlier was no longer a weakness, it was a huge strength that he had now. There were many clones remaining from the first myriad dragon killer move. After using it again, a silvery sea of dragons appeared again. 3 breaths future vision allowed Fang Yuan to have sharp senses, while sword marks targeting death was boosted by his sword path Dao marks. It was a huge threat to Feng Jiuge as well. Feng Jiuge gritted his teeth. He advanced instead of retreating, charging into the dragon group. Bam bam bam. A thunderous explosion resounded in the surroundings. Feng Jiuge rampaged within the myriad dragon group. He was increasingly shocked now. It was not a fluke. Fang Yuan has complete control now. He has not even used his full strength yet. I cannot stay here, I need to leave. While Yang Pastun was still activated, Feng Jiuge decided to retreat. He was actually forced to retreat by Fang Yuan alone. Chapter 1427. Planning to obtain Red Lotus true meaning. The orange light shone on Feng Jiuge and faded immediately. This meant that Feng Jiuge's immortal killer move, Yang Pastun, had reached its time limit. He had to wait 14 hours to use it again now. But that was not important. Feng Jiuge had already left the battlefield. Yang Pastun's time limit no longer mattered. This central continent genius rarely seen in 1,000 years landed on the ground slowly as he looked at the sky. He still had an elegant face, but he was frowning now. A long while later, he sighed deeply. Truly an amazing person. He was naturally not talking about himself, but Fang Yuan instead. Some time ago, Fang Yuan was still an ant in Feng Jiuge's eyes. Not long ago, even though Fang Yuan gathered the strength of a group of immortals, he could not match Feng Jiuge. He had to retreat. But in the earlier battle, Feng Jiuge was outmatched and had to retreat from the battlefield. This change was too rapid. Feng Jiuge could not believe it even now. Fang Yuan had deep foundations to begin with. He was reborn from the future and possesses Spring-Autumn Cicada, Giant Sun's true inheritance, and is now the leader of Shadow Sect, possessing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's accumulation. He is like a dormant volcano. Given enough time, he would erupt with lava that gushes towards the heavens. His eruption this time was not a fluke, it was bound to happen. Such a person truly needs to be killed with all our strength to prevent future trouble. But Heavenly Court is trying to make use of him to obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. This is quite unwise. For the first time, Feng Jiuge felt doubts and disagreement with Heavenly Court's plan. In Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei was thinking. She watched the earlier battle through Feng Jiuge. Fang Yuan's battle strength surged. Not only did Feng Jiuge feel shocked, even this great wisdom path great expert was startled. A similar emotion to Feng Jiuge emerged in Fairy Ziwei as well. Fang Yuan's foundation was too deep. He was related to 3 venerables. And with his rebirth advantage, he only spent a number of years to become a Gu immortal from a mortal. And more than that, after the earlier battle, he fought Feng Jiuge evenly. He was someone that even rank 8 existences could not ignore. His improvement was too rapid. If he only had fortuitous encounters, like Ma Hongyun, so be it, that was not worth worrying over. The scary thing was Fang Yuan's personality. Such a demonic path cultivator with deep ambitions, along with his lack of any weak point in morality, he had always worked his hardest without giving up or feeling dejected. He could endure hardship and could keep a low profile to achieve his goals, taking no account of sacrifices or immoral methods. It was hard to imagine what experiences turned him into this person. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had been mostly under Heaven's will's control. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he tried to leave the grasp of Heaven's will, but he exposed himself in the dream realm. His cultivation journey has always been filled with difficulties and hurdles. If he is given some time to cultivate in peace, his growth and strength would be unimaginable. Wariness. Fairy Ziwei started to feel a trace of wariness towards Fan Yuan in her heart. Fan Yuan's existence was a threat to her now. She wanted to eliminate him. The earlier she could eliminate him, the better. Thinking like this, Fairy Ziwei's killing intent rose sharply. Ziwei, don't be so nervous. At this moment, a low voice entered Fairy Ziwei's ears. She had a deep impression of this voice. She turned around and saw Duke Long indeed. Lord Duke Long, you are out of seclusion? Fairy Ziwei was surprised and overjoyed. Duke Long smiled. Yes. That means Spectral Soul has been. That's right, I suppressed him completely already. But it is troublesome to soul search him. I need some time to have any effect. Duke Long smiled lightly. Ah. Fairy Ziwei had a happy expression. Her eyes were shining with life. Such great news made her mood better. She was no longer as stressed as before. Duke Long continued. Compared to Red Lotus' true inheritance, Fan Yuan is really nothing. But he is a complete otherworldly demon. Fairy Ziwei hesitated. That is because you do not understand Red Lotus, Demon Venerable. Duke Long sighed. Deep feelings were contained in his words. Red Lotus set up 7 true inheritances, but our heavenly court could not find one with all our efforts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained one of them. As long as we have this clue, we can find the rest of Red Lotus' true inheritances and get rid of them all. I understand, Lord Duke Long. Fairy Ziwei had a solemn gaze. We have a time path rank 8, Fengjiu Ge, and 2 more rank 8s in the River of Time now. What do you think of that? Duke Long smiled. You are the Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, not me. I am assured if you are the person arranging it. Next, I will mentor the Great Era's Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Oh right, announce to the world that we have captured Spectral Soul alive. Heavenly Court has stayed silent for too long. It is time for the world to know that Heavenly Court will always be the #1 super force in the world. I understand. Fairy Ziwei sighed deeply, watching as Duke Long took his leave. Western Desert. Inside the self-cleansing Immortal Goo formation, Fan Yuan was concentrating in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Inside the Immortal Aperture, there was also an active Immortal Goo formation. Compared to the self-cleansing formation, this Immortal formation was far smaller, but it still had 2 core Immortal Goo. One was a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo from Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance, the other was Bloodline Immortal Goo from Wu Clan. Along with thousands of Mortal Goo, an Immortal Goo formation was formed, Blood Red Immortal Essence Formation. Large numbers of Immortal Essence Stones were sent into the Immortal Formation and turned into Red Date Immortal Essence Beads rapidly. Fan Yuan was replenishing his Immortal Essence storage. In the earlier battle, even though he forced Fengjiu Ge to retreat, he had expended a lot of Immortal Essence. His biggest expenditure came from Reverse Flow Protection Seal, followed by Myriad Dragon. The new Myriad Self-Killer move also had higher expenditure than before, because he was using Self-Love Immortal Goo and Affection, these 2 Immortal Goo, to produce Self-Wills. This was not a disadvantage. Stronger Immortal Killer moves used more Immortal Essence, it was common sense. But this was Fan Yuan's weakness. Fan Yuan had become a rank 7 only recently. He did not have much accumulation. Because of worries about the Immortal Aperture's calamities and tribulations, his Immortal Aperture's rate of time had also slowed to its limit. Blood Red Immortal Essence formation was very efficient. Soon, Fan Yuan used up all of the Immortal Essence Stones he obtained from Wu Clan. Fan Yuan also sent the Immortal Essence Stones he obtained from Langia's sect into the Blood Red Immortal Essence formation. His Red Date Immortal Essence storage gradually rose again. My battle strength rose. I am on par with Fengjiu Ge now. The only flaw is that Myriad Self needs prior preparation. If I am caught in a surprise battle, it would be a problem. Against Fengjiu Ge, Fan Yuan could take a risk and activate Myriad Self in battle. But against rank 8 Goo Immortals, Fan Yuan would need to use Reverse Flow Protection Seal immediately. That way, if he activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal without Myriad Self's help, he could not use other killer moves anymore. He would only be able to take a beating passively. When the investigative killer move is completely removed, I should head to the tributary of the River of Time and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable took that true inheritance, the true meaning of Red Lotus in it is endless. If I can obtain it, I will raise my time path attainment level to at least Grandmaster level. In Shadow Sect's information, Western Desert had 2 tributaries of the River of Time in their control. But earlier, Fan Yuan already used up one to set a trap for Heavenly Court. Only one was left now. And this tributary of the River of Time was Fan Yuan's target now. Right now, Central Continent was somewhere Fan Yuan could not enter. As for Southern Border, he was currently pursued by Wu Clan and others. In Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven and the Huang Jin tribes would attack him. Only in Western Desert and Eastern Sea did Fan Yuan have less pressure moving about. Of course, he could go to Eastern Sea, but to get there, he would need to get past either Central Continent, Northern Plains, or Southern Border. Eastern Sea had tributaries of the River of Time, but compared to going there, Fan Yuan might as well try to use the one in Western Desert instead. Chapter 1428. Fishing for your beasts. This sky was extremely wide, it was filled with bright red light, as if the entire sky was filled with an aurora. Originally, there was nothing here, but now, a giant immortal goo formation was floating around. This immortal goo formation gave off the grand aura of Time Path. It was evidently a Time Path immortal goo formation. Inside this formation, Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Fairy Miaoyin, Lady White Rabbit, and Ing Wu Xia were waiting vigilantly. This Time Path immortal goo formation had been activated for a long time. It used rank 7 year goo as the core, with supplementary rank 8 Time Path immortal goo years flow like water. Not all immortal formations' cores were necessarily the higher rank goo. For example, this immortal goo formation had rank 8 years flow like water as the supplementary immortal goo instead. This immortal goo formation came from He Fan's true inheritance. Its main purpose was to connect with the tributary of the River of Time in the immortal aperture, sending out the aura of rank 7 year goo and rank 8 years flow like water to lure in year beasts. This immortal formation was named as the Immemorial Year Beast Fishing Formation by He Fan. The name was quite interesting. Others fished for fish, while He Fan fished for year beasts, and in fact, he went after immemorial year beasts. Ever since He Fan created rank 8 years flow like water, he had learned about the flaw of this immortal goo. Its aura was too tempting to immemorial year beasts. It could possibly cause immemorial year beasts to enter his immortal aperture by following the scent of the immortal goo using the tributary of the River of Time. Thus, He Fan tried many ways and thought of many solutions. He first thought of the Time Path immortal goo formation that Fan Yuan had used earlier on Fengjiuge, causing him to be trapped in the River of Time. This formation could destroy the tributary of the River of Time and sealed the time in his immortal aperture to prevent immemorial year beasts from coming in. However, there was a huge weakness in that. Once the time no longer moved, all resources could not grow. Goo worms also could not be used in the immortal aperture, because activating any goo worm needed time, even if it was only an instant. Any progress required time. Thus, once this method was used, the goo immortal would have to move the goo worms out of the immortal aperture and host them in their body. This was very dangerous. Especially in battle, it was easy for them to get destroyed by the enemy. He Fan was extremely talented. He created this move only as a last resort. But he was not satisfied with it. He continued researching. He soon found that as long as an immemorial year beast lived in his immortal aperture, other immemorial year beasts would sense it and think that this was the territory of the immemorial year beast. Even if years flow like water was extremely attractive, other immemorial year beasts would not try and barge in. Thus, He Fan first thought of a way to mimic the aura of an immemorial year beast. But his transformation path attainment level was just ordinary. He did not succeed. Next, he considered nurturing his own immemorial year beasts. But his grotto heaven was not large. It was already filled with resources. It was hard to create an environment for an immemorial year beast to live. Furthermore, to nurture an immemorial year beast, he would need to start by raising ancient year beasts. Treasure Yellow Heaven did not sell immemorial year beasts after all. And this process needed too much time. He Fan already had little lifespan left at that time. Both ways did not work. He Fan thought of another way. He wanted to use years flow like water to summon an immemorial year beast as his slave. Therefore, he created an immortal killer move. His enslavement path attainment level was at Grandmaster. It was not as bad as transformation path. He managed to create year beast summoning. But this killer move could only summon ancient year beasts. It was not easy to attract immemorial year beasts. At the final moments of his life, he created Immemorial Year Beast Fishing Formation. This immortal goo formation could attract immemorial year beasts, but could not control them. He was merely fishing and not summoning. The immemorial year beasts fished could not be controlled. He Fan's original concept was to summon an immemorial year beast under his manipulation. Even after his death, he did not achieve his goal. It was quite a shame. If he had more time, he might have succeeded. Beauty could not withstand the trials of time. The truth was, even geniuses were the same. If Fan Yuan had time, he would follow He Fan's idea and progress along this route. In time, he would be able to create an immortal killer move that directly summoned immemorial year beasts. This was a true inheritance. The inheritor would take over the predecessor's true inheritance, and instead of just mimicking it, they would refine and improve upon the details within, adding in their own flavor to the inheritance before passing it on again. A true inheritance was not just a gift, one had to contribute as well. However, Fan Yuan had no time to improve the true inheritance now. He needed to use this immemorial year beast fishing formation to lure an immemorial year beast, before using the killer move 180 slaves to forcefully subdue it. If He Fan had 180 slaves, he would have obtained an immemorial year beast. It is too dangerous for me to go to the River of Time now. Not only is it a dangerous place, Heavenly Court might have some arrangements there. Earlier when Fan Yuan trapped Feng Jiuge, sending him into the River of Time, Feng Jiuge managed to escape in the end, but Fan Yuan had his gains from this. Feng Jiuge managed to survive. It might be due to his own ability, or Heavenly Court's arrangements inside the River of Time. No matter which one, when I enter the River of Time, the worst case is that I will be obstructed and attacked by them. And inside the River of Time, I have no territorial advantage. I am not adept at fighting in it. Unless I have an immemorial year beast to defend and ensure my safety. Fan Yuan planned meticulously. He was not going to put himself in danger. He needed ample preparation. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this time, sound came from the tributary of the River of Time. It seems that an immemorial year beast was finally lured in. Fan Yuan's eyes shone. He quickly activated the immortal Gu formation. Inside the Gu formation, the tributary of the River of Time manifested. A huge monkey was observing the Gu formation through this tributary of the River of Time. It had huge eyes with the size of an elephant. It peeked through the tributary of the River of Time like it was a small peephole, observing the scene behind the door. Inside this darkness, the immemorial year monkey could not find Fan Yuan and the rest. Its gaze was completely stuck to years flow like water. Once it saw the rank 8 immortal Gu, the immemorial year monkey's appetite rose. It started salivating. Year beast ate year Gu as food, while years flow like water. Immortal Gu could produce year Gu. The immemorial year monkey saw years flow like water. It was the same as seeing a buffet with never-ending food. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It started to jump around in the River of Time while scratching its ears and body. Next, it breathed in deeply and attempted to enter Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Year beasts had the ability to travel from the River of Time to anywhere in the world. Fan Yuan used year beast summoning earlier. He summoned them from the River of Time. These year beasts were able to come out and enter the battlefield immediately. As long as the River of Time flows in that area, year beasts could enter. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was no exception. But entering it was harder than going to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Once space tore open, the immemorial year monkey stretched out its 2 arms. Next, its furry arms pulled outwards, creating a huge hole. The colossal immemorial year monkey squeezed its way in. My sovereign immortal aperture is only a blessed land, but it can already contain immemorial year beasts. But for the immemorial year beast, this cage is too small. It is very inconvenient to enter or leave. Seeing this, Fan Yuan felt great joy. Since it was hard to enter or leave, when they fight, the immemorial year monkey would not be able to escape easily. After the immemorial year monkey entered, the space behind it mended. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The immemorial year monkey growled as it sniffed, smelling years flow like water's strong and dense aura. It pounced at the immortal formation. Rumble! The immortal formation had strong defenses. Even though the immemorial year monkey slammed into it, it did not shake. Back then, He Fan designed this formation. He naturally considered this situation. Chapter 1429. Gaining another rank 8 battle strength. The immemorial year beast fishing formation had strong defenses. It remained unmoved by the immemorial year monkey's attack. But this intensified the immemorial year monkey's fighting spirit. Boom, boom, boom! It raised its fists and slammed down. Its fists were like shooting stars, landing on the immortal formation each time. The immortal formation started shaking. The interior was having tremors. Each attack by the immemorial year monkey caused large numbers of mortal Gu to be destroyed. White Rabbit, He Lulan, and Ingwu Xie, they were rapidly replenishing mortal Gu. Some Gu formations would break apart after losing 10% of its Gu worms. Better goo formations would still remain intact even if half were destroyed. But the immemorial year beast fishing formation would remain intact as long as the core immortal goo was still around, and if it had 60% of its goo worms left. But its defense would collapse eventually. Fan Yuan could not allow the immemorial year monkey to continue attacking it. Immortal killer move by Xiang. At the next moment, a crack opened in the immortal goo formation as Bai Ningbing flew out rapidly. Boom! She was extremely fast, shooting out like an ice arrow towards the immemorial year monkey. Both were quite close together to begin with, and because of Bai Ningbing's speed, the immemorial year monkey could not react in time. Its throat was immediately struck by Bai Ningbing. The immemorial year monkey took a small step back. It felt pain and growled. It grabbed towards Bai Ningbing with its huge hands. Instantly, Bai Ningbing felt her vision turn dark as two huge monkey hands approached to slam down on her, casting dark shadows. Bai Ningbing was not fazed. She snorted as she flew away. The immemorial year monkey's hands slammed from above, while Bai Ningbing flew out from under its crotch. Originally, with her speed, she could definitely escape the monkey, but strangely, the moment she got to the immemorial year monkey's stomach, she was caught. The immemorial year monkey grabbed with its hands, holding Bai Ningbing like a crystal ball. Next, it gripped tightly before extending its palms after some grinding. If Bai Ningbing was in her normal body, she would have turned into meat paste. But she had used the killer move by Xiang already. She had turned into a 5-meter-tall snow giant. She wore ice armor and had 3 heads and 6 arms. She was barefooted and stood on 2 pale blue clouds. The immemorial year monkey opened its palms. Bai Xiang was already crushed to bits. Chirp chirp! The immemorial year monkey saw that its enemy was eliminated. It laughed happily as it threw away the ice in its hands, before slamming at the immortal goo formation again. The bits and pieces of Bai Xiang floated in the air, slowing gathered with the wind, and in a few breaths' time, the complete Bai Xiang had recovered, returning to a 5-meter giant. This was the profundity of the killer move Bai Xiang. Bai Ningbing, who had turned into Bai Xiang form, was no longer contained in a flesh body. Even if she had a fingernail-sized piece of ice left, she could instantly return back to the giant form. But this time, not only did my flying speed fall, my Bai Xiang's recovery speed has fallen too. Bai Ningbing thought as she flew towards the immemorial year monkey again. Immemorial year beasts had plentiful time path Dao marks in their bodies. Their actions had time path effects. They could carve time path Dao marks in the surroundings. They were not a force to trifle with. Immortal killer move, penetrating ice blade. Boom! The ice blade filled with frost energy landed on the immemorial year monkey's shoulder, but could not pierce into its skin. Compared to the huge immemorial year monkey, the ice blade was like a tiny fruit knife. The immemorial year monkey caught Bai Ningbing again. She tried to dodge but failed again. But no matter how many times she was destroyed, as long as fragments of her body remained, she would rapidly recover. Of course, they had already checked that the immemorial year beast did not have any wild immortal goo, otherwise, Bai Ningbing would not be so daring as to challenge the immemorial year beast's battle strength. The immemorial year monkey had a large number of wild mortal goo, but these goo worms were nothing to Bai Ningbing. The true threat was the immemorial year monkey itself. After a dozen rounds, Bai Ningbing got progressively slower, and Bai Xiang was taking longer to recover. In contrast, the immemorial year monkey was barely injured. There was some frost on its body, but it easily shrugged it off. Bai Ningbing's attacks could penetrate its skin, but the immemorial year beast's recovery speed was too strong. It completely healed in a few breaths' time. Even Bai Ningbing was feeling a little dejected. She felt like she was an annoying fly buzzing around the immemorial year monkey. Most of its attention was still on the immortal formation. Boom boom boom. Often, the immemorial year monkey would ignore Bai Ningbing's attacks as it slammed down on the immortal goo formation. This immemorial year beast has great strength. Fan Yuan observed the battle and concluded. Like how rank 8 goo immortals differed in strength, the same went for immemorial year beasts. This immemorial year monkey had incredible strength. Bai Ningbing could not deal any major damage even if she used her full strength. Even though Bai Ningbing had incredible talent, having the northern dark eye soul physique and Bai Xiang's true inheritance, her foundation could not compare with the immemorial year monkey which had lived for tens of thousands of years. The immemorial year beast fishing formation was suffering greater losses. The speed of replenishment by Fan Yuan and the others was starting to be unable to keep up. As the immemorial year monkey got more agitated by Bai Ningbing's attacks, it started to attack more rapidly. The immortal formation was starting to have cracks emerging. As the one with the strongest battle strength, Fan Yuan was not going to fight. Letting the immemorial year monkey attack the immemorial year beast fishing formation was a form of tactic to weaken it first. Among immemorial year beasts, they had different strengths and weaknesses according to their respective zodiac animal. In terms of strength, the immemorial year monkey was merely mid-tier among them. Immemorial year dragons, bulls, and tigers had far greater strength under the same circumstances. But even against this immemorial year monkey, the immortal goo formation was starting to collapse. Miaoyin, go help Bai Ning Bing, Fan Yuan ordered. Fairy Miaoyin nodded as she flew out of the immortal goo formation. Having watched the battle for a long time and knowing the power of this immemorial year monkey, she did not dare to fight at close range. She immediately flew to a distance away. Immortal killer move, curved moon. Curved crescent moons appeared in both her eyes as she stared at the immemorial year monkey's eyes. After a long time, the immemorial year monkey had no reaction, as if Fairy Miaoyin had not attacked. It continued to attack the immortal goo formation. Sweat appeared on Fairy Miaoyin's forehead. Immemorial year monkeys lived in the river of time, their eyes were submerged in the river water, the eyes had the most dense concentration of time path down marks. Fairy Miaoyin's sight attack was completely useless. Fine. Fairy Miaoyin's fighting spirit was ignited as she used another immortal killer move, Lingering Tune. This was not an offensive killer move, it was to supplement her other move. Next, Fairy Miaoyin started to sing. Immortal killer move, Soft Bone Music. The music flew towards the immemorial year monkey's arms, and with the help of Lingering Tune, it coiled around the monkey's arms without fading away. Affected by this music, the immemorial year monkey's arm bones started to turn soft. The immemorial year monkey was slightly confused as it stopped for a second and looked at its arms. Then, it continued to send a flurry of punches. Each hit made the immortal formation shake intensely. Fairy Miaoyin's eyelids were twitching. She activated 2 killer moves in a row, but it merely made the immemorial year monkey feel a little confused. The difference between rank 7 and 8 is too huge. Our attacks are simply ineffective. For the last few thousand years, the only people who could resist rank 8 as rank 7s were Fan Yuan and Feng Jiuge in this whole wide world. Similar feelings of admiration appeared in the Shadow Sect Immortals' hearts. Immortal killer move, Crimson Ray. Immortal killer move, Angry Bird. Immortal killer move, Fire Phoenix. Hei Lu Lan also flew out. She was familiar with the Fire Path killer moves. She activated them smoothly as they landed on the immemorial year monkey. They caused a huge commotion but did little damage. Fan Yuan, Ying Wuxie, and Lady White Rabbit were still inside the immortal goo formation. Rank 7 killer moves, even if they are profound, can barely have any effect on rank 8 existences. Fan Yuan understood this clearly. In his battles against Wu Yong and Feng Jiuge earlier, Reverse Flow Protection Seal dealt the most damage. Fan Yuan used many methods to be able to fight rank 8 goo immortals, but to kill them, it would be too hard. Not only could these rank 8 goo immortals escape, with just Fan Yuan's current offensive methods, he only used rank 7 immortal goo as the cores. His defense far surpassed his offense. If he could not, forget about the Shadow Sect Immortals. Only Ying Wuxie's lead soul into Dream was unstoppable, it threatened even rank 8 goo immortals. But Fan Yuan would not use it now. Firstly, fighting the immemorial year monkey could allow everyone to gain experience on how it felt to fight rank 8 existences. Secondly, by defeating the immemorial year monkey in a frontal battle, Fan Yuan could use 180 slaves more easily later. After subduing it, this immemorial year monkey would be more obedient. It is almost time. After some time, the immortal goo formation was at the brink of collapse as Fan Yuan flew out. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Immortal killer move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Immortal killer move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. After several breaths, Fan Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon. His silvery scales shined brightly and outstandingly. But against the immemorial year beast, he was simply like a tiny snake beside a human. But it was not a problem. Next, Fan Yuan activated a Rule Path Immortal Goo, Big. Big, big, big. Ancient Sword Dragon's body rapidly expanded. It quickly became the same size as the immemorial year beast. The immemorial year monkey looked at Fan Yuan with deep wariness. Fan Yuan charged ahead and fought the immemorial year monkey directly. Fan Yuan had strength path methods, but his strength could not compare to the immemorial year monkey. Rule Path Immortal Goo Big could only make him larger. Fan Yuan was often sent flying by the immemorial year monkey, but it suffered greater injuries than him. This was because the attacks it dealt to the ancient sword dragon were reflected fully by reverse flow protection seal, landing back on itself. This battle lasted for several hours. Fan Yuan focused on attacking while the others supplemented him. Even if rank 7 killer moves were ineffective, the damage still added up eventually. The immemorial year monkey was covered in injuries. It breathed roughly as it tried to escape. It tore through space and wanted to escape into the river of time, but Fan Yuan blocked it with his ancient sword dragon body. The immemorial year monkey was obstructed and could not escape. Eventually, Fan Yuan used 180 slaves. After the third time, it lowered its head, submitting to Fan Yuan. The immemorial year monkey was subdued. After losing his upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fan Yuan obtained another rank 8 battle strength once more. Chapter 1430. Entering the river. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Green Heaven. A huge area of rainbow dream realm floated in the sky, turning slowly as time passed. A lump of self-will was here, turning into Fan Yuan's appearance. It was very realistic. Within the self-will, there was some red date immortal essence, and several goo worms. This is the final attempt for now. Fan Yuan's self-will muttered as he started acting. As the red date immortal essence was expended, at the same time, self-love immortal goo and affection immortal goo were activated, followed by some supplementary mortal goo. Soon, a large amount of self-will gushed out, turning Fan Yuan's self-will into a several-meter-tall giant. After stopping his goo worm activation, Fan Yuan's self-will went to rest for a while. The entire self-will giant had shrunk by 10%. It was more dense and had greater ability to think for itself. Next, Fan Yuan's self-will activated another immortal killer move. This move had no name. Fan Yuan had created it recently to deal with the dream realm. The immortal killer move shined with bright lights, stabbing into the dream realm as if it was made of sharp swords. A few minutes later, Fan Yuan stopped his killer move. The entire self-will giant shrunk until it was a baby's size. The pile of red date immortal essence was almost fully expended. I failed after all. Fan Yuan's self-will sighed deeply. During the battle of the dream realm, Fan Yuan obtained a lot of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. But on the way to Western Desert from southern border, he sacrificed a large number of them to block the enemies. After that, the remaining pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that he still had turned back to dream realms when they reached their time limit as they were incomplete bodies. Fan Yuan kept all these dream realms in mini green heaven. Fan Yuan's sovereign blessed land had the arrangement of 5 regions and 9 heavens. The area was so huge that it would scare goo immortals to death. But most of these areas were filled with resources due to Fan Yuan's management. Only 2 places were empty. One was mini red heaven, the other was mini green heaven. Not long ago, Fan Yuan had chosen to fight the immemorial year monkey in mini red heaven. As for mini green heaven, it was used to contain dream realms. These dream realms were all invaded by heaven's will. They were not uncontaminated. They were dangerously filled with heaven's will. When heaven's will lurked inside Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, heaven's will would be able to connect with the outside world, even if the immortal aperture isolated it. Even if Fan Yuan had dark limit, he would be detected. Fan Yuan had learned this not too long ago. However, Fan Yuan was affected by the investigative killer move of Heavenly Court's Fairy Ziwei earlier, and he did not have dark limit, since he was exposed anyway. He placed these portions of heaven's will in his sovereign immortal aperture. There was no big deal. Fan Yuan had been thinking of how to use this heaven's will to gain benefits. Exploring dream realms, taking the true meaning inside and raising his attainment levels. This was advantageous to Fan Yuan. Especially when he chose these dream realms, they suited him very much. But they were currently being pursued while the dream realms were full of heaven's will. All sorts of reasons made Fan Yuan unable to explore the dream realms properly. But what if I get rid of all the heaven's will inside these dream realms? This thought appeared in Fan Yuan's mind and rooted itself firmly. Theoretically, it was possible. Because true meaning was contained within dream realms, when people explore them successfully, they could take the true meaning and increase the attainment levels. And because the heavens will invaded these dream realms, since it could enter, it could naturally be removed as well. Or rather, if heavens will could invade the dream realms, why couldn't his self will do the same? In the 500 years of his previous life, Fan Yuan had heard of a certain wisdom path great expert who invented a wisdom path method to use wills or emotions to invade dream realms and explore them. All sorts of reasons confirmed to Fan Yuan that this was a possible way. But his progress was not smooth. He used many methods and created immortal killer moves, but they were not effective. Not only did he fail to even touch Heaven's will, the self-will's invasion of the dream realm even failed completely. It seems that my advantage in dream realms is only due to rebirth. If I look at it properly, I had no deep dream path research even in my previous life. Maybe when my wisdom path attainment level rises again in the future, I would have more progress. Fan Yuan calmly realized his insufficiency. He stopped hesitating. He started to use another immortal killer move on the dream realm. Soon, these dream realms turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fan Yuan inherited Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance. He naturally knew the way to turn dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Of course, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies refined were incomplete. And because he lacked some immortal goo, these bodies were inferior to the once Purple Mountain True Monarch created during the Battle of the Dream Realm. However, Fan Yuan was satisfied. He only wanted to move these dream realms out of his sovereign immortal aperture. Next, the dream realms in Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture were all turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and extracted. Next, under Fan Yuan's arrangements, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were all placed into the positions that Fan Yuan planned earlier. Next, he ordered them to self-detonate and turn into dream realms again. These dream realms formed a tight defense that could block enemies. Even if Heavenly Court's rank 8 goo immortals came, they would not be able to do anything to these dream realms. After his arrangements, Fan Yuan started to set up the immortal goo formation. Right now, he was deep under a nameless desert. There was a huge natural solutional cave. The sand here had mixed with gold, forming gold rocks. They were shining brightly. But the most attractive thing to Fan Yuan was that at the center of the cave, there was a tributary of the River of Time. The size of this tributary of the River of Time was smaller than the previous one, but it was more stable. Using Fan Yuan's immortal goo formation, he would be able to reach the River of Time using this tributary. Indeed, this tributary of the River of Time was the final one that Shadow's sect had in Western Desert. Fan Yuan started to set up his immortal goo formation. His formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster. When he was chased by Heavenly Court, he had interacted with formation path the most, be it the Time Exile formation, Self-Cleansing formation, or Immemorial Year Beast Fishing formation. They were all immortal goo formations. These experiences made him more proficient in creating formations. Thus, he set up this immortal goo formation calmly and with great confidence. And as expected, Fan Yuan created the immortal goo formation in merely a few minutes. Bai Ningbing and the rest who were patrolling the area were immediately called back. Next, they went into his sovereign immortal aperture as Fan Yuan ordered Ing Wuxia. You can act now. Immortal killer move, Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Ing Wuxia used this immortal killer move once more. Because of Connect Luck, Fan Yuan and the rest would become very lucky for the following period of time. Fan Yuan wanted to use it himself too. But Burning Soul Bursting Luck greatly expended the soul foundation. He had used it once before. He had no foundation to use it again. Ing Wuxia was Spectral Soul's split soul. He had a deep soul foundation and could use Burning Soul Bursting Luck multiple times. But Fan Yuan could not let his soul foundation fall too drastically. Lead Soul into Dream needed Ing Wuxia to have a strong soul foundation, otherwise, it would easily result in a killer move backlash. If Ing Wuxia tries to use Lead Soul into Dream on a rank 8 and faces a backlash, he would end up in the dream realm himself and be unable to escape. Strength came with a price. One had to pay a price for everything they gained. The immortal goo formation resonated. Under its influence, the flowing tributary of the River of Time started to become turbulent. The waves were becoming fiercer. There were a huge number of myriad self-clones in Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Together with Burning Soul Bursting Luck and the Immemorial Year Monkey. He had done all the preparations he could. He knew that this trip to the River of Time was dangerous, but he had to go. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Immortal Killer Move, Ancient Year Beast Transformation. At the next moment, he turned into an ancient desolate beast as the immortal formation burst out with strong light, charging into the tributary of the River of Time and creating a huge hole. Fan Yuan went in immediately. Swish, swish, swish. Huge waves caused countless ripples to form. The hole behind him only lasted a few breaths of time before vanishing. Fan Yuan's gaze was completely attracted to the sight in front of him. The River of Time. Chapter 1431. Wild Goo Come. Legend says there was a river in this world, known as the River of Time. It flowed through the past, the present, and the future. Everything in the world was like fish in the river, and under the currents, the fish could only flow downwards. Without the river of time, the world would be still, becoming a drawing. Only with this river can change occur, and the world can move, either prospering or withering. I am in the river of time again. Fan Yuan sighed. He looked around. The river was huge and wide. Even though it was called the river of time, it was as vast as the sea. In the darkness of this space, a huge river was flowing unceasingly. The river water was pale white, but countless ripples were colliding and creating beautiful colors at all times. The lights were dazzling and reflecting off Fan Yuan's face. Fan Yuan was dazed for a moment before recovering. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance, and let out the immemorial year monkey. Okay. This huge beast returned to its home. It was very excited. Plop! It landed in the river water and created a huge splash. Fan Yuan also turned into an ancient year monkey. He was much smaller than the immemorial year monkey. He was floating in the air now, as he was not a true year beast. Even though his transformation path Dao marks had turned into time path Dao marks for him to adapt to this place, it was better to not touch the water of the river of time if he could. Let's go, Fan Yuan ordered, as the immemorial year monkey started to swim. The benefit of beating it earlier was showing. It was much more obedient than the upper extreme heavenly eagle. However, even though he used 180 slaves, because Fan Yuan's soul foundation had fallen greatly, it was quite hard to control this immemorial year monkey. Even though we are in a peaceful situation now, the enslavement is already difficult. My soul feels very heavy. If we are in intense battle, I may not be able to order the immemorial year monkey. Fan Yuan was alerted inwardly. This was a flaw, but there was no helping it. Fan Yuan had done his best. They moved on quietly. Swish, swish, swish. Tides continued to crash. Fan Yuan was here for the first time using his physical body. The last few times, he used spring-autumn cicada to send his will into the river. Because of influences like heaven's will, he only had a glimpse of the river of time. He could not observe it in full, but now, he had an eye-opening experience. The river of time was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was widely known and was inside. But to enter with one's physical body, they had to be Gu immortal experts with deep time path foundation. Fan Yuan could enter even though he lacked that because of transformation path, as well as Purple Mountain True Monarchs and Hei Fan's inheritances. The river of time was not without life. Fan Yuan first saw a couple of wild year Gu chasing each other before entering the river water again. Next, he saw groups of wild time path Gu worms flying in the sky. They were like countless flies. 5 to 6 wild year Gu approached Fan Yuan and quietly landed on him without moving anymore. So that's it. Fan Yuan's thoughts shifted as he realized why. He was now an ancient year monkey. Because of rank 8 attitude Gu and familiar face, wild Gu could not discern his aura. They treated him as a wild ancient year monkey. These few time path mortal Gu were all attracted to Fan Yuan's time path Dao marks. They felt that it was the best place to live, so they went to him. It was indeed so. In nature, Gu worms were fragile. Even though wild Gu worms could absorb the natural essence of heaven and earth, they were still in danger even if they had strong abilities. Thus, living in strong life forms was their way of survival. Fan Yuan moved for a few minutes and already had several hundred wild mortal Gu in him. Most were day Gu and month Gu, there were no year Gu. As for the immemorial year monkey, it had greater gains. This immemorial year monkey had wild mortal Gu in it, but they were destroyed when fighting Fan Yuan. There were few left. And now, they were greatly replenished. The immemorial year monkey was naturally more attractive than Fan Yuan. It was very popular with the wild time path mortal Gu. As it swam in the river, swarms of time path Gu worms surrounded it like a black cloud. But this situation only lasted for a moment before slowing down rapidly. Like how beasts occupy territories, when Fan Yuan and the immemorial year monkey had a large number of wild mortal Gu on them, other mortal Gu would feel that it was crowded and stop coming to them. Fan Yuan thought about it. He did not do anything to these wild mortal Gu. With his current capabilities, it was easy for him to refine these wild mortal Gu. However, that would ruin Fan Yuan's disguise. Furthermore, these wild time path mortal Gu were nothing special. Unless they were immortal Gu, they had little attraction to Fan Yuan. Roar! While they were traveling, an ancient year tiger emerged from the water, but it left without even pausing, escaping far away. This situation had happened many times. The immemorial year monkey was simply like an express pass on their journey. In fact, other than year beasts, There were also month beasts and day beasts. Similar to year beasts, they fed on month goo and day goo respectively. After 2 hours, the river of time was still turbulent, while darkness surrounded them. The scenery had not changed. It was almost as if everyone was still at the same spot where they started. Half the body of an immemorial year monkey was submerged in the water, moving forward slowly like a floating hill. As for Fan Yuan, he turned into an ancient year monkey and floated in the air above the river, moving slowly. Fan Yuan was certain, because he had Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance, the feeling in his heart intensified. As long as he followed this feeling, he would definitely find that Red Lotus True Inheritance that spectral soul demon Venerable obtained. The thing that obstructed him other than the treacherous river of time was Heavenly Court's pursuit and ambush. Rumble! Suddenly, with a loud sound, a current shot out of the raging river of time. The current shot out towards the left of Fan Yuan, in front of him. Growling. The immemorial year monkey growled as a hint of seriousness showed on its relaxed face. This is a sudden spring. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. The river of time was not safe. Some river segments were very dangerous with many uncertainties. Sudden springs were one of them. When traveling in this river segment, one had to be wary of suddenly rising springs. If they are hit by it, a vast number of time path down marks would be carved on the target. They might suffer heavy injuries or die. They might even lose lifespan. Fan Yuan vigilantly moved towards the immemorial year monkey's head. He lacked methods to deal with sudden springs. He could only use this immemorial year beast's tough body to resist it. They had to cross this river. It was necessary to get to Red Lotus True Inheritance. Just when Fan Yuan was fully focused on traveling in the river, near the tributary of the River of Time in Western Desert, 3 Gu Immortals arrived. 1 rank 7 Gu Immortal with great elegance, and 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals that were stable like mountains. It was Fengjio Gu, as well as the 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals from Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei's plan was to find Red Lotus True Inheritance using Fan Yuan as the key. Now that Fan Yuan had entered the River of Time to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance, she was definitely going to send people after him. To think this otherworldly demon is so powerful, he could actually fight Brother Feng evenly. With our help, no matter how talented he is, he cannot escape. The 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals had not met up with Fengjio Gu for a long time, and he was not someone who would conceal information for the sake of reputation. He directly explained Fan Yuan's sharp rise and battle strength to them. If we work together, we should be able to kill Fan Yuan. Fengjio Gu nodded slightly. Fan Yuan's battle strength was similar to his. Against 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal, it would be barely enough. Against 2, it would be extremely difficult. Especially now, Fengjio Ji's chaotic heart drumming sound was modified by Fairy Ziwei again. It was the trump card to deal with Fan Yuan. These are dream realms. A moment later, Fengjio Gu and the rest could not help but land, looking helplessly at the dream realm defensive line. It seems we can only wait. The dream realms move constantly. A gap will appear in the defense soon. We will be able to enter. Other than us, Lord Huang Shi is in the River of Time. He is the person most skilled with fighting in the River of Time for the last 10,000 years. Fan Yuan is not his match. The 3 immortals discussed, deciding to stay and wait for an opportunity. In the River of Time. Grrrr. The immemorial year monkey growled. Its body was covered in injuries. Fan Yuan turned around. Looking at the river segment behind him, he felt a little fearful. Thankfully, the immemorial year monkey is here to defend me, otherwise, how could we get past this place so easily? The sudden springs had great power. They had at least rank 7 killer move strength, with most being rank 8. Fan Yuan even saw a sudden spring that had rank 9 power. The eruption of this sudden spring was like a huge waterfall that flowed upwards towards heaven. Thankfully, Fan Yuan was far from it when it burst out. He was safe. The immemorial year monkey is quite injured, but my methods are limited. I cannot heal it. Fan Yuan inspected and mentally sighed. Other paths healing methods were restricted here. In terms of time path methods, Fan Yuan only had man as before, but this immortal Gu only worked on human bodies. Fan Yuan could only let the immemorial year monkey recover on its own. Should I stop for a moment and rest? For the immemorial year monkey to recover fully? Fan Yuan could not help but hesitate. The sudden springs were just the first hurdle to Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fan Yuan still had to face the dark web spiders, 1-finger flow sharks, and a special blade river segment. These 3 hurdles were more dangerous than the sudden springs. Sudden spring river segment? Lord Huangshi looked at the river in front of him as he frowned. According to Lady Ziwei, Fan Yuan is right ahead. Immediately after, Lord Huangshi's eyes shined brightly as he flew towards the Sudden Spring River segment resolutely. Chapter 1432. Huangshi's Pursuit. Boom! A huge sudden spring burst out of the peaceful river surface. Compared to this sudden spring, Lord Huangshi, who was flying in the air, resembled a tiny mosquito. Even before the sudden spring hit him, Lord Huangshi felt like it was getting faster and faster. That was not true, of course. The sudden spring actually became slower as it got higher and higher. The reason why Lord Huangshi felt that was because his own relative speed had fallen. This was the river of time. The eruption of sudden springs will cause everything around it to slow down. In that case, the target would find it harder to escape. Humph! Lord Huangshi was not fazed. At the crucial moment, bright light shone from his head. At the next instant, he was completely restored to normal condition as he retreated, causing the sudden spring to miss its target. Rumble! With another loud sound, the sudden spring crashed back into the river and created a huge wave. Lord Huangshi wiped the sweat off his forehead. This sudden spring has the power of a rank 8 killer move. Even I have to be careful. If I got hit, I would suffer great injuries. If I encounter a rank 9 level sudden spring, I would definitely be gravely injured. I might even die. Lord Huangshi felt pressured in his heart. Even though he was a rank 8 Gu immortal and had territorial advantage when fighting in the River of Time, he knew that Fan Yuan had luck path methods, and even a rather comprehensive all living beings luck true inheritance. Being at the Sudden Spring River segment, other than one's strength, one had to depend on their own luck. I am chasing after Fan Yuan now. This is not beneficial to him. According to the profundities of luck path, my journey will not be smooth, it will be filled with problems. Fan Yuan chose this route to trouble me. This is a good plan. However, Lord Huangshi frowned, feeling doubts. No matter how lucky Fan Yuan is, he can't avoid all the sudden springs, right? Even if rank 9 sudden springs are rare, those rank 7 sudden springs are countless, and there are also many rank 8 sudden springs. How did he pass them? Did he use reverse flow protection seal the entire time? If he was using reverse flow protection seal, this would be great news to Lord Huangshi. Because this sudden spring river segment was very long, if Fan Yuan used his killer move the entire time, his immortal essence would be greatly expended. This would be helpful when Lord Huangshi fights him later. Lord Huangshi did not expect that Fan Yuan would enslave an immemorial year monkey to act as his shield. Even though Fan Yuan could control the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Heavenly Court attributed that to He Fan's true inheritance. Fan Yuan was controlling a rank 8 existence with rank 7 cultivation level. It was a shocking accomplishment. But the truth was 180 slaves, and years flow like water immortal Gu's flaw. Especially the latter, He Fan did not expose his own weakness. This secret was unknown to Heavenly Court. They could not deduce that Fan Yuan had a way to lure immemorial year beasts to him. Because of such reasons, Heavenly Court did not manage to learn that Fan Yuan could control an immemorial year beast. After a few minutes, Lord Huangshi flew out of the Sudden Spring River segment. Fairy Ziwei's guidance was transmitted to him again. Lord Huangshi changed directions, raising his speed as he flew towards Fan Yuan. A moment later, his figure paused as he looked ahead uncertainly. Dark web spider! Lord Huangshi had a grim expression as he muttered this. In front of him, there was a huge spider with a pale white body. It was unmoving on a huge web. The spider was larger than the sudden spring earlier. It was like a mountain. Its 4 limbs were like ridges. Compared to the spider, Lord Huangshi was tiny. He was like an ant in front of an elephant. Larger than the dark web spider was the huge web it was on. This huge web was made of a crystal-like substance. Some threads were thin, while others were thick like tree trunks. The web was not flat. It was weaved into a forest-like cage. Countless spider threads stabbed into the water of the River of Time like roots. No matter how the water flowed, these threads remained stationary. A vast number of spider threads weaved together into a huge crystal nest. Each of the connectors had many complex threads linking to different directions. Lord Huangshi's heart sank. He did not dare to believe it. Fan Yuan and the rest managed to get past here to head to Red Lotus True Inheritance. He confirmed it again. Fairy Ziwei's directions were not wrong. This made him even more confident of his conjuncture now. Fan Yuan had designed this route to target him. Fan Yuan wants to use this dangerous place to force me to retreat? Lord Huangshi had a cold expression. He snorted before flying into the huge crystal nest. Each dark web spider was an immemorial desolate beast. They had their own territories in the river of time. In their territory, even immemorial desolate beasts would not dare to rampage. It was a predator at the top of the food chain. The dark web spider relies on its unimaginable great strength besides its huge body, as well as its sharp mouth and this crystal nest. Each crystal nest thread is extraordinary. Goo immortals of the past gave it a fanciful name, used until today, peaceful time thread. Any rank 7 or below existence would be in a state of frozen time if they touched the thread. They cannot move and would end up being eaten by the dark web spider which moves slowly towards it. For someone like Lord Huangshi, one single thread of peaceful time thread cannot affect him, but with 100 of them together, even he would be in grave danger. And in the entire crystal nest, how many peaceful time threads were there? Simply uncountable. Lord Huangshi moved very, very slowly. He carefully moved past each of the threads that had weaved into a web. He had thought of detouring this dangerous place to pursue Fan Yuan. But this way, he would need to travel a long route. Fan Yuan would gain a lot of time instead. And what if this Red Lotus true inheritance was inside the crystal nests to begin with? Thus, Lord Huangshi had to step into this dangerous place and pursue Fan Yuan. As long as I remain careful and avoid touching any peaceful time thread, I will be able to get through this safely. Lord Huangshi thought as a loud explosion occurred. There was incredible sound resembling the crashing of heaven and earth. The crystal web nest shook along with the loud sound waves. The dark web spider was alerted. Its 180 compound eyes stared at Lord Huangshi. Damn it! It must be Fan Yuan's trap! Lord Huangshi was furious, but he felt little shock. If he was Fan Yuan, he would have set the same trap against his enemies. Since I am able to get here, I have my assurance. I am able to get past this dangerous area while the dark web spider is alerted. With a cold snort, Lord Huangshi started to use his immortal killer move on the crystal threads. These crystal threads were not easy to destroy even though they were fragile, because any killer move would freeze in time as long as they got closer to the threads. Of course, against rank 8 killer moves, the peaceful time threads had an upper limit in terms of defense. Lord Huangshi started to act, using his rank 8 killer moves to attack the crystal threads, at an increasingly fast speed. He was a time path great expert. He had effective methods against the peaceful time threads. Furthermore, that dark web spider moved slowly. It could not catch up to Lord Huangshi. Lord Huangshi did not want to fight the dark web spider. He had a huge responsibility on him. But his path of retreat was not smooth. There were often immortal killer moves, sound waves, frost, and flames obstructing him. Lord Huangshi's speed was greatly obstructed. He was eventually caught up by the spider, as they fought intensely. Bam bam bam. After an intense battle, Lord Huangshi broke free from the dark web spider and left its territory. But now, he was in a more sorry state than before. Not only was he covered in dust, he even suffered minor injuries. This damn Fan Yuan, how many traps did he set? And these traps all activate at the perfect timing. There is deep planning in this. Lord Huangshi suffered a loss. He was filled with rage. He would not let Fan Yuan off. He flew while he treated his injuries. Not long after, he entered a weird river segment. What is going on? I can feel a strong sword path and blade path aura in this river segment? Lord Huangshi was surprised as suspicion flashed on his face. He slowed down and observed, this river segment had permeating sword chi and blade light. Wait, don't tell me this is. Lord Huangshi frowned. I traveled upstream towards the past. In terms of distance, I probably went back to 100,000 years ago. I am at the late antiquity era. Late antiquity era, sword path, blade path. I know. Western Desert Xiyuan, this person cultivated sword path, created sword abyss, and killed 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. There is another blade path demonic immortal. He is known as Dao Jiulang. He had overwhelming demonic might. Rampaging in Western Desert, he managed to break the expulsion formation and shook the world. These two fought before. It was an intense fight that led to great destruction. Lord Huangshi used his investigative methods, and as expected, this segment of the river was affected by the battle between these 2 rank 8 great experts, causing this to become a blade river segment. It was more dangerous to get past here compared to the Sudden Spring River segment, because it was possible that Dao Jiulang's or Xiyuan's immortal killer moves would suddenly appear and attack. When sudden springs occur, there is a process in their eruptions. But this Blade River segment did not have that. Fan Yuan and the rest actually came here? Are they trying to die? Lord Huangshi gritted his teeth, entering. Since Fan Yuan and the rest could enter, as a rank 8 great expert he could not back down. Fairy Ziwei guided him as Lord Huangshi got closer to his target. Roar! The immemorial year monkey fought in turbulent waves, it was covered in injuries, blood was flowing as the surrounding area was dyed red. On the immemorial year monkey, Bai Ningbing, Fairy Miaoying, and the rest were defending themselves. I finally found you all! Lord Huangshi's eyes shined brightly. He charged ahead without thinking. Chapter 1433. How shameless could it get? Bai Ningbing and the rest were trapped in the Blade River segment. They could not escape. Lord Huangshi saw this great opportunity. How could he let it go? He had chased them along the way. He was extremely furious. Now that he saw his prey, he immediately pounced forth. Swish, swish, swish! The river of time had surging waves. Mixed within were sword chi and blade light, shooting towards the shadow sect immortals. Lord Huangshi was not exempted. He was taken care of by the sword chi and blade light, but his defensive methods were not weaker than shadow sect's immortals. He had an easier time. Immortal killer move, Sun Moon Divine Shuttle. Lord Huangshi looked down as he pushed with both hands. Countless arrowhead shuttles shot out like a storm, towards the shadow sect immortals. Enemy! Bai Ningbing shouted to alert them. Sun Moon Divine Shuttle was very powerful. Even though Bai Ningbing and the rest defended themselves, they were heavily suppressed by the killer move. Roar! This angered the immemorial year monkey. It growled as it exerted force in its lower body. Its entire body left the river water as it jumped towards the sky. Sun Moon Divine Shuttle landed on its body and created small bleeding holes, but for this huge immemorial year monkey, that was only a light wound. The huge monkey hands grabbed towards Lord Huangshi while whipping up fierce winds. Feeling this terrifying power, Lord Huangshi's eyelids twitched. He expressed shock on his face. This immemorial year monkey is the real deal. It is not Fan Yuan's transformation. They actually control a rank 8 battle strength like this immemorial year monkey? Lord Huangshi was not a strength path or transformation path Gu immortal. He was not good at close combat. Even though he was a heavenly court rank 8 Gu immortal, against the immemorial year monkey, he had to retreat. He moved rapidly, getting to an area far away in an instant. In here, there were dense time path Dao marks. He could fight with great strength. The immemorial year monkey missed and landed back into the river, but it growled and leaped again, jumping into the sky and attacking Lord Huangshi. Lord Huangshi's eyes shined brightly. He saw that the immemorial year monkey was covered in wounds. It was not in its best condition. But that was natural. The immemorial year monkey must have played a huge part for Fan Yuan and the rest to get here. It had likely lost 30 to 40% of its strength. In that case, Lord Huangshi's battle intent became firmer. He breathed in deeply and used another immortal killer move. Immediately, a yellow soil rock appeared above his head. The rock moved slowly. It made the time around Lord Huangshi move slowly too. Next, dust and sand emerged from the rock and landed on the immemorial year monkey in a flash. Affected by the yellow dust, the immemorial year monkey's rate of time reduced rapidly. It became slower and slower. The time it took to jump became much longer. Lord Huangshi saw this and let out a breath of air, feeling joyful. He was very confident in his method. As the dust accumulates, the immemorial year beast would get even slower. At this rate, Lord Huangshi would control the situation very soon. But right at this moment, bam! A huge wave shot towards the sky, directly towards Lord Huangshi. From within the pale wave of the river of time, a strong blade light shot out with blinding light. The blade light landed on Lord Huangshi as his body shook. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Lord Huangshi was injured. The dust and sand shook as the immemorial year monkey struggled from within. Lord Huangshi quickly held his breath and used his immortal killer move more intensely, making the dust thicker to trap the immemorial year monkey. Bai Ningbing and the rest used their methods to unleash frost, flames, and sound waves on the immemorial year monkey, but they could not affect the sand and dust. In the river of time, time path lifeforms were greatly strengthened. Bai Ningbing and the rest were weaker than Lord Huangshi to begin with. Due to these time path Dao marks, their battle strength was even lower than usual. At the crucial moment, Ing Wuxia's expression turned grim. He was about to use the invincible lead soul into dream. But at this moment, Ing Wuxia lost his target. He could not sense the existence of Lord Huangshi. Lead soul into dream needs to sense the other party to activate. Otherwise it is useless. This Lord Huangshi already has a way to hide from my soul path senses. Oh? The defensive killer move that Lady Ziwei gave me activated. Hee hee. Lord Huangshi snickered coldly. The moment Ing Wuxia wanted to use Lead Soul into Dream, he had a feeling. Even though Lead Soul into Dream was powerful, it had flaws too. It was not a perfect killer move. Fairy Ziwei sent Lord Huangshi on this mission alone to pursue Fan Yuan and the rest. She naturally had measures against Lead Soul into Dream. After all, Heavenly Court had suffered greatly from it. People learned from their mistakes, not to mention Fairy Ziwei from Heavenly Court. Lord Huangshi came prepared. Lead Soul into Dream could not be used. Oh no! Ing Wuxia and the rest had a change of expression. They felt strong pressure in their hearts. They could not salvage the situation. They could only rely on Fan Yuan now. But where was Fan Yuan? Lord Huangshi considered this problem. He had thought that this immemorial year monkey was Fan Yuan's transformation to scare him, but after fighting, he realized it was a real immemorial year monkey. Since the battle started, Fan Yuan had not shown up. He who possessed reverse flow protection seal and had battle strength equal to Fengjiu Ge was the biggest target that Lord Huangshi was wary of now. The longer Fan Yuan stayed hidden, the more alert he felt. Fan Yuan, you're still not coming out? If you wait any longer, Lord Huangshi was shocked. At this moment, a huge wave from the River of Time swept towards him. Again? Lord Huangshi was stifled. This huge wave avoided the immemorial year monkey and came after him instead, time and again. His luck was too horrible. Rumble! The huge wave hit Lord Huangshi as he spat out blood once more, increasing the severity of his injuries. He could not dodge. Not only because he was using this immortal killer move, but also because the wave slowed time when it approached. Even if he dodged the water, he could not dodge the sword chi and blade light that were incredibly fast. Lord Huangshi chose to resist the wave, to find a chance to capture the immemorial year monkey, Bai Ningbing, and the rest. Right now, I have the advantage. I don't believe that Fan Yuan will continue to watch. Lord Huangshi made up his mind. Swish, swish, swish. 3 waves swept towards Lord Huangshi. What? At me again? Instantly, Lord Huangshi stared with wide eyes. He wanted to scream. Normally speaking, the huge immemorial year monkey would have a higher chance of getting hit by the waves. But since the battle started, only Lord Huangshi had gotten hit by them. Their luck is too good. Not a single wave hit them? Wait. Lord Huangshi shook. Is this the effect of Fan Yuan's luck path methods? He thought of a possibility. Humph. Even so, luck path cannot change the outcome of this battle. Luck path is suppressed in here to begin with. It is impossible for Fan Yuan to manipulate the waves here using luck path. Only supreme time path methods can do it. I have the territorial advantage here. Lord Huangshi calmed down as he continued to suppress the immemorial year monkey, Bai Ningbing, and the rest, forcing Fan Yuan to show up. Lord Huangshi fell for it. This is like what sect leader predicted. Let's continue attacking. Don't expose any flaws. Bai Ningbing and the rest had grim expressions, but they were conversing secretly. At the same time, on an island deep under the river, the image was moving in front of Fan Yuan. It was displaying the scene of Lord Huangshi fighting against the immemorial year monkey. This was a stone lotus island, the one on which spectral soul demon Venerable had obtained the red lotus true inheritance. Fan Yuan had arrived here long ago. The investigative killer move used by Fairy Ziwei on Fan Yuan had been removed already. As for Bai Ningbing and the rest, even though there was the self-cleansing immortal formation, they could not make it in time. If he brought them, Fan Yuan's traces would be exposed. Even inside the sovereign immortal aperture, they would be found out. It was like Fan Yuan using Qi Lux sensation to find out the locations of Ing Wuxia and the rest. They could not escape even if they went into the immortal aperture. Even though immortal apertures were small worlds isolated from the outside world, if there were clues inside the immortal aperture, deductions were still possible. Fan Yuan could do it, Fairy Ziwei could too, and so could Heaven's Will. As long as Heaven's Will was in the immortal aperture, the Heaven's Will in the 5 regions and 2 heavens would be able to sense Fan Yuan's location. Fan Yuan learned about this long ago. Even though it was a weakness, in Fan Yuan's perspective, he could make use of it. He used Ing Wuxia and the rest to deceive Fairy Ziwei so that Lord Huangshi underestimated Fan Yuan's actual distance traveled. Even though it was nothing much, after getting Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fan Yuan could use this advantage to its limit. That's right. Red Lotus True Inheritance had the ability to manipulate the nearby river segment. In fact, this Blade River segment was purposely chosen by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But when this ability was used, it would expend the Stone Lotus Island's foundation. After this battle, the tattered Stone Lotus Island would break apart entirely. Spectral Soul's will, let me lend you a hand. Fan Yuan looked at Spectral Soul's will. It was thin and had a hard time controlling the waves, thus he helped. Immediately, a huge amount of will gushed out and entered Spectral Soul's will. Spectral Soul's will became strengthened and growled. At the same time, a huge wave appeared on the battlefield. This. Lord Huangshi's eyeballs were almost popping out. The size of this huge wave was unprecedented. The blade light and sword chi inside had not shot out yet, but Lord Huangshi also felt a strong threat to his life. Lord Huangshi gritted his teeth. Even though this colossal wave would hit him, it would also implicate the immemorial year monkey and force out Fan Yuan. I will see who can last longer. Lord Huangshi was thinking of that, when suddenly, a small part of the wave split to allow the immemorial year monkey to pass through before it headed towards Lord Huangshi entirely. What? Lord Huangshi was about to scream in anger. How shameless could it get? Chapter 1434. Huangshi's death. Rumble. The enormous wave moved past the immemorial year monkey, encircling and attacking Lord Huangshi. Lord Huangshi's heart instantly chilled at that moment. He was a heavenly court Gu immortal, an elite among rank 8 experts. Right now, he finally realized it. Fan Yuan and these people can actually control this river segment? He was immensely shocked. This meant the scene of the immemorial year monkey being trapped in the Swordblade River segment before was a trap. And he had entered headfirst into the trap, and was still unaware of it during the earlier fight. As far as Lord Huangshi was concerned, this was humiliating. But how is it possible? Fan Yuan might have inherited He Fan's true inheritance, but he still should not have the ability to control a segment of the River of Time. This was what Lady Ziwei had deduced. Shock gradually disappeared as suspicions rose in Lord Huangshi's mind. As the giant wave approached him, countless thoughts emerged in his mind. This might be the power of Red Lotus' true inheritance. Only a person like Red Lotus Demon Venerable could use methods to control a segment of the River of Time. Seeing that the giant towering wave was already before him, Lord Huangshi's expression turned resolute. Never mind! I shall let you all know my, Lord Huangshi's true power! Lord Huangshi suddenly roared towards the sky. Countless goo worm auras emerged from his body. Yellow lights were continuously shining on his body. His bald head shone and sparkled. The large yellow soil rock above his head enlarged and turned into a hill, suppressing the water of the River of Time. His aura turned deep and unfathomable. Under his gaze, the river wave gradually returned to its original state. At the same time, countless ripples of time jumped out of his body and moved towards Bai Ningbing and the rest, with seemingly slow speed but actually being really fast. The anger in his heart together with the dangerous situation caused Lord Huangshi to erupt with his full strength. Amazing! He activated at least 4 immortal killer moves in an instant. Fan Yuan's heart jolted at such a sight. Since Lord Huangshi could obtain Fairy Ziwei's trust to move in River of Time alone and attack Fan Yuan, he naturally had ample strength. Right now, he erupted with his full strength, immediately blocking the giant time river wave and ensuring his safety, while also sending strong attacks towards Bai Ningbing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest turned pale. They were trapped in the yellow dust and were unable to free themselves. Even the immemorial year monkey struggled intensely, its growling showing its fear and panic. The might of the ripple of time was unpredictable, but its terror was well known. Even Feng Jiuge did not dare to easily come in contact with it, let alone Bai Ningbing and the rest. He is forcing me to appear, Fan Yuan mumbled as he looked towards Spectral Soul's will beside him. He turned Bai Ningbing and the rest into bait. It would be an enormous loss to him if he sacrificed them at this moment. However, among them was the split soul, Yingwu Xie, whom Fan Yuan had intentionally left behind. He was guarding against Spectral Soul's will just in case. Spectral Soul's will laughed loudly. Don't worry, Fan Yuan, this Stone Lotus Island was personally constructed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Although Lord Huangshi resisted the Time River wave, the wave also contains the peerless killer moves of both Sword Path and Blade Path. Look, this was the most powerful offensive killer move of Dao Jiulang back then. Its name is 99 Reincarnation Blades. Once it is activated, it continues on endlessly. If a layer of the blade light is broken, there is another layer. With a total of 9 layers of blade lights, every layer has the power to slaughter ghosts and deities. After the blade lights strike down, they will cycle back and attack again, A layer of blade light will attack for 9 times. Altogether, the 9 layers of blade light will attack for a total of 81 times. This move is extremely terrifying. Even Dao Jiu Lang only used it 3 times in his lifetime. Every time he used it, it would consume 100 years of his lifespan. And the move I am triggering right now is his pinnacle masterpiece used when fighting Shi Yuan. Shortly after Spectral Soul's Will's explanation, Fan Yuan saw 9 layers of blade light shooting out of the suppressed river of time wave. The blade lights were extremely radiant like fragments of the sun. It was so bright that even Fan Yuan, who was watching it through an image, felt piercing pain in his eyes and had to squint. Even outside of the battlefield he reacted like this. It was unimaginable what the immortals who were in the battlefield felt. Seeing these blade lights, Lord Huangshi's expression changed rapidly to that of horror and despair. He felt an intense threat to his life from these 9 layers of blade light. This was no joke. If Dao Jiu Lang was born in Central Continent, he could absolutely join Heavenly Court. He was a Blade Path legend who stood at the peak of Western Desert. He was an influential rank 8 figure. This attack was his greatest display of power. It was the killer move he had used in his death match with Shi Yuan. Lord Huangshi was extremely terror-stricken. He did not care anymore about the river wave, the immemorial year monkey, or Bai Ningbing. He shouted with all his strength as he used his hidden trump card to defend himself. Bam bam bam. Huge explosions sounded continuously as layers of blade light bombarded on his body. The dazzling blade lights continued to strike layer after layer, encircling and slashing at the pitiful Lord Huangshi, while interweaving together into a large ball of scorching white light. In the center of this light ball, Lord Huangshi was curled up in the large yellow rock above his head, defending with all his might. The blade light's bombardment lasted for a while before they gradually dissipated. The large rock around Lord Huangshi had disappeared. He looked extremely haggard with no color on his face. There were even large injuries on his body that spread throughout his chest and back. There was no blood flowing out from the injuries, but this instead signified the miserable situation, because the injuries were filled with blade path Dao marks which were continuously emitting blade chi that invaded Lord Huangshi's organs. Ha ha ha, look, he is finished. Spectral Souls Will laughed heartily. Now take this move. Spectral Souls Will furrowed its brows while moving its hands. This move is Shi Yuan's main trump card, haha, I don't believe you can survive this. Saying this, a powerful sword chi started to slowly rise from the giant river of time wave. This sword chi was deep and powerful, its depths unfathomable, and it carried an unmatchable might that could bury countless living beings. Lord Huangshi's pupils shrunk to pin size. Only one thought emerged in his mind, run. But he found he was locked on by this sword chi and was unable to budge from his position. This is Shi Yuan's signature killer move, Sword Burial Abyss. Damn it. Lord Huangshi's heart thumped wildly in panic. He had used up all his methods in resisting 9 reincarnation blades. He was in an extremely weak state right now with his defenses falling to almost 0. Am I going to perish here? Lord Huangshi felt a strong sense of death. Right at this time, Spectral Souls Will called out in the Stone Lotus Island. Not good, the Stone Lotus Island cannot endure this burden. If we insist on killing Lord Huangshi, this Stone Lotus Island's foundation will be used up. If we let go of Huangshi, it can still last for a few years. Kill him. Fan Yuan's gaze shined eerily as he spat out these 2 words without any hesitation. Understood. Spectral Souls Will acknowledged and stopped speaking. Lord Huangshi struggled bitterly, but was unable to get rid of the shackles of the sword chi. His expression had turned savage and frightening as he roared. Who could have thought I, the Grand Huangshi, would actually die here? My sacrifice is not important, but I have let Heavenly Court's plan fail, letting this otherworldly demon Fan Yuan continue to roam free. I am not reconciled. I am not resigned. Lord Huangshi roared repeatedly, but his voice suddenly came to a stop. His life force completely dissipated. That sword chi was like a legendary beast in the dark, swallowing his life force completely. Lord Huangshi, a rank 8 time path Heavenly Court Gu immortal, was dead. Chapter 1435. Spectral Soul's True Inheritance. A moment later, Bai Ningbing and the rest brought Huangshi's corpse to Fan Yuan. Spectral Souls Will gazed at the corpse and sighed. This person was also an amazing character, a genius when he was young and became a famous expert as he grew. His name had spread throughout Central Continent and the 5 regions. Now, he has perished in this place. Fan Yuan and the rest were silent. Spectral souls will control this stone Lotus Island and watch the past and present. It knew of many secrets. This was the power of Red Lotus Time Path True Inheritance, able to gain information through the River of Time. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had obtained this inheritance back then, he had praised it as inconceivable and acknowledged the superiority of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's time path methods. At rank 8, all Gu immortals would touch upon other paths. Rank 9 Venerables were even more so, with extremely comprehensive abilities. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's own time path methods could compare to rank 8 time path Gu immortals, but he was far inferior when compared to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Each rank 9 had their respective specializations. They had their own areas of expertise with their specific strengths. If Red Lotus Demon Venerable compared his soul path attainment with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, it would be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's turn to be in great awe. Gurgle gurgle. The water of the River of Time gushed out from below Fan Yuan and the rest. The stone Lotus Island was beginning to crumble. But only 1 or 2 areas were collapsing. The whole created was the size of a teacup. Spectral souls will stiffen before sighing. After a while, this stone Lotus Island will be completely destroyed. We don't have much time left. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had arranged all his 7 true inheritances on stone Lotus Islands, which were located at different areas of the River of Time. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained this stone Lotus Island, he remodeled it to become the greatest information channel of Shadow Sect. Not only this, Shadow Sect were able to use the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance multiple times, and recently, they had used it to let Spring Autumn Cicada activate smoothly, as well as to helping Wu Xia and Purple Mountain True Monarch. The stone Lotus Island's foundation had already been close to drying up, and it had further exhausted all its power to kill the time path expert Huang Shi in the battle earlier. It was crumbling apart now. Where there are gains, there are losses. Fan Yuan sighed. Although we lost this stone Lotus Island, being able to cause the death of Lord Huang Shi is a huge gain. This person has outstanding battle strength, and is like a fish in water inside the River of Time. If we had let go of this perfect opportunity, even if we lay in ambush again, we probably wouldn't have another chance to kill him. The group of immortals nodded in agreement to Fan Yuan's decision. In fact, even Spectral Soul's will was not an exception. It looked at Fan Yuan and nodded. In the battle of the giant dream realm, Purple's choice at the last moment was correct. Fan Yuan, I have to admit you have already become the final chance my Shadow Sect has. The great task of saving our main body is yours now. Naturally, this will depend on your decision. Even if you are bent on eliminating our main body, we won't blame you. All of the Gu immortals present were visibly moved at these words. Ing Wu Xia's expression changed. He opened his mouth several times, but was not able to let out any words. Who could have thought of this situation? Right now, between Shadow Sect and Fan Yuan held the complete initiative. He was indeed the last hope of Shadow Sect, even if it was presumed they invaded Heavenly Court in the future. Whether he saved Spectral Soul's main body or not was completely up to Fan Yuan. The words of Spectral Soul's will had the feeling of helplessness and a last resort. It was precisely because he knew the most information, he had a clear understanding of the situation. When Fan Yuan entered Red Lotus True Inheritance, Spectral Soul's will created no obstructions or difficulties and even completely coordinated with Fan Yuan when killing Lord Huang Shi. Fan Yuan glanced at the immortals before replying to Spectral Soul's will. You can rest assured. Heavenly Court is an enormous force, you and I are natural allies. I will definitely help if I can. Spectral Soul's will nodded. I believe you. Shortly he smiled. We are not allies, but a collective force. You are currently the leader of Shadow Sect, appointed by Purple, and have received the approval of the various split souls. Even if you meet our main body in the future, he will also definitely agree. Because we are him, our decision is his decision. Alright, I am going to pass on all my main body's soul path true inheritance along with other things to you. Fan Yuan nodded and used the wisdom path method to send out a lump of self-will. The large sphere-like self-will charged at Spectral Soul's will. Spectral Soul's will did not evade, allowing the self-will to merge with it. Information exchange between wills was extremely fast, and after a few breaths of time, Fan Yuan's self-will returned and entered Fan Yuan's mind. Instantly, an unimaginable amount of information assaulted Fan Yuan's mind. Fan Yuan closed his eyes, accepting all the information in an orderly way. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster who could not be compared to ordinary Gu immortals. Right now, his expression was calm. Among all the information, the most valuable was no doubt Spectral Soul's true inheritance. This was the most comprehensive cultivation content created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fan Yuan's mind shook with just a slight look at some of its contents, inwardly praising Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who created this true inheritance. Undoubtedly, in the whole world and the long history of humans, since time immemorial, this was one of the most valuable true inheritances. Since ancient times until now, only 10 venerables had appeared in this world. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was one of them. This true inheritance of Spectral Soul that Fan Yuan obtained was comprehensive. As long as he cultivated according to it, he could approach the heights that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once reached. Speaking of which, Fan Yuan had connections to quite a few venerables. Spring Autumn Cicada was the earliest to end up in Fan Yuan's hands. It was the most crucial key to Red Lotus true inheritances. But until now, Fan Yuan had only inherited one of the 7 true inheritances of Red Lotus. Moreover, although the inner contents were complete, Red Lotus true meaning had already been absorbed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had 3 true inheritances. Fan Yuan had obtained the essence of self-luck true inheritance from Langya sect, and some contents of all living beings luck from 88 true Yang building and Ma Hong Yun, but it was not as much as the rumor said. Of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances, Fan Yuan had only inherited ghostly concealment, while divine concealment was taken by Zhao Lian Yun. To think that the most complete venerable true inheritance that I obtained was Spectral Soul's true inheritance originating from my former great enemy. Unfortunately, my soul path attainment is not enough, and cultivating soul path would require a huge amount of time, energy, and resources. Among these, soul path has the most terrifying requirement for resources. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once massacred countless living beings for his cultivation. If I were to repeat his way, I would also need to slaughter countless living beings, otherwise I simply would not be able to satisfy the resource requirements for my soul path cultivation. Second to Spectral Soul's true inheritance was Red Lotus true inheritance. Although the true meaning of Red Lotus in the Stone Lotus Island was already absorbed by Spectral Soul to raise his time path attainment, its true inheritance contents were handed down. The most important contents of this inheritance were the Immortal Goo recipes of Spring Autumn Cicada. Not just rank 6 Immortal Goo recipes, there were recipes of rank 7, rank 8, and even rank 9. This meant Fan Yuan now had the entire set of Immortal Goo recipes for Spring Autumn Cicada from rank 6 to rank 9. There was a huge amount of content in this set of Immortal Goo recipes, amounting to several hundreds of thousands of words. Merely the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada Immortal Goo recipes totaled to 17 or 18. The recipe Fan Yuan had obtained in his first life of 500 years was only one of them. Rank 7 Immortal Goo recipes were even more numerous, reaching 86. Rank 8 Immortal Goo recipes totaled to 43. And there were 3 rank 9 Immortal Goo recipes. An additional Immortal Goo recipe meant a new method to refine Spring Autumn Cicada. As far as Fan Yuan was concerned, this would definitely be a huge help. Later on, when he refines Spring Autumn Cicada, he would not only have many more choices, but could also be more flexible in his methods. To think Red Lotus Demon Venerable had researched so deeply about Spring Autumn Cicada. So it is true that Spring Autumn Cicada was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan naturally wanted to advance Spring Autumn Cicada. He was deeply aware of Spring Autumn Cicada's power, and would absolutely not let go of this trump card that could overturn the situation. Besides Spectral Soul's true inheritance, and Red Lotus true inheritance, there were also large numbers of other true inheritances. Some of these inheritances were incomplete, while some were perfectly intact. This was the collection of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was alive, and the continual gathering by Shadow Sect throughout 100,000 years. Now, all of these belonged to Fan Yuan. Although Purple Mountain True Monarch's legacy was also abundant, he was only one of the split souls in the end. The content he grasped was not even 1/100th of the total amount here. Especially because there was also the Rule Path True Inheritance of Limitless Demon Venerable, and a Formation Path True Inheritance of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, which were not in Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance. The value of all these contents was so high that it could not be estimated. As long as Fan Yuan had sufficient time and resources, Fan Yuan was confident he could use these contents to create an organization that was not weaker than Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan's gains had reached an unimaginable amount such that even he himself was shaken. The frightening advantage of being the leader of Shadow Sect had finally been shown. Spectral Souls will spoke once again. Sect leader Fan Yuan, you have now completely inherited Shadow Sect. Unfortunately, although there are a lot of true inheritances, you would need an unimaginable amount of time, energy, and resources to cultivate them. And right now, what we lack the most is time, and there is also a huge scarcity of resources. Our main body had once successfully defied heaven, hiding from heavenly court, and delaying the Great Era by nearly 500 years. But now, our main body has failed, everything has returned to its original path. Approximately 10 years later, the Great Era will completely descend, the 5 regions will merge, which will definitely result in the largest chaotic war in history. And among the 5 regions, Central Continent's foundation is the deepest with the most amount of Gu Masters and Gu Immortals. Furthermore, they also have a unified leader, Heavenly Court. This is something none of the other 4 regions have. Whether it be Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border or Northern Plains, they are all controlled by independent superforces and are disunited. Northern Plains does have longevity heaven, so their situation will be slightly better, but when compared to Central Continent's Heavenly Court, their influence in the whole region is significantly lacking. And the most terrifying thing about Heavenly Court is their control of rank 9 Fate Immortal Gu. This Gu has extremely terrifying might, the reason why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was able to make arrangements that could resist 3 demon venerables after her death was mostly because of the power of this Gu. The 3 great demon venerables are all within the confines of fate. This was already decided upon their birth, and cannot be changed. Only an otherworldly demon is not restrained by the shackles of fate Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan, you are a complete otherworldly demon, and thus the greatest hope in destroying fate Immortal Gu. In fact, you are the inheritor that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had been most anticipating. 10 years, you only have 10 years. Fan Yuan, don't let Heavenly Court restore fate Immortal Gu. Otherwise, Heavenly Court will become invincible. Even if the 4 regions attack it together, they will not be able to bring it down. If that happens, there will be no hope of invading Heavenly Court and rescuing our main body. You don't have much time, Fan Yuan. Chapter 1436. Return. Stone Lotus Island. The voice of Spectral Souls will started to become choppy as his whole body turned increasingly translucent. Fan Yuan wanted to help and replenish it, but was stopped. Let me disappear. I am Spectral Soul's will. My main body is being suppressed by Heavenly Court. I will be found out by Heavenly Court sooner or later. As for the split souls, there is no need to worry about them within a short period of time. The Stone Lotus Island is no more. My mission has also been finished. Now, while I still have some strength left, let me speed up time for you and make one last contribution. Fan Yuan was silent, before slowly nodding. All right. After he agreed, he took out the self-cleansing Immortal Gu formation. Shortly afterwards, Bai Ning Bing and the rest entered the Immortal formation. The Immortal Gu formation started operating while letting out deafening rumbling noises. Spectral Souls will smiled as the Stone Lotus Island let out its final frail afterglow. Lord Huangshi is dead. When this news was transmitted, Feng Jiuge and the 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals from Heavenly Court felt an intense shock. Shortly afterwards, more detailed information was transmitted to them by Fairy Ziwei. Fan Yuan lost the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, but has actually gotten control of an immemorial year monkey? That Red Lotus true inheritance is truly beyond belief. It can actually control a segment of the River of Time. If it were not for the Stone Lotus Island, even if Fan Yuan had strength that rivaled rank 8 along with the protection of the immemorial year monkey, he would not be able to take Lord Huangshi's life. Sigh. Right now, the 3 immortals had already gotten past the defense line of Dream Realms and arrived in front of the tributary of the River of Time. The Dream Realms which Fan Yuan had meticulously arranged, because of their own circulation, showed a gap, letting the 3 immortals easily pass by it without wasting any energy. Dream Realms could obstruct enemies for some time, but they could not be relied on for a long time. Especially when these Dream Realms were already infiltrated by Heaven's will. Their circulation would clearly favor Heavenly Court. This was also the reason why Fan Yuan did not use the Dream Realm defense line to make a last-ditch struggle when escaping earlier. The 3 immortals' expressions turned unsightly upon hearing the news of Lord Huangshi's death. According to their original plan, Lord Huangshi would make a move inside the River of Time, destroying Red Lotus' true inheritance, and forcing out Fan Yuan and the rest. Then with the 3 immortals outside, they would encircle and eliminate Fan Yuan and the remaining Shadow Sect members. But now, their strongest member, Lord Huangshi, was instead the first to fall, this caused the situation of Feng Jiuge and the others to become rather awkward. Should they wait or not? If they continue waiting, would Fan Yuan and the rest eventually be forced to appear in front of them? The three immortals hesitated. They had come well prepared, but who could have expected their morale to receive a strike before they even fought? Continue waiting. Fairy Ziwei sent them new instructions. I have already deduced that in the information Fan Yuan has, only this tributary of the River of Time is remaining. Lord Huangshu was sacrificed, but his sacrifice has provided us a lot of valuable information regarding the ins and outs of Fan Yuan and the other Shadow Sect members. Especially regarding Red Lotus True Inheritance, our heavenly court is now no longer completely in the dark about it. Fan Yuan and the others cannot continue to hide in Red Lotus True Inheritance. They must come out eventually. Fairy Ziwei's tone was resolute, causing the fighting spirit of Feng Jiuge and the two immortals to soar. Fairy Ziwei was one of the few Wisdom Path great experts in the current 5 regions. Her deduction absolutely would not err. Then we shall continue to wait. Damned otherworldly demon, a calamity to all living beings, I will definitely take your life this time. I will tear off your skin, pull out your tendons, and grind your bones till they turn to dust. The two Heavenly Court Gu immortals were furious, while Feng Jiuji's expression was calm as he gazed at the turbulent tributary of the River of Time in silence. However, a day passed, 2 days passed, soon 5, 6 days passed. But the tributary of the River of Time showed no commotion. 10 days went by, half a month passed, but the waiting immortals did not even see a trace of Fan Yuan. However, they were not shaken. They were either current or future Heavenly Court Gu immortals. How could such people lack patience? Especially Feng Jiuge, who had battled Fan Yuan a few times and knew of his terrifying growth rate. He had already marked Fan Yuan as a great threat to the world. He had already made up his mind to eliminate Fan Yuan as early as possible, or else he would not be at ease. Where is Fan Yuan? Are they still on the Stone Lotus Island? Why do I feel a sense of unease? In Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei, however, was starting to feel puzzled. Not long after Lord Huangshu's sacrifice, she had completely lost the information of Fan Yuan and the rest. The Shadow Sect members had used the self-cleansing Immortal Gu formation along with the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance to speed up time. They had completely gotten rid of the investigative killer move on them. Although there was no evidence to prove Fan Yuan and the others had escaped from the River of Time, Fairy Ziwei vaguely sensed something wrong. This attracted Fairy Ziwei's attention. Wisdom Path Gu immortals were not just about intellect. Wisdom Path cultivation emphasized on 3 main points: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Among them, emotions and feelings were also specialty methods of Wisdom Path Gu immortals. Thus, the unease in Fairy Ziwei's heart had not just appeared out of nowhere, it was a premonition. In the worst-case scenario, Fan Yuan has already escaped the River of Time? But Feng Jiuge and the group had already blocked the entrance, so how did he succeed in escaping? Did he gain some extremely powerful concealment method from Red Lotus True Inheritance? Or did he use another tributary of the River of Time? Fairy Ziwei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The 2 tributaries of the River of Time that Fan Yuan had access to were already exposed. This information was definite because its source was Spectral Soul's main body. Spectral Soul's main body had been suppressed by Duke Long. Heavenly Court naturally would not let him go and had conducted soul searching on him. However, Spectral Soul was a peak expert of Soul Path. Even if there was only a tiny fraction of his soul remaining, how could he be easily soul searched by ordinary methods? Heavenly Court had exhausted all their means to extract information, but Spectral Soul's main body was still struggling stubbornly, and as such, they had not obtained much information. If Fan Yuan did not use this tributary of the River of Time, then which exit did he choose? Tributaries of the River of Time were exits. Feng Jiuge and the group were blocking the final exit. Even if Fan Yuan did not investigate it, he would have already expected this situation and might have taken the risk to charge through another tributary of the River of Time. Because rather than fighting with the sufficiently prepared Heavenly Court forces, it might be better to break through other, unaware forces. And in Western Desert there are altogether 3 forces who have control over a tributary of the River of Time. First is Tian Clan. This clan mainly cultivates Wood Path and Earth Path, and are mainly renowned for their immortal aperture management, and even have good reputation in the other 4 regions. In the current Western Desert Gu immortal world, it is one of the super forces with the most solid foundations. Second is Gong Clan. Gong Clan Gu immortals are proficient in long-range fighting methods, especially their curse-related killer moves. which are imperceptible and can silently take their enemy's life even when they are separated by an enormous range. Their most famous immortal killer move, Bao's Shadow Cup, had terrorized the whole of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. They only need a trace of the target's shadow, after which, they can activate the killer move and can kill their target no matter how far apart the distance. Third is Tang Clan. Tang Clan is a declining clan, its strength is mid-lower tier among Western Desert's super forces. But they still have an immortal Gu house and has control over a tributary of the River of Time, which is right by their headquarters. With their powerful defensive strength, other forces cannot easily seize it. If Fan Yuan were to forcibly charge through, which clan would he choose? If I consider this, along with no movement from the three clans, Fan Yuan might still be in River of Time. Fairy Ziwei was in deep contemplation. She was deeply aware of the situation of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. The power of Heavenly Court's information gathering was clear from this. Tang Clan. The remnant afterglow of an immortal killer move successively condensed on Fan Yuan and the rest. This move will provide us 3 months of time. Not only can it defend against the deductions of Gu immortals, it can also avert the attention of Heaven's will. Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes, which shined briefly with joy. Other than Fan Yuan, there was also Bai Ning Bing, He Lu Lan, Ing Wu Xia, Black Tigress, and Fairy Miao Yin. No one was missing. Fairy Ziwei's conjecture was only half correct. Fan Yuan indeed had no plans to engage in a desperate battle with Heavenly Court's forces, and had given up on that tributary of the River of Time. But Fan Yuan's group had already left the River of Time 10 days ago, returning to Western Desert. Let's go. It is time to leave Western Desert. Fan Yuan moved forward while the other immortals followed closely behind. They were deep below the ground. The group kept on moving until they reached the surface. 2 Western Desert Gu immortals were already waiting for them at the entrance. Tang Fangming pays respects to Shadow Sect leader. The 2 Gu immortals looked young, and after seeing Fan Yuan, they elegantly bowed. Fan Yuan laughed. I have troubled you too, these are the immortal Gu I borrowed from your esteemed clan. Fan Yuan waved his hand. Several immortal Gus slowly flew into Tang Fangming's hand. Tang Fangming carefully examined, and after determining there was no damage to the immortal Gu, he cautiously stored them into his immortal aperture. He said with some embarrassment, Please forgive my actions, I borrowed these Gu from the clan personally. This is a huge responsibility, I have no choice but to be more careful. Fan Yuan smiled. Tang Fangming's words had deep meaning. After all, Tang Clan was a righteous path force but was cooperating with the demonic path Shadow Sect. If this was exposed, they would be denounced, and there would be immense trouble. But factions did not represent anything, benefits were the only things that everyone chased after. Tang Clan was weak, the external pressure on them was enormous. Such an environment made almost all the Tang Clan Gu immortals possess the spirit of going all out, taking risks, bearing hardships, and enduring patiently. Tang Clan's grand strategy was to develop Dream Path. In Fan Yuan's first life of 500 years, Tang Clan had moved to the top by exploiting Dream Realms. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, they had made countless achievements, their strength rose explosively, and became the #1 righteous path force of Western Desert in one leap. Fan Yuan had thus contacted Tang Clan, to use Shadow Sect's research results in Dream Path in exchange for Tang Clan opening up their tributary of the River of Time, so that there was a final retreat path for him. Moreover, he was willing to cooperate with Tang Clan in the future, to jointly research the Dream Realm, and also obtain their financial help to produce Guts Gu. Such enormous benefits moved all the Tang clansmen. The support of Guts Gu, Fan Yuan's unraveled dream, and Ing Wuxia's lead soul into Dream, they were all greatly desired by Tang Clan's Gu immortals. Naturally, the latter two would absolutely not be easy for Tang Clan to obtain. Chapter 1437. This man is going against heaven. Western Desert. Blazing sunlight shone down upon all lifeforms. The blue sky was cloudless, distorting hot air was rising up from the golden desert. Farewell. Fan Yuan's group bid farewell to the 2 Tang Clan Gu immortals. Shadow Sect friends, please take care. Tang Lanke smiled. She was a rank 7-time Path Gu immortal, and was in charge of the tributary of the River of Time. She was the main person who helped Fan Yuan come out of Tang Clan's tributary of the River of Time. Fan Yuan smiled. You have already accompanied us for 10,000 li, there is no need to send us off anymore. Tang Lanke's smile became even brighter, but she was inwardly laughing bitterly. Their cooperation with Fan Yuan was not just about the Guts Gu trade, but also Shadow Sect's various research gains in Dream Path. But ever since Fan Yuan returned to Western Desert, he did not mention anything about this. He seemed to have completely forgotten about it. Although both sides had formed an alliance agreement and were restrained by it, they had yet to truly cooperate. Even Tang Clan was starting to feel somewhat anxious. Tang Fangming, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke, inquiring directly. Shadow Sect leader and friends, I wonder how will we collaborate from now? Fang Yuan glanced at Tang Fangming, an admiring expression flashing past his eyes. I am very interested in thieving Heaven's dream realm. We can deepen our collaboration in this. But right now, we are being chased by several rank 8 Gu immortals of Heavenly Court. It is not a good time to collaborate. We can only look forward to it in the future. Rest assured, we have formed an alliance agreement, haven't we? Of course, if your clan truly insists, we can remain here. It is just that our camps are different, and with Heavenly Court's chase, there is huge pressure on us. Tang Fangming and Tang Lanke looked at each other, both seeing bitterness in each other's eyes. Fan Yuan's words meant that if they want to collaborate and obtain Dream Path research gains, then they have to help resist the pursuing forces of Heavenly Court. Moreover, when the matter of Tang Clan colluding with the demonic path is exposed, they will have to bear the consequences of their righteous path reputation going down the drain. Tang Clan could not bear this consequence. They could not take a hard approach as well. Because Fan Yuan was sufficiently strong, such that he had no fear of Tang Clan, who possessed immortal Gu House. Then I can only wish you a safe journey. Tang Fangming bowed slightly. Okay, farewell. Fan Yuan nodded, leaving with an indifferent expression, while the other immortals followed behind him. Tang Fangming and Tang Lanke stood on the sand dune, watching Fan Yuan and the rest leave until they turned into black dots in the horizon. Little Ming, you are letting them go like this? Tang Lanke frowned. Tang Fangming glanced at Tang Lanke calmly. I am not letting them go, it is that our Tang Clan cannot force them to stay. Tang Lanke was silent for a long while before sighing. Sigh, I am uneasy about this. I don't know if this alliance is beneficial or harmful to our clan. Tang Fangming. I only know that all things have advantages and disadvantages. Often, the greater the risks, the greater the profits. What's more, the decision of collaborating with Shadow Sect was agreed upon by several supreme elders. Tang Lanke immediately showed a serious expression. This has no relation to the clan, only you and I contacted Shadow Sect. If there is a mishap, only we will bear the responsibility. Tang Fangming chuckled, but was inwardly rolling his eyes. Tang Clan threw him and Tang Lanke out as scapegoats to maintain their righteous path identity. They would be the cover to hide the clan's disgrace if this matter was exposed in the future. This was a righteous path's trick, and Tang Fangming was well aware of it. What kind of person is Fan Yuan? He had long seen through Tang Clan's trick. The tributary of the River of Time is near the clan's headquarters, and they stayed for 10 days, but even the first Supreme Elder did not show up. How could there be sincerity in such a collaboration? Since we are cooperating, we should make up our minds. How can we achieve anything by being so hesitant? Tang Fangming was thinking to himself, when Tang Lanke asked, What do you think of Fan Yuan? He said he was being chased by several rank 8 Gu immortals of Heavenly Court. Could he be exaggerating? Tang Fangming knew Tang Lanke's question had deep meaning. His best choice would be to keep silent. If he said bad things about Fan Yuan, Tang Lanke would report to the clan that Tang Fangming was filled with ill feelings towards Shadow Sect and made them unhappy. She could use this to push the responsibility of this matter to him. If he said good words about Fan Yuan, Tang Lanke would collect this evidence. In case the matter were to be exposed in the future, Tang Clan would sacrifice them to protect itself. Tang Lanke could then present the evidence to say that she had been enticed by a certain Gu immortal of the clan, and lighten her punishment. Tang Fangming was not a fool. He might not have been used to it when he had just returned to the clan. But now, he was an expert in the righteous path's tricks. However, at this moment, as Tang Fangming gazed at Fan Yuan's figure disappearing gradually in the horizons, he had a complex feeling. He sighed and bluntly said his innermost thoughts. Although I haven't seen his splendor in battle through these several days of contact, I am certain his reputation is not false. Fan Yuan is a legend of this generation. His elegant demeanor and grand ambition fill people with admiration. He is a man who is going against heaven. Just based on this, we will not be able to compare to him. A trace of joy flashed past Tang Lanke's eyes. She kept silent upon hearing Tang Fangming's words. Fan Yuan was also thinking about Tang Fangming as he flew on his way. In his 500 years of memories, this Tang Fangming was a legendary figure of Western Desert. His status was almost equal to Northern Plains Ma Hongyun of that time. Tang Fangming had been stripped of his status and mercilessly abandoned by Tang clan's Gu master higher-ups when he was young. He and his sister, Tang Miao, led a vagrant life, suffering much hardship. But due to a fortuitous encounter, he cultivated to Gu immortal level, while his sister Tang Miao became a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. To recruit a Gu immortal, Tang clan's multiple supreme elders sacrificed the Gu master higher-ups of the clan in exchange for the return of Tang Fangming. The later events proved that Tang clan's supreme elders made a wise decision. After Tang Fangming returned to the clan, not only did he help his sister to become a Gu immortal, he also actively explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm. He had an extraordinary talent and aptitude in dream realm exploration. He started to create dream path Gu worms, making huge contributions to the rise of the whole of Tang clan. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, dream realms manifested everywhere, dream path flourished, and Tang clan seized this opportunity to rise to become Western Desert's strongest superforce. It was mighty and powerful, even throughout the 5 regions, it was a peak-level superforce. As Tang clan's prestige spread in Western Desert, there were many who started to call Western Desert's Gu immortal world to be in Tang clan's era. And in Tang clan, the most eye-catching and charismatic legend was the Gu immortal who turned to cultivating dream path, Tang Fangming. Currently, Ma Hongyun has already died in my hands, but with the coming collaboration, Tang Fangming will grow up even faster. The comparison and contrast between the two is truly quite amazing. But according to the true path set by fate, Ma Hongyun was meant to die. A dark light flashed past Fan Yuan's eyes as he thought of this. On the Stone Lotus Island, what Fan Yuan obtained was not only true inheritances and Spectral Soul's rank 9 immortal essence, but also some valuable information Spectral Souls will have deduced with the help of Red Lotus True Inheritance. In Fan Yuan's first life, Shadow Sect had succeeded in defying heaven, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had resurrected, and also succeeded in infiltrating Heavenly Court. Later, the Great Era descended and the 5 regions' chaotic war started. Shadow Sect's influence had expanded into the 5 regions and 2 heavens, manipulating everything in the dark. Shadow Sect had interfered multiple times to save Ma Hongyun, before he finally became a symbolic character of the Northern Plains Gu immortal world, in order to resist Heavenly Court. And Tang clan was also a target for Shadow Sect to support secretly. That's right. In Fan Yuan's first life too, Tang clan had collaborated with Shadow Sect. The reason Tang clan could create Tang clan's era was because Shadow Sect was supporting it from behind the scenes to fight against Central Continent's Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan chose to collaborate with Tang clan mainly because of this. In Western Desert, Tang clan was not the only one who possessed a tributary of the River of Time. But compared to the other 2 superforces, Tang clan had more basis for sincere collaboration. The later events proved Fan Yuan's choice was a success. Borrowing Tang clan's tributary of the River of Time, Fan Yuan escaped River of Time, leaving Feng Jiuji's group back at the original spot as they waited fruitlessly. But in my first life, even though Shadow Sect's grand plan succeeded and Spectral Soul revived, he seemed to have been unable to regain the status of a venerable. Moreover, Shadow Sect had retained its strength, but Spectral Soul still chose to fight Heavenly Court in the dark, while supporting other forces. This proved Heavenly Court's strength was difficult for even Spectral Soul to confront head-on at that time. In this life, Spectral Soul's grand plan failed because of me. Spectral Soul's main body was even captured, Shadow Sect is in rough condition, and the only ones remaining are us. This situation is many times worse than in my first life. Now, I also might have to follow Spectral Soul's strategy, keeping in hiding while supporting several forces like Tang clan to create trouble for Heavenly Court. But what do I do against Fate Gu? Fan Yuan's brows unavoidably furrowed at this issue. In his first life, Fate Gu was not restored successfully. Because Zombie Alliance still existed, and Spectral Soul, the one fated to die long ago, had revived. Not only did he revive, he hid from Heavenly Court, manipulating and brewing countless schemes in secret, obstructing Heavenly Court in restoring Fate Gu. But it was different now. The situation facing Fan Yuan was much worse. Spectral Soul's main body was captured and Zombie Alliance was gone. Many fate-defying existences were already eliminated, which made the restoration of Fate Gu much easier. Fate Immortal Gu was the executioner's blade hanging above Fan Yuan's head. Spectral Soul's will had deeply reminded Fan Yuan to be careful of fate immortal goo. If it was really restored completely, the result would be disastrous. Fan Yuan firmly engraved this warning in his mind, but he could not imagine or think of ways to go about destroying fate immortal goo. Could he surrender if he could not win? As far as Shadow Sect was concerned, they did not have this option at all. And it was even more so for Fan Yuan. In my first life, I was constantly on the go, wandering, enduring hardships, being schemed against, tormented and suppressed by Heaven's will. I already have no route to retreat. Heaven's will chose me as its tool, but when I did not destroy sovereign immortal fetus goo and used it on myself, I went on the path to go against Heaven. There is no other option left. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan looked at the sky. The boundless heavens and the vast will of Heaven. Compared to them, he was so insignificant. Going against Heaven? Interesting. Fan Yuan smiled silently. Chapter 1438. Heavenly Court shocks the 5 regions. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Halls made of white jade stood majestically in the clouds, while the majestic silver sky shone brightly and grandly. Among these halls was a pitch-black hall that was very conspicuous. 3 large words were carved on the plaque of the door: Soul Suppression Hall. The aura emanating from this hall exposed its extraordinariness. Undoubtedly, this was a rank 8 immortal goo house. At the center of this hall were 5 enormous pillars. Purple gold chains were connected around the scarlet pillars to form a giant web. And a remnant soul was shackled at the center of this giant web. It was Spectral Soul's main body. Fairy Ziwei stood expressionlessly at the edge of the 5 pillars. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you were a rank 9 goo venerable when alive. You did not accept your death and acted in defiance against Heaven. Your current outcome is entirely the negative consequence of your own actions. Do you admit your wrongdoing? Her voice was crystal clear as it resonated in the large hall. On the contrary, the remnant soul remained silent, not even letting out a grunt. Fairy Ziwei continued. In the past, you had rampaged around the whole world, slaughtering countless beings to satisfy your desires and attain your personal achievements. Now you have become a prisoner. Are you still not going to repent and strive for the well-being of all life forms to atone for your crimes? The remnant soul was still silent. Fairy Ziwei sighed, activating Soul Suppression Hall. Immediately, the vast auras of goo worms surged like rolling tides, and like lava, the 5 giant pillars started radiating light and heat. The giant web formed by countless purple gold chains subsequently shone with a dazzling and bewitching light. Spectral Soul's main body began to tremble, and as time passed, his trembling grew more intense. When the trembling reached a certain degree, bits of information was extracted, which followed the countless purple gold chains into Soul Suppression Hall. Images started to emerge on the surface of the giant pillars, playing out some scenes of Spectral Soul's life back in the day. There were scenes of his cultivation, his valor in battles, conversations with others, and so on. The whole soul search lasted for 15 minutes before it slowly stopped. Fairy Ziwei, however, was not pleased. The extracted information was only superficial, and there was almost no truly valuable information. Her gaze turned grim as she sneered. "O Spectral Soul, since ancient times it has always been winners who take all. What is the point of doing this? You already have no hope. Are you still hoping someone will attack Heavenly Court and save you? Hee. What can you achieve by putting up this resistance? Your outcome is set and it cannot be changed." Spectral Soul was still silent, like a piece of steel or rock. Fairy Ziwei snorted, turning around and leaving. Boom! The large door of Soul Suppression Hall closed heavily behind her. Looking at the empty Heavenly Court and the silent halls, Fairy Ziwei's brows furrowed slightly. Over these days, the uneasy feeling in her had become increasingly intense. And over on Fengjiuji's end, they still had not found any traces of Fan Yuan's group. Not only this, in the information that Heavenly Court gathered regarding Western Desert, there was no news of anyone coming out of a tributary of the River of Time. Everything was peaceful. However, Fairy Ziwei sensed something wrong from this peace. Unfortunately, Spectral Soul is still putting up a resistance even after falling to this state. The information extracted from him is of no help in deducing Fan Yuan's tracks. He was after all a rank 9 venerable, a peak legendary expert of soul path. Even if this is just a trace of his soul, it is actually able to resist the search of Soul Suppression Hall. Truly amazing! If it were my remnant soul, not to speak of an immortal goo house, it won't be able to resist even a rank 6 immortal goo. Forget it. Even if Spectral Soul won't cooperate, Soul Suppression Hall can still continue to soul search, it is just that the progress is rather slow. But given some time, there will be a day when all the information will be extracted from Spectral Soul. As for now. Fairy Ziwei gazed at the sky, her lips curling upwards as she revealed an extremely beautiful smile. It is time for the world to know of Heavenly Court's might. Heavenly Court, which had been keeping silent for several months after the Battle of Dream Realm, suddenly revealed astonishingly terrifying news. The former Spectral Soul Demon, Venerable left with merely a remnant soul, was captured by Heavenly Court. His heaven-defying scheme was ruined by Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. The moment this news spread, the whole Gu Immortal world went into an uproar. Countless Gu Immortals were shaken. Rank 9 Venerables were invincible existences who ruled an era. No one could have imagined Heavenly Court to be able to capture a Rank 9 Venerable. Moreover, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had the most murderous nature among all the Venerables. Despite it being only a remnant soul, it was still enough to shake the world. Naturally, there were voices who questioned the authenticity of this news, but they soon vanished. Heavenly Court had naturally made sufficient preparation, listing out all kinds of evidence, spanning from Zombie Alliance, Shadow Sect as well as the Battle of Etion Mountain, the Battle of the Super Dream Realm, and so on. The ironclad evidence completely convinced the people. In an instant, the whole world's attention was gathered on Heavenly Court. The past glory of Heavenly Court was dug up by countless Gu Immortals. It was the #1 force in the Gu Immortal world, the strongest force since the start. It was founded by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, and was inherited by multiple Immortal Venerables later on, standing tall throughout countless generations. Even when 3 Demon Venerables invaded it, they had to leave without success. It was mysterious, it was powerful, it stood high above, it was unfathomable. This was Heavenly Court. Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven. South Desolation Immortal was lying on a sickbed, his aged face showing his final remaining bit of vitality. Sigh, who could have thought that the Grand Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's reputation to be lost after death, actually ending up in Heavenly Court's hands? South Desolation Immortal heaved a deep sigh. Yao Huang, who was standing beside the sickbed, comforted. Lord South Desolation, you should focus on recuperating and resting. South Desolation Immortal chuckled. It doesn't matter, I only have a few days remaining. Remember the things I instructed you, you will take the position of South Desolation after my death. Yes, Lord. South Desolation Immortal showed some worry. Times are changing, the 5 regions are descending into an unprecedented state. I have already sensed the surging waves of time, and it is not an ordinary wave, it is a tsunami that far surpasses even the Venerable's eras. Even my Longevity Heaven will be swallowed by this tsunami if we take a wrong step. Heavenly Court is our biggest enemy, be careful. Lord, this junior has firmly engraved your words in mind. Southern Border, Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. This was an extremely peculiar mountain peak. In ancient times, a rank 8 Southern Border Gu Immortal turned into an immortal zombie, and fought against allied attacks of super forces in this peak, finally dying here. As time passed, on the mangled corpse of this rank 8 immortal zombie, due to the nourishment of the natural essence from the river, along with the aquatic plants in the river that rooted themselves, this place turned into a corpse mountain. Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian was as high as several hundreds of meters. It was close to the whirlpool in the intersection of Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River where natural essence was extremely dense, and as such its resource productivity was huge and it by itself was a place of strategical importance. Right now, Wu Yong was standing at the peak of Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, gazing at the vast whirlpool in the intersection of Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. Behind him was a Wu clan Gu Immortal, Wu Jin. Wu Jin gazed at Wu Yong's back, not in the least concealing the admiration in his heart. This Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian originally belonged to Wu clan, but not long ago, it was seized by Yao clan. After the Battle of Dream Realm, Wu Yong had brought out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and displayed his powerful strength, awing the experts of Southern Border's righteous path. Moreover, after he had successfully negotiated and got back the lost immortal Gu from Heavenly Court, he had returned them to their respective righteous path clans. As a result, Wu Yong's prestige had risen greatly, and although Wu clan had suffered severe losses, this swept away their declining state and stabilized their throne at #1 in Southern Border. A stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, Wu Yong benefited in every way. He successfully retrieved the lost territories, making many righteous forces retreat without much fight. Now, in Wu Clan, many were comparing Wu Yong to Wu Du Xiu. Wu Clan's morale soared, and they believed Wu Yong would definitely sustain Wu Clan's glory. Wu Jin, this corpse Emperor Yuding Tian is a strategic place. Among all the clansmen, I can only be at ease handing this to you, Wu Yong said without looking back. Yes, I will not disappoint First Supreme Elder. Wu Jin's tone was slightly trembling. Lord. He paused before continuing. Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian is our final lost territory. Do we counterattack now? Wu Yong frowned. He had all along been scheming about counterattacking. But after the news of Heavenly Court capturing Spectral Soul, Wu Yong decided to give up this plan. This time, Wu Clan lost many Gu immortals. Since we have already recovered all the lost territories, our manpower, which was already barely able to control our vast territories before, has an even bigger issue now. It is time to recuperate and cultivate the next generation of clansmen to become Gu immortals. Yes, I shall follow First Supreme Elder's decision, Wu Jin said respectfully. The current Wu Yong's prestige was extremely high. His decision was supported by all the Wu Clan Gu immortals. However, we cannot settle the matter of infringing on our Wu Clan so easily. Although we won't expand our territories, we will get resources as compensation. Wu Yong continued, his voice containing a trace of battle intent. Wu Jin's spirits immediately rose. First Supreme Elder is wise. Western Desert, Tang Clan's headquarters. Heavenly Court's might really is frightening. Tang Clan's second Supreme Elder was worried. Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder indifferently glanced at him, well aware of why the other had come. Previously, when they discussed collaboration with Fan Yuan's group, the second Supreme Elder was opposed to it. Now that the news of Heavenly Court capturing Spectral Soul was publicized, Tang Clan's Gu immortals felt huge pressure. Will Heavenly Court hold us accountable for cooperating with Shadow Sect? Second Supreme Elder sighed. So what if they do? So what if they do not? First Supreme Elder smiled. Second Supreme Elder frowned and said while pacing around. If they don't blame us, it is naturally a matter of great joy, and we can continue to collaborate with Shadow Sect. But if they hold us accountable, our Tang Clan is after all a super force of Western Desert. We can collaborate with other clans to resist Heavenly Court. Of course, we must strictly keep the secret and not let out any evidence. Otherwise, with justification on their side, Heavenly Court can interrogate us while our clan won't be able to seek reinforcements. Also, if that doesn't work, we can only sacrifice Tang Fangming and Tang Lanku for the clan. First Supreme Elder laughed. Haha, look, you already know how to deal with this situation, so what are you panicking for? Ugh. First Supreme Elder restrained his laughter, and said in a serious tone. If Tang Clan wants to rise, we must take such risks. Riches and fortune are found in danger. If we cannot grasp thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm, would we be worthy of this great opportunity? As for Tang Fangming and Tang Lanke, they are already aware. Sacrificing for the clan is the greatest honor. Second Supreme Elder sighed. First Supreme Elder is wise. Chapter 1439. Zhao Lianyun's Ascension. Ha ha ha, Elder Fan Yuan, you are back. Langya Land's spirit laughed heartily, walking towards Fan Yuan with open arms. Fan Yuan also laughed. I feel like I have returned home, my heart truly feels much more secure. The two strongly hugged each other, their attitude was extremely warm. Elder Fan Yuan, your name has shaken the whole world now, congratulations. Langya Land's spirit's gaze towards Fan Yuan was completely different from before. Fan Yuan now possessed rank 8 battle strength. This was his own battle strength, and was enough for Langya Land's spirit to pay heavy attention to him. Moreover, Fan Yuan had escaped from Heavenly Court's chase and safely returned to Langya Sect. This battle achievement would shake the world if it was publicized. From Langya Land's spirit's perspective, he was naturally willing to see Fan Yuan have irreconcilable hatred towards the number one human force, Heavenly Court. The more Fan Yuan was hunted down, the more happy he would be. Because he was a hairy man, and his obsession was to make hairy men the rulers of the world. Naturally, Langya Sect's safety was much more important. If he had not been convinced that Fan Yuan was clean and had not left behind any clues for Heavenly Court to track down, Langya Land's spirit would not have been so welcoming. Elder Fan Yuan, what are your plans now? Langya Land's spirit asked while walking. Fan Yuan spoke bluntly without hesitation. The situation is quite dangerous now. I intend to rest and reorganize for some time. I have already inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance and become the new leader of Shadow Sect, As long as I have enough time, I can increase my cultivation and strength continually. Heavenly Court is not able to investigate me anymore. Now that I think of it, it was truly dangerous. I was fortunate to have First Supreme Elder fully supporting me. Lang Yilan's spirit felt somewhat embarrassed. He could only laugh loudly. He naturally did not fully support Fan Yuan, and only help Fan Yuan refine Gu according to the sect rules he had set. If he did, he would have already sent Hairy Man Gu immortals to aid Fan Yuan. The two conversed while walking. Along the way, they saw many Hairy Man Gu masters who bowed towards them respectfully. Langya's sect's development was also progressing rapidly. Ever since Lang Yilan's spirit changed the development strategy, promoting the Hairy Man War of the Three Continents, many outstanding Hairy Man Gu masters had risen. These Hairy Man elites were selected and brought to live in Cloud Cover Continent to guide them in further cultivation. Murals of Langya's sect's supreme elders were in each Cloud City of Cloud Cover Continent. And the Cloud City belonging to Fan Yuan was much taller and had a giant statue of him. As such, these Gu masters were familiar with all Gu immortal elders. After discussing for a while, Fan Yuan bade farewell to Lang Yilan's spirit. The two had conversed cheerily. Lang Yilan's spirit was of course extremely interested in Spectral Soul's true inheritance, while Fan Yuan wanted to use Langya's sect's power to help him refine immortal Gu. Fan Yuan had some ability in refinement path, but against Langya's sect, he paled in comparison. Both sides set up many agreements. Lang Yilan's spirit left in satisfaction. Fan Yuan walked to a Gu refinement hall and saw Sixth Hair. So it was Second Supreme Elder, sorry for not receiving you. Sixth Hair smiled. He looked withered and haggard, and in a miserable state. When he saw Fan Yuan, complicated expressions were shown through his eyes. There was joy, surges of emotions, loneliness, and sighs. Events in life were mystical things. Before, Sixth Hair had been wishing for Fan Yuan's death. Now, Fan Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect, and was also the only hope in rescuing Spectral Soul's main body. Since Fan Yuan protected Ying Wuxia's life and had a reconcilable enmity with Heavenly Court, Sixth Hair also chose to acknowledge Fan Yuan's position. Sixth Hair pays respect to Lord Sect Leader. Please forgive me for not being able to pay full respects. Sixth Hair transmitted his voice. This was Langya Blessed Land. Lang Yilan's spirit could observe everything clearly. It is just superficial etiquette. How could I mind these things? Fan Yuan transmitted his voice. I still need to thank you for your effort in helping me by refining immortal Gu. Heavenly Court is my sworn enemy. There will be a day when I will invade Heavenly Court and use all my strength to rescue Spectral Soul's main body. Sixth Hair nodded, a radiant splendor flashing past his eyes as he turned around to lead the way. Please, this way. Actually, he was aware Fan Yuan's words did not have any assurance. If Fan Yuan wanted to break his word, he would suffer no punishment nor pay any price. But for a human to live, they needed hope. Even if this hope was minuscule. Moreover, Sixth Hair was aware that if Fan Yuan had not been recruited, just based on the remaining Shadow Sect Gu immortals, they simply would not be Heavenly Court's match and would soon be wiped out. Heavenly Court would not even need to make a move. Fan Yuan might be the first to move against Shadow Sect's remnant forces to gain benefits. Purple Mountain True Monarch had already predicted the future situation, and so to preserve the remaining Shadow Sect forces and to sustain hope, he handed the whole of Shadow Sect to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan knew Purple Mountain True Monarch's intention, but he accepted it, and was quite happy in doing so. Fan Yuan followed Sixth Hair and walked some distance before arriving in front of a refinement path immortal formation. There, flames were raging, but they were radiating extremely cold air. The extreme coldness soon covered Fan Yuan's brows and the tips of his hair with a layer of frost. Lord Sect Leader, Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu's refinement has already reached its crucial stage. But I have failed several times in this step. My luck is inferior to yours, Sect Leader. You are more suitable to complete these final few steps. Sixth Hair transmitted his voice. He then started to explain the steps of Gu refinement in detail, as well as many key points among them, his own experiences and insights. Fan Yuan listened attentively, not missing even a single word. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was the crucial key to his next cultivation plan. Almost at the same time, far away in Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House, a peak rank 5 female Gu master was faced with an important moment of her life. At this moment, she wore combat armor, she had clear white skin and her eyes shone like stars, her arched eyebrows were slightly furrowed right now as she concentrated. You can begin. Spirit Affinity House's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Su Hao spoke. At his side was a female immortal. She was Su Hao's wife, Li Juning. Zhao Lianyun nodded and took a deep breath as she started her immortal ascension. In her rank 5 peak stage aperture, primeval essence surged like fierce waves and struck at the surrounding aperture walls. Soon, cracks began to appear on the aperture walls. Following the increase in cracks, a formless heavenly power began to slowly lift Zhao Lianyun's body. When she was raised over 10 feet from the ground, Zhao Lianyun stopped. Currently, Zhao Lianyun's eyes were closed. Her whole concentration was on controlling the primeval essence in her aperture to fiercely smash at the aperture walls. She was unaware that as the cracks on her aperture walls increased, the aura she revealed was becoming more dense and had already attracted 2 enormous waves of qi. Heaven qi surged, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and thunder started booming. Vast earth qi caused ground to shake and dust to rise. Heaven qi and earth qi were increasing in intensity. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as Zhao Lianyun's aperture completely fragmented. Immediately, an extremely dense human qi flowed out of her body. Heaven qi, earth qi and human qi began to mutually attract each other, and soon gathered together, forming a giant qi sphere that covered Zhao Lianyun. You must persevere, Li Juning mumbled. Helping Zhao Lianyun ascend to Gu Immortal was not just a task from Spirit Affinity House, even more, it concerned her and her husband Su Hao's benefits in the sect. Su Hao and Li Juning belonged to the anti-Feng faction, which was unable to get along with Feng Jiuji's faction. And Zhao Lianyun was the most crucial person in the anti-Feng faction. Su Hao was solemn and cautious. Zhao Lianyun's ascension was different from others. Because she had divine concealment, she could not be deduced and calamities and tribulations could not descend upon her. Such an immortal ascension was unprecedented in history. Even thieving heaven demon Venerable had only created the first version of divine concealment after becoming a Gu Immortal. As such, Su Hao was extremely careful, paying full attention to Zhao Lianyun's condition. He would immediately help if there was anything wrong. However, at this moment, despite Su Hao having an intense desire to help, he was unable to do so. 3 qi gathered, Zhao Lianyun had to personally control its fusion process. Outsiders could not interfere. Before she underwent immortal ascension, Zhao Lianyun had done large amounts of preparation and practice. With Gu Immortals training and instructing her, she was extremely familiar with the whole process of immortal ascension. The qi sphere formed by the 3 qi became increasingly smaller. This was a good change. It showed Zhao Lianyun was successfully condensing the 3 qi. After a while, the 3 had shrunken to an extreme degree. Zhao Lianyun opened her eyes and gave a cry as she sent her vital Gu into the center of the 3 qi. Rumble! A huge sound resounded, like the booming of thunder. For an instant, Zhao Lianyun was completely dazed, her gaze going blank. But she came to her senses the very next moment, quickly looking at her aperture. There was no longer an aperture, replacing it was an immortal aperture. Rank 6 immortal aperture! I have succeeded! Zhao Lianyun wept from extreme joy. Chapter 1440. Great Dream Immortal Venerable Feng Jin Huang. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land, Gu Refinement Hall. The refinement path Gu formation slowly operated. The eerie blue cold fire had already turned into an iceberg. Fan Yuan stood at the edge of the refinement path immortal formation and raised his hands, closely pressing his palms onto the iceberg. His eyes shone brightly as he put almost all his concentration into the Gu refinement. All kinds of Gu worm auras fluctuated in his body. There were auras of mortal Gu as well as immortal Gu. He was using large amounts of refinement path methods as well as killer moves. Under Fan Yuan's effort, the blue cold fire was still quietly burning inside the iceberg. Gu materials were constantly refined by the fire, their impurities were removed, leaving behind only the purest essence. An immortal Gu embryo was beginning to form little by little. Sixth Heir, who was standing at the side, was observing with a joyful look. This progress had already surpassed his previous records. This was naturally not because Fan Yuan's refinement path attainment was higher than Sixth Heir, but because of luck. And an even more important reason was the refinement path method. To think that our sect had an inheritance of a refinement path great expert of the remote antiquity era, Bei Luo. Sixth Heir inwardly sighed. Bei Luo was a renowned historical figure. He was a rank 8 refinement path Gu immortal, and he was most specialized in the ice refinement method. Even until now, his ice refinement specialization was at a level where later generations could only look up to. Right now, Fan Yuan was using Bei Luo's Ice Refinement Killer move. Thus, he could easily surpass Sixth Hair's previous progress, and was only a step away from successfully refining Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. Even though Sixth Hair was a split soul and a member of Shadow Sect. Back then, Shadow Sect had used soul replacement to place him in Langya Blessed Land and had not given him a lot of memories regarding cultivation. Because once these memories exceeded a limit, it could easily reveal some flaws when cultivating. And in Langya Blessed Land, Langya Land's spirit was almost all-knowing, able to observe every small change in any part of the Blessed Land. Now that Fan Yuan had become Shadow Sect's leader and obtained all the inheritances of Shadow Sect, his Goo cultivation foundation had risen explosively. This increase could be said to be earth-shaking. Even Fan Yuan himself felt a little dazed by it. If Fan Yuan's foundation was like a lake earlier, after getting Shadow Sect's inheritances, it was like an ocean now. Even Langya Sect's foundation was below Shadow Sect's. Langya Sect was established extremely long ago, but it was only created by the rank 8 Goo Immortal Long-Hair Ancestor, while Shadow Sect's founder was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had massacred countless beings over the world. So, when Fan Yuan understood the Goo refinement steps of Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, he selected the most suitable refinement method from the large amounts of inheritances in his mind, Bei Luo Ice Refinement Method. Good. The Immortal Goo embryo has already mostly formed, success is very close. As time passed, Sixth Hair became increasingly excited. His gaze moved to Fan Yuan once again. This man. Sixth Hair's eyes flickered with a complex gaze. He has a solid foundation in refinement path, and also ample talent in it. More importantly, the ice refinement method seems to suit him greatly. Sixth Hair thought to himself. There were thousands upon thousands of refinement path methods: fire refinement, ice refinement, group refinement, time refinement, and so on. Some people were suited for fire refinement methods, while some were innately suited for water refinement methods. Fan Yuan also discovered that the ice refinement method suited him very well. Looks like I should practice ice refinement method in my spare time. It seems to suit my personality even more than blood refinement. While thinking, Fan Yuan mobilized his Goo worms, preparing for an immortal killer move. There was already a huge number of myriad self-clones in his immortal aperture. While he was refining Goo, these clones were helping him set up the killer move. When this immortal killer move was activated, Fan Yuan immediately felt warmth spreading throughout his whole body, resisting the bone-chilling coldness coming from the outside. The intense coldness continually spread from the iceberg. This was a disadvantage of the ice refinement method. Goo immortals had to refine Goo while resisting the coldness. If Myriad Self had not been upgraded, it would be quite difficult for Fan Yuan to deal with many aspects. But with the new Myriad Self, he was able to easily pass this difficulty. Just as Fan Yuan was continuing to refine Goo, far away in Central Continent, Feng Jin Huang had climbed to a mountain peak. It was dawn, and there was still some darkness in the sky with a few scattered stars. Feng Jin Huang breathed out as she gazed far away, but her face was filled with worry. Being raised under the protection of Goo immortal parents, the previous her did not know the taste of sorrow. Now, however, she had tasted setbacks and experienced the difficulties of life. Especially in recent times, as Zhao Lianyun succeeded in her immortal ascension. This greatly increased the anti-Feng faction's reputation in Spirit Affinity House, and with Feng Jiuge far away in Western Desert, Fairy Baiqing was unable to deal with this alone, allowing Su Hao's group to gain a lot of support. From these events, Feng Jin Huang experienced difficulties and bitterness which she had not felt before. In her eyes, the sect had completely transformed. Sigh. She sat down on a rock and sighed. She started thinking of Zhao Lianyun. This girl came from behind and robbed Feng Jin Huang of her goal, the position of Spirit Affinity House's fairy. Now, she had succeeded in her immortal ascension, and was now different from mortals. The scene of Zhao Lianyun begging her was still clear in her mind. Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon, Fan Yuan is also an otherworldly demon. Why am I always losing to otherworldly demons? Feng Jin Huang's thoughts were wandering, that unforgettable scene emerging from the depths of her mind. It was at the peak of Danghun Mountain, when she first saw Feng Yuan. Feng Jin Huang's face immediately flushed. She quickly shook her head and suppressed these scenes and memories. What use is there in thinking about this? Feng Jin Huang, you need to keep on working harder. You need to put in more effort, become a Goo immortal, and help father and mother. Feng Jin Huang collected her thoughts and began to summarize her most recent dream realm experience. That was the dream realm of the refinement path great expert Bei Luo. After passing this dream realm, my refinement path has already broken through to great grandmaster. Senior Bei Luo was most proficient in ice refinement. Let's give it a try. Feng Jin Huang spread her arms, her 10 fingers twitched rhythmically and quickly, creating multiple layers of blurred images. A gust of cold air immediately swirled around her hand, becoming more vigorous. Feng Jin Huang was a refinement path great grandmaster. With such an outstanding attainment level, a goo worm soon appeared out of the cold air. This was an ice path rank 3 mortal goo. It flew to Feng Jin Huang's shoulder and sat there motionlessly. Following it, a second and third goo worm flew out. Moreover, their ranks were gradually climbing from rank 3 to rank 4 and 5. Feng Jin Huang's expression revealed joy. Her eyes were gradually brightening and her finger movements became even faster. But at the next moment, the cold air suddenly exploded, the goo refinement failed and Feng Jin Huang suffered a backlash. Damn it! Feng Jin Huang's heart sank and her face paled. She subconsciously closed her eyes and gritted her teeth to endure the incoming pain. But nothing happened. What's going on? Feng Jin Huang slowly opened her eyes. She saw a tall man in front of her with one hand stretched before her eyes. That cold air which had exploded was now actually condensed into an ice sphere in his hand. The man was truly tall. Feng Jin Huang's head only reached above his knees. His long hair fluttered in the wind, his posture was grand and powerful, his gaze contained wisdom and the vicissitudes of life. What attracted Feng Jin Huang's attention was the pair of coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. Senior, you are? Thank you for saving me. Feng Jin Huang quickly bowed. The tall man smiled. There are countless refinement path methods. Ice refinement, however, does not suit you, Feng Jin Huang. Your nature is active and bright, so you are more suited for metal refinement and fire refinement. As for ice refinement, those who are proficient in it usually have a patient and persistent nature. The tall man then lightly clenched his fist, destroying the ice sphere in his palm. Feng Jin Huang clicked her tongue in surprise. She was deeply aware of the might of this cold air. It was enough to severely injure an ordinary rank 5 goo master. Her eyes suddenly brightened. Senior, you are a goo immortal? You know my parents? Feng Jin Huang had come in contact with many goo immortals, so she did not feel uncomfortable. Normally speaking, those goo immortals were quite pleasant to her, mostly because they admired Feng Jioji's great reputation. Sure enough, the tall man nodded his head. I know your parents, but right now, I came specially for you. For me? Feng Jin Huang was surprised. Indeed. The tall man continued. Oh, Feng Jin Huang, in the future you will become Great Dream Immortal Venerable. You are destined to join Heavenly Court and lead this era, stunning the world and standing proudly at the peak of Goo Immortals. I am Heavenly Court's Goo Immortal Duke Long. I came here to take you in as my disciple, to lead you to the grand throne of a rank 9 Venerable. What? Feng Jin Huang's mouth opened wide as she looked at the tall man in a daze. Duke Long smiled at Feng Jin Huang. His expression was peaceful and amiable. Feng Jin Huang, however, had a look of I think this guy is a scammer towards this legendary character who had defeated Spectral Soul. She did not recognize Duke Long. Duke Long's appearance was familiar to the Goo Immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, but Feng Jin Huang was immortal, and had no access to this knowledge. Immortals and mortals were in 2 different worlds. Uncle, do you know that since ancient times, there were only 10 people who became Goo Venerables? I know the prophecy regarding Great Dream Immortal Venerable, but how can I possibly be that Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Feng Jin Huang asked. Don't doubt yourself. Duke Long smiled. You are the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. When you were young, a Dream Path Immortal Goo chose you. This was the sign. Your life should have been smooth sailing with dazzling achievements. Regretfully, some obstacles appeared. Those otherworldly demons who are not bound by fate, they stole your fortuitous encounters. Like who immortal blessed land, and also the position of the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But none of these are important. Fate Immortal Goo will be completely restored in 10 years. You will definitely become Great Dream Immortal Venerable, because this is all predestined by fate. Duke Long's expression was serious as he said this. His gaze was extremely firm, like he was telling an absolute truth. Nothing in this world could shake or change this truth. Feng Jin Huang was also affected by his words. She was stumped for a moment, unable to say anything. Chapter 1441. Snow lotus essence. Pieces of ice fell to the ground. Cough, cough. Fan Yuan pressed on his chest as he coughed out blood clots from his heart and lungs. These blood clots had solidified into small pieces, letting out intense coldness. Fan Yuan's expression was unusual. His face looked purple. He had suffered a huge injury. The goo refinement had failed, the giant iceberg exploded, and Fan Yuan had to forcibly endure the backlash. Immortal goo man as before. Fan Yuan immediately activated his immortal goo, restoring himself to his previous state. The purple tint on his face disappeared, and his injuries were almost all gone. But there was still large amounts of frost energy solidifying inside his body, making him feel uncomfortable. The frost energy was not a result of the goo refinement failure, but had accumulated in Fan Yuan's body throughout the refinement process. Because the time duration was long, man as before was not able to produce perfect results. Speaking of which, I have mainly been relying on man as before as my healing method. This rank 6 immortal goo is extremely useful, and is the core to many killer moves in the Shadow Sect inheritances. Given some time, after I train and get proficient in these killer moves, my healing ability will definitely rise sharply. Fan Yuan started pondering when suddenly a flash of inspiration hit him. Wait. Since there is man as before, why is there no goo as before? A goo worm to heal goo worms. This was possible. If there is an immortal goo like goo as before, can I use it as the core to design an immortal killer move to help me refine goo? If there is truly such a killer move, then I could have used it just before to immediately recover the damage and return back to the final step of the goo refinement. Fan Yuan's eyes shone as he began to inspect the storage of Shadow Sect inheritances in his mind. The true inheritance contents of Shadow Sect was as vast as a sea. After Fan Yuan looked through them, he found that this idea had already been envisioned by predecessors. And there were many who thought of this. Most of them were refinement path goo immortals, and there were also those of time path. There were many inheritances where predecessors had recorded their thoughts and results regarding goo as before. However, they were all incomplete immortal goo recipes, and not one was deduced completely. It was very difficult to realize this concept. As far as most goo immortals were concerned, man as before had a limited range of use. Rank 6 man as before had a very weak effect on rank 7 goo immortals, and often the activation would fail. Rank 7 man as before also did not have outstanding effects on most rank 7 goo immortals. Unless the target was a time path goo immortal with a lot of time path Dao marks, then they would not conflict with man as before, and also be able to amplify its ability. Since man as before was like this, goo as before was even more troubling. To goo immortals, using goo as before to restore mortal goo had small significance because goo immortals did not lack mortal goo. The matter of mortal goo was only a problem of quantity for them. Naturally, lifespan goo was an exception. But using goo as before to restore immortal goo was even more difficult than restoring goo immortals. Because every immortal goo was a fragment of the Great Tao and their respective paths. There was a strong conflict between immortal goo of different paths. Immortal goo could coordinate with each other, but using their effect on another immortal goo was a completely different concept. Unless they had dominance in rank. For instance, using rank 7 goo as before to restore rank 6 goo had some likelihood. But using it on rank 7 would definitely fail. The concept of goo as before was extremely enticing, but it was too difficult to create in reality. There were many goo immortals who had such inspirations, and there was not a lack of refinement path and time path great grandmasters among them. Unfortunately, none of their efforts succeeded. Goo as before was not a viable concept, but Fan Yuan had other ways around it. For instance, some refinement path immortal formations. These immortal formations had short-term effects of backtracking through time. Goo immortals could activate these immortal formations to restore any mistakes. In Shadow Sect's inheritances, there were over 10 such immortal goo formations. But each of them had some disadvantages. Some had enormous demand on immortal essence, some had limited numbers of times they could backtrack through time, and some were only limited to refining rank 6 immortal goo. Among these immortal goo formations, the greatest one was Immortal Goo House Regret Pool. One of the 3 legendary pools of the world. Unfortunately, be it Regret Pool or those immortal goo formations, I only have the inheritances but lack the suitable immortal goo. Fan Yuan sighed, feeling troubled at having the knowledge but not having materials to put it to use. Actually, in his current situation, there were too many options laid in front of him. When ordinary people came across immortal opportunities and inherited some predecessor's inheritance, they would jump in joy, their cultivation journey would also brighten up and their prospects would widen. Fan Yuan's shadow sect inheritances were gathered by spectral soul demon Venerable in his life, and even continued for 100,000 years after his death. It could be said Fan Yuan had obtained a sea of inheritances. He had countless choices in his cultivation journey. And among these choices, the most attractive were Soul Path, Time Path, Earth Path, and Space Path. Because they were inheritances of Venerables, even a small portion could create chaos and cause Gu immortals over the 5 regions to engage in mortal combat. With these in his hands, needless to say, Fan Yuan's future prospects were limitless. But the things that could truly provide the greatest help to Fan Yuan were not these new choices. Because although these choices had immense prospects and were extremely tempting, the amount of time, energy, and resources they consumed were astronomical. The one thing that could greatly help Fan Yuan currently was Wisdom Gu. The light of wisdom could provide an incomparable help to cultivation. Fan Yuan had already tasted the benefits of this, and had an extremely deep impression of it. And to obtain Wisdom Gu's acknowledgement once again, he had to use his original rank 6 strength path Immortal Zombie Body. Fan Yuan already had the method to get rid of the soul path trap in the Immortal Zombie Body. He was only lacking the core Immortal Gu, Cleanse Soul. It all simmered down to refining Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. Regretfully, they had already tried to refine Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu over 10 times, but all the attempts failed. Although the ice refinement method suits me really well, I have not focused on ice path before. Moreover, these final few steps are truly difficult. Fan Yuan sighed. That's true. Sixth hair went up to Fan Yuan's side and sighed as he looked at the ground filled with ice pieces. The success rate of refining an Immortal Gu was too low. It was a pit with no end in sight. Only the current Fan Yuan had such accumulation and resolution to continue the attempts to refine Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. Currently, Fan Yuan had one big concern: whether someone had already refined Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique. If that was the case, he would not be able to succeed in the refinement no matter what. However, this could be investigated to some degree. If the Immortal Gu refinement had no mistakes during the whole process, but failed inexplicably at the moment of success, it would imply someone had already refined Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. But Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu's recipe was a secret, and the range of its circulation was quite small. Adding on that it had not been long since it had been destroyed, Fan Yuan's chances were still high. Maybe we can modify the last few steps. We can use Snow Lotus Essence to replace those Ice Path Immortal materials. Sixth Hair said. Modifying the Immortal Gu recipe? Fan Yuan mumbled, slightly nodding his head. The final few steps were truly too difficult. After replacing the immortal materials, these few steps could be broken down. Although it would lengthen the procedures and time of the entire refinement process, the difficulty would decrease by a lot. Then let's try modifying the Immortal Gu recipe. Fan Yuan considered for a moment before deciding. Modifying an Immortal Gu recipe could not be done casually, and required continuous attempts. It contained huge risks and would waste many resources. But Snow Lotus Essence, this rank 7 immortal material, is quite difficult to obtain, and is rarely seen in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan was slightly worried. Sixth Hair smiled. That's of no concern. Snowmen tribes produce a lot of this immortal material. Don't forget that we have already joined Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance. I have asked around and found that the Snowman tribe below the Northern Icy Plain has plenty of Snow Lotus Essence. Let's purchase them then. Fan Yuan put his mind at ease. Although he had few Immortal Essence stones currently, he had countless Shadow Sect inheritances. Just taking out some of these could lead to terrifying chaos and carnage. Thus, Fan Yuan was simply not worried that the Snowman tribe would be unmoved. I must obtain the Snow Lotus Essence. A sharp light flashed past Fan Yuan's eyes. He had to refine Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu as fast as possible. For this, Fan Yuan would not hesitate to pay any cost. Chapter 1442. Duke Long's Disciple. Over a month later. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. A Taoist temple was floating on the clouds. Immortal Gu aura permeated all around it. This Taoist temple was Spirit Affinity House's Time Path Immortal Gu House, Sun and Moon Temple. The archway, the main hall and the side halls were all integrated into one. This Taoist temple was one of the foundations of Spirit Affinity House. Its biggest effect was to facilitate in cultivation of Gu immortals. In normal times, Sun and Moon Temple would be in the control of Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders. They would take turns in using it to help in their cultivation. But right now, Sun and Moon Temple was taken out and placed in the air. Moreover, it was activated. Every corner and tile of the Taoist temple was alternating between emitting the light of the sun and moon. The beautiful light shone on the surrounding clouds, making them look auspicious, and creating a scene of an immortal sanctuary. In the main hall of the Taoist temple, Gu immortals had already gathered. Almost all the Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders were present, along with Feng Jiuge, Fairy Bai Qing, Su Hao, Li Juning, and the recently turned Gu immortal, the current generation Fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyun. But currently, the main character was not any of them, but Feng Jinhuang. Feng Jinhuang was dressed in neat and sharp white clothing, while her expression was solemn. She was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to Duke Long, who was on the main seat. This was the ceremony of Feng Jinhuang becoming the disciple of Duke Long. Normally speaking, Feng Jinhuang, who was already in a sect, could not easily acknowledge another Gu immortal as her master. But who was Duke Long? Everyone in Spirit Affinity House complied with this. They were jubilant. Several supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House had even discussed to make this ceremony of the highest standard, and also publicized this widely to raise the sect's prestige. However, this suggestion was refused by Duke Long. Duke Long had notified them. Everything should be kept simple. They should not publicize it, but the standards should be kept high. The first Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House personally took charge. She devoted all her effort to consult ancient texts and spent painstaking care to follow the master-disciple acknowledgement ceremony that was popular in Duke Long's era. Duke Long did not show anything on the surface, but was inwardly quite satisfied with this grand ceremony. Especially when his gaze landed on Feng Jinhuang, his eyes revealed even more joy. After the kowtowing ceremony was finished, Feng Jinhuang stood up and took out a cup of tea, offering it to Duke Long with both hands. In the silent hall, Feng Jinhuang spoke in a clear voice. "Lord Duke Long, please accept my golden jade tea." Duke Long took the teacup and lifted the lid. Instantly, the tea let out a gorgeous and gentle golden light, shining upon the ceiling, creating a magnificent scene. Duke Long slowly closed his eyes and brought the teacup to his nose, taking a light sniff. The fragrance was subtle and extremely clear, like the smell of dew on the grass in the morning of spring, pure and without blemish, and also gave off a smell of brightness and liveliness. "This tea is good." Duke Long smiled, slowly opening his eyes as he took a sip. The tea entered his throat, and it indeed was not ordinary. Even Duke Long had rarely come across such an excellent tea in his life. "Feng Jinhuang, you are a refinement path great grandmaster. Your tea brewing is naturally extraordinary. Good, from now onwards you shall be my second disciple." The great hall immediately started buzzing with his words. Every Gu immortal was smiling happily, even Su Hao and Li Juning were no exception. "Play the immortal music," Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder said softly. The next moment, clear and wonderful immortal music started playing without lacking solemnness and grandness. "Disciple pays respect to master." Feng Jinhuang kowtowed once again. This time she addressed Duke Long as master, and herself as disciple. This grand master-disciple acknowledgement ceremony had finally finished after over 2 hours. The significance of this grand ceremony was extremely huge. Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders were red with excitement. This was the leader of Heavenly Court, Lord Duke Long. He had personally taken in a disciple. The whole of Spirit Affinity House felt honored. As Feng Jinhuang's mother, tears fell out of Fairy Bai Qing's eyes in excitement. Feng Jiuge stood by her and lightly held her hand. He was also extremely gratified. "Tomorrow, Feng Jinhuang will return to Heavenly Court with me and cultivate there. Feng Jiuge and Bai Qing, remain behind, others can leave now." Duke Long waved for the others to leave. Only Feng Jinhuang and her parents still remained. "Feng Jiuge pays respects to Lord Duke Long." The two bowed respectfully. Duke Long slightly nodded, taking a glance at Fairy Bai Qing before looking at Feng Jiuge. "The task of killing Fan Yuan failed?" Duke Long said with an indifferent tone. Feng Jiuge: "I am ashamed." A few months back, Feng Jiuge and the others had been guarding that tributary of the River of Time in Western Desert, but where could they see Fan Yuan? As time passed, Fairy Ziwei also felt something wrong, and because of Feng Jinhuang's master acknowledgement ceremony, Feng Jiuge was called back to Central Continent. But the other two Heavenly Court rank 8 Gu immortals still remained back in Western Desert, and had even began setting up an immortal Gu formation. Duke Long continued. "Fan Yuan is an otherworldly demon, and also the only complete otherworldly demon. he is the worst enemy of Heavenly Court, and also the target that you, Feng Jiuge, must eliminate. I have only taken in 2 disciples my whole life, you should be clear of the significance. Feng Jin Huang is the prospective Great Dream Immortal Venerable, and you, Feng Jiuge, are her Tao Guardian. What? I am Huang Er's Tao Guardian. Feng Jiuge was surprised. This is a heavenly secret, it should not have been revealed. But this has already been learned by Shadow Sect, so it doesn't matter now. The great era is coming, Great Dream Immortal Venerable will be born, and heaven and earth shall experience an unprecedented transformation. Fan Yuan is the obstacle blocking the path of Heavenly Court, and is also the inevitable enemy of you two, father and daughter. You need to shoulder this heavy task that fate has assigned to you, lead all living beings to a brand new era. Saying this, Duke Long paused to give the 3 time to digest it. Feng Jin Huang's family calmed down only after a while. Duke Long then said to Feng Jin Huang, Huang Er, my disciple, you will follow me and accept my guidance. You are going to be separated from your parents in some time, you can spend some time together now, tomorrow, at dawn, I will come to take you to Heavenly Court. Duke Long instructed, his figure quietly disappearing from the main seat. Huang Er, to think that you are the chosen one. You must cultivate hard in Heavenly Court. You bear the task of the new era. The well-being of the people in this world will depend on your decisions in the future. Fairy Bai Qing's eyes reddened, slightly reluctant to separate. Mother, I still cannot believe it. This is just like a dream. Feng Jin Huang threw herself into Fairy Bai Qing's arms. When I heard that Lord Duke Long wanted to take you as his disciple, I had already predicted some matters about you. It is just that I did not expect your father to be your Tao Guardian. Fairy Bai Qing was filled with emotions. Father, mother, what is a Tao Guardian? Feng Jin Huang asked curiously. Feng Jiuge explained. In an Immortal Venerable's or Demon Venerable's cultivation journey, they would always have a Tao Guardian. Every Tao Guardian plays an important role in the development of the Venerable. Oh. Feng Jin Huang then asked again. Master said that he has 2 disciples. I am the second, that means there is a first disciple? Who is it? Feng Jiuji's and Fairy Bai Qing's expressions changed slightly. The 2 quickly glanced at each other. Fairy Bai Qing instructed Feng Jin Huang in a heavy tone. Huang Er, this is a taboo. When you arrive in Heavenly Court, never mention it. Especially in front of your master. Why? Feng Jin Huang became even more curious. At this time, Feng Jiuge gave the answer. Because Duke Long's first disciple, your senior brother, was the most mysterious Red Lotus Demon Venerable in history. Chapter 1443. Cleansed Soul Refined. This is the Snow Lotus Essence? Fan Yuan looked at the immortal material in his hand and murmured in admiration. Snow Lotus Essence was extremely exquisite. It was only the size of an adult fist, its pink petals, bright red stamens, and the whole flower surface was covered in a layer of ice as thick as a fingernail. This ice layer was pure and transparent, radiating bursts of coldness. This coldness was not a chilling cold, but was more like the coldness of spring. Despite being cold, it contained vigorous vitality. It was the first time for Fan Yuan to come across and see this rank 7 immortal material. Because it was so rare that even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it was a scarce item. The reason for this was that this immortal material only grew in large-scale snowman tribes. And the current 5 regions were ruled by humans, while the various variant human tribes were forced to live in some corners of the world. Fan Yuan was able to easily obtain this immortal material, mainly due to the variant human alliance. Not only did Fan Yuan obtain Snow Lotus Essence, it was moreover a huge amount. I am really surprised. I did not think the Snowman tribe would have amassed so much Snow Lotus Essence. Sixth Hair said from the side. Snow Lotus Essence is very rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It will definitely cause a bidding war if it is put up for sale. Unfortunately, strength decides the rules in this world. The Snowman tribe is worried about the risks of exposing themselves, so they only sell small amounts of immortal materials like Snow Lotus Essence every once in a while. Fan Yuan said with a gaze that was clear of the underlying reasons. It is indeed the case. Sixth Hair nodded. Actually, our Langya sect also has such resources which are rare in the human goo immortal world, but we also cannot casually bring them out, for fear that we would leave behind clues and lead to an invasion by human goo immortals. Fan Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He saw a business opportunity. Maybe later on, he could be a middleman for the transactions. After all, he was a human. He really needed these profits. With the frequent goo refinement attempts recently, Fan Yuan had already paid an enormous price. Although most of the cost was paid using all kinds of inheritance contents, be it him or other goo immortals of Shadow Sect, they would need more resources to continue cultivating and managing their immortal apertures. Fan Yuan looked at Sixth Hair as he shook his head. He knew Sixth Hair's words had deep meaning. Since he raised this issue, he not only reminded Fan Yuan, but also used an implicit way to offer himself to take on the assignment. If Fan Yuan had plans on doing something in this area, then Sixth Hair could mediate between the two sides and help Fan Yuan fight for benefits. But this was not important now. Right now, what I want is to refine Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo as soon as possible. Since we have obtained Snow Lotus Essence, then we shall start on modifying the Immortal Goo recipe next. We will first separately modify the recipe, then combine them later to overcome the shortcomings on both sides, and finally obtain the most optimal goo recipe. Fan Yuan instructed Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair did not forget to put on an act to deceive Langya Land's spirit. How many sect contribution points will you give me then? After a round of haggling, Sixth Hair obtained a satisfactory price, while Fan Yuan left the goo refinement hall and returned to his Cloud City. He had personally examined the Snow Lotus Essence, and just like the type that Sixth Hair had recommended, these were superior immortal materials. The flowers were ice cold, but they contained warm life force within. They would be an extremely good replacement for that flowing fire core in the original goo recipe. The main reason was that Fan Yuan was using the ice refinement method. Snow Lotus Essence naturally suited the ice refinement method more than flowing fire core. An immortal goo could have a lot of different immortal goo recipes. There was not just one way to reach the same goal. And when an immortal goo recipe was given to an expert refinement path goo immortal, they first distinguished which goo refinement method was closer to the immortal goo recipe and had a higher probability of success. Then in the goo refinement process, the goo immortal might discover that some procedures in the immortal goo recipe did not suit them, or maybe they found better replacements for immortal materials. Like this, they could further increase the success rate. Fan Yuan and Sixth Hair were currently doing this. However, the task of modifying the immortal goo recipe was mainly given to Sixth Hair. After all, Sixth Hair's refinement path attainment was higher than Fan Yuan's. What Fan Yuan was exceptional in was his wisdom path attainment level and his wisdom path methods. The only pity was that both Fan Yuan and Sixth Hair had ordinary attainment in soul path. In the following days, Fan Yuan began cultivating while modifying the immortal goo recipe of Cleanse Soul, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. He was once again using these two great secluded domains of heaven and earth to cultivate soul path. His soul path cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Even Fan Yuan felt it was somewhat inconceivable. Truly the sacred lands of soul path. Of course the main reasons are these cultivation methods. These are from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Fan Yuan was quite moved. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had also cultivated in these two secluded domains of heaven and earth. He had summed up and formulated a complete set of comprehensive, complementary, and orderly cultivation methods. Fan Yuan was just following it word by word. Previously he had used Burning Soul Bursting Luck once in Western Desert, and it had been enough to deplete his soul path foundation entirely. But after just a few days, he had almost restored his foundation with terrifying efficiency. This is still considering that I lack the crucial immortal goo and cannot use many immortal killer moves, only able to use these mortal methods. Fortunately, my sovereign immortal body has no conflict in Dao marks, so mortal methods are also effective. Fan Yuan was cultivating soul path, raising his soul foundation once again. The main reason was naturally to refine Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. Burning Soul Bursting Luck could immediately cause his luck to increase sharply, and this had a mystical effect when refining Immortal Goo. As to making Ying Wu Xie use Burning Soul Bursting Luck, it was not that it was not effective, but there were too many who were luck connected. Only a part of the luck would be effective on Fan Yuan. It was far better for Fan Yuan to use Burning Soul Bursting Luck himself, and then fix his luck. There was also another reason. Ying Wu Xie could use Lead Soul into Dream. If his soul path foundation was too low, this killer move's power would be limited. Of course, Fan Yuan was definitely going to master this killer move later on. However, now that he was in Langya Blessed Land, there was no hurry. Time went by quickly. Over half a month had passed in Langya Blessed Land. Fan Yuan and Sixth Hair had collated their gains and created a modified Immortal Goo recipe. There was nothing to talk about. Next was to continue the goo refinement. First attempt, failure. Second attempt, failure. Third attempt, failure. Large amounts of immortal materials were wasted, however they were not in vain. After the failures, Fan Yuan's sixth heir adjusted the immortal goo recipe and perfected it to the limit of their abilities. During the fourth attempt, Fan Yuan activated Burning Soul Bursting Luck, causing his luck to increase greatly. This time, he refined to the final juncture, but regretfully still failed. Fifth attempt, failure. Sixth attempt, another failure. Seventh, eighth, ninth. Fan Yuan continued to attempt it, persevering without giving up. After every failure, he would bitterly practice his refinement path skills, and at the same time, enter the two sacred lands of Soul Path, and use the cultivation methods in Spectral Soul's true inheritance to quickly increase his Soul Path foundation. When his Soul Foundation was of standard, Fan Yuan used Burning Soul Bursting Luck once again, and continued attempting the goo refinement. 13th attempt, failure. 14th attempt, failure. 15th. Success. Success came unexpectedly, and somewhat suddenly. Fan Yuan held Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo in his hand. He succeeded at the 15th attempt, adding on sixth heir's previous failures. The refinement had been attempted close to 30 times in total. The resources spent were in an incomparably enormous amount, just to refine one rank 6 immortal goo. If it were an ordinary goo immortal, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. Even the past Fan Yuan with his sovereign immortal aperture would not be able to bear such a price. Having inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritances and having a buyer that could afford them, Langya Sect, as well as having enough supply of the crucial immortal material, Snow Lotus Essence, and a refinement path goo immortal's committed support, all these reasons finally created Fan Yuan's success. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo has finally been refined. Fan Yuan inhaled deeply before sighing. Chapter 1444. Qing sees dismay. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. It looked like a tadpole but with the size of Fan Yuan's fist, and was completely grayish-white. Right now, it was floating above Fan Yuan's palm. I finally succeeded, it was not easy. Fan Yuan inwardly sighed. Refining goo was truly a huge gamble. They had attempted close to 30 times before barely succeeding. The resources consumed were already in enormous numbers. Fan Yuan was not able to bring out these resources, but he could take out Shadow Sect's inheritances and exchange them for Langya Sect's sect contribution points, and use these sect contribution points to exchange for plentiful resources from Langya Sect's warehouse. But these resources did not include the crucial immortal material Snow Lotus Essence. The fact in front of them proved this rank 7 immortal material was greatly helpful. After the immortal goo recipe had gone through modifications, it would become much better than before, or more accurately, it would become much more suitable for Fan Yuan's refinement method. The only mild disappointment was that this Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was only rank 6. If it were rank 7 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, it could directly be used to set up the Immortal Killer move which could start breaking the Soul Path trap in the Immortal Zombie body. Rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo could be used as well, but its effect was much lower, and required at least 8 years before it could completely get rid of the Soul Path trap. This was of course without counting those time path methods. If time path methods were used to supplement the killer move, Fan Yuan estimated the 8 years of time could be reduced to 3 years. 3 years was referring to the time in 5 regions. This was the limit of Fan Yuan's current ability. 3 years is too long! Fan Yuan's gaze was deep. If it were rank 7 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, he would require at most half a year of time, in 5 regions' time, to resolve the Soul Path trap in the Immortal Zombie body. However, refining rank 7 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was much more difficult than refining rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. Moreover, rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo had to be used as the main material to refine it. After all, Immortal Goo were unique. Since rank 6 Cleanse Soul existed, there could be no rank 7, rank 8, or even rank 9 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo in the world. The risk, however, would become much higher. When Fan Yuan was refining Cleanse Soul and failed, only some immortal materials were destroyed. But if the refinement of rank 7 Cleanse Soul failed, the rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo might be the one destroyed, and everything would have to be started over again. Naturally, Fan Yuan could ensure the safety of the immortal materials to some degree with his blood asset Immortal Goo. But it was unknown if he could protect the rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo during the highly risky refinement process. Moreover, Fan Yuan would have to research the method first. Fan Yuan had attainment level in Blood Path, but his refinement path attainment was slightly subpar. Lord Sect Leader, do we continue refining? Maybe I could change my vital goo to cleanse soul immortal goo. Sixth hair transmitted his voice. After becoming a vital goo, cleanse soul immortal goo could be refined to advance to rank 7, and even if the process failed, it would still continue to exist as long as sixth hair did not die. At most it would suffer heavy injuries and be on the verge of dying. But Fan Yuan refused. That's not appropriate. Not to mention that changing vital goo is extremely dangerous and could harm you severely. Langya Land's spirit is not easy to deceive. Our relationship on the surface is not enough for you to make such a sacrifice. Then how about letting someone else change it to their vital goo? Ing Wu Xie and He Lu Lan are both eligible candidates. I suggest Ing Wu Xie. Sixth hair suggested. This was indeed a good suggestion. Bai Ning Bing could be excluded. Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin were not as reliable as He Lu Lan and Ing Wu Xie, and could also be excluded. The remaining ones were Ing Wu Xie, who was a split soul of spectral soul, and He Lu Lan, who was restricted by the alliance agreement and was unable to rebel. Comparing the two, Ing Wu Xie was naturally slightly better. After all, he had high soul path attainment. Moreover, when Fan Yuan took his lead soul into dream in the future, cleansed soul immortal goo could replenish some of his strength. Fan Yuan, however, shook his head. He had refined cleansed soul immortal goo after so much effort. How could he give it so easily? At most he would only lend it. Moreover, cleansed soul immortal goo was practical, and when used in soul path cultivation, it could slightly cover up some insufficiencies of Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan already intended to firmly hold cleansed soul himself. However, Sixth Hair's words reminded him of some things. Although I am Shadow Sect's leader, my control over the sect is rather poor. Bai Ning Bing is not controlled by me. We can only be considered allies who are using each other. Lady White Rabbit likes me, and because of the true inheritance as well, she is following me. Fairy Miao Yin is also cultivating a Shadow Sect inheritance, and is chased by Southern Border's righteous path forces, so she can only stand by my side. He Lu Lan is bound by our alliance agreement, and is unable to betray me, but she is ambitious. She absolutely won't be content with the current state. It is just that she has no way to revolt for the moment. As for Ing Wu Xie and Sixth Hair, they are spectral souls, split souls, and are always thinking of saving the main body. But this hope is too minuscule, and they are too weak, so they can only depend on me. If Fan Yuan were to listen to Sixth Hair and hand cleanse soul immortal goo to Ing Wu Xie, in the future, if they had a great opportunity to save spectral soul's main body but it did not align with Fan Yuan's plans, what would they do? Ing Wu Xie and Sixth Hair's decision absolutely would not incline towards Fan Yuan. At that time, Fan Yuan's action of handing cleansed soul immortal goo to Ing Wu Xie would be a foolish move of supporting the enemy. Hence, Fan Yuan said another plan to Sixth Hair. Although it is only a rank 6 cleansed soul immortal goo, there are some unique methods in Shadow Sect's inheritances that can speed its growth. But it requires sacrificing a rank 7 goo immortal soul. Sixth Hair was dazed before tensing up immediately. Sect leader is thinking of? You should know that you are wanted by both Longevity Heaven and every Huangjin tribe. Relax, I have it under control. Fan Yuan patted Sixth Hair's shoulder, and slowly walked away. The morning sun passed through the window, and shone in the room. Murong Qingxi's mood was great as she sat before a table and hummed a song while playing with the flowers in the pot. The flowers were in full bloom, and under the sunlight, the red petals looked tender and joyous. Today was a joyous day for Murong Qingxi. Because her lover Yun Liang, according to their previous agreement, was going to come to Murong tribe today to formally ask for her hand in marriage. Actually, it had not been long since the two were acquainted. Murong Qingxi was an immortal from Murong tribe, while Yun Liang was a famous lone cultivator in Northern Plains with the nickname of Cloud Gentleman. Although both were famous characters, the two first saw each other at He tribe's Iron Eagle blessed land. They had gotten into a conflict because of immortal material affinity wood. Affinity wood was a rootless tree that grew in the air. It was extremely fragile. There could be no disturbance when gathering it, otherwise this highly valuable immortal material would be destroyed. When Murong Qingxi had discovered the affinity wood, Cloud Gentleman Yun Liang had already begun collecting it. Murong Qingxi did not attack, quietly waiting for him to finish collecting. Yun Liang was very elegant, showing willingness to spar with Murong Qingxi, with the winner taking all the affinity wood. Destiny was truly a mysterious thing. The two were acquainted like this, and in the following days came across each other many times because of some coincidences. As time continued to pass, because of their similar opinions in many things, feelings began to grow between them, and they even pledged to marry each other. Unfortunately, their identities were an obstruction to this marriage. The woman was a Huangjin tribe Gu immortal, while the man was a lone cultivator. Their relationship was reported by someone. They became extremely anxious, but soon, the situation turned better unexpectedly. After Longevity Heaven knew of this situation, they actually approved of Yun Liang's and Murong Qingxi's marriage. Because of Heavenly Court's strength, Longevity Heaven was beginning to make plans to deal with the wave of the incoming Great Era. And to unite even more Gu immortals of the Northern Plains Gu immortal world, Longevity Heaven was happy to see this marriage happen. Yun Liang could be said to be a symbolic figure among lone immortals. The political significance of him marrying into the Huangjin tribe's Murong tribe was extremely huge. If it succeeded, Longevity Heaven would even encourage this matter in the future. Murong Qingxi naturally did not know of these schemes. She only felt surprised and happy, and was even more thankful towards Longevity Heaven, rejoicing at her hard-earned love. Yun Liang is coming to propose marriage today. The immortal materials are prepared and confirmed. I have checked the list of presents and there are no issues. The clan's supreme elders have received Longevity Heaven's instructions, and will not obstruct this marriage. As long as the marriage proposal succeeds, I will be getting ready for the marriage a month later. But why is there an indescribable feeling of unease lingering in my heart? Murong Qingxi's delicate brows rose slightly. She pressed her palm on her chest as she felt an inexplicable unease. Am I getting insecure because of extreme joy? There are no issues. What more obstructions can there be? Maybe, because I am filled with joy and blissfulness, this feels very surreal to me? Murong Qingxi blushed as she let her thoughts wander. She laughed, her face shining from the bright light inside the room. However, at the next moment, she suddenly stiffened, her face turning deathly pale. At this moment, a soul lantern Gu and a life tablet Gu had shattered inside her immortal aperture. These two Gu worms were the tokens that she and Yun Liang had given to each other. Yun Liang, No way. This is not possible. Crack! Murong Qingxi burst out of the window and flew frantically towards the sky. Chapter 1445. Culprit Fan Yuan? Murong Qingxi flew with all her might, her reckless action immediately attracting the attention of other Gu immortals. What happened? Looking at Murong Qingxi's expression, something seems wrong. Qingxi, wait a moment, why are you so panicked? A tribe Gu immortal inquired, but Murong Qingxi just kept on flying. Her heart was filled with panic and terror as she was desperate to verify the truth. Move, let's go take a look. Today is the day that Yun Liang is coming to propose a marriage, but Murong Qingxi is so anxious, unless... Soon, 3 Gu immortal figures flew out from Murong tribe's headquarters and followed after Murong Qingxi. The life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu on Murong Qingxi had already shattered, so she was unable to rely on them to determine Yun Liang's location, but she knew the route Yun Liang was going to take to come to Murong tribe. Right now, she only needed to check this route. After madly flying for a few minutes, a ruined battlefield suddenly appeared in Murong Qingxi's vision. Her whole body shook violently as she quickly descended. Yun Liang? Yun Liang! Where are you? Murong Qingxi called out repeatedly, but only the sound of wind replied her in this battered battlefield. Oh no! There was a huge battle here. How could this happen? The 3 Murong tribe Gu immortals who had followed from behind saw this scene and immediately realized the severity of the situation as they began to search as well. The 4 Gu immortals turned over the whole battlefield, finally making some discoveries. An information path mortal Gu was deeply buried under the ground, and seemed to be a dying message left behind by Yun Liang. Qingxi, you need to mentally prepare yourself. A Murong tribe Gu immortal worriedly looked at Murong Qingxi. Her condition was clearly not good, and looking at this information path mortal Gu, her mind started shaking as fear filled her heart. But finally she still clasped this mortal Gu with her trembling hands. She then transferred her mental sense inside, and the moment she read the contents she shouted, Fan Yuan, I won't forgive you! Her voice was so sad and contained such hatred that it even shook the hearts of the other Murong tribe Gu immortals. Guh! At the next moment, Murong Qingxi coughed out a mouthful of blood, and fell down on her back. But the anger and sorrow in her heart were so great that she fainted. The other Murong tribe Gu immortals quickly moved to support her. She was not injured, it was just that her heart had suffered a huge trauma. They discussed for a moment, and decided that waking her up now would not be good for her. The three goo immortals then took turns in inspecting the contents of the goo worm. This crucial information path mortal goo recorded the scene of the final battle of Yun Liang's life. His opponent was an ancient sword dragon. This ancient sword dragon could use immortal killer moves, and also possessed an extremely powerful defensive method that could reflect attacks. Its identity was almost certain. The three goo immortals immediately thought of a name, Lu Guanyi. But what relation did Lu Guanyi have with Fan Yuan? They continued to read the contents before coming to a realization. Towards the end of the battle, the ancient sword dragon transformed into a human. He was Lu Guanyi, and he struck Yun Liang with a fatal move. Yun Liang cursed. Lu Guanyi, we have neither hatred nor grievance between us, but you are going after my life. I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost. Lu Guanyi sneered. So unfortunate, you won't even have the opportunity to turn into a ghost. Go die. Oh, that's right, Lu Guanyi is only my alias. My real name is Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan. Yun Liang's gaze slowly dimmed. Fan Yuan sneered. Being able to know my name before dying is your honor. Because in the future, my name will resound throughout heaven and earth. Countless beings shall tremble at my name. Merciless, savage, and domineering aura assaulted the three Murong tribe goo immortals. So Lu Guanyi is actually Fan Yuan, and Fan Yuan is Lu Guanyi. They are both the same person. Bastard! Lu Guanyi, no, Fan Yuan, he actually dared to kill Yun Liang. This is a complete disregard for my Murong tribe. One goo immortal clenched his fists, unable to restrain his fury. But the other two immortals fell into a strange silence. Why are you not speaking? The furious goo immortal asked. Those two goo immortals sighed at the same time. One of them said, Fan Yuan is an otherworldly demon who destroyed 88 Truyang building. He is also Lu Guanyi who subdued Reverse Flow River and has rank 8 battle strength. He offended both the Yilui tribe and Lu tribe, but look at how they are behaving now. Although they had issued arrest warrants against Fan Yuan, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, these two tribes ceased all activities and don't dare to find trouble for Fan Yuan. I am afraid our Murong tribe. The furious goo immortal's eyes opened wide as he shouted. Afraid of what? We belong to the Grand Huangjin tribes, descendants of Giant Sun. With so many goo immortals, how can we fear a measly otherworldly demon? We need to take revenge. We need to show them the might of Northern Plains' righteous path. The other two goo immortals could only look at each other bitterly. Even after so many years, Murong Xingxing is still the same. The two secretly conversed. Ignore him, this matter is not so simple. Murong Qingxi's and Yun Liang's marriage is not just a matter of our Murong tribe. Longevity Heaven is also paying attention to it. If this is not handled properly, it might raise a huge turbulence. There is more than meets the eye. It is not something that rank 6 minor characters like us can take part in. If we are not careful, we might get engulfed by this whirlpool and die without a corpse. You are right. The urgent thing now is to report this situation and this crucial clue to First Supreme Elder. Langya Blessed Land, inside a cloud city. Inside a secret room, Fan Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes shut tightly. Almost all of his attention was on his sovereign immortal aperture. Cleansed soul immortal goo, which had been refined not long ago, was floating in the air. Large amount of mortal goo as well as several supplementary immortal goo were surrounding it. All these goo worms activated, emitting faint white radiance. The radiance gathered on an immortal zombie body. It was Fan Yuan's 8-armed strength path immortal zombie body. The faint white radiance had already covered it for a long time now, but the immortal zombie body showed not even the slightest movement. But Fan Yuan was not anxious or surprised, because he had still not taken the crucial step. He had only been getting familiar with this immortal killer move, and stabilizing the situation. After a few minutes of time, Fan Yuan inwardly nodded. He took out a rank 7 goo immortal soul. It was the soul of Yilui Kunxing, a rank 7 expert of Yilui tribe. Maybe it felt the danger of destruction. Yilui Kunxing's soul struggled intensely, letting out ear-piercing soul howls. But that was it. Not to mention the current Fan Yuan who had spectral soul's true inheritance. Even if it were before, he could easily suppress this measly soul. Yilui Kunxing was very powerful when he was alive, but this was just a soul. What could he do? Chapter 1446. Soul Path Trap Dispelled. Soon, Yilui Kunxing's soul entered the range of the faint white radiance. Yilui Kunxing's soul strangely quietened, not moving at all, as if it had suddenly lost its ability to think. Then, specks of faint green light started to fly out of the soul. The amount of these lights grew rapidly, and drifted in the air like a drizzle of rain. Fan Yuan willed as these specks of light found a direction, they surged towards the strength path immortal zombie body. Layers of light covered the immortal zombie body, destroying the soul path Tao marks in it. As time passed, the soul path Tao marks on the immortal zombie began to decrease gradually, while Yi Lui Kun Xing's soul also began to weaken constantly. Fan Yuan's mind was calm as still water, maintaining the killer move stably without any hesitation. This killer move needed to be maintained for over 3 days and 3 nights before the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body could be completely removed. The whole process would spend over 1,200 beads of red date immortal essence. This was the case after using a rank 7 Gu immortal soul and cleansed soul immortal Gu, with the exact method recorded in Spectral Soul's True Inheritance. If Fan Yuan were to envision it himself with trial and error, the amount of time, effort and resources required would be astronomical. Fan Yuan was not worried about lacking immortal essence, he had made ample preparation. Time slowly passed like this. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Fan Yuan slowly stopped the killer move. He calculated for a moment. The amount of red date immortal essence used had passed 1,300, and it was after he used some immortal Gu to replace several original procedures. This huge immortal essence expenditure emptied his immortal essence storage at once. But Fan Yuan was instead filled with joy. Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu. He activated this unique information path Immortal Gu, and after inspecting the Dao marks, he smiled in satisfaction. It's finally gone! The soul path trap on the immortal zombie body is completely removed. It had not been easy. It truly had not been easy. The issue of the soul path trap had troubled Fan Yuan for a long time. Now, he had finally resolved it. For a moment, the joy of success filled Fan Yuan's heart. But, after he calmed down, he did not personally test it. He was cautious, he chose to use other Gu immortal souls to inspect the body. After several tests, he verified there was indeed no issue. Fan Yuan then moved his soul into the immortal zombie body. At the next moment, the immortal zombie body opened its eyes and slowly stood up. Fan Yuan gazed at his 8 huge arms and stretched his whole body. I can finally use my body again. Fan Yuan's feelings were somewhat nostalgic at this moment, as if he had returned home after a long journey. Fan Yuan softly rubbed his stomach. Only a rank 5 aperture remained there. The previous rank 6 strength path dead aperture had already crumbled, and the strength path Dao marks had moved into Fan Yuan's physical body. From this perspective, Fan Yuan's strength path immortal zombie was a genuine rank 6 strength path immortal material. The rank 6 strength path dead aperture was the aperture Fan Yuan gained after using second aperture Gu, raising it to an immortal aperture. The rank 5 peak stage aperture was his original aperture. Spring-autumn cicada was still firmly sealed inside this aperture. The purple crystal walls of the aperture were already filled with cracks. After all, spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 immortal Gu which put huge pressure on the mortal aperture. However, Fan Yuan was not worried about the aperture walls shattering under the pressure. He could already deal with it before, and he could do it even better now that he had Shadow Sex's inheritances. Fan Yuan absolutely would not give up spring-autumn cicada. However, spring-autumn cicada was filled with heaven's will currently. Fan Yuan would have to get rid of all the heaven's will in it to use it. Obtaining a pure rank 6 spring-autumn cicada was far from Fan Yuan's target. Fan Yuan's next plan was to use this foundation to refine rank 7 spring-autumn cicada. But before refining rank 7 spring-autumn cicada, I should first advance this body to rank 6. Rank 6 time path Gu immortal, this had been Fan Yuan's initial plan. Fan Yuan did not intend to give up on this plan. After the successful attempt, Fan Yuan's soul moved out and returned to his sovereign immortal body. As for this immortal zombie body, it was still suppressed in the Gu formation. After all, spring-autumn cicada contained heaven's will. Fan Yuan had to be prepared just in case. Let's test wisdom Gu. When he thought of this, Fan Yuan actually felt a trace of impatient eagerness. He came out of the secret room and directly flew towards wisdom Gu. Ever since Hu Immortal Blessed Land had been attacked and captured by Heavenly Court, Wisdom Gu had been transported to Langya Blessed Land by Hairy Man Gu Immortals using some secret method. From then on, it had been fed and raised by Langya Land's spirit, and had not been transferred to other places. Fan Yuan soon went in front of Wisdom Gu. This movement naturally attracted Langya Land's spirit's attention. Langya Land's spirit's expression was somewhat strange. Fan Yuan, someone has framed you. What do you mean? Yun Liang is dead. There was a crucial clue left behind in the battlefield which directly points to you as the killer. Moreover, your Lu Guanyi identity was also completely exposed. Now, the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, the Gu Immortal World of all 5 regions, is shaken because of this news. Langya Land's spirit laughed. Although Fan Yuan needed to use a rank 7 Gu Immortal soul to get rid of the soul path trap, he already had such souls in his possession. Not only of Yilui Kunxing, he also had souls of Fairy Chui Bo, Lu Tribe's Lu Yong, Ma Hongyun's soul, and even the whole living body of He Qing. Previously, Sixth Hare had been worried that Fan Yuan wanted to go to Northern Plains to kill a Gu Immortal. Fan Yuan had replied that it was under control. He naturally would not take such risks. He already had Gu Immortal souls which could be used for this purpose. What Fan Yuan wanted to do was to rest, striving for time while he strengthened himself. He did not want to go fight outside. After Fan Yuan inquired about the details, he soon realized. This is probably Heavenly Court's doing. Yun Liang is a lone immortal, but Longevity Heaven actually agreed to his and Murong Qingxi's marriage, and even showed a trace of joy in seeing it happen. This is Longevity Heaven's preparation to face the coming great era. But how could Heavenly Court allow it? They naturally would try to wreck this plan. Fan Yuan, your analysis is logical. Langya Land's spirit nodded, shortly smiling strangely. Now, Longevity Heaven is extremely furious, and the newly appointed South Desolation Immortal Yao Huang has even declared he will capture you and bring you to justice. You are currently not only a sworn enemy of Northern Plains' righteous path, even demonic path and lone immortals are hostile towards you. Fan Yuan grunted in acknowledgement. This was understandable. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fan Yuan had offended Northern Plains' righteous path, as well as old ancestor Shui Hu, who represented the demonic path. Yun Liang was a symbol of Northern Plains' lone immortals, and Fan Yuan, who was proclaimed to be his killer, would naturally suffer hostility from this faction. Alright, forget this, make a move quickly, let me see if you can summon the light of wisdom or not. Langya Land's spirit urged impatiently. Okay, I am also looking forward to this. Fan Yuan took a deep breath. The probability of success was high. If it succeeded, he would grow at an immense rate. Chapter 1447. Regaining what he lost. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground and brought out the 8-armed immortal zombie body from his immortal aperture. Then, under Langya Land's spirit's gaze, he moved out his soul and entered this immortal zombie body. The immortal zombie body slowly opened its eyes and stood up. Fan Yuan took a glance at the sovereign immortal body before turning towards Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu. He spoke in his hoarse and unpleasant voice. Do you still remember our agreement? Wisdom Gu had been playing around, but when it heard these words, it immediately stopped and floated in the air, quietly looking at Fan Yuan. Time slowly passed. Fan Yuan could not help but hold his breath. Even though the immortal zombie did not need to breathe. Wisdom Gu seemed to be unconvinced as it began circling around Fan Yuan. It circled again and again while continuously observing Fan Yuan. After a while, it stopped and rested on a huge tree leaf. Then, a multicolored light which became increasingly bigger began to gradually spread from Wisdom Gu's body. The light of wisdom. Success. I finally succeeded. Fan Yuan could not hold back his laughter. Langya Land's spirit, who was at the side, was dumbstruck. This was the first time he was seeing this sight. Light of wisdom! This is truly the light of wisdom. Langya Land's spirit walked to the light of wisdom, immediately sensing his thoughts becoming extremely sharp. For an instant, he became extremely intelligent. But he cautiously retreated out of the light of wisdom's range, then enviously looked at Fan Yuan, who was inside the light. Fan Yuan actually succeeded in summoning the light of wisdom. Amazing, this kid is truly amazing. After the shock, Langya Land's spirit looked at Fan Yuan with a complex expression. He was in a daze. Although there were 2 land spirits, they both shared the same memories. Langya Land's spirit still remembered that time several years ago, when Fan Yuan was still only a Gu master, a trivial mortal who came to Langya Blessed Land for the first time. But in these few years, Fan Yuan had not only become a Gu immortal, his name was now infamous throughout the 5 regions, and he had the strength to battle rank 8. And now, he could summon the light of wisdom and even use it. His growth had skyrocketed, he had truly burst into the sky. If Fan Yuan had not inherited the Shadow Sect inheritances, and only obtained the light of wisdom, he could only be considered a tiger with wings at most. But Fan Yuan possessed Shadow Sect's inheritances. As such, the help that the Light of Wisdom could give Fan Yuan reached an unimaginable level. Lang Yalan's spirit had gone through countless years and had seen all kinds of characters, but now, he could no longer estimate Fan Yuan's growth. There was no way to estimate it. He absolutely could not predict Fan Yuan's following cultivation and progress. Any accomplishments Fan Yuan made in the future would be understandable and acceptable now. Fan Yuan soon restrained his laughter. He calmed down, and spoke to Wisdom Gu. "All right, Wisdom Gu, please stop, let me take a break." The Light of Wisdom slowly shrunk and disappeared. Fan Yuan took a deep breath before saying, "Wisdom Gu, let us continue." At the next moment, the Light of Wisdom spread once again. Fan Yuan clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely excited. This fact completely proved that the Light of Wisdom was back once again. From now on, barring any accidents, he could continue using Light of Wisdom till eternity. Fan Yuan then turned around and smiled towards Lang Yalan's spirit. "First Supreme Elder, let us exchange inheritances." Lang Yalan's spirit inwardly praised, "Fan Yuan's mind is still so clear." "Okay," he agreed, not hesitating even a little. If it were the previous Lang Yalan spirit, he might have refused because he only liked refining Gu. But the current Lang Yalan spirit wanted hairy men to rule the world, so he issued ironclad policies, actively promoting talents, and doing everything to turn Langya sect into a powerful sect. And such a sect naturally had to be widely involved in many paths. It would not do to just have refinement path. After all, refinement path's battle strength was lacking compared to other paths. So Lang Yalan's spirit was extremely desirous of the many inheritances in Fan Yuan's possession. Especially Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered countless beings. He was the Venerable with the deepest killing nature. His soul path true inheritance naturally had absolute power. If Langya's sect obtained it, it would fill the sect's deficiency. Both sides soon completed the exchange. Fan Yuan obtained almost all the inheritances of Langya's sect, which included the complete self-luck true inheritance, and long hair ancestors' refinement path true inheritance. And Lang Yalan's spirit obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Limitless true inheritance, Red Lotus true inheritance, Paradise Earth's true inheritance, as well as countless other true inheritances. The inheritances that Shadow Sect bothered to collect were naturally beyond outstanding. Thus, based on value, Fan Yuan had paid more than Langya Sect. To make up for this discrepancy, Lang Yalan's spirit handed Luopa Valley to Fan Yuan once again. Currently, Fan Yuan was a public enemy of the whole world. Adding on his previous acts, Lang Yalan's spirit's trust in him increased by a lot. "Fan Yuan is one of us, anyway. My sect's members can still use Luopa Valley even if I give it to him." This was Lang Yalan's spirit's secret calculation. And to Fan Yuan, he had already obtained a portion of the essence of self-luck true inheritance, one of the three great true inheritances of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Now, he had obtained its complete essence. Long hair ancestors' refinement path true inheritance mostly talked of the hairy man heaven and earth style refinement path method, which was not very helpful to Fan Yuan directly. In this transaction, both sides bought and sold inheritances. It did not involve any immortal Gu. Naturally, Fan Yuan really wanted to take some immortal Gu in Langya Sect. For instance, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Unfortunately, Lang Yalan's spirit was strict about not selling these immortal Gu. Fan Yuan did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued bathing in the light of wisdom and began thinking of all sorts of issues. Lang Yalan's spirit left in sadness at this sight. Obtaining the help of the light of wisdom once again, Fan Yuan was no longer the same as before. All kinds of wisdom path methods activated in coordination, causing his thoughts to collide endlessly. The Immortal Killer move, which used Affection Immortal Gu and Self-Love Immortal Gu, allowed Fan Yuan to possess Immortal Level Self-Will Gu, giving him an endless supply of wills. In this way, the light of wisdom could unleash its mystical effects to its limit, and soon, Fan Yuan obtained a satisfying answer. Immortal Killer move, Ghost Official Garment. This was a set of Immortal Killer move in Spectral Soul True Inheritance. Its effect was to defend against Heaven's Will and other Gu Immortals' deductions. It was a defensive killer move. It was classified into 4 levels, corresponding to Rank 6, Rank 7, Rank 8, and Rank 9. With the original foundation, Fan Yuan modified this Immortal Killer move so that even without the core Immortal Gu, he could use other Immortal Gu as the replacement. Chapter 1448. Ghost Official Garment. The modified Immortal Killer move, Ghost Official Garment, used rank 7 Change Soul Immortal Goo and rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo as the cores. After several failures, Fan Yuan succeeded in activating it. He directly moved out his soul from his sovereign immortal body. His soul floated in the air, it was not very condensed. His soul foundation had been expended several times because of burning soul bursting luck, and was now only at 100-man soul level. The difference was that his soul was now covered in a broad garment, with long sleeves and a lower hem that was dragging on the ground. This was the manifestation of the killer move Ghost Official Garment. Its general term was Ghost Official Garment, but if it was subdivided, rank 6 level Ghost Official Garment was called Ghost Soldier Garment, rank 7 was Ghost General Garment, rank 8 was Ghost King Garment, and rank 9 was Ghost Venerable Garment. At rank 9 level, it could defend against rank 9 Venerable's deductions. Naturally, this was only in theory. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had not raised this killer move to rank 9 in the past. Because he did not need to. He was a Grand Demon Venerable when alive, slaughtering countless beings. He simply did not need to defend against deductions. As such, the highest level of his Ghost Official Garment was only rank 8. Fan Yuan's soul inspected it, and was puzzled. Huh! Why is it only rank 6 Ghost Soldier Garment? After he modified the killer move, the core was replaced by rank 7 Change Soul and rank 6 Cleanse Soul. That meant this was a rank 7 killer move. Why was it Ghost Soldier Garment instead of Ghost General Garment? Is it because of my modification? This guess had just appeared in Fan Yuan's mind before he denied it. He had used the light of wisdom to modify it. How could it be wrong? Oh, I understand. Fan Yuan thought for a moment before he realized. The answer was in his body. Beneath Ghost Official Garment was another layer of clothing. If Ghost Soldier Garment was said to be made of hemp and was a shoddy product, then this inner garment was like silk. It was extremely compact, giving an exquisite and smooth feeling. This clothing of Dao marks was the rank 9 Immortal Killer move Ghostly Concealment. Just based on their ranks, Ghost Soldier Garment could never compare to it. The original Ghost Official Garment was meant to directly attach to my soul. But now, it has been separated by a layer, thus it fell from rank 7 to rank 6. Fan Yuan had never expected such a problem. He had all along been enjoying the advantage of non-conflicting Dao marks of the sovereign immortal body. He had never expected to stumble slightly on this matter. There is no conflict of Dao marks in my sovereign immortal body. But there is still a conflict between killer moves of different paths. Ghostly Concealment has ghost in its name, but it is a theft path killer move, while Ghost Official Garment is a soul path killer move. The two conflict with each other. To solve this issue, the most fundamental method is to combine both into one move. Fan Yuan bitterly smiled when he thought this. The difficulty was too big. Fan Yuan had no understanding of ghostly concealment. Moreover, he lacked attainment in theft path and soul path. Even with the light of wisdom to help him deduce, the progress would be extremely slow. According to the current conditions, he would have to keep on deducing for hundreds to thousands of years without rest, and even then he might not deduce a successful outcome. After all, it was a rank 9 killer move, and to Fan Yuan, rank 9 was far away. Despite him possessing rank 8 battle strength, he was not even a rank 8 Gu immortal. Then let's do this. Fan Yuan put his soul back in his body. He did not intend to further improve his method. He had obtained all the inheritances of Shadow Sect, and just earlier, he had exchanged them with almost all the inheritances of Langya Sect. It was only almost. There were some crucial contents which both sides did not exchange. This applied to both Langya Sect and Fan Yuan. Even so, the near-complete collection of inheritances in Langya Sect had reached an enormous amount, only slightly inferior to Shadow Sect's collection. After all, Longhair Ancestor was from the medieval antiquity era. He had lived 300,000 years ago. Langya Blessed Land had also existed for 300,000 years. Based on just time alone, Langya Sect was much older than Shadow Sect. But the inheritances in Langya Sect were basically all related to Refinement Path. Even inheritances of other paths mostly touched upon Refinement Path. Moreover, Langya Sect's collection ability definitely could not match Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect. Fan Yuan was able to get both the collections for his own use. Just based on inheritances, he had already surpassed any one ancient sect of Central Continent. 2 or 3 ancient sects would have to collaborate to match the amount of inheritances he had. As for Heavenly Court, Fan Yuan could not compare to them. Heavenly Court had been governed by 3 immortal venerables, and its history was extremely long. It was established 3 million years ago, in the remote antiquity era. Combining the inheritances Fan Yuan held currently, Ghost Official Garment was the most suitable to him and also had the highest growth potential. In the future, it would be the most useful immortal killer move that could defend against others' deductions as well as deceive Heaven's will. It could be said that Ghost Official Garment killer move was a key part of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was very special. Once activated, it could last forever. It did not spend immortal essence, instead it expended the Gu Immortal Soul Foundation to maintain itself. Theoretically, as long as the Gu Immortal Soul existed, and Ghost Official Garment was not directly attacked, it could last for eternity. Precisely because it was linked to a Gu Immortal Soul Foundation, it had another huge advantage. Its might would change according to the Gu Immortal Soul Foundation. When the Gu Immortal Soul Foundation increased, Ghost Official Garment's might would also increase. And similarly, if the Soul Foundation fell, Ghost Official Garment would also weaken. Previously, I used Dark Limit Immortal Gu, and had to reactivate it after every set interval of time to replenish its effect. It was really inconvenient, especially when escaping. But Ghost Official Garment can last forever with just one activation, and its strength grows with my Soul Foundation. This was a practical immortal killer move. In fact, there were other Soul Path killer moves that could be used together with it. For instance, the killer moves Soul Shaking Flag and Soul Shackle. These two moves could be used with Ghost Soldier Garment. Once activated, when Fan Yuan's soul leaves his body, not only would it be covered with the Ghost Garment, it would also have weapons, the Soul Shaking Flag in its right hand and Soul Shackles in his left hand. With this, even Fan Yuan's soul would possess offensive prowess. This was also an important characteristic of Spectral Soul's true inheritance, to allow a person's soul to possess powerful battle strength. However, Fan Yuan only chose Ghost Official Garment, and did not choose Soul Shaking Flag or Soul Shackle. After testing the effect of Ghost Official Garment, Fan Yuan continued to bathe in the light of wisdom. Borrowing the help of the light of wisdom, he began to ponder over his current situation. With Ghost Official Garment and Langya Blessed Land, I am currently safe. Even if Heavenly Court attacks, I can rely on my own strength to escape. But what I need to do is to completely destroy Heavenly Court's Fate Immortal Gu. 10 years! After 10 years, Heavenly Court will have definitely restored Fate. By then I probably would have no hope of winning. This was the most troubling issue Fan Yuan was facing. Heavenly Court had terrifying strength, let alone attacking Heavenly Court. It was extremely dangerous for Fan Yuan to even enter Central Continent. Heavenly Court only needed to send out 1 or 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals to make Fan Yuan's situation miserable. Even by relying on the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan was unable to think of how to resolve this greatest issue. Fortunately, I still have Red Lotus true inheritances. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had damaged Fate Gu back then and left behind his true inheritances. With Spring Autumn Cicada, the crucial key, in my hand, I have a huge possibility of obtaining his true inheritances. Fan Yuan had used Red Lotus True Inheritance to kill a Heavenly Court rank 8 Time Path Gu Immortal, Lord Huangshi. So perhaps he could use other true inheritances of Red Lotus to find hope of destroying Fate Immortal Gu. Relying on Fate Gu, Heavenly Court stood unshaken to this day. Relying on Fate Gu and Star Constellation's arrangements, Heavenly Court had resisted 3 Demon Venerables. Relying on Fate Gu, Heavenly Court had all along occupied the throne of the number 1 Gu Immortal force in the whole world. There was no doubt that destroying Fate Immortal Gu was the key to defeating Heavenly Court. If Fan Yuan did not destroy Fate, after 10 years, it would be time for Heavenly Court to take Fan Yuan's life. Fan Yuan had inherited Shadow Sex's legacy, and had a profound awareness of this point. But now is not a good time to go after the true inheritances of Red Lotus. Heavenly Court has slipped up once, but they have obtained a huge amount of precious information. Next time, they will utilize much more strength and even more rank 8 Gu Immortals. I can only continue to develop first and raise my battle strength before I go to inherit Red Lotus true inheritances. Only then will I have some hope of destroying Fate Gu. There was no doubt about this general plan. Fan Yuan currently lacked immortal essence, while his immortal essence stone storage was also almost empty. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was already being targeted. In the previous battle, Feng Jiuji's Sound Path Killer move had already begun to penetrate Reverse Flow Protection Seal and affected Fan Yuan's main body. During the battle inside the River of Time, he had barely been able to kill Lord Huangshi after using the strength of a Stone Lotus Island. Now, Fan Yuan had Spectral Soul's true inheritance along with countless inheritances. He also had Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and the Light of Wisdom. In this situation, if he did not develop and strengthen himself, running around and causing trouble instead, he would truly be asking for death. Chapter 1449. Borrowing Immortal Essence Stones. A flat and boundless plain was in her sight. Zhao Lianyun's divine sense continued to spread before finally covering the whole blessed land. She had succeeded in her immortal ascension not long ago, and became a Wisdom Path Rank 6 Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House, forming this blessed land. Lianyun Blessed Land. It had a total of 5,700 square kilometers of land, a large tributary of the River of Time, with time flowing 33 times faster than the outside world, which meant the immortal aperture would produce over 30 green grape immortal essence every year. Half grassland and half plain? Zhao Lianyun mumbled. The blessed land's topography was closely connected to the Gu Immortal's specific situation. The grassland topography might be because Zhao Lianyun's heart was connected to northern plains, having spent most of her time there since her transmigration. As for the plain, it might be because she had inherited Central Continent's customs. Even without any cultivation and plantation, the grassland was already filled with green grass. While the plain had fertile land and water, with some cultivation, it could produce plenty of products. Besides the blessed land, there was also Immortal Gu. Rank 9 Love Immortal Gu went without saying, but because of her immortal ascension with a high-grade blessed land, Zhao Lianyun had obtained her second Immortal Gu, Remembrance. This was a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. Its appearance was like a flying ant, and had astonishing flying speed. Its whole body was silver, and when it was still, it emitted an illusory white halo. Han Yun, do you know that I am now no longer immortal? I have become a Gu Immortal. Zhao Lianyun retracted her divine sense and slowly opened her eyes, looking at the outside world. She sighed lightly. After becoming an immortal, she did feel joy, but even more than that, she felt empty and lonely. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Ma Hongyun might have been killed by Fan Yuan, but his soul still existed. This was not random speculation by Zhao Lianyun, but had been deduced by a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House, Su Hao. Zhao Lianyun chose to believe him, and thus this became her motivation and hope for putting forth effort in cultivation. Thinking of a trace of hope to revive Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun restrained her feelings and stood up, leaving this closed secret room. Today was an important day. Zhao Lianyun walked past the corridor. Li Juning had been waiting for her at the end of the corridor. Greetings to Sister Juning. Zhao Lianyun immediately bowed in greeting. Li Juning smiled. Sister Lianyun, no need to be so polite. Let's go. I will accompany you to Secret Inheritance Peak. Secret Inheritance Peak was a place where Spirit Affinity House's Gu Immortals often set foot in. Zhao Lianyun was going there for the first time. Sure enough, the peak was extraordinary. It was floating in the air, surrounded by vast emptiness. It seemed to be close but was actually far away. The aura on the mountain was thick and condensed. A high-level Immortal Gu formation was set up in it. The one in charge of this peak was a supreme elder of the neutral faction. Her name was Fairy Lu Fang. In this trip, Zhao Lianyun did not see Fairy Lu Fang herself, but was welcomed by a will left behind by her. Zhao Lianyun did not think anything of it, but Li Juning frowned slightly. According to convention, Zhao Lianyun, who was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, would be heavily nurtured by the sect, and in this first visit to Secret Inheritance Peak to receive financial assistance from the sect, she should have been personally welcomed by the Secret Inheritance Peak Master. But Fairy Lu Fang did not follow this convention. Junior Lianyun pays respects to Senior Lu Fang. Zhao Lianyun bowed to Lu Fang's will. No need to be so courteous, you are the current generation fairy of the sect. Please take a look at this Gu. Lu Fang's will smiled. Her attitude was extremely polite as she handed an information path Mortal Gu to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun looked through the contents in the Gu. There was a long list of wonderful items inside which dazzled her eyes for a moment. I do not know much, Sister Juning, could you please check for me? Zhao Lianyun was a smart person. She quickly handed this Gu to Li Juning. Li Juning looked through the list, and nodded slightly. There was no reduction in items listed in this information path Mortal Gu. It was the real deal. She transmitted her voice to Zhao Lianyun. Lianyun, since you have become a Gu Immortal, and have Immortal Gu love and remembrance, as well as a high-grade blessed land, your starting point is already extremely high. You now need to manage your immortal aperture and increase your foundation. The first task is to feed Immortal Gu. Fortunately, even though your love Immortal Gu is rank 9, it does not have any issue regarding its food. So, what you need to consider now is Remembrance Immortal Gu. This Gu feeds on Bright Eye flowers, and in this list of benefits, there is a method to raise Bright Eye flowers. You should choose it. Zhao Lianyun continued to nod as she transmitted her voice. You are right, sister. Then what about the other two choices? There were extraordinary benefits in being the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. According to the sect rules, once the current generation fairy's cultivation makes a breakthrough, she can choose 3 resources free of charge from Secret Inheritance Peak. While other Gu immortals, besides the ones who have made huge contributions, could only use their sect contribution points to exchange for these resources. Li Juning smiled and said, Besides this, I recommend you to choose Clear Chance Grass. Since you are a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, you will have to manage your immortal aperture from the Wisdom Path aspect. Clear Chance Grass is a Wisdom Path resource, and its nurturing is also rather easy. Moreover, it fetches a high price in Treasure Yellow Heaven. You won't make a loss if you choose this. Then I shall choose it, sister. Your choice won't be wrong. Zhao Lianyun quickly said. Li Juning was greatly pleased with Zhao Lianyun's attitude, her tone becoming warmer by several degrees. Then what should I pick for the final choice? Zhao Lianyun asked. Naturally, the first item. Immortal Essence Stones? Right. Li Juning could not help chuckling at Zhao Lianyun's puzzled look. Whether it be Bright Eye flowers or Clear Chance Grass, the amount provided by the sect won't be enough for you to plant them on a large scale. If these resources are not planted on a large scale, they will lose their significance. So, you need a large amount of Immortal Essence Stones to purchase their seeds and plant them. Immortal Essence Stones are an important resource which Gu immortals must have reserves of. Because they are not only the most common currency in transactions of Gu immortals, they also have value in being turned into Immortal Essence for your own use. I see. Then I shall choose Immortal Essence Stones. Without any hesitation, Zhao Lianyun quickly exchanged for the 3 items from Lu Fang's will. The 2 left Secret Inheritance Peak and flew outside. Before they parted, Li Juning gave a sum of Immortal Essence Stones to Zhao Lianyun. Sister Lianyun, Su Hao and I are lending you these 3,000 Immortal Essence Stones. Feel free to use them as much as you like, because there is no time limit for this loan. Ah! Zhao Lianyun softly exclaimed, revealing a moved expression. The sect only gave me 1,000 Immortal Essence Stones, but sister, you are directly giving me 3,000. How should I use it? Li Juning patted Zhao Lianyun's shoulder. Silly girl, the sect has already given you a lot. You have the sect's support. You should know those lone cultivators and demonic immortals have to fight for even a piece of Immortal Essence Stone. Speaking of Immortal Essence Stone storage, a newly ascended rank 6 Gu immortal is almost completely broke. Those with 100 Immortal Essence Stones are already in the mid-level of rank 6. Having 1,000 Immortal Essence Stones is very rare among rank 6 Gu immortals. Your situation is different, because you are not only a Gu immortal from one of the Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, you are also the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. You will be heavily prioritized by the sect, thus you are an exception. In normal situations in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, most rank 6 Gu immortals don't have more than 100 Immortal Essence Stones, few have several hundred, and very few have 1,000 Immortal Essence Stones. And among rank 7 Gu immortals, they have at least several hundred Immortal Essence Stones, most have over 1,000, and very few have several tens of thousand Immortal Essence Stones. This is just common knowledge, you can simply remember it. Many thanks for your guidance, sister. Zhao Lianyun gave a deep bow with a grateful look. Li Junying's words were telling her that the sect did not mistreat her, and that she and her husband were also actively supporting her. I will definitely work hard. Zhao Lianyun said solemnly. Li Juning nodded. Go cultivate. If you have any doubts, don't hesitate to write me a letter. You can also ask Su Hao. Yes. Joy flashed past Zhao Lianyun's eyes. Having someone for guidance and learning by oneself were naturally 2 different concepts. Looking at Zhao Lianyun's receding figure, Li Junying's smile slowly disappeared. Ever since Feng Jin Huang was taken under Duke Long, her life had become increasingly difficult. She and her husband Su Hao were of the famous anti-Feng faction. But now, the Supreme Elders of Spirit Affinity House knew that Feng Jin Huang was an immortal venerable seed with infinite future prospects. Fairy Lu Fang's attitude this time clearly showed the political direction of Spirit Affinity House. Li Juning had also expected this and had thus accompanied Zhao Lianyun to prevent anyone from reducing Zhao Lianyun's sect benefits. Fortunately, that did not happen. It could be foreseen that this couple would have to face some political cold shoulders next. And in this coldness, they could only unite anyone they could, for instance Zhao Lianyun, and then huddle together for warmth. Northern Plains, Chu Tribe. The famous strength path Gu Immortal Chu Du put down an information path Gu Worm in his hand. Fan Yuan, it is really not easy to be your friend. Chu Du gave a bitter smile. This letter Gu was sent by Fan Yuan. He was asking for immortal essence stones. Fan Yuan had once cooperated with Chu Du using the alias of Lu Guanyi, and their relationship had not been shallow. Not long ago, Heavenly Court assassinated Gu Immortal Yun Liang, destroying Longevity Heaven's plan as well as publicizing the secret that Fan Yuan and Lu Guanyi were the same person, while incriminating the crime on Fan Yuan. Hence, Chu Du already knew Lu Guanyi was Fan Yuan. But Chu Du was not too surprised. In fact, he had once had suspicions regarding this, and had even sang a poem to test Fan Yuan. Whether it be Lu Guanyi or Fan Yuan, Chu Du wanted to collaborate with both. However, the current Chu Du's identity was different from before. He was now the first supreme elder of Chu Tribe, he had a lot of Gu immortals under him, and was a member of the Righteous Path. As the Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu immortal, if he continued to collaborate with Fan Yuan, the moment it was exposed, all his previous effort in creating his force would turn into naught. Collaborating with Fan Yuan was extremely risky. Chu Du had planned to ignore it at first and maintain a vague attitude, but Fan Yuan did not give him this opportunity, and directly sent a letter asking for immortal essence stones. And in this letter, Fan Yuan only mentioned of borrowing immortal essence stones. He intentionally did not mention the specific amount. The meaning was for Chu Du to decide how much to lend. This made Chu Du feel even more troubled. As expected of someone like Fan Yuan. Chu Du sighed. Chapter 1450. 1,730,000. Oh, Chu Du is lending me 150,000 immortal essence stones. Fan Yuan soon received Chu Du's reply. Moreover, the amount Chu Du was lending had slightly surpassed Fan Yuan's expectation. In Chu Du's reply letter, he had written in euphemistic words. He talked about their pleasant past collaboration, then talked of how unexpected events and circumstances in life toyed with people and how their camps differed, which created an awkward situation. Moreover, lending 150,000 immortal essence stones was already his limit, and the time for returning it could be determined by Fan Yuan himself. Looks like Chu Du still wants to continue collaborating with me. Reckless Savage's true meaning is tempting after all. This reply immediately let Fan Yuan know of Chu Du's attitude and intention. Chu Du was originally born a lone cultivator. Later he went against Lu tribe and was accused of being in the demonic path. Now, he had established Chu tribe and was in the righteous path. But by nature, he still prioritized his own benefits. So despite the high risks of collaborating with Fan Yuan, due to the huge profits, Chu Du did not hesitate to take the risk, not only lending 150,000 immortal essence stones, but also personally writing a reply letter. This letter Gu might only be a mortal Gu, but its significance was not ordinary. If Fan Yuan took it out, it would be strong proof that Chu Du was collaborating with the demonic path. But this was done intentionally by Chu Du. He used this method to give Fan Yuan a hold on him, to express his sincerity in collaborating. And Fan Yuan felt this sincerity fully. I can continue to collaborate with Chu Du, of course. The calamity beckoning Gu I lent him before is also a strong foundation of collaboration between us. Fan Yuan was rather pleased. 150,000 immortal essence stones was already a high amount. Normally, a rank 6 Gu immortal would have at most 1,000 immortal essence stones as reserve. Rank 7 Gu immortals would have roughly 10,000. Most rank 7 Gu immortals usually had several thousands of immortal essence stones as their reserve. And at rank 8 level, having several tens of thousands in reserve was the minimum. They would often have over 100,000, and those senior rank 8s would even have 1,000,000. As for rank 9, their immortal essence stones would reach 10 million, or even 100 million. Of course, it depended on the Gu immortal's individual circumstances. As far as organizations were concerned, an ordinary superforce would have around 1,000,000 immortal essence stones in reserve. Wu Clan had such reserves, which is why in the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong did not hesitate to lend Fan Yuan 100,000 immortal essence stones. This was within the capability of Wu Clan. Of course, Wu Clan could lend much more, but Wu Yong thought this amount was enough for Fan Yuan to stabilize the immortal formation. And Chu tribe was a recently established superforce. Although they had many Gu immortals, most of them were of strength path and had few assets to themselves. According to Fan Yuan's estimate, it was good if Chu tribe had 600,000 immortal essence stones in reserve. And Chu Du had lent 150,000 from this reserve of 600,000 immortal essence stones, and with no time limit to return it. His sincerity was truly high. There was no doubt that immortal essence stones was also a factor to weigh a Gu immortals and a force's strength. But it was not that the more money you saved, the better. Just piling up money without making use of it was like collecting dust. Storage of immortal essence stones followed the same logic. With Chu Du's support, Fan Yuan's originally emptied immortal essence stone storage jumped to 150,000. But Fan Yuan was not satisfied. He continued to patiently wait for replies. He had not only sent a letter to Chu Du, but also sent them to the 3 eccentrics of Crazed Demon Cave, as well as Miao Mingxun of Eastern Sea, asking for immortal essence stones. The request for immortal essence stones was only one objective. Fan Yuan had another goal as well. It was to know their attitudes. Especially in this sensitive time when his Lu Guanyi identity was exposed. The replies of the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics and Miao Mingxun came almost at the same time. Both sides agreed to Fan Yuan's request, each lending a sum of immortal essence stones. The former gave 200,000 immortal essence stones, while the latter gave 100,000. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics' attitude towards Fan Yuan had gotten even more warm than before, with no issues regarding Fan Yuan's true identity. As far as these 3 were concerned, they did not care about the fight between the righteous path or demonic path. From their perspective, there was only limitless true inheritance. They would acknowledge anyone that could help them achieve this desire. And the stronger Fan Yuan became, the higher their acknowledgement of him. As for Miao Mingxun, he had a pleasant interaction with Fan Yuan's other identity Chu Ying. In the trading convention, Fan Yuan had taken the initiative to sell lifespan Gu to Miao Mingxun. This sharply elevated Fan Yuan's status to Miao Mingxun. Therefore, Miao Mingxun had specially written in the letter, his funds were quite tight recently, 100,000 was his current limit, but if it was not enough, he could borrow from his friends to aid Fan Yuan. Like this, Fan Yuan got 3 batches of immortal essence stones, the total amount reaching 450,000. Whether it be his previous life or currently, he had never possessed such an enormous sum of immortal essence stones. However, Fan Yuan did not stop borrowing. He then discussed with Langya Land's spirit and borrowed a sum of immortal essence stones, and also used his sect contribution points to exchange for another sum until it reached Langya Land's spirit's bottom line. I cannot exchange anymore. Although you have a lot of sect contribution points, the sect also needs to have some in reserve to prepare for any unexpected situations. Langya Land's spirit firmly refused. In these recent few years, because of his development plan for the Blessed Land, the rich foundation was being constantly expended. Adding on the previous time when Fan Yuan used large amounts of sect contribution points to exchange for immortal materials as well as make Langya sect refine immortal Gu, Langya sect's foundation was further expended sharply. When Langya Land's spirit refused Fan Yuan, Langya sect had no more than 300,000 immortal essence stones left in reserve. Fan Yuan then asked Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had inherited by Xiang Grotto Heaven, it should have had a huge immortal essence stone reserve. Among the Shadow Sect Gu immortals, Bai Ningbing was the richest. He Lu Lan was the poorest, and Ing Wu Xia was similar, although he had possessed Fairy Cui Bo's body. Her immortal aperture and resources were all taken by Bai Ningbing as battle spoils. After Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin heard of Fan Yuan's action, they took the initiative to lend some immortal essence stones, although the amount was rather small. Among all the lenders, Lady White Rabbit's terms were the most lax. She had even said with a flushed face that it would not matter even if Fan Yuan did not return the immortal essence stones. At second were Fairy Miao Yin and Chu Du, who did not put a limit on the time of return. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics wanted to make use of Fan Yuan, but their friendship was shallow after all, so they lent according to the market rate. Langya Land's spirit did the same. Among them, Miao Mingxun's time limit was the most lax. The harshest loan term was from Bai Ningbing. She mentioned a rather interesting condition: she could lend a large amount of immortal essence stones to Fan Yuan, but the more Fan Yuan borrowed, the higher the interest and shorter the return time. Fan Yuan then borrowed most of her immortal essence stones. After borrowing from here and there, Fan Yuan's immortal essence stones had reached an astonishing amount of over 1,730,000. A huge sum. This reserve had already surpassed what Chu tribe, Langya sect, and most of the superforces could take out. Among Gu immortals, almost no rank 6 and rank 7 Gu immortals had such capital. Even among rank 8 Gu immortals, only few possessed such capital. They were usually long-time rank 8 experts with a reserve of more than 1,000,000 immortal essence stones. Naturally, this was purely comparing quantity. The truly healthy form of assets was to maintain balance between income and expenditure. Fan Yuan might be holding this huge sum, but it was not his, he had only borrowed it. In an instant, Fan Yuan was deep in debt. However, he was not nervous at all. He was fully confident he could use these immortal essence stones to earn even more. Chapter 1451. Year Gu Price War. A few days later. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Zhao Lianyun spread her divine sense, inspecting her immortal aperture. Lianyun blessed land already looked different from before. A flower field was planted with a large amount of bright-eye flowers. This was the food of remembrance immortal Gu, it had to be planted. Besides this, there was also a small grassland where clear chance grass was planted. Stalks of the grass was small and pointy, and were light green. Swallows were flying above this grassland. They were labor swallows, extremely hardworking and nimble birds. Their wings had 3 colors, in black, white and red. Zhao Lianyun had specially brought in a batch of them to kill any insects on the clear chance grass. When clear chance grass grew, it would produce a kind of pest that would corrode the grass leaves, greatly reducing the profits. I have already spent most of my immortal essence stones. Zhao Lianyun sighed as she looked at the scene in front of her. At the beginning, she had felt the number of immortal essence stones to be extremely huge, but when she started using it, she discovered that it was not much at all. Because she was not only nurturing 2 resources, she also had to create 2 complete ecological systems. Not only the seeds of bright-eye flowers and clear chance grass, she had to spend on soil, water, climate construction, and so on as well. Bright-eye flowers can only satisfy the food requirement of remembrance immortal Gu after a year in immortal aperture time. After 2 years, the clear chance grass and bright-eye flower transactions could give me several hundreds of immortal essence stones. After 3 years, I can repay Li Junying's loan. This progress and profit can only be achieved under the most ideal situation. And I have yet to calculate my other cultivation expenses. Zhao Lianyun fully sensed that Gu immortal cultivation was not easy. She was only cultivating 2 resources, and both grew separately and did not disturb each other. At the same time, the difficulty of nurturing plants was much less than raising beast groups or variant humans. Moreover, Zhao Lianyun had a high-grade blessed land which had plenty of space path and time path resources. Most importantly, she was protected by divine concealment, and was exempted from calamities and tribulations. She did not need to worry about this huge issue. The number of labor swallows is somewhat small, they cannot look after the whole grassland, I should buy some more. Zhao Lianyun connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and sent her divine sense. Over these days, she realized the convenience of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Guts Gu. Zhao Lianyun quickly discovered someone selling Guts Gu. She knew Guts Gu was produced by Fan Yuan alone, but because its supply did not match demand, it had all along been sold in the black market of Treasure Yellow Heaven. That is, someone would purchase a large amount of Guts Gu then sell them at a higher price. So the one selling this Guts Gu was not necessarily Fan Yuan. Moreover, the wills and identities of Gu immortals could be casually changed. Treasure Yellow Heaven gave safety and full freedom, so even Heavenly Court could only watch as Fan Yuan sold Guts Gu. Even if I can sell bright-eye flowers and clear chance grass after a few years, there will be other competitors as well. My products will be influenced by the market. Their prices also won't be able to compare to Guts Gu. Fan Yuan was Zhao Lianyun's enemy, so she had been paying attention to the Guts Gu trade. But the more attention she paid, the more she realized Fan Yuan's strength, which inevitably caused her to feel depressed. According to my current accumulation speed, I simply won't be able to catch up with Fan Yuan. Instead, I will continue to be left in the dust by him. Damn it! Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth. Right at this time, for some reason, there was a huge uproar ahead. Large amounts of Gu immortal wills, which were originally scattered throughout Treasure Yellow Heaven, were gathering in that direction. Zhao Lianyun's heart jolted. Could it be a large transaction? Li Juning said large transactions that can cause such an uproar are rare in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Previously, it was when someone sold large amounts of year beasts. I did not expect my luck to be so good, to encounter one not long after becoming an immortal. Zhao Lianyun naturally did not want to give up on this chance to broaden her horizons. She also sent her divine sense to experience this event. Soon, she arrived at the scene. A Gu immortal will, which had an enormous physique looking like a fatty, was sitting cross-legged in air. Surrounding him were Yergu. A vast number of Yergu. So many Yergu? It looks like there are over 100,000. Zhao Lianyun got a shock. This was the first time she had seen so many Yergu piled up together. The huge quantity had quite a visual impact. Sisterly Juning was right, mortal Gu is only a matter of quantity to Gu immortals. Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly. What price are you selling these Yergu for? A Gu immortals will inquire about the price. That fat will replied with a smile, quoting a fair price which immediately led to a discussion between the Gu immortals. If there are no issues with these Yergu, I definitely want to purchase some. This is Time Path Mortal Gu, they have a wide range of uses and can be used in Refinement Path or other aspects. The price is also fair, maybe I should buy a bit more. Even if I don't use it for myself, I can resell it later. I don't have to worry about not being able to sell it. Who is this seller? Selling Yergu at this time is an extremely good decision. According to the usual routine, it is not yet the time for the biggest sellers of Yergu to bring out their products. Gu immortals discussed with each other. All kinds of divine senses and wills conversed together without maintaining secrecy, which allowed Zhao Lianyun to learn of a lot of things. She listened attentively and soon found this Yergu seller might be a newcomer in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Although the current time of sales was slightly early, it would still be hard for him to avoid colliding with the traditional sellers. It was still okay if this seller was only selling this one time, but if he wanted to run this business for a long time and squeeze into Treasure Yellow Heaven's market, it would definitely lead to bloodshed. Zhao Lianyun's eyes brightened at this thought. If it was the latter situation, then this would no doubt be an event to pay attention to and learn from. I will also be selling my resources in the future, and will have to make my way into Treasure Yellow Heaven's market. My resources are not unique, so I will definitely have to go through this obstacle. There are only a few monopolistic businesses in the whole Gu immortal world. Not everyone can have luck like Fan Yuan. I need to observe this properly, especially this Yergu trade. I might learn a lot of things. Zhao Lianyun instructed herself. The scene was bustling. Many Gu immortals started purchasing Yergu. Time Path Gu worms had a wide range of usage, so they always had a high demand in the market. After each transaction was completed, the profits quickly accumulated to an extent which caused some of the Gu immortals to become red with envy. Just by a rough estimation, this seller has at least profited 50,000 immortal essence stones in this short period of time. Zhao Lianyun was inwardly shocked. But the real shocking thing came later. This seller was selling continuously, while also continuously replenishing the products. Many Yergu were sold, but in the surroundings of the Fat Will, the quantity of Yergu did not decrease and was instead increasing. Oh heavens, how many Yergu does this man have? My goodness, this is a huge transaction. This person is here for blood. The main sellers of Yergu have always been Xiabao Shu, Rong Xian, and Wang Mingyu. If this is not handled well, it will definitely lead to a price war. Zhao Lianyun felt increasing anticipation as she listened to the discussions. This mysterious seller was strongly putting his foot in the market. The three main sellers definitely would not take this lying down. A price war concerning Yergu was going to start. Chapter 1452. Three sellers. Eastern Sea. Clear sea area. A jade pavilion stood by itself in the depths of the sea, emitting aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu house. Inside the jade pavilion, Gu immortal Xiabao Shu was hosting his close friend, Yu Xianzi. Looking at the large patches of vicissitude trees outside the jade pavilion, Yu Xianzi said with a moved tone. It is time to harvest Yergu once again. The growth of these vicissitude trees is much more vigorous than the previous year. Looks like your method of growing these resources has made another breakthrough. Xiabao Shu was handsome and had a warm nature. He rubbed his nose, smiling. You don't need to flatter me. Yu Xianzi laughed. I am just worrying about you. Don't you know someone is already selling Yergu in Treasure Yellow Heaven? Xiabao Shu was silent as he took out a mortal Yergu and handed it to Yu Xianzi. Yu Xianzi received it and took a glance. Good, this rank 5 Yergu's quality is pretty good. It is glossy and healthy, it is quite appealing. Xiabao Shu slightly shook his head. This Yergu was not raised by me, it is from that seller. I see. Yu Xianzi was slightly surprised, before quickly accepting this fact. He knew his friend very well. Xie Baoshu was a well-known lone cultivator in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. He had unique insights on growing vicissitude trees. Vicissitude trees were an immortal material, but their usage was very narrow. Despite being an immortal material, because they had many kinds of down marks, they were very impure. So few Gu immortals paid attention to this tree. But Xie Baoshu found new ways of using them. He planted this tree on a large scale, and using an ingenious method, he used vicissitude trees to raise and attract wild Yergu. Now, he was one of the 3 giants of the Yergu market. He only put a small portion of these Yergu in Treasure Yellow Heaven, the larger portion was sold to various superforces of Eastern Sea. Even so, Xie Baoshu would not easily give up Treasure Yellow Heaven's market. Because this was the whole world's market, and from a certain aspect, Treasure Yellow Heaven could be said to be much more significant than those Eastern Sea superforces. Now that someone was suddenly entering the Yergu market, making huge transactions, how could Xie Baoshu just watch from the sidelines? Although it was still not time for him to sell Yergu, he had always been paying attention to the situation of the Yergu market. I have examined this Yergu, it is indeed a high-grade item. This time, the opponent is not a simple one. Xie Baoshu sighed. Yu Xianzi nodded. With such a huge amount, some region's super force might be involved in this. It is very difficult for an individual to take out so many of them. Didn't you also climb up by accumulating your strength step by step? Xie Baoshu smiled. Oh Yu, why are you encouraging me in a roundabout way? Among the 3 sellers, only I am a lone cultivator. Because of this, I could only move step by step, facing setbacks along the way and getting past them to create a solid foundation. What difficulties have I not encountered? This time will also not be an exception. Moreover, Yu Xianzi finished his words. Moreover, you 3 have already reached an agreement. Every business has its own hidden rules. This newcomer might have come aggressively, but he has broken the hidden rules. He will probably be suppressed and forced out by you 3, right? Ha ha ha, I really cannot hide anything from you, you rat who specializes in stealing oil. Xie Baoshu jokingly scolded while pointing at Yu Xianzi's nose. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Cloud City, inside a secret room, Fan Yuan had been sitting cross-legged without moving for several days. These last days, he had been activating rank 8 time path immortal Gu years flow like water. He had obtained this immortal Gu from He Fan's true inheritance. Even rank 6 Gu immortals could activate it, but the effect would be limited. Now, Fan Yuan was continuously pouring his rank 7 red date immortal essence into years flow like water, constantly producing mortal Yergu. And these Yergu were then moved to Treasure Yellow Heaven's market. He let his will stabilize the situation and carry out Yergu transactions with other Gu immortals. Indeed, he was the newcomer who had been selling large amounts of Yergu. He was extremely aggressive, not only creating an uproar in Treasure Yellow Heaven, he even made Xie Baoshu and the others feel apprehension. Fan Yuan had borrowed over 1,730,000 immortal essence stones. He turned them into red date immortal essence, which he made full use of in the Yergu business. Rank 8 years flow like water was too amazing. It not only produced a lot of mortal Gu, their quality was also good. The market response had been extremely good these few days. After buying some, many Gu immortals felt that the goods were pretty good. They would find Fan Yuan to purchase another batch. Right at this time, Fan Yuan's activation of years flow like water paused for a moment. He had all along been maintaining his connection to Treasure Yellow Heaven, and had just received a message from his will, which he had placed in Treasure Yellow Heaven, that there was a superforce which wanted to purchase Fan Yuan's goods in bulk quantity, but was afraid Fan Yuan would not be able to supply them, so they wanted to discuss with his main body. If it was possible, they could establish long-term cooperation. This news could be true but could also be false. There is a higher chance that this message is sent by those traditional Yergu sellers using a disguised identity. Fan Yuan sneered, completely disregarding this message. Long-term cooperation? Fan Yuan was not interested. He wanted to wage war this time. Central Continent. Rong Xian was silent. The seller is actually not interested in my proposal? Rong Xian was quite surprised. He had disguised as a huge buyer to try to communicate with Fan Yuan personally and glean his background. But Fan Yuan actually ignored him. How can this be? Even if he is a representative of a superforce, they would also hope that their Yergu would have much larger buyers. Unless he does not have many Yergu left? Rong Xian was a member of the 10 great ancient sects, and as a Righteous Path member, he naturally understood the thoughts of Righteous Path Gu immortals and super forces. He pondered and felt this guess was very likely. It must be because of this that this mysterious seller is selling Year Gu this early. It is to avoid us 3 sellers? He refused even my proposal. He probably really does not have much stock left. Actually, the amount of Year Gu he has sold is only 1/10 of what I have in stock. Hee. Rong Xian chuckled when he thought of this. This is a good method to gain attention. He commented in his head on Fang Yuan's action. Unfortunately, what use is it if you don't have enough strength? Southern border. Dragon Return Valley. The rumbling of a waterfall echoed in the valley. Mist permeated and the vegetation thrived. Wang Mingyu, an external supreme elder of the Righteous Path Super Force Yao clan, was standing on a giant boulder, gazing at the waterfall. This waterfall was not ordinary, it was a tributary of the River of Time. Year Gu has 3 great cellars. Eastern Seas Xie Bao Shu uses vicissitude trees to nurture Year Gu. Central Continent's Rong Xian uses refinement path methods to periodically refine countless Year Gu. But only I have a grasp over a tributary of the River of Time. I can capture natural wild Year Gu. Wang Mingyu inwardly compared herself to them. This tributary of the River of Time was rather special. It was a tributary that had forked from the middle of the River of Time. The River of Time had many special river segments. For instance, the Swordblade River segment. It was a special river segment that was personally set up by Red Lotus Demon Venerable using the past Jiuan's sword aura and Dao Jiu Lang's blade aura to protect one of his stone lotus islands. The Year River segment was filled with countless wild Year Gu. Wang Mingyu had discovered this tributary back when she had been a lone immortal, and had secretly managed it. But several years later, Southern Border's Righteous Path forces discovered it, and were naturally covetous. After a secret exchange, Yao Clan won, and Yao Clan Gu immortal Yao Tianzhe married Wang Mingyu. With this reason, Yao Clan openly took this Dragon Return Valley as their territory. This year's harvests are pretty good. The amount of Year Gu captured is actually 30% higher than normal. The other 2 are not making a move, then I shall start first. If I continue letting that newcomer sell his Year Gu, it will probably not be easy for me to sell all these wild Year Gu. Wang Mingyu put her thoughts into action, and began selling her Year Gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Her move immediately caused an uproar in Treasure Yellow Heaven. One of the 3 main sellers of Year Gu, Wang Mingyu, has made a move. If that mysterious seller is allowed to continue selling Year Gu, the sellers after him definitely won't have an easy time selling Year Gu. This will be quite a show. Right. That mysterious seller is selling so many Year Gu, the 3 main sellers definitely have a hard time being patient. Now that Wang Mingyu has made a move, the other 2 won't stand still. Let's wait and see. There might even be a price war. US buyers can pick up some benefits. Many Gu immortals secretly communicated. Chapter 1453. Price War. Wang Mingyu took out her stock. Only Fang Yuan alone had been supplying Year Gu in a large amount in Treasure Yellow Heaven over these last days. Now with one more competitor, it immediately caused a stir. Women are women after all, not even having this bit of patience. Central Continent's Rong Xian scoffed when he obtained this news. With this, many Gu immortals will probably choose to watch. He had plentiful experience in selling Year Gu, and could immediately guess the changes in the market. Sure enough, the fervor of buying Year Gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven suddenly fell. Wang Mingyu became Fang Yuan's competitor, which all of a sudden caused the supply of Year Gu to be greater than demand. Other Gu immortals were now keeping patient, waiting to see a good show. A storm was brewing in Treasure Yellow Heaven in previous years. The sale of Year Gu had always been a hot business. This year, with Year Gu being sold ahead of time, the situation had now become desolate with almost no one showing any interest. Wang Mingyu was helpless about this. There was no other way. She had a huge stock of Year Gu. If she did not start now and waited for the other 2 sellers to start selling, there would be a much smaller market for her goods. Wang Mingyu is actually selling ahead of time? Different from Rong Xian's passive stance, Xie Bao Shu was hesitating. Xie Bao Shu understood Wang Mingyu. This person was a veteran seller with plenty of experience. How could she not see the disadvantage of selling early? Most probably, she also has a lot of Year Gu on her. Xie Bao Shu did not show anything on the surface, but was inwardly getting worried. A day later, he finally decided to take action, putting Year Gu for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Xie Bao Shu has also made a move. 2 of the 3 main sellers are already selling their goods ahead of time. Of course. This year is different from the past. There is now a fourth gladiator in the arena. Within Treasure Yellow Heaven, the Gu Immortals discussed. Damn it! These two. When Rong Xian obtained news of this, he could only follow while gritting his teeth. The situation was already different from before. Previously, Fan Yuan was selling by himself. Rong Xian could endure this and remained unmoved. When Wang Mingyu joined, Rong Xian only felt slightly tensed, but with Xie Baoshu also joining in, the pressure on Rong Xian had increased. Among the four sellers, if he alone did not take action, then the one who suffered the most would no doubt be him. It was just that he had his own difficulties. His year gu were the results of refinement. Because there was not a set time like past years, his stock had not been accumulated enough. So he had the least amount of stock among the four sellers. Forced by the situation, Rong Xian could only grit his teeth and put his year gu for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. I have the least amount of stock, I cannot act forcefully. Rong Xian already had a hunch. What he needed now was time to refine much more year gu. Thinking of this, he contacted Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu. These three knew each other for many years, competing and communicating with each other about year gu business, and naturally had each other's information path gu worms. Although there is a newcomer, I think us three should still act according to the old agreement, isn't that so? Rong Xian reminded the two. Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu naturally agreed. They had already broken some terms of the old agreement by selling year gu early. But since this was a special situation, it could be understood. But if they broke other terms, especially the one about price of year gu, that would be breaking the rules. With more sellers, there would naturally be a price war. This was a powerful method of a price war. But if it was used too strongly, it would hurt themselves. Xie Baoshu, Wang Mingyu, and Rong Xian had already competed with each other countless times, but they never changed the agreed price. Besides not being able to do anything to the other party, the main reason was to protect their benefits. This created a problem. If Fan Yuan's side suddenly dropped the price, what should they do? These three could obey the agreement, but Fan Yuan was a newcomer. Even if Rong Xian persuaded him, he might not listen. But Rong Xian, Xie Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu were seemingly not worried about this. With four sellers supplying year gu, Fan Yuan immediately felt his sales becoming stagnant. I am a newcomer after all. Although my goods are of top quality, how could my status compare to those three main sellers in other Gu Immortals' hearts? Wang Mingyu, Xie Baoshu, and Rong Xian were in this business for many years already. They had good reputation among the public. Fan Yuan could absolutely not compare in this aspect. This was where Fan Yuan was disadvantaged in. But Fan Yuan had his methods to resolve it. Soon, at almost the same time, Rong Xian, Xie Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu obtained a significant news. That mysterious seller was beginning to drop the price of year gu. He went for this after all. Humph, I still thought he had some other methods. They were not anxious, even feeling somewhat disdainful. They had long grown out of this action of decreasing the price, and had even suffered a lot because of this. In a price war, taking the initiative to reduce the price was a double-edged sword. It would hurt others and hurt oneself as well. But as far as buyers were concerned, Fan Yuan reducing the price was no doubt good news. Weren't they waiting for this kind of opportunity? They were like hungry sharks that immediately swarmed in. Fan Yuan's year gu began to sell in large amounts, forming a stark contrast with Xie Baoshu, Wang Mingyu, and Rong Xian's. The other side seems to be an experienced veteran. This price reduction is quite to the standard. It gives a feeling of being a lot, but actually is not that much. Wang Mingyu had been observing the situation. But so what? The year gu market of the whole of Treasure Yellow Heaven is extremely big. How can you supply to the buyers of the whole 5 regions by yourself? In the end, the one to suffer will be yourself. We can clearly sell at a higher price. The 3 main sellers maintained their price, but several days later they could not sit still. What's going on? This guy has so many year gu? It almost seems to be endless. How could he accumulate so many year gu? Something's wrong here. The moods of the 3 main sellers had become slightly heavy. But should they follow and reduce their price? They were hesitant. In the end, they had different mentalities. Fan Yuan was a newcomer, however much he earned would be fresh income. But these 3 main sellers were old veterans, and had a rough estimation of their profits every year. So if they were to reduce the price, their expected profits would decrease. Hesitation was natural. Several days later, Fan Yuan's sales were still going on fiercely. the three main sellers saw the situation was going in an unfavorable direction. Wang Mingyu was the first to discuss with the other two if they should also reduce the price. Xie Baoshu had a cold expression. Looking at this situation, this guy probably has enough stock. If we don't reduce our price, we simply won't be able to sell. That's right. Wang Mingyu added. This person's methods are not simple. He reduced the price just enough to suppress us three. Rong Xian snorted. Whether we lose profits or not, it will have to be seen after selling all the Yergu. If we decrease the price too much, even if we sell a lot, we will still lose massive profits overall. What is the point of that? He did not approve of this method, still wanting to wait patiently for a while more. There was no other way, he did not have much stock. If he reduced the price, there would be a lot of buyers and his goods would be all sold. When others learned he was out of stock so early, his image and reputation would be damaged. But he could not do anything about it, since the other two wanted to reduce the price. Rong Xian could only follow them. Chapter 1454. Commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The price fell. As Fan Yuan's price fell, Xie Baoshu and the other sellers had to lower their prices too after a few days. However, they did not lower their prices much, they were in sync, at the same price as Fan Yuan. I am a newcomer in the Yergu business, my identity is mysterious and unknown. Compared to me, Xie Baoshu, Rong Xian, and Wang Mingyu are reputed figures with many years of experience, they are deeply trusted. Thus, as long as they lower their prices to match me, those who want to buy Yergu will approach them instead. Fan Yuan knew deeply about the plan of Xie Baoshu and the rest. This was the advantage that Xie Baoshu and the rest had over Fan Yuan. Their years of being in the business had deeply affected the buyers. It was not a joke. However, so what if they do this? Fan Yuan smiled lightly. On the day Xie Baoshu and the rest lowered their prices, Fan Yuan lowered his price again. The Gu Immortals and Treasure Yellow Heaven were focusing on this huge price war. The moment Fan Yuan lowered his price, news spread rapidly. Before long, many of the forces and Gu Immortals concerned about this matter learned about it. After hearing that Xie Baoshu lowered his price, I wanted to buy from him. After all, I do that every year. True, except I prefer Rong Xian's goods. But that fourth seller lowered his price again. He is truly rich, he wants to challenge the three main sellers. The buyers were overjoyed and relaxed. In this price war, they were the ones who benefited the most. Staying on the fence and watching this show, it was a very joyful thing to see. At the same price level, Fan Yuan was not their match, but the moment he lowered his prices, his advantage became huge. After all, Fan Yuan's goods were very high quality and cheap. Would those Gu Immortals be so stupid as to buy expensive goods instead? Thus for the following day, Fan Yuan's business was booming, the other three sellers had no business. After hearing this, Central Continent Gu Immortal Rong Xian laughed, coldly of course. He spoke with the other two. Very interesting, this person really wants to challenge us to a price war. Wang Mingyu smiled. All these years, nobody could match our status. This time, I want to see how strong this person is. Xie Baoshu added. Then let us lower our prices too. There was nothing to say, since Fan Yuan reduced his prices, the other three sellers followed, their price was the same as Fan Yuan's. Yergu. They had hesitated earlier already. Since Fan Yuan was initiating the war, the three Gu Immortals were confident in their finances. They followed relentlessly. During the second price reduction, there was a small commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The rest of the Gu Immortals started to get excited. Because they knew that this was only the second price fall, the war had just started, there was going to be a third and fourth time later. But it will depend on the mysterious fourth seller on when he reduces his price again. Any price reduction is a fall in profits for the seller himself. Earlier, the fourth seller initiated the war, while the three main sellers have no fear in joining in, they had full confidence in themselves. That's right, the third reduction might be coming soon, but we do not know when. The Gu Immortals conversed among each other. Normally speaking, it was very common to reduce prices in such situations, but there was an interval between each reduction. Because the seller needs to observe the market and think about the decisions to make. Reducing the price was a double-edged sword, it could undercut the competitors, but it would harm one's own benefits. If the seller saw good prospects in the market, they might not reduce prices anymore. They needed to defend their own benefits. If they reduced the prices further, even if they increased the quantity sold, they would not earn much profits. After all, competitors would reduce prices too. If the sellers refused to give in and constantly reduce prices, competing without restraint, they would collapse together. There were basically no Gu immortals who would do this and ruin the market for everyone. The sellers were not stupid, they wanted to earn profits. If they only cared about competition and disregarded profits, why would they sell anything? Sellers were smart, but buyers were intelligent too. After the three sellers reduced their price to Fan Yuan's level, they stopped buying. The sales of Gu became very pathetic. Because the most crucial person in this price war was Fan Yuan. And the moment Fan Yuan reduced his price, they would buy a bit. Why? Firstly, in terms of prices, Fan Yuan selling at a lower price would be more beneficial to them. Of course, they were encouraging him to continue competing with the three sellers and reduce prices. Eventually, Fan Yuan will be unable to endure it, because the one to lower the prices will suffer losses. But after the prices reach the lower limit, the buyers would benefit the most. If the four sellers end up at the same price, they would not buy the Gu from Fan Yuan. A price war made good use of such psychological tactics. After the second price reduction, the four sellers reached the same price again. Fan Yuan's actions were out of expectations. He was paying close attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven. The moment the three sellers reduced their price, he reacted and reduced his own price again. Many people were astonished. Fan Yuan's reaction was simply too fast. And from his speed, many people could sense his firm and determined attitude. He is well prepared for this. Rong Xian sighed. He felt a little pressure, as he had the least stock among the sellers. Towards the later stages of this price war, when the commodity prices are low, sales would boom. By then, if he had low stock, it would be very awkward. There are buyers but no goods? Not only would he be out of the game, buyers would think of him as unreliable. His reputation accumulated over the years would be ruined. Rong Xian did not want that to happen. He asked others to refine Gu at full speed to replenish his stock while thinking if he should reduce prices again. More specifically, if he should reduce the price until his competitors could not and dare not try to follow him, because it would result in major losses. But he would not lower prices by too much. Buyers must continue to think that they could continue watching without doing anything. In that case, as long as he had enough time, Rong Xian could replenish his stocks and win at the final moments of the price war. However, in this case, if I reduce prices drastically, the other two parties will know that I do not have much stock now. Rong Xian was very hesitant. Since he could think of this to alleviate his crisis, the other two parties were also experienced sellers. They could naturally deduce his current situation. Deductions were not hard to do. People with experience were sensitive to such changes. That way, if Rong Xian did this, he would be exposing his weakness. He would likely get kicked out of the game earlier. Thus, not only was he hesitant, he had a headache. A huge headache. Because he needed to think about the buyer and seller mentality, while also paying attention to his competitors. Right when he was hesitant and indecisive, Xia Baoshu and Wang Mingyu lowered their prices again. The price fell like earlier, maintained at the same level as Fan Yuan. They had sufficient stock, especially Wang Mingyu. They were not anxious. Since Fan Yuan wanted to compete and reduce prices, they would follow. After all, they would gain the market share if prices were equal. They had a huge advantage. This was the third drop in prices. After hearing news, Fan Yuan laughed heartily as cold light shone in his eyes. In that case, I will speed things up. This time, he lowered prices again. And this fall was drastic, far beyond the earlier rounds. This time, there was a huge commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The buyers were excited. This was the result that they wanted. They had waited so long for this victorious moment. It fell by this much? Xia Baoshu had a solemn expression. He could feel Fan Yuan's overpowering attitude. If the earlier few rounds were light punches, this was a heavy kick. But Xia Baoshu had to react to it. If not, he would be kicked out of this war. Buyers had no loyalty after all. Price wars were very cruel. Xia Baoshu was the first to lower prices, followed by Wang Mingyu as they reached the same prices again. Rong Xian had a huge headache. He had wanted to drop his prices drastically earlier, but in his moment of hesitation, the opponent acted before he did anything. This way, not only would his earlier plans be ruined, if he wanted to go ahead with it, he would need to reduce his prices even further. But that would be a dangerous price, because if it becomes lower than the usual Gu's sale price of previous years, the buyers would start buying enthusiastically. Or maybe that mysterious seller has little stock? He has the same plan as me? Rong Xian had his final bit of hope. He was the last to reduce his price. following the other three. They all lowered their prices. Ha! The buyers were very happy, but the happiest part had yet to come. When Rong Xian lowered his price, Fan Yuan continued to lower his Yergu price again. And this time, it was even larger than before. Treasure Yellow Heaven was in a commotion. The three sellers were shocked. This fellow. This will be a tough one. Xia Baoshu had a grim expression. He was originally relaxed and cool, he acted casually and without emotions, but now he could not contain himself anymore. Fan Yuan reduced the prices and shrunk the profits of the Yergu business. For the three sellers, if they followed, they would suffer great loss of profits. He is going all out. Wang Mingyu was tongue-tied. She had a chilly feeling. She had not felt this for a long time already. Chapter 1455. Victor. Rong Xian's lingering bit of hope was smashed. Because he knew that the other party was not like him, they had ample stock and this price would definitely create a huge commotion in the sale of Yergu this time round. I lost this time. Rong Xian smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to give up due to his low quantity. Forget about excuses. Losses were often justified with reasoning, but people in this world did not care about reasons. They did not need your excuses. They only cared about victory or loss. Like what Rong Xian expected, after Fan Yuan lowered his price, there was a huge wave of commotion and purchases. Many buyers started to purchase Yergu. Such a cheap price was rarely seen. If they did not make use of this chance, how could they? Huge transactions were ongoing. Fan Yuan was raking in huge profits. But the other three parties did not follow him. Xia Baoshu and Wang Mingyu were hesitant. Earlier, Rong Xian hesitated. It was now their turn. If they followed Fan Yuan and lowered their prices too, their Yergu would be sold rapidly as well. But if they did that, the profits would become too small. It would be far from their original expectations. But if they did not follow him, Fan Yuan would steal their business away. What should they do? The key to this was how much stock Fan Yuan had left. If Fan Yuan had excessive stock, Xia Baoshu and the rest would need to follow him. The market was only this big, there was only a limited amount of demand. The more Fan Yuan sold, the less they would sell. But if Fan Yuan had insufficient stock, Xia Baoshu and the rest would not need to lower prices, they just need to wait. After he finishes his stock, they would be able to sell at a higher price later, their profits would be retained. They would win this fight after all. Thus, Xia Baoshu and the rest started to think, who was this Fan Yuan exactly? Was he a man or a woman? Was he part of a force? Or an individual? Why was there no information about him earlier? Why did he appear out of nowhere? They could not understand. He appeared too suddenly. Actually, other than the three of them, the Yergu market had other smaller sellers. But these people were quickly eliminated by them, because they could not be the seller now. Right now, those small business owners probably have pale expressions while watching this intense price war. Thinking of this, Rong Xian's mood became slightly better. He was unlucky and would likely be the first person out of this race, but there were even more unlucky people besides him. It made him feel a little better in comparison. But he was just consoling himself. It could not affect the reality of things. No matter how they thought about it, the three sellers could not decipher Fan Yuan's background. To play safe, Xia Baoshu and Wang Mingyu decided to follow after Fan Yuan and reduce prices too, until they match him. But Rong Xian did not follow them. It seems that Rong Xian thinks the seller does not have much stock, Xia Baoshu thought. But he did not know that Rong Xian was out of options. He had little stock. If he reduced prices by that much, the heated sales would deplete his stock, he would be out of the competition. He would rather keep his prices and take a gamble. If Fan Yuan had little stock, he would win and continue to stay in this. If not, he would lose, but that was no different from lowering prices anyway. Xia Baoshu did not know about Rong Xian's problem. He felt that he was gambling on Fan Yuan not having enough Yergu. But Xia Baoshu had a stable mindset. He wanted to follow because that was the safest option. As for Wang Mingyu, after some consideration, she also made the same choice as Xia Baoshu. But with her woman's intuition, she had more suspicions. She thought, why did Rong Xian not lower his price? Is he making a gamble, or does he know the other party's background, or does he have any evidence or news about it? If Rong Xian knew about Fan Yuan's background, it was possible that he would not tell the two of them about it. He was sitting on the fence and watching. This was advantageous to Rong Xian. Thus, Wang Mingyu contacted Rong Xian and tried to probe him. Rong Xian received Wang Mingyu's transmission and felt helpless about it. He felt some sympathy towards her. Overall, he had a complex emotion now. Thus, the current situation was Fan Yuan, Xia Bao Shu, and Wang Mingyu had the same price, while Rong Xian's price was higher than them. At this time, large numbers of Gu immortals started to buy Year Gu, or started to prepare to buy them. Everyone was moved. This price was lower than ever before. It was an alluring price. Wait for an even lower price? The buyers shook their heads. It could not go much lower anymore. The buyers were smart, but the sellers were not stupid either. Thus, when Fan Yuan lowered his price again, everyone was stunned. Did I hear wrongly? They lowered the price again? And by such a huge amount? Oh my, what is going on? Is this new seller stupid? The buyers were in disbelief. I do not care if he is stupid or has other objectives. I know that his Year Gu are genuine products, and he is selling at this price indeed. If I do not buy now, I will be the fool. A Gu immortal cried out in his mind. But others were like this too. A huge amount of Gu immortal divine senses or will surrounded Fan Yuan's stall. The heated scene was unprecedented. Buy. The Gu immortals were filled with this thought. It had never been this cheap before. If they wait until that fool realizes his prices are too low, it would be too late. The buyers felt a strong sense of urgency. What is this person doing? After seeing this, Xia Bao Shu lost his cool. If he followed this price, his profits would be reduced to just a sliver. For example, in previous years, if a Year Gu could earn 100 each, if he follows Fan Yuan's price, he would only get single-digit profits per Gu. Why did he spend so much effort on growing vicissitude trees? Wasn't it to nurture Year Gu and earn profits? If he reduced his prices to Fan Yuan's level, his profits would be gone. This price was way below his bottom line. If he had to sell at this price, he would rather keep the goods. But Xia Bao Shu frowned. He fell into deep contemplation. At the same time, Wang Mingyu was worried. Her situation was the same as Xia Bao Shu. If she followed Fan Yuan, her profits would be unacceptable. But should she stop selling? It was not so simple. If they did not follow and Fan Yuan's stock was huge, the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven would be completely taken over by Fan Yuan. There was another possibility. Fan Yuan was purposely lowering the price as a tactic. It was possible that he had only purposely lowered it this much to probe the other sellers, or to raise his own reputation. If I do not follow, I would be showing weakness, but I can preserve my strength. If I follow him, I would be clashing with that newcomer in a crazy manner. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Mingyu decided to follow him. But at this time, Xia Bao Shu had already stopped. The sale price of the Year Gu in the market was lowest at Fan Yuan and Wang Mingyu, followed by Xia Bao Shu and Rong Xian at the highest. Evidently, nobody was buying from those two shops. Most of the buyers were at Fan Yuan's and Wang Mingyu's shops. Xia Bao Shu was observing the situation. He needed to know if Fan Yuan was putting up a front, or if he really had the foundation. Wang Mingyu was very nervous, because this sale price was losing her a lot of profits. And among the three sellers, she was the only one left. Rong Xian became the most relaxed person. He was watching them fight. It is about time to deal the final blow. Fan Yuan was very calm. At this point, he had probed the bottom line of these three sellers, even though Wang Mingyu was still contesting with him. According to the usual market situation, the three sellers were about the same level. Even if Wang Mingyu was superior, it was not by much. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan lowered his price again. But this time, he only reduced it by a tiny little bit. However, this small drop in price was like a sharp blade stabbing into the three sellers' hearts. This? Rong Xian turned pale. Xia Bao Shu squinted with a dark expression on his face. Wang Mingyu clenched her fists. She gritted her teeth and said in shock, Why? Why go this far? Fan Yuan's drop in price was small, but very fatal. It was lower than the cost price of these three sellers. Since Year Gu was being sold, there were costs involved in obtaining them. Rong Xian needed Gu materials. He spent immortal essence to refine them using Gu refinement methods. Xia Bao Shu had vicissitude trees. He also needed manpower and resources. Even though Wang Mingyu could capture Year Gu from the tributary of the River of Time, the method used required immortal essences, and funds were needed to manage the tributary of the River of Time. Selling below the cost price, that would be a true loss. This was a move usually done by those who had a surplus of stock and could not sell them, or if they had an urgent need for funds, this was a desperate choice. If one did this in a price war, the competitors might be fine, but the person themselves would suffer a major loss first. This was too harsh. It was harsh to others, and also harsh to themselves. Wang Mingyu was shocked. She did not dare to follow him. She would be an idiot if she did. This was your gu. The gu was actually sold at a loss. What did that mean? The buyers were shocked too. This price was out of their imaginations. They were tongue-tied, completely in disbelief. But soon the gu immortals present reacted. Treasure Yellow Heaven was in a huge commotion. Countless gu immortals surrounded Fan Yuan's stall tightly. The situation was completely chaotic and heated. This was no longer about buying. They were earning profits. Buying your gu at this price, according to usual market prices, they were buying it at a profit. Countless transactions were undergoing. Even those who already bought your gu came back and purchased from Fan Yuan again. Fan Yuan's business was unthinkably booming. The other three sellers were completely ousted. They were in pathetic states. But at this time, the three sellers stopped being anxious. Who is this newcomer? He is so fierce in his moves, but I am afraid he has messed up now. He. Observe! I will observe. I refuse to believe that he can maintain the price of the year gu at this low level. The three sellers were waiting for the time when Fan Yuan's losses became too severe. But Fan Yuan could go on endlessly. Because he was using rank 8 immortal gu, years flow like water. The cost behind the production of year gu was merely his immortal essence used to activate the rank 8 immortal gu. Fan Yuan's production had costs, of course. But his cost was far lower, compared to the three sellers. If their cost price was 10, his was only 3 or 4. Anyone could sell year gu. The quality of the goods was similar in most cases. The competition here was really only dependent on their cost. Fan Yuan sold at this price, but he could still earn profits, while the three sellers would sell at a loss. They were unable to sell, but Fan Yuan could dump his stock. The victor of this price war was decided from the start. It was undoubtedly Fan Yuan. Chapter 1456. Good news upon good news. It is finally over. This price war was truly interesting. Zhao Lianyun sighed internally. The sale of year gu ended in Fan Yuan's victory. Many gu immortals were shocked by the results. Such situations were rare. The newcomer actually defeated 3 seniors in this market. Most of the people were originally thinking that the newcomer was a wolf while the 3 sellers were tigers and lions. But in the end, the newcomer was not a wolf but a dragon. The 3 sellers were not his match. They lost terribly and could not sell their year gu. For the following period, this year gu competition's influence will continue to spread. It will become a tale for people to talk about. Gu immortals would reminiscence over it. Zhao Lianyun started to think about this price war. She wanted to gain knowledge from this price war, so as to learn something useful for herself. Then, why did the newcomer win in this battle while the long-time sellers lost? Zhao Lianyun asked herself. Next, she answered herself. Because the newcomer has great strength. Even if the 3 sellers worked together, they were not his match. Using absolute strength to sweep the market? Zhao Lianyun was slightly dazed before smiling bitterly. She wanted to learn how to enter the market as a newcomer. Even though Fan Yuan's method seemed ingenious and meticulous, he had unparalleled strength to sweep the market and suppress all his competitors. Zhao Lianyun could learn nothing from him. Because he used absolute strength. Since the newcomer has such strength, why did he not reduce the price from the start? Zhao Lianyun asked herself. She felt like Fan Yuan's actions were a bit pointless. But soon, when she thought again, realization flashed across her eyes. I understand. Starting at a high price and gradually reducing it can earn more profits than dropping the prices immediately. He can also probe the 3 sellers' bottom lines. Finally, he is trying to assert dominance. The thoughts in Zhao Lianyun's mind clashed continuously. After this competition ended, the newcomer won. It was no surprise he won with such strength, but he is definitely not satisfied with just one win. The newcomer wants to dominate Treasure Yellow Heaven's market. Not only does he want to defeat the 3 sellers, he wants to drive these people out of the market. This person is so overbearing. Sigh, when can I possess such strength too? Zhao Lianyun thought of this and sighed deeply to herself. She had just started managing an immortal aperture. She was very far from Fan Yuan's level of development. No matter what, she had already etched Fan Yuan's fatty will to her mind. Zhao Lianyun saw him as a mountain. She who had just become a gu immortal could only watch and admire him. Rong Xian, Wang Mingyu, and Xie Bao Shu were discussing among themselves. Sigh, where did this person come from? They have such great strength, able to satisfy the entire market in Treasure Yellow Heaven alone. Our Yurgu are literally unsellable now. Wang Mingyu sighed. It is not so simple, he is trying to get rid of us entirely. Xie Baoshu was pale, his voice was turning shrill. Brother Xie is right, this person is selling Yurgu at such a low price. For the next few years, the market for Yurgu will shrink immensely. No matter who it is, they are going overboard. Not only did they take the bulk of the profit, they also refused to leave us any leftovers. Rong Xian had a grim expression. The three sellers had Yurgu, but they could not sell any. Yurgu was needed by everyone. Fan Yuan supplied this huge quantity. It caused a tremendous amount of sales, but these three could not get rid of any of their stock. Since Yurgu were easy to raise, they only fed on the water of the River of Time. It was not hard to accumulate them at all. This way, not just now, for the next few years, the three sellers would not be able to sell their Yurgu. And for the buyers, since they had Yurgu themselves, why would they buy more? Unless the price was even lower, they might want to accumulate a bit more. But the three sellers could naturally not sell their Yurgu at Fan Yuan's price. The three sellers stored their Yurgu up for now. But what was the use of that? After 2 to 3 years, when the market regains its demand for Yurgu after fully digesting Fan Yuan's sales, the price of Yurgu will rise again. By then, the three sellers would be able to sell it, but Fan Yuan could do the same. If he did the same thing again, the three sellers would not be able to sell off their Yurgu once more. This was strength. With such a difference in strength, no plots or schemes could work. Fan Yuan was a very intelligent person, but this time, he acted straightforwardly. It was most effective to directly crush them. The three sellers became quiet after a while of discussion. The atmosphere was very heavy. Because they knew clearly that as long as Fan Yuan had this strength, they would not have an easy time in the future. Even though the sale of Yurgu would not disappear, their profits from this business would shrink drastically. They would need to give up on the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Right now, we can only hope that this person is putting up a front, that his actions were all just to scare us off. Wang Mingyu smiled bitterly and broke the silence. The other two immortals shook their heads. This was very unlikely. We can work together, Rong Xian said quickly. This was a solution. In the past, the three of them fought and competed. Only after a while did they set an agreement to work together and gain profits together for a long time. But how can we cooperate with him? The difference in strength is apparent. Wang Mingyu sighed. Xie Baoshu analyzed calmly. That will depend on our ability. If Yurgu cannot convince him, we will need to discuss other things. What if he does not agree? Wang Mingyu asked again. Xie Baoshu was silent. Rong Xian sighed bitterly. If he does not agree and wants us out of the business, we can only give up on the Yurgu business. There was nothing that could be done about it. Competition was cruel. Fan Yuan's strength made it impossible for the three sellers. They could only give up on Yurgu. But how could they give up so easily? The profit of the Yurgu business was sustaining them and the super forces behind them. Now that it was destroyed, who could handle the outcome? No. I cannot give up on the Yurgu business. Xie Baoshu gritted his teeth. He was a lone cultivator. He had been relying on Yurgu to support his cultivation and connections to others. With this loss, it was a detrimental blow to him. Wang Mingyu's situation was slightly better than Xie Baoshu. She was once a lone immortal. She had turned over to the righteous path and joined a super force. Even if there were no profits here, it was not her responsibility. On the other hand, she could rely on her husband and the clan behind them. Rong Xian had the smallest pressure. Because he was also a member of a superforce, it was a central continent superforce with deep foundations. And most importantly, he obtained Yurgu from refining gu. If he did not need Yurgu, he could just stop refining it. It was easy for him to change businesses. Cooperate with me? Fan Yuan soon received their transmissions. He sneered. Why would he cooperate? He could easily devour the market alone. Why would he hand over the profits to them? Fan Yuan rejected them immediately. 12 million immortal essence stones. These were Fan Yuan's gains in the price war. Even though his price was low, the quantity sold was too immense. He still accumulated a huge sum. When I drive these three sellers out of the market, I will be able to raise prices slightly. But for the next few years, the three sellers will likely still stay in here. Fan Yuan evaluated. On one hand, they were unwilling to give up. On the other hand, they wanted to probe Fan Yuan's foundation and see if he was scamming them. And finally, even though Treasure Yellow Heaven's market was taken by Fan Yuan, not everyone bought things from Treasure Yellow Heaven. For example, Wang Mingyu's super force behind her would buy a huge portion of her Yergu. Other than that, there were many forces which would buy their Yergu even if prices were higher to maintain relationships. Of course, as long as Fan Yuan continued to dominate the market of Treasure Yellow Heaven using such methods, in 5 to 6 years, these three sellers would have an even harder time. After all, the prices were too low. Even with their deep relationships, buyers would want to buy from Fan Yuan. In the entire Gu Immortal World's market, Treasure Yellow Heaven was a huge proportion of it. From now on, Fan Yuan only needed to dominate Treasure Yellow Heaven. He would eventually influence the other markets and become the biggest seller of the Yergu business in the entire Gu Immortal World. As for the others, even if they could do some Yergu business, they could not compare to him. After repaying my debts, I still have 10 million Immortal Essence Stones left. But for the next 2 to 3 years, this way of getting profits cannot be used. While Fan Yuan was thinking of how to use these Immortal Essence Stones to manage his Immortal Aperture, Sixth Hair approached him. He gave Fan Yuan some excellent news. Elder Fan Yuan, the food path Immortal Gu that you wanted me to refine has been created. Chapter 1457. Food Path Immortal Gu Snack. A small food path Immortal Gu was in the center of Fan Yuan's palm. It was green throughout, about the size of an adult's thumb, but its body was split into 6 segments like a caterpillar. And on its forehead, there was a silver horn. At this moment, it was lying around in Fan Yuan's palm, rolling around according to Fan Yuan's will. It had been refined already. When Refinement Path Gu Immortals successfully refine Immortal Gu, in most situations, the Immortal Gu would have already been refined by them. That meant Sixth Hair was the owner of this food path Immortal Gu. But due to Sixth Hair handing it over to him, Fan Yuan could easily refine this food path Immortal Gu compared to Wild Immortal Gu. Rank 6 Food Path Immortal Gu Snack. This was one of the Gu that Fan Yuan wanted Langya Sect to refine. After inheriting Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance, he had requested Langya Sect to refine 3 Immortal Gu for him. And right now, they had already been completed. They were Rank 7 Immortal Gu Self-Love, Rank 6 Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul, and Rank 6 Immortal Gu Snack. These 3 Immortal Gu were needed by Fan Yuan urgently. Self-Love Immortal Gu was very useful. It was the core of self-cleansing. It was necessary to him. Fan Yuan could get away from Heavenly Court's investigative methods due to it. Even though Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was Rank 6, the difficulty of refining it was the biggest among the 3. But after refining it, Fan Yuan solved the soul path trap on the 8-arm Immortal Zombie body. He could use the light of wisdom once again. It was incredibly useful to him. As for Snack Immortal Gu, it was a food path Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan needed it to solve the problem of feeding his Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu recipe of Snack Immortal Gu came from Shadow Sect. The source was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. In his life, he had killed the Beastman Gu Immortal and obtained his food path true inheritance. That Beastman Gu Immortal was the legendary figure who created Food Path. Seniors paved the way for juniors. The Food Path true inheritance in Fan Yuan's hands was the most authentic one in the world. After injecting Red Date Immortal Essence, Snack Immortal Gu's caterpillar body shook like it had gotten drunk. Its lower half sprawled out on Fan Yuan's palm while the upper half stood up and shook its head. In the process, its green body turned red, until it turned into a lava-like color. At the same time, its slim body became thicker gradually. Plop. Eventually, it spat out a large amount of sticky yellowish liquid from its mouth, before it shriveled and shrunk until it was smaller than normal. Its body also turned from red to pale white, like it had been weakened. With the Food Path true inheritance, Fan Yuan knew clearly that Snack Immortal Gu had a restricted usage. After each usage, it needed time to heal before it could be used again. If Fan Yuan used it continuously beyond its limits, it would spit out a large amount of yellowish water before dying rapidly. Only when it recovers and its leaves turn green again could it be activated once more. Fan Yuan placed Snack Immortal Gu into his Immortal Aperture before turning his attention to the yellowish liquid. This liquid was very special. It floated in the air and did not land. It shrunk into a small ball. It was like an egg that has the white and yolk mixed together. This yellowish liquid was what Fan Yuan wanted to get. With it, he could feed his Immortal Gu in place of a portion of the food they needed. For other Rank 6 Immortal Gu, this yellowish liquid could make up 6% of their food. The effect was weaker for Rank 7 Immortal Gu. 6% seemed little, but Snack Immortal Gu could be used again in a few days. it would squirt out another glob of yellowish liquid. If he accumulated it, it would be very helpful towards the feeding of his immortal goo. Of course, there was a limit to the amount of yellowish liquid that he could use. It could replace a maximum of 40% of the immortal goo's food. Beyond that, it would not have any effect. Fan Yuan took out an immortal goo as it quickly devoured the yellowish liquid. The test was completed perfectly. Fan Yuan nodded in satisfaction, while sighing internally. He had wanted food path methods long ago, because since rebirth, he had many immortal goo with him. He had a huge burden of feeding them. Before now, Fan Yuan had been very busy in feeding his immortal goo. To think that I would obtain a food path true inheritance from my great enemy Shadow Sect. And it is actually the best food path true inheritance in the world. And the process of refining snack immortal goo was much easier than cleanse soul and self-love. The refinement of immortal goo was really hard to estimate. In order to refine cleanse soul, Fan Yuan failed many times, but when refining snack immortal goo, he only made 5 attempts. Success on the 5th try was a huge surprise. With this snack immortal goo, Fan Yuan's pressure of feeding immortal goo was much smaller. By reducing the food of rank 6 immortal goo by 40% and replacing it with immortal essence. Even though the effect was weaker on rank 7 and 8 immortal goo, his burden was much lighter now. After all, Fan Yuan had a huge number of immortal goo with him now. Snack immortal goo held huge value to him. A few days later, Fan Yuan successfully bought a batch of desolate plants from Treasure Yellow Heaven. This batch of desolate plants was a thin layer of green fungal lawn. It lived on the surface of multicolored coral groups. It was light shine fungi. Light shine fungi lived deep in Eastern Sea. It was pure darkness there without any light. Due to the profundities of nature, the light shine fungi grew in that area and emitted an intense light, turning the dark sea into a shining area, like it was daytime. Fan Yuan had once tried to buy a batch in the Eastern Sea auction, but back then, Tong Hua only wanted to trade them. Afterwards, she sold them in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and after some evaluation, the price got lower and lower. Initially, the Goo Immortals were very interested in this desolate plant. But afterwards, the buyers found out that this desolate plant was most suited to live in the completely dark deep sea. There was immense water pressure at that depth as well. After leaving this environment, even though the light shine fungi would not die, they would shrivel and emit a weak candle-like light. In this situation, Fan Yuan negotiated with Tong Hua and bought all the light shine fungi that she had at the lowest price possible. Fan Yuan first placed a portion into his Immortal Aperture's mini Eastern Sea to nurture them. Next, he experimented on the remaining amount. He needed to modify this desolate plant so that it would change its characteristics and be usable to him. Fan Yuan's wood path attainment level was ordinary, but he was very confident. On one hand, he had too many methods. Shadow Sect's inheritances along with Langya Sect's true inheritances gave him a large number of modification methods, among which involved wood path, soul path, refinement path, and others. On the other hand, Fan Yuan had the ultimate trump card, the light of wisdom. Even if these methods were not useful, he could deduce his own way. Chapter 1458. Light Shine Fungi Business. In the vast Eastern Sea, waves were rumbling. Wind and waves swept towards a nameless island. It was not dusk yet, but the sky was already dark. Tong Hua flew as she raised her head, seeing the dark clouds looming over her in the sky. She sensed that a storm was brewing. She was feeling vexed, but her expression was calm. She quickly flew above the nameless island as she saw one person standing at the highest part of the island, looking at the sea and sky. I have kept you waiting. Tong Hua landed towards the Goo Immortal as she bowed. The mysterious Goo Immortal turned around and revealed his appearance. He was an elderly man with a tall nose and thin eyes. He was smiling now as he said calmly, "No worries. Fairy Tong Hua, I need to congratulate you. I heard that you sold all of your light shine fungi in Treasure Yellow Heaven." This elderly Goo Immortal was an Eastern Sea rank 7 enslavement path Goo Immortal, Ren Xiaoping. Fairy Tong Hua nodded as she handed Ren Xiaoping a large amount of immortal essence stones. Ren Xiaoping inspected it before hesitating purposely. "Fairy, if I counted correctly, the sum is a little lacking." Fairy Tong Hua had a grim expression. She nodded. "I will return you most of it first. I will repay the rest at a later time." Ren Xiaoping nodded. "Very wise. According to our agreement, the lower your remaining debt is, the less interest you pay. It seems that you will be able to repay it soon." Fairy Tong Hua snorted. Of course. She had gone through a tribulation earlier, the rebuilding of her immortal aperture took a lot of funds she had to borrow. Ren Xiaoping was one of the lenders. He lent her the most amount of immortal essence stones. But her agreement with Ren Xiaoping was also the strictest one with the highest interest rate. Originally, Fairy Tonghua was in a terrible condition, but to think that Fan Yuan actually bought all of her light shine fungi, she regained some funds. Returning most of the debt at once, her crisis was greatly alleviated. Fairy Tonghua had little pressure in returning the rest of the debt, including the interest. After the transaction, Fairy Tonghua did not want to stay anymore. She was about to leave when Ren Xiaoping said, "Fairy, wait. What matter do you have? If you want to lend more immortal essence stones, forgive me, but I will not borrow any." Fairy Tonghua frowned lightly as she said coldly. Ren Xiaoping smiled. "Don't worry, Fairy, that is not it. I have an incomplete true inheritance in my hands. It is from a woodpath great expert long ago. Don't you want to modify the light shine fungi? I believe this true inheritance will be of great help to you." Fairy Tonghua became suspicious. "How did you know that I was modifying the light shine fungi?" Ren Xiaoping chuckled. "You did not conceal this matter. I easily found out about it with some investigation." Fairy Tonghua had a grim expression, matching the terrible weather. Splash, splash, splash. Great winds blew, waves crashed on the shore of the nameless island, creating huge ripples. Ren Xiaoping was right. Tonghua had invested too much into modifying the light shine fungi, causing her finances to crumble. She was forced to borrow funds to maintain her financial situation. If not for that, with her foundation, she could sustain the cost of rebuilding the immortal aperture. After a while of silence, Fairy Tonghua asked, "Which woodpath great expert are you referring to?" Ren Xiaoping smiled. "Woodpath Gu Immortal Kui Wu Zi, have you heard of him?" Fairy Tonghua was slightly surprised. "He is a woodpath great expert indeed with rank 8 cultivation level. But in history he was famous for battle strength. His immortal aperture management was not good." Ren Xiaoping shook his head, saying in a confident tone, "Fairy, that is not true. You have that impression because Kui Wu Zi's battle strength was too stunning. It overshadowed his ability to manage the immortal aperture. The truth is, he was quite impressive. Without immortal aperture foundation, battle strength is pointless to some degree. Furthermore, even if his management was not good, he was still a rank 8 Gu immortal, and was from woodpath. He is definitely very useful to you, that is undeniable." Tonghua was moved, she thought. I had been facing problems with modifying light shine fungi earlier. The reason was not my light path attainment level but woodpath instead. If I can get this incomplete true inheritance, it would likely help me in this problem and the modification of the light shine fungi would succeed. Thinking of this, Tonghua hesitated before asking Ren Xiaoping, "What is the price of Kui Wu Zi's true inheritance?" Ren Xiaoping thought the fish has taken the bait, but he said, not high at all." Both sides negotiated, but eventually, Fairy Tonghua bought the true inheritance of Kui Wu Zi from Ren Xiaoping and left the nameless island. The moment she left, a storm started. Both the sky and sea were of this same dark, murky color. Crack! A loud thunder and a snake-like lightning flashed across heaven and earth. At this instant, the lightning reflected on Ren Xiaoping's face. He was smiling like his scheme had succeeded. "I succeeded." Tonghua was deceived by the reputation of Kui Wu Zi. His true inheritance is actually not very helpful to her. Especially after I took out some crucial information from it. Light shine fungus is a desolate plant. How can it be easy to modify a desolate plant? Especially when Tonghua cultivates light path instead of wood path. How can she succeed without years of research? Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Fan Yuan's divine sense entered his sovereign immortal aperture. Immortal killer move, light fungus radiance. Fan Yuan activated his immortal killer move, creating a burst of orange-yellow light. The orange light shone on the green light shine fungi as it started to transform. The light shine fungi was dyed at a rapid rate. It gradually changed colors from green to pure white. A moment later, the immortal killer move was successfully activated. Fan Yuan only saw pure white light shine fungi in front of him. The light shine fungi was different from before. Instead of wilting, they radiated with strong light. Fan Yuan used his investigative methods to check it before nodding in satisfaction. "Excellent, the light shine fungus modification was quite successful. I can start a wide-scale plantation now." Fan Yuan's woodpath attainment was even lower than Fairy Tonghua. But he had the light of wisdom to assist his thinking. He also had Shadow Sex and Langya Sex inheritances. he had a vast amount of foundational knowledge. He also had access to a huge number of immortal goo, and could even borrow more. Due to many reasons, he managed to create the immortal killer move Light Fungus Radiance. This move used Perseverance Immortal Goo, Self-Love Immortal Goo and Wood Sprout Immortal Goo as the cores, with Snack Immortal Goo supplementing them, to allow green light shine fungi to transform into pure white light shine fungi, suited for the environment of the sky. Among them, Wood Sprout Immortal Goo was borrowed from Langya sect. Perseverance and Self-Love were Fan Yuan's to begin with. As for Snack Immortal Goo, he had just refined it. It was quite a surprise that it was useful so quickly. Afterwards, Fan Yuan placed the light shine fungi into Mini Orange Heaven and Mini White Heaven. There was a field of Aurora Lights in Mini Orange Heaven. Within the Aurora Lights were fruits known as Flowing Light Fruits. As for Mini White Heaven, there was a field of multicolored Overlord flowers. After placing the light shine fungi there, the two places started to shine intensely. Due to this influence, Mini Orange Heaven's Aurora Lights started to expand. Even though the extent was mild, as time passes, this would be a substantial change. As for Mini White Heaven, the multicolored Overlord flowers also became energized. Be it the Aurora Lights or multicolored Overlord flowers, they needed intense lights. The modified pure white light shine fungi could float in the sky. They were very helpful to the areas. Fan Yuan was satisfied after inspecting them. As long as these two areas are developed, at this rate, I will be able to satisfy the food requirements of Attitude Goo and Wisdom Sword Goo. Fan Yuan had 3 rank 8 immortal goo. Years flow like water consumed the water of the river of time. There were no issues with its food. Attitude Goo and Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo were harder to deal with. All along, Fan Yuan had been worried about this, and now, he saw hope of finally resolving this. Furthermore, the light shine fungus can reproduce by itself. When the scale of my light shine fungi increases in the future, it will become another business that I can engage in. This was highly possible. The pure white light shine fungus that Fan Yuan modified was marketable. It was much better than the original light shine fungus. If he sold it, it would receive much attention and interest. Fan Yuan had already planned. He was going to nurture both versions of the light shine fungus. He would place a portion of the green light shine fungi into Mini Eastern Sea, while putting most of his attention on the pure white light shine fungi. After satisfying his own needs, he would sell the rest. Let me count. To get the light shine fungi into a scale that satisfies my needs, I will need to invest 2 million Immortal Essence Stones. To make it into a business and sell it to others, I will need to invest another 1.8 million Immortal Essence Stones. The feeding of rank 8 Immortal Goo was too high of a burden. In total, he would need 4 million Immortal Essence Stones. But if he succeeds, he would have a monopoly over this market. It was extremely profitable. For the next 2 to 3 years, the Year Goo market would be oversupplied. Even for the next 4 to 5 years, Treasure Yellow Heaven's market would be very lacking in demand. Because Goo Immortals already had a lot of Year Goos stocked up in their inventories. Just earlier, Fan Yuan created a huge commotion. The sale of Year Goo also affected the market of Month Goo and Day Goo. Fan Yuan wanted to create a new business. Light Shine Fungi was a good choice. Of course, the prospects could not match Guts Goo. After he sells the modified Light Shine Fungi for some time, people will learn about the details and modify it themselves. Meanwhile, only Danghan Mountain could produce Guts Goo. Next, I will release the restraints and restore the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's rate of time back to normal. Chapter 1459. Marriage with Fan Yuan. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. A blizzard was blowing, snow was falling above the glacier. Under this glacier, a negotiation filled with heavy atmosphere was underway. The two groups of Varian humans who lived here in seclusion, the Rockmen and Snowmen, were engaging in negotiation due to a territorial dispute earlier. Right now, this negotiation had been going on for 6 days and 6 nights. Moli region belongs to my Rockman tribe. It had been part of our territory since 400 years ago. This is the bottom line of our Rockman tribe. I hope the Snowmen can understand us. Shirzong spoke loudly, his voice echoed in the room. The Rockman Goo Immortals who were engaged in the negotiation were extremely stubborn. Meanwhile, the Snowman Goo Immortals had dark and unsightly expressions. The Rockman tribe was very firm on this topic. It was an immense pressure on the Snowmen. Snowman Goo Immortal Bing Yuan said, "That was the case 400 years ago. But afterwards, a senior Goo Immortal in our tribe won a bet against you, First Supreme Elder Shirzong, and this Moli region was the wager. Shirzong waved his hand rapidly. That was just a joke, it should not be taken for real. Bing Yuan smiled coldly. An agreement was set back then. Shirzong had a solemn expression, countering. Where is the agreement now? Bing Yuan was so angry she could not speak. This Shirzong, not only did he use information path methods to get rid of the agreement, he even denied the bet. As the first supreme elder of the Rockman tribe, he was simply too shameless. But the Snowman Gu immortals understood why, even though they were furious. Because there was just too little territory in this icy plain. After living here for so long, the Rockmen and Snowmen had propagated beyond the sustainable number for this place. Shirzong was being so shameless to get back Moli region. It was for the sake of the Rockmen, and for their overall benefit. But in this case, the Snowman tribe's benefits were infringed. Eventually, this difficult negotiation had a result. The Snowmen lost while the Rockmen won. They gained control of Moli region. Immediately, the Rockmen ordered the Snowmen to leave Moli region, to hand over the space to the Rockmen in charge. After returning to their territory, Rank 7 Gu Immortal Bingjua said angrily. These Rockmen are too much. How can they distort facts just because they have the Rank 8 battle strength Immemorial Rock Dragon? Bing Yuan consoled him. Stay calm, Bingjua. Haven't we known about the Rockman tribe's attitude for the last 1,000 years? The Snowmen and Rockmen were living together in the northern icy plain, but the Rockmen had the advantage over them. There was only one reason: the Rank 8 battle strength Immemorial Rock Dragon. With such powerful strength, the Rockmen gained the advantage in many conflicts between the two tribes and defended their own benefits. Upon hearing the Immemorial Rock Dragon, Bingjua's rage faded. He sighed helplessly. Sigh. Rank 8 battle strength, Immemorial Rock Dragon. If we had Rank 8 battle strength too, we would contest them evenly. That would be great. Bing Yuan was silent for a moment before saying, It is not impossible to gain Rank 8 battle strength. I have a plan. If we succeed, the Immemorial Rock Dragon will be nothing compared to it. Bingjua heard this and his eyes shone. What plan? Tell me. Actually, I have been planning this for some time. At this current moment, we have an opportunity. I will tell you, Bing Yuan said. Bingjua heard this and called out. You mean Lu Guanyi? Wait, no, Fan Yuan? Lu Guanyi's true identity, which was Fan Yuan, had been exposed by Heavenly Court long ago to the world. Even though the Snowman tribe were isolated, they still learned of such important details. Fan Yuan undoubtedly has Rank 8 battle strength. He even has the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, and we've had a relationship for some time. If we let Shuer be married to him, we would have a marriage connection with him. He will be tied to our tribe. With this, our tribe will no longer be bullied by the Rockmen. Furthermore, having a Rank 8 to defend us will be extremely helpful for our development, Bing Yuan said. Bingjua thought while nodding. Indeed, Fan Yuan is a human, but he has countless enemies. He has also joined Langya's sect. There is no problem with his allegiance. But wait. Bingjua looked at Bing Yuan. We have a relationship with him? Why do I recall that we only fought him and ambushed him? Even though we made up later, we are far from having an actual relationship. Bing Yuan smiled. Bingjua, you were in seclusion to modify your killer move earlier, therefore you are unaware. During this period of time, Fan Yuan used all of Langya's sex strength to refine Immortal Goo. He met with difficulty in the process, and needed the immortal material Snow Lotus Essence. I made the decision to sell a lot of our Snow Lotus Essence to Langya's sex 6th heir to help him out. So that's it. Bingjua realized, but he soon frowned. Since it is a transaction, we gain from it too. Why did we not just gift him the Snow Lotus Essence? Bing Yuan smiled bitterly. This matter had many implications. I had no choice but to do that. Firstly, I did not have a strong desire towards the marriage connection. Secondly, if we gifted it to him without cost, Fan Yuan is not a stupid person, he might not accept it. Thirdly, if everyone knows about it, the Rockman tribe would become suspicious of our intentions. Bingjua nodded and did not speak. He understood that rather than a relationship, they had only barely started to build one with him. It was very difficult to have a marriage connection with him. Because earlier, when Fan Yuan had the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, the Snowmen had expressed goodwill to Fan Yuan, but he was extremely cold to them. And right now, Fan Yuan had Rank 8 battle strength with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle as well. His status had elevated even further. If the Snowmen wanted to ally with him through marriage, they were not the ones helping him, they were trying to raise their own status. The Snowmen did not know that Fan Yuan had lost the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. But Bing Yuan had more confidence than Bingjua, she said. Don't worry, my granddaughter has incredible looks and is a goo immortal. She is the perfect person to marry. How can the rockmen surpass us in this? We have the advantage. Even though our marriage connection ends in us relying on him, Fan Yuan can also receive our help. It is beneficial to him. Let alone anything else, we at least have snow lotus essence. Or rather, even if this plan fails, there are no problems. Our relationship with Fan Yuan will not worsen. We can try. This reasoning finally moved Bingjue. The latter nodded. Let's try it. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Swoosh, swoosh. The water of the river of time splashed with a grand commotion, reverberating in Fan Yuan's ears. Fan Yuan's divine sense swept around. After some observation, there were no issues. He retracted his divine sense. Using the time path methods from Heifen True Inheritance, Fan Yuan restored the rate of time in his sovereign immortal aperture back to its original speed. The rate of time in the sovereign immortal aperture was very fast. It far surpassed super-grade blessed lands. In terms of space path, there was more than 335,000 square kilometers of space in it. In terms of time path, the speed was 1:60 compared to the outside world. The 10 extreme physique blessed land only had about a 1:40 rate of time. As for high-grade blessed lands, the time was about 1:30, half of the sovereign immortal aperture. At the same time, the immortal aperture origin core had a deep foundation. 96 immortal essence beads were produced in the immortal aperture each year. In terms of outside time, it was 16 immortal essence beads per day. Fan Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal now, so he obtained 16 red date immortal essence beads daily. 16 red date immortal essence beads, in terms of immortal essence stones, that was 1600 immortal essence stones. That was to say, even if Fan Yuan did nothing every day, his immortal aperture would still produce the equivalent of 1600 immortal essence stones for him daily. That was terrifying. And in fact, that was not all. When Fan Yuan's time path down marks increase, his immortal aperture's rate of time would accelerate. When his immortal aperture origin core's foundation becomes deeper, the number of beads of immortal essence produced would increase too. At rank 8 cultivation level, it would be even more terrifying. At the most basic level, 16 immortal essence beads per day of rank 8 white lychee immortal essence would be the equivalent of 160,000 immortal essence stones. Fan Yuan managed to earn millions of immortal essence stones from selling Yergu. But when he reaches rank 8 cultivation level, he could obtain 16 million immortal essence stones worth of immortal essence beads every 100 days without doing anything. The higher the cultivation level, the deeper the growth in resources. This was not a linear growth. The increment was far greater. Of course, that was for Fan Yuan's case. The sovereign immortal aperture was a unique situation in the world. Shadow Sect spent 100,000 years to accumulate resources and used it all to refine this goo. It was understandable why this was so terrifying. Earlier, Fan Yuan was forced by heaven's will and tribulations to reduce his immortal aperture's rate of time. But now, with his surge in battle strength, Fan Yuan was confident in getting past calamities and tribulations. With the immortal killer move exposing heavenly secret created by old man Yenshi, he could obtain the details of calamities and tribulations in advance. And together with his own development needs, he had to restore the rate of time. In fact, Fan Yuan even planned to use time path methods to further increase the speed. But I need to wait now. The time path methods in Heifan's True Inheritance have a cooldown period before I can use them again to influence the tributary of the River of Time. With my accelerated rate of time, the light shine fungi can reproduce rapidly now. I should place Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo and Attitude Goo outside the immortal aperture. Fan Yuan calculated, at this rate, he would be able to satisfy the feeding of Attitude Goo and Wisdom Sword Goo. It was about time to feed them. But rank 8 immortal Goo were too hard to feed. This problem had been in Fan Yuan's mind for a long time, and as time passed, his pressure intensified. Now that he could settle this problem, Fan Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 1460. Million Man Soul. Heavenly Court, Soul Suppression Hall. Fairy Ziwei looked at the lump of Spectral Soul's main body in front of her as she frowned. Spectral Soul, at this point, can't you see reality? Spectral Soul did not answer, he was silent like a rock. Fairy Ziwei sneered, she activated her rank 8 Immortal Goo House. Immediately, purple lightning emerged from the chains, as Spectral Soul who was restrained tightly started shaking. His memories were forcefully extracted, appearing before Fairy Ziwei as a multicolored image. It was a scene of the past. Spectral Soul had yet to become a demon venerable. He only had rank 7 Gu Immortal cultivation level. Luopa Valley. Spectral Soul stumbled into Luopa Valley and fell on the ground. Guh. He opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. His expression was pale as paper. The situation was terrible. He was near death. A figure descended from the sky. He landed and said, "O Spectral Soul, you cannot escape. Today you will die." The person had rank 8 aura. He had a cold expression. His strength was far higher than Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul barely managed to sit up as he looked at the sky. "I do not understand. This is the first time we are meeting. We have no grudges. Why are you paying such a huge price to kill me?" The person called out, "Because you will create bloodshed in the world. You will massacre the people of the world and bring disaster to all." Spectral Soul sneered, "You have killed far more people than me. Isn't it laughable for you to say that?" The rank 8 enemy shook his head. "It is different. You are inherently worse than me." Spectral Soul was silent for a while before saying, "Because I want to create Soul Path?" The rank 8 Gu Immortal had a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he recovered quickly and said solemnly, "That's right, Soul Path should not be created. In the current world, Fate Immortal Gu has been damaged. If Soul Path is created, the world will change drastically, the dead will not rest in peace, ghosts will roam the world freely." Ha! Spectral Soul laughed. "That's wonderful. I will definitely create Soul Path. In the future, countless people will cultivate Soul Path. Let's change this entire world." He laughed as he stood up. He had recovered to an extent already. "With me around, that is wishful thinking." The person sneered and charged down. Spectral Soul raised his hands and a huge formation appeared, trapping the rank 8 Gu Immortal inside. But the enemy reacted rapidly. He quickly broke the Gu formation. "Did you think I did not notice the hidden Gu formation? I purposely came here to talk to you, because I had already unraveled this Gu formation." The rank 8 Gu Immortal charged towards Spectral Soul relentlessly. But Spectral Soul was extremely confident. He stood on the spot as the rank 8 Gu Immortal came at him. He laughed. "You merely unraveled that Gu formation at the surface level. Don't you find this valley unusual?" He had just said that when the Gu formation unleashed its full power, the rank 8 Gu Immortal was immediately affected as his momentum came to a halt. "This is Luopa Valley?" the rank 8 Gu Immortal said in shock. "That's right, this secluded domain of heaven and earth is the ultimate sacred land for cultivating Soul Path. It is also your final resting place," Spectral Soul declared with the tone of a victor. "Ah!" the rank 8 Gu Immortal screamed. Spectral Soul's immortal formation used the power of Luopa Valley. It was akin to a rank 9 Gu formation. The rank 8 Gu Immortal resisted for a while, before he could not take it anymore and died. Spectral Soul looked at his feet, towards the corpse of the rank 8 Gu Immortal. His hair was messy and his 7 orifices were bleeding, but he was still filled with killing intent. He sneered. Heavenly Quartz Gu Immortals, interesting. I, Spectral Soul, swear that I will create Soul Path in the future. I will let more people cultivate it. Even if I fail and die, there will be an endless number of Soul Path Gu Immortal experts emerging in the future. Ha ha! The image vanished. Fairy Ziwei had a dark expression. She looked at Spectral Soul's main body, which was immobilized. She left after staring at him for a short while. Even though she extracted Spectral Soul's memories, they were useless. In fact, it was as if he was replying to her earlier words. If it was the latter, it meant that Spectral Soul could still resist Heavenly Quartz soul-searching method. Even though he could not block the power of Soul Suppression Hall, he could selectively hand certain memories over. That way, it will be a long time before we can get any useful information from him. Fairy Ziwei sighed deeply in her mind. Langya blessed land, Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan was sitting deep in the valley. He willed and activated Luopa formation. This formation came from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable personally. The foundational Gu worms used for it were a vast number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was the food of Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu. It was also created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After Fan Yuan obtained the Gu recipe, he made Langya sacrifice a huge number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu for him. And now, he had Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu again. Not only could he feed it with sufficient White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, he could even use them as the foundation of many Soul Path Gu formations in Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Right now, Luopa formation was activated, The originally unorganized Luopa winds and bewilderment fog started to gather with the Gu formation's activation. Fan Yuan's soul left his body as he endured the trial of wind and fog. Before this, he had already expended a huge amount of guts Gu. His soul was quite bloated now. A moment later, Luopa formation stopped activating as Fan Yuan's soul became thinned out from the tempering. He returned to sovereign immortal body with deep fatigue. With Luopa formation, my cultivation efficiency in Luopa Valley has increased by 30%, Fan Yuan assessed. This was not the first time he was using this formation. Luopa formation was specially used to cultivate soul path, but he could add other Gu formations in to modify it. It was a very inclusive Gu formation, that was its most useful trait. For example, Qin Bai Xing and the rest resisted the group from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. The Gu formation they used during the battle was Luopa formation. However, their Luopa formation was not for cultivation, it was for defense. According to Spectral Soul's true inheritance, when he was alive, he had killed a rank 8 Gu immortal from Heavenly Court with only rank 7 cultivation level. Back then, he also used Luopa formation, but he added in many Gu formations that were offensive in nature. The Luopa formation that Fan Yuan was using now focused on refining his soul. It used rank 6 Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul, and a vast number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, along with many supplementary Gu to assemble it. Alright, after this cultivation session, my soul has already reached Million Man Soul level. In Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Soul Foundation was classified into many levels. From low to high, there was Single Man Soul, 10 Man Soul, 100 Man Soul. Million Man Soul, 10 Million Man Soul, 100 Million Man Soul. 10 Man Soul meant that the Soul Foundation was the total of 10 grown men's souls. A normal Gu master with 20 years of soul path cultivation could reach 1,000 Man Soul if they worked hard. But using Guts Gu, Fan Yuan could reach that instantly. Before this cultivation session, Fan Yuan's Soul Foundation was at 3 Million Man Soul. But after the tempering of Luopa wind and bewilderment fog, his Soul Foundation stabilized at Million Man Soul level. First using Guts Gu to strengthen the soul, before cultivating in Luopa Valley to temper the soul like iron and removing impurities. Finally, he would sleep and rest the soul, getting rid of any agitation. These 3 steps repeated would raise Fan Yuan's Soul Foundation like a rocket. Only a short time had passed, but he had already reached Million Man Soul. The speed was too shocking. When he reaches 100 Million Man Soul, his soul would turn from phantom to solid. Back then in the Battle of Etian Mountain, Spectral Soul's main body was huge and majestic. Fan Yuan was very enticed to reach such a level. With a stronger Soul Foundation, there was a greater benefit. It was the Immortal Killer move Ghost Official Garment. This move could conceal him from Heaven's will and other Gu Immortals' deductions. The deeper his Soul Foundation, the stronger it became. At this moment, Fan Yuan could feel vividly. The Ghost Official Garment on his soul had thickened. He felt an increased sense of security. As my Soul Foundation grows, I would be able to control more year beasts. I can even control a second immemorial year beast. However, although I can invest effort into increasing my Soul Foundation, those Soul Path killer moves are not worth investing into. There was only one reason: Spectral Soul had been captured by Heavenly Court already. He would definitely get soul searched. That meant that in the future, Heavenly Court would also gain Spectral Soul's true inheritance. By then, it would be easy for them to deduce his killer moves. After this cultivation session, Fan Yuan left Luopa Valley. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, these were the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation. They were placed in Langya Blessed Land. Firstly, it was easy to use there. Secondly, secluded domains of heaven and earth required a lot of heaven and earth Qi. Fan Yuan's immortal aperture already had reverse flow river. The burden of adding these 2 was too huge. Once he left Luopa Valley, Fan Yuan saw a snowman girl. Snowman Shui greets Lord Fan Yuan. Chapter 1461. Weirdly prosperous. The sovereign immortal aperture was filled with serenity and peace. Because without changes in weather or day and night, this place was completely still. Fan Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. The sovereign immortal aperture was only a blessed land. There were no weather phenomena in blessed lands. Only at the brink of becoming a grotto heaven would such phenomena emerge. Even without atmospheric changes, the sovereign immortal aperture was not a dead land, it was filled with life. Many northern plains was colder, especially towards the extreme north. There was nothing there. After annexing Han Dong's blessed land, there was a spirit snake resource point managed by the pink spirit snake land spirit. Other than that, he had the bone burial field with lots of bone immortal materials. And to the south, Fan Yuan was trying to create a blood-red grassland with blood sickle grass and red axe flowers as the foundation, to let those pink flower rabbits, wolves, and foxes live in. In Mini Central Continent, there was a blood-ji forest and mirror willow forest. They were grown here casually by Fan Yuan. He did not nurture them purposely, their scale was not big. There was also a jade light pit that had light path mortal goo. In Mini Western Desert, his focus was on the eerie fire dragon python pit, the sand gull beach, rotten black swamp, rotting swamp, Black Hound Mound, belonged to Lu Yung blessed land, managed by the Black Hound Land spirit. There was also a new mortal goo house, Corpse City, which Fan Yuan had obtained from Western Desert's Translocation Desert. Most of the immortal materials inside were traded to Thousand Transformations little was left. In Mini Eastern Sea, it was no longer a shallow body of water, it had a trace of an ocean's capacity. Especially the two sea areas, Dragon Scale's sea area and Wui Hai's sea area. For the former, Fan Yuan had invested a lot of finances and energy into creating this large-scale resource point, and for the latter, after annexing Wui Hai's blessed land, the sea turtle was managing it for Fan Yuan. There were 3 ancient desolate beast horned divine tortoises, a field of ancient desolate plant silent corals, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather seagulls. Other than the 2 sea areas, there was a blood lake. It was not too big. Fan Yuan had used it to repair blood acid and mortal goo earlier. He had kept it for now. The water of the lake has collected a lot of desolate beast and goo immortal blood. Below the blood lake, there were many shallow seas, arranged by Fan Yuan specially to raise the air bubble fish, literature carps, jade carps, blood jade carps and others. There was even an ancient desolate beast hidden room oyster. Fan Yuan had obtained it in Eastern Sea. The secluded domain of heaven and earth, Reverse Flow River, was also placed here. Mini Southern Border was the region with the most development among all of them. There was 5 Light Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Become Dragon Mound, Heaven Sealing Mountain, and a dozen other nameless mountains, as well as Coiling Thread Caves and the Stalactite Cave. In the forest and underground, a small number of rock men were living here. The vegetation included musical trees, tea streams, death birds and others, creating an ecosystem with great vitality. As for the miniature 9 heavens, Mini Red Heaven had a large number of year beasts, and that immemorial year monkey. Fan Yuan had been paying attention to Mini Orange Heaven recently. There was the light shine fungi that made the scale of aurora lights expand rapidly, and more flowing light fruits were being nurtured within. Mini Yellow Heaven was very empty, there was only a tiny gold fragment current. Mini Green Heaven was completely empty, but Fan Yuan had placed dream realms in it previously. Mini Azure Heaven had the pill azure incense. This was the food of change soul immortal goo. Fan Yuan had stored a batch in here last time. There was also a heavenly crystal storage pool. It was at the center of Mini Azure Heaven, but it was useless. Mini Blue Heaven had the most development among the miniature 9 heavens. There was a lot of cloud soil here, with lots of star path resources planted here, like Arrow Bamboo Forest and the Star Fragment Grass Field, Meteorite Pit, and a huge floating Star Fragment Island. It was Yi Lui Kun Xing's blessed land. Fan Yuan had annexed it with the Star Core Land spirit managing the place. There was also a falling star hound infant living here. It was very lonely, but it would clash with other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts elsewhere. After keeping it here, Fan Yuan rarely took care of it. In Mini Purple Heaven, there were groups of eagles. These eagles were desolate beasts and also ancient desolate beasts. Fan Yuan had sold Immortal Goo during the Dream Realm incident to purchase them. They had helped him to enslave the upper extreme heavenly eagle to survive the danger. They were extremely useful. Fan Yuan had wanted to sell them, but he could definitely not get Immortal Goo with them. It would be a huge loss. And since he took more than 80 eagle nests from Hay Tribe's headquarters, he could raise these eagles in them, even though it was not as amazing as the heavenly crystal eagle nest. In the remaining 2 heavens, Mini White Heaven had an eagle hound group, 3 ancient remnant heavenly dogs, and the plantation field of multicolored overlord flowers. Mini Black Heaven had no light at all. It was a special environment. There were only a few ancient desolate plant walking meat trees there. After collating all these assets, Fan Yuan was already on par with some rank 8 Goo immortals. But for the size of the entire immortal aperture, these resources were too little. The reason? The sovereign immortal aperture was simply too large. In the 335,000 square kilometers of space, these resources only occupied a small amount of space. And in terms of the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture's development, assuming 100% of the space could be used, Fan Yuan was merely slightly above 3% now. 3% development. This was naturally not bad, it was a good thing. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had unparalleled prospects, but from another perspective, Fan Yuan had no confidence in when he would reach 100% development. This would be a huge task, he would need an extremely huge amount of time. Throughout history, Gu Immortals had created an evaluation of immortal aperture development. There were 7 levels. The first level was establishing mortal resources, to produce mortal goo materials, and ordinary beasts and plants. These resources were in huge scales. Mortals could only raise 5 to 6 mortal goo at a time. But Gu Immortals raised millions of mortal goo at once. Fan Yuan even sold more than 100 million year goo earlier. The second level was to create immortal level resources and produce immortal materials. When this level is accomplished, the Gu Immortal will be able to produce food for their immortal Gu self-sufficiently. The third level was to create an ecology to raise immortal beasts and plants. The fourth level was to use excess immortal materials, beasts, and plants to trade and earn profits. Looking at this, Fan Yuan was at the fourth level because he had a lot of business that were doing well to earn him lots of profits. Earlier in the year Gu business, Fan Yuan used his great strength to dominate the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The 3 sellers were completely helpless against him. But from another perspective, I am still at the second level, because I have not reached self-sufficiency in feeding my immortal Gu. Fan Yuan knew why. He had simply too many immortal Gu. Rank 8, Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years flow like water. Rank 7, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Flying Sword, Sword Escape, Year, After, Divination Tortoise Shell, Dragon Breath, Dragon Scale, Precaution, Big, Fight, Affection, Self-Love, Perseverance, Reputation Restriction, Change Soul, Bloodline, Dragon Strength, Formation Flag, and others. Rank 6, Self-Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Strength Chi, Spring Autumn Cicada, Landscape as Before, Man as Before, Day, Unravel Mystery, Vajra Thought, Dog Shit Luck, Chi Luck, Woman's Heart, Blood Asset, Change Form, Star Eyes, Perceivable Tao, Yellow Sand, Cleanse Soul, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, Time Luck, Star Thought, and others. For the last 4 including Luck Inspection, Fan Yuan had owned them before, but after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, due to Change Soul, Ing Wuxia took them away. Fan Yuan used his special will to destroy a few, but Ing Wuxia managed to preserve some of them in the end. Furthermore, there was some Wisdom Path Immortal Gu that Purple Mountain True Monarch left him, and the Time Path Immortal Gu that made up a portion of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. They would not be specified. Just counting these, there were more than 50. A shocking number. Most Gu Immortals were still desperately trying to find an Immortal Gu. In the Gu Immortal world, there were the most number of Rank 6 Gu Immortals, and most of them had no Immortal Gu at all. Among the Rank 7 and Rank 8 Gu Immortals, some had 2 or 3 Immortal Gu, while others had 5 to 6. But there was a rule: Rank 6 Gu Immortals desire Rank 6 Immortal Gu, Rank 7 Gu Immortals desire Rank 7 Immortal Gu, and Rank 8 Gu Immortals desire Rank 8 Immortal Gu, while Rank 9 Venerables wanted Rank 9 Immortal Gu. But Fan Yuan? He had more than 50 Immortal Gu. They encompassed Rank 6, Rank 7, and Rank 8. And this was excluding Calamity Beckoning lent to Chu Du, Wisdom Gu in Langya Blessed Land, and Dark Limit Immortal Gu taken by Heavenly Court. There was also the Formation Spirit. It was created by an Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan's situation was too special. An otherworldly demon who had reborn, the hope of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, a former pawn of Heaven's Will, and the current leader of Shadow Sect having countless true inheritances. Even though the journey was dangerous and filled with despair, one had to say, immense risk brought about immense benefits. Fan Yuan was weirdly prosperous now. Because of countless fortuitous encounters, he had the economic foundation of Level 4 development, but he had not fulfilled the requirement of Level 2. Feeding Immortal Gu had always been a huge burden and problem to him. But now, after so much hard work, I have finally gotten some hope of resolving this problem. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu is fed by the profligate Langya Land Spirit, and I have already solved the problem of food for the 3 Rank 8 Immortal Gu. Next, I will complete my basic development and solve the feeding problem of the Rank 6 and 7 Immortal Gu to reach self-sufficiency. Looking at it, Fan Yuan still did not have enough Immortal Essence Stones. Marriage connection with the snowman? Fan Yuan pondered. When Shui'er brought him the snow lotus essence, she also expressed the intention of a marriage connection. These variant humans spoke outrightly and directly. If I work by myself to solve the food issue, it will take a long time. But if I use the snowmen, my progress will be rapid. What I lack most now is time. I am not against a marriage connection with the snowmen. Chapter 1462. Langya Missions. On Danghun Mountain there were Gutsgu everywhere. Fan Yuan picked them along the way as he strengthened his soul. His soul foundation started to increase. After a while, from 1 million man soul, it rose to 5 million man soul level. Fan Yuan felt an extremely bloated feeling, like he was going to burst. Fan Yuan knew he was at his limit. He left Danghun Mountain and came to Luopa Valley. After some cultivation, his soul was refined like tempered steel. It became purer and more condensed. After this, his soul foundation stabilized at 1,500,000 man soul. After million man soul, each cultivation session raises it by 500,000 man soul. Including the time needed to rest my soul, and the production of Gutsgu, I need half a year to reach 10 million man soul. Fan Yuan estimated and frowned. This was too slow for him. 10 years, after 10 years, Heavenly Court would completely repair Fate Immortal Gu. By then, Heavenly Court would have the absolute advantage. Fan Yuan and Shadow Sect would have no hope. He needed half a year out of 10 years to reach 10 million man soul. There was also 100 million man soul and higher levels after that. Fan Yuan was not satisfied with the speed. If I can increase the production of Gutsgu, I could increase my cultivation speed even further. The production of Gutsgu was limiting his soul foundation growth. Danghun Mountain was undoubtedly his money tree, but it needed good quality souls to produce more Gutsgu endlessly. According to the agreement back then, a portion of these Gutsgu belonged to Langya sect. Langya Land Spirit had to sell them for profits, with a portion of the revenue going to Fan Yuan. Right now, Fan Yuan was using a portion of the Gutsgu to cultivate his soul path. It caused his revenue to fall sharply in this business. But thankfully, the Yergu business earlier earned him a lot. Fan Yuan had a lot of funds left now. Fan Yuan assessed it was not wise to negotiate with Langya Land Spirit now to increase his portion of the Gutsgu production. Because he needed Langya sect now, be it staying inside Langya Blessed Land to develop or using them to refine Gu. In the batch of Immortal Gu refinement earlier, the 3 Immortal Gu were extremely useful to Fan Yuan. They were now at the second batch of Gu refinement, focusing on Mortal Gu like the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, and 2 Immortal Gu. One was Heavenly Secret. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and was obtained by Old Man Yenshur. He created an immortal killer move with it, known as Exposing Heavenly Secret. This move had a mystical effect. It could predict the contents of the following calamity or tribulation. If Langya sect could refine Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan would be able to use Exposing Heavenly Secret. It would help him in undergoing tribulations tremendously. However, placing a mission for Langya sect to refine Immortal Gu has been depleting my sect contribution points. I need to check this. Thus, after the soul cultivation ended, Fan Yuan used his information path Mortal Gu to check Langya sect's missions. Undoubtedly, the current Langya Land Spirit was far more suited for managing Langya sect than the previous Land Spirit. Under his management, the entire sect was excavating its potential fully. They were bursting with life. At this moment, Langya sect had many missions. Most of them were the Gu refinement missions that Fan Yuan handed out. Below that, the one of great importance was the exploration of Taichio. Ever since Langya sect created the teleportation formation, it had been exploring Taichio and excavating the natural resources within. This was the main development route that Langya sect was taking. But Taichio was a dangerous place. Ordinary Gu immortals did not want to enter it, even though there were abundant resources. Fierce beasts and dangerous plants grew inside. And the problem was, Langya sect's Gu immortals were skilled at refinement but weak at fighting. Even though they had been raising their strength recently, there were few who could fight. Thus, when they encountered overly strong beasts or plants, these hairy man Gu immortals would be in trouble. The exploration of Taichio was unsuccessful. Seeing these missions, countless thoughts moved about in Fan Yuan's mind rapidly. In a few breaths of time, he chose over a dozen missions with the highest returns. At the next moment, he accepted all of these missions. First Supreme Elder. Fan Yuan communicated with Langya Land Spirit using the information path Mortal Gu. Langya Land Spirit learned of Fan Yuan's actions as he said in joy. Fan Yuan, with your strength, these missions will be extremely easy. But Fan Yuan shook his head. This is what I wanted to discuss with you. I want to send my subordinates to deal with these missions for me. This does not go against Langya Sect's rules, right? Langya Land Spirit was slightly dazed. He did not think of this when he created the sect rules. Speaking of which, this was not a loophole. Why couldn't the Gu immortal who accepted the mission be allowed to get help? Langya Land Spirit replied to Fan Yuan. Then you need to ensure that these subordinates will not harm Langya Sect. Fan Yuan smiled. Of course. After communicating with Langya Land Spirit, Fan Yuan started to dispatch the members of Shadow Sect. He Lu Lan, Ing Wu Xie, Fairy Miaoying, and Lady White Rabbit, it was a waste to let them idle around. Now, they could be fully utilized. Eventually, even Bai Ningbing joined in. Because from her perspective, she allied with Fan Yuan to regain her male body, she needed to refine immortal level yin-yang rotation Gu. But when she realized that Fan Yuan was relying on Langya Sect to refine Gu, she turned her attention to Langya Sect. Regretfully, Langya Sect did not trust the outsider Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan also secretly disrupted their communication, causing Bai Ningbing to be forced to rely on him. She was Fan Yuan's ally, he had no rights to order her, but why would Fan Yuan waste her battle strength? Under Fan Yuan's special negotiation, Bai Ningbing believed Fan Yuan, as long as she killed more beasts and plants, she would obtain the sect contribution points that Fan Yuan was getting for them. He would use them to place a sect mission to refine yin-yang rotation immortal Gu. Several days later. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Northern Plains. Large pieces of round snowflakes were descending from the sky. This special snowflake was pure white with the size of an adult's palm. This was rank 6 immortal material dancing snow. It was formed naturally, and would not melt as long as the temperature was kept at a certain level. It would always stay afloat, even if it landed to the ground, it would fly upwards instead. Fan Yuan inspected and saw no problems, he thought. These days, I finally finished arranging the snowman's betrothal gift. This project has been completed. The snowman wanted to have a marriage connection with Fan Yuan. Shui would not come empty-handed, of course. She brought a gift. The main portion was the snow lotus essence. This was a specialty immortal material of the snowman. It was rare in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan obtained quite a bit of it as he stored it in many northern plains. The second highest quantity was the dancing snow. It was coincidentally a rank 6 wisdom path immortal Gu's food. Fan Yuan could feed it 4 to 5 times with this batch. The difficulty of feeding rank 6 immortal Gu was very different from feeding rank 8 immortal Gu. This was a small surprise. Fan Yuan did not need to waste his effort going to Treasure Yellow Heaven to purchase dancing snow. Other than that, there were some resources that were not so useful. Fan Yuan sold some and kept some. He perfectly utilized them. This is too little. If I can get more resources, my immortal aperture's development will be even faster. Since the snowmen want a marriage connection with me, just these gifts are insufficient. Fan Yuan sneered inside. He accepted all of the gifts but did not respond directly to the snowman's request for a marriage connection. When the guts Gu accumulated to a certain scale, Fan Yuan started his soul path cultivation again. Day after day, he immersed himself in cultivation. His soul foundation was growing at a rapid rate. Other than soul path, he even used the light of wisdom to modify killer moves. He had a great number of killer moves, they involved almost all paths. He needed to modify the useful killer moves from within them so that he could use them with his available immortal Gu. This would greatly increase his methods and battle strength. Fan Yuan was deep in cultivation, while Shadow Sect's members were exploring Tai Chio and fighting. Sixth Hair and Langya Land Spirit were refining immortal Gu for Fan Yuan. Almost everyone was busy with their goals, but Shui became the most anxious one now. This beauty of the Snowman tribe had an important mission from the snowmen, but Fan Yuan took the gifts without even seeing her. She was left hanging here without any attention given. Shui had asked to meet Fan Yuan several times, but she was only a rank 6 Gu immortal while Fan Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. The two of them were too different in strength, and because he was in Langya Blessed Land, Fan Yuan rejected her each time. This way, Shui could not meet him. She felt extremely dispirited. The worry and anger on her face became deeper each day. On this day, the snowman sent her a letter to rush her again, but Shui had hope now. Because the snowman tribe saw that Shui was making no progress, they discussed among themselves. They came to a consensus. Since Fan Yuan accepted the gifts, he wanted the marriage connection. But why did he not meet Shui? It was because the gifts were not enough for his high status. Thus, the snowman gathered some more gifts and sent it along with the letter to Shui. What is this? I am the pride of the snowmen, my beauty is renowned. This time, I requested for a marriage connection and even brought sufficient gifts. But it was not enough to meet him even once. With heavy emotions, Shui requested to meet Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan finally met her. But what he said to her was something out of her expectations. Chapter 1463. Testing Shui. Fan Yuan looked down towards Shui. She was young and beautiful, she was tall and vibrant, she had blue eyes and hair, she had the icy trait of her variant human race. Her tender skin and plump chest would make countless men pay attention towards her. She was undoubtedly the number one beauty of the snowman tribe. But Fan Yuan was unmoved by her beauty. Not just that, he even found trouble with her. This is the sincerity of the snowmen? Shui could not understand what Fan Yuan meant. She quickly said, Lord Fan Yuan, please do not misunderstand. Such a small gift, and you want to have a marriage connection with me? Your tribe is dreaming if they think it is so easy to gain help equivalent to that of a rank 8. Fan Yuan sneered. Shui was dazed. Fan Yuan spoke so plainly she could not accept it. She also felt some shame and anger in her heart. She was the cream of her generation, the publicly recognized number one beauty. She was bringing gifts to request for a marriage connection. She was lowering her head in status. To think that Fan Yuan was so prideful and looked down on her, he was also extremely greedy, thinking that the snowman gift was insincere. How could it be little? The gift was very precious. The snowman tribe had picked all of it from their inventory specially for Fan Yuan. Originally, Shui had a good impression of Fan Yuan. After all, he had incredible talent, and had rank 8 battle strength. It was an achievement that not many could attain. But now, her impression of him became rock bottom. With her temper, she would have left long ago. But now, it was not about her alone, she was tasked by her tribe for this important mission. Shui breathed in deeply, asking, Lord Fan Yuan, you have already taken 2 sets of gifts. I am sure you agree to our marriage connection. If you are unhappy with the gifts, you can give us your requests. I will bring them back for our elders to discuss. Fan Yuan had prepared the list long ago. An information path mortal goo flew out of him, and went to Shui. This? Shui took a look, and her eyes popped out. Fan Yuan's greed was too shocking. But even when she was shocked, she was very beautiful. Her eyes were wide open. Even though she lost a portion of her coolness, she became quite cute. Not just this list. Fan Yuan added. You have other requests? Shui had an unsightly expression as she held down her anger. But Fan Yuan was confident and unabashed. He spoke matter-of-factly. If your tribe can meet my requirements, that would be enough. But you yourself have not expressed enough sincerity. My sincerity? Fan Yuan raised his head as he smiled. Not just anyone can become my wife, Fan Yuan's wife. Even though the snowman recommended you, your qualifications will depend on my test. Test? Shui gritted her teeth. Please explain to me, Lord Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan said. Go to Taichio and collect souls for me. When you leave, someone will arrange it for you. Shui felt anguished. How could a genius like her be treated in such a cold manner? But due to the mission from her sect, she had to nod and agree. Seeing Shui leave, Fan Yuan pondered deeply. With this arrangement, he could make use of Shui's battle strength. There would be another person helping him cultivate faster. But that was not important. He was actually trying to probe them. Accepting the second gift while expressing his displeasure and wanting to test Shui, he showed his pride fully. This was to test the bottom line of the snowmen. Since they wanted a marriage connection, how much determination did they have? Or rather, the higher their determination, the more benefits Fan Yuan could squeeze out from them. Fan Yuan was not anxious. A marriage connection could not be decided in such a short time. Both sides were not familiar with each other yet. Even though Fan Yuan was probing them, the snowmen were also probing Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan was sure that there were benefits to be gained here. The marriage connection was not the main thing. Fan Yuan quickly set it aside and placed his attention on his cultivation. Soul cultivation was one aspect, managing his immortal aperture was another. Other than that, Fan Yuan also used the light of wisdom to modify his killer moves. Fan Yuan's strongest method was undoubtedly immortal killer move reverse flow protection seal, but he was not modifying that now. Even though this move was not safe against Heavenly Court now, Fan Yuan was in no immediate danger. Not only was he in Northern Plains, he was also inside Langya Blessed Land. He had the concealment of Ghost Soldier Garment, Heavenly Court could not find him in the meantime. And there was another reason: modifying reverse flow protection seal would take too much time, it was too slow. Fan Yuan thought about it, and decided to modify Purple Mountain True Monarch's Wisdom Path killer moves. Why did he choose those? Firstly, these killer moves were very powerful and exceptional. Secondly, Fan Yuan had Grandmaster Wisdom Path attainment level, he was qualified to modify them. Finally, Fan Yuan had a batch of Wisdom Path Immortal Goo with him, they were left behind by Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Blood River Formation, Purple Thought Light Shield, Ignited Thought Flying Rock, Single Thought Flower Blossom, Purple Thought Perception Starlight, Directional Confusion Fog, Thought Body Defense, Single Thought Myriad Flow Elimination, and others. When Purple Mountain True Monarch was not in his peak condition, he used these methods to face Duke Long. Who was Duke Long? He was the master of Red Lotus, he had a huge background and unparalleled battle strength, he was at the peak of rank 8. When Fan Yuan was modifying his killer moves, Ing Wu Xie approached Shui Er. You are Shui Er? Ing Wu Xie asked. Shui Er saw that Ing Wu Xie was smaller in stature than her, resembling a young girl. He had pale snow-like skin, he was wearing a flowery green dress, there were 2 pearl earrings hanging on his ears. As if water was inside the pearls, there were green ripples inside when they shook. Ing Wu Xie was in Fairy Chui Bo's body, he was very enchanting. If not so, Thousand Transformations' ancestor would not have made her his third concubine and adored her deeply. Who is this beautiful immortal? What relationship does she have with Fan Yuan? This is not in our tribe's information, and she is a rank 7 Gu immortal. Shui Er had lots of suspicions, but she smiled. I am Shui Er, beautiful sister, may I know what your name is? Ing Wu Xie frowned. He was initially very excited about using Fairy Chui Bo's body. But after a while, he felt like it was getting very uncomfortable. Not long ago, he requested to Fan Yuan to change this body. Even if he changed to a rank 6 body, it was fine as long as he could cultivate Soul Path. Don't call me sister, you can call me brother Wu Xie. Ing Wu Xie waved his hand. Let's go, I will bring you to Tai Chiu and meet up with them. This is sect leader's test to you, we will see who obtains higher quality souls in the same period of time. Yes. Shui Er quickly answered, but she had many questions in her. She walked at the back as she stared at Ing Wu Xie, thinking, this female immortal is so weird, she wants me to call her brother? The two left Langya Blessed Land and reached Taichio using the teleportation Gu formation. Once they entered Taichio, Shui Er felt nervous. After all, this was a famous place in Northern Plains for its danger level. At the same time, she felt uneasy towards the test. She only had rank 6 cultivation level and her investigative methods were her forte. Come with me, quick, quick, quick! Time is very precious, we need to treasure every moment and use it to cultivate. We need to continue working hard, that is the true meaning of life. Ing Wu Xie continued to nag at Shui Er, he was very determined. This was the effect of Immortal Killer move Soaring Fighting Spirit. Shui Er felt that Ing Wu Xie was really weird, she was so beautiful, but she acted like a rash lad, it was unimaginable. But are we too careless by flying like this? Shui Er was worried, this was Taichio, fierce beasts roamed everywhere, danger was everywhere. Flying around openly like this made them open targets. While flying, Shui Er felt very nervous, she was afraid of a fierce beast assaulting her out of nowhere. But after flying for a while, her worry did not become real. In fact, her worry was fading, she felt deeply shocked internally. The area around the teleportation formation has been cleared by Langya's sect and is in their control. They have actually explored Taichio to this extent. It seems that Langya's sect's strength surpasses my tribe's estimations. Shui Er immediately sent this information back to the snowmen. Oh? There are a group of dragon elephants. Suddenly, Shui Er said. Ing Wu Xie, who was traveling with her, looked with surprise. He thought that this woman had some of her own worth. Ing Wu Xie's methods only found those dragon elephants a few breaths of time after Shui Er. Shadow Sect's investigative methods were naturally superior to Shui Er's, but in Ing Wu Xie's current body, those methods were restricted. These dragon elephants are needed by sect leader, let's capture them. Ing Wu Xie changed his flying direction. Shui Er was not surprised, because she had looked at Fan Yuan's list, there were dragon elephants listed on it. This group of dragon elephants was quite ordinary, there were only 2 or 3 desolate level dragon elephants. Ing Wu Xie quickly landed as he used his Soul Path Immortal Killer move. His soul howl reverberated among the dragon-elephant group as they all fainted and fell unconscious. An impressive technique. Shui-Er was slightly shocked, but a new question arose within. She has water path aura, why is she using a soul path method? Ing Wuxia was most skilled in lead soul into dream, but the goo worms to construct this move were kept by Fan Yuan. Only a few soul path immortal goo were left for Ing Wuxia. Thus, his main methods were soul path. Ing Wuxia kept these dragon elephants in his immortal aperture as he continued on the journey with Shui-Er. A moment later they met with He Lu Lan. Another great beauty. Shui-Er first frowned before her brows relaxed. She observed secretly. Compared to Wuxia, this person only has rank 6 cultivation level, she is the same as me. Shui-Er let out a sigh of relief inside. Chapter 1464. No wonder Fan Yuan thinks little of me. Shui-Er was a talented descendant of the Snowman tribe, she was a genius, but the Snowman tribe undoubtedly had little resources. Shui-Er was able to become rank 6 at such an age, it was quite incredible. But after meeting with Ing Wuxia, she could not match this rank 7, although she showed nothing on the surface, she felt great pressure in her heart. Now that she saw a rank 6 immortal, her heavy heart became slightly lighter. Hi, you can call me Shui-Er. Shui-Er first introduced herself. She felt that she should be friendly to the people under Fan Yuan, to create a good relationship with them. Hello, you can call me Lu Lan. He Lu Lan smiled, her gaze flickered as she assessed Shui-Er subtly. She thought, Snowman Gu immortal? Why did she approach us? Fan Yuan. What is he thinking? The snowman wanted a marriage connection with Fan Yuan, he did not inform anyone other than Ing Wuxia. Thus, He Lu Lan only knew that Fan Yuan wanted the Shadow Sect immortals to take Shui-Er along and work together in the meantime to explore Taichio. Alright, now that you've done the introductions, let's leave first. Ing Wuxia said. He took out an information path goo worm and used his method to learn about Fairy Miao Yin's and Lady White Rabbit's location. He Lu Lan, go ahead with your work, I will bring Shui-Er to the others. Seeing the two of them leave, He Lu Lan had a thought. Her instincts told her that Shui-Er joined them very suddenly and mysteriously. Her goal was not simple. He Lu Lan was an ambitious person. Even though she was under the alliance agreement and lost her freedom, she had been wanting to break free of Fan Yuan's control all along. Who would not want freedom? Wait, I'll go with you. I am in charge of finding the sharp-tusked boars, but I can't find any. I will ask Miao-Yin to help me find them. He Lu Lan said as she flew towards them. Shui-Er was very happy. She wanted to get closer to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan also wanted to probe information from her. She acted very warmly and kindly. Thus, with Ing Wuxia at the lead, Shui-Er and He Lu Lan traveled together behind him. Elder sister Lu Lan, I am very happy to meet you. Not long later, Shui-Er addressed He Lu Lan as elder sister, placing herself at a lower status. This dumb woman. He Lu Lan snorted in her heart. She was once the victor of the Imperial Court contest, she had a deep hatred and lived with difficulty under her father's shadow, she was skilled at scheming. Compared to her, Shui-Er lived peacefully in the Snowman tribe. Due to her past, she was quite innocent in nature. He Lu Lan soon found that Shui-Er wanted to know about the Shadow Sect immortals desperately. She made use of Shui-Er's intention, she exposed some useful information while probing her. Shui-Er was guarded of course, but she could not match He Lu Lan's scheming. Just as she was about to expose herself, Ing Wuxia interjected. Isn't that a sharp-tusked boar? He Lu Lan, you are very lucky, you will not need to owe Miao-Yin a favor now. Following Ing Wuxia's direction, Shui-Er indeed saw an ancient desolate beast. It was huge and had bulky muscles, it was lying on the ground as it slept, it had a powerful aura. Shui-Er's heart jumped, with her battle strength, she was not the sharp-tusked boar's match. He Lu Lan was interrupted. She felt angry but she could not retort to Ing Wuxia, she snorted and flew towards the sharp-tusked boar. Sister Lu Lan, be careful. Shui-Er said in concern, she praised in her heart, this Sister Lu Lan that she had just met was really courageous. But with her rank 6 cultivation level, how could she deal with the sharp-tusked boar? She had to rely on this very Chuibo after all. But the following scene made Shui-Er completely stunned. He Lu Lan was even fiercer than the sharp-tusked boar. When she fought, her aura changed instantly, she was blazing in flames, her heaven-blazing flames were terrifyingly powerful. Rank 6 Immortal Gu, Rank 7 Immortal Gu. So many Immortal Gu. Shui watched the battle and her eyelids twitched. She saw how rich He Lu Lan was. He Lu Lan had obtained Blazing Heaven Demoness Inheritance and Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan did not take them since he had enough Immortal Gu. Leaving them for He Lu Lan would allow her to fight effectively and obtain more souls. Under He Lu Lan's terrifying attacks, the sharp-tusked boar was first furious before going into a frenzy and escaping after losing. Shui was very shocked. He Lu Lan exploded with battle strength that was on par with rank 7 experts. It was out of Shui's expectations. Sister Lu Lan is so strong! Her immortal killer moves are so powerful and overwhelming. But she clearly has strength path aura. Why is she using fire path methods? Mixed in with her shock was suspicion. Shui did not understand. Fairy Chui Bo had water path aura, but she used soul path methods. And now this He Lu Lan was a strength path Gu immortal but used fire path instead. Alright, let's continue. A moment later, He Lu Lan collected the sharp tusk boar corpse, including its ancient desolate soul as well. Sister Lu Lan, you are amazing. Shui looked at He Lu Lan with an incredulous gaze. He Lu Lan shook her head. This is nothing. No, you are really amazing. You have rank 6 Gu immortal cultivation level but rank 7 battle strength. This is not achievable by normal Gu immortals. Shui waved her hands. He Lu Lan smiled bitterly. This is really nothing. In Shadow Sect, I am very ordinary. Shui heard He Lu Lan's reply and her heart jumped. He Lu Lan, when you see them, you will understand. Let's go. He Lu Lan had completed her mission, but she did not return directly. She decided to find the other Shadow Sect Gu immortals with Shui. A while later, they successfully met up with Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit had rank 6 cultivation level normally. She did not have He Lu Lan's battle strength. It was dangerous for her to explore Taichio alone. Thus, Fan Yuan let her and Fairy Miao Yin work together. Of course, when she became Black Tigress, her cultivation level and battle strength would rise to rank 7. However, her Black Tigress state was unstable and could not last long. It had its drawbacks. Hello, Shui. Fairy Miao Yin smiled kindly. You are a snowman Gu immortal? This is the first time I am seeing one. Lady White Rabbit said faintly. What situation is this? Shui was suspicious and depressed. Fairy Miao Yin was a publicly recognized fairy in Southern Borders Gu immortal world. She had a beautiful body and alluring face. She wore a pinkish-red dress and looked extremely enchanting. As for Lady White Rabbit, she had pale white skin and huge innocent eyes. She was completely pure. Her aura was different from Fairy Miao Yin. Even at first glance, Shui felt that she was very cute. She had a feeling of adoration and trust towards her. Shui analyzed closely. She found that Fairy Miao Yin had rank 7 cultivation level, while Lady White Rabbit had rank 6, similar to her. But after the matter of He Lu Lan, Shui no longer dared to look at Lady White Rabbit as an ordinary rank 6 Gu immortal. The Gu immortals conversed for a while. Everyone was very kind and warm to Shui, but they were naturally curious about her. Shui was very tight-lipped. It was not that she became scheming, but because there were many people who were all beauties, Shui felt incredibly pressured. Why was she here? To have a marriage connection with Fan Yuan. Now she had to proclaim herself as Fan Yuan's future wife in front of so many people. Wasn't that just provoking them? Wasn't she too shameless? At the same time, a question pressed down on Shui like a mountain. What relationship do these female immortals have with Fan Yuan? Actually, Fan Yuan had a clear and simple relationship with them. But Shui was an outsider. She could not help but assume wrong things the first time she met them. This was not strange. It was normal mentality. Alright, you have already met us Shadow Sect Gu immortals. Other than us, there is one final person, a special one. Ying Wuxia said. Special? Shui's heart tensed. She wanted to ask. Special as in the relationship they have with Fan Yuan? Are they a male or a female? But Shui did not ask directly, as Ying Wuxia continued to speak. This person is Bai Ningbing. She is not a member of Shadow Sect, but she is our ally. We have fought together, even though she only has rank 6 cultivation level. Among us, she has the highest battle strength. Ying Wuxia hesitated a little at the final sentence. But the other Gu immortals said nothing about it. He Lu Lan's battle strength was weaker than Bai Ningbing. After all, great strength true martial physique was incompatible with a fire path inheritance. Fairy Miao Yin's battle strength was about the same as He Lu Lan. Lady White Rabbit could be disregarded. As for after becoming Black Tigress, she would be vicious but lacking in methods. Originally, Ying Wu Xie had the highest battle strength, but his reliance was on Lead Soul into Dream, whose immortal goo have been taken by Fan Yuan. Thus, Bai Ningbing, who inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance and had the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique, was the strongest among them. Even stronger than Sister Lu Lan? Shui could not believe it. He Lu Lan said, I merely have mid-tier battle strength among us. Shui opened her eyes in shock, thinking, my heavens, why are there a bunch of monsters here? Rank 6 cultivation level but having the highest battle strength. Who exactly is this person? How high is their battle talent? Now let us bring you there. I told you these things in advance so you can take note. She has a different relationship with us. Ying Wu Xie continued to lead the way. Soon, they arrived at Bai Ningbing's location. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions resounded in the immortals' ears like thunder. Roar! Next, the immortals heard a loud and pitiful sound that resembled the cry of a dying beast. This is... When the immortals arrived, Shui was shocked to see that Bai Ningbing was alone in the battlefield. Around her was a ring of ancient desolate beasts. All of you came at a right time. I found a good place. Bai Ningbing stopped the killer move Bai Xiang as she went towards the immortals. Shui was greatly shocked. So beautiful! Bai Ningbing's beauty and aura was simply breathtaking. Even the genius Shui was shaken, she thought. There is such a beautiful person that exists? If she knew that Bai Ningbing was a male turned into a female, who knew how she would feel? Shui thought. Why is Fang Yuan surrounded by so many beauties? And they are such talented people. Now wonder he thinks little of me. Chapter 1465. Explosive Growth and Battle Strength. Langya blessed land, cloud-covered continent. Fan Yuan was alone, in a huge field of cloud soil. Taking in a deep breath, he calmed his mind and started to use his immortal killer move. Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Fan Yuan called in his mind. His eyes flickered with crystal purple light, thoughts clashed in his mind as small rocks resembling charcoal appeared around his body. These rocks seemed to be burning in flames, but they had no heat. Go! Fan Yuan willed as the rocks floating around his body shot out. The rocks tore through the sky, but there was silence during the attack. At the same time, these rocks expanded and became larger, turning from thumb size to basin size in a moment. Next, they expanded to the size of horse carriages. The rocks became giant rocks, the surface was blazing with red flames. The blazing rocks numbered from hundreds to thousands. At once, the entire sky was dyed red. Next, the blazing rocks landed on the cloud soil and created a field of flames that had neither heat nor made a sound. These were not real blazing rocks, they were formed from thoughts in actuality. This was Purple Mountain True Monarch's main attacking method, Ignited Thought Flying Rock. It could burn the target's thoughts. There was a consecutive move with it, called Single Thought Flower Blossom. After the blazing rocks exploded, Fan Yuan pointed with the index finger of his right hand. Instantly, the flames extinguished as flowers bloomed in the pits created. Countless flowers were fighting to emerge and blossom. The flowers were vibrant and colorful. The surrounding area was dyed by a multicolored field of rainbow flowers. It is a pity my target is not a goo immortal, but this cloud soil without thoughts, these flowers are useless and exist only as decorations. Fan Yuan willed as the flowers vanished instantly. Fan Yuan's body shook. Immortal killer move, Single Thought Endless Clones. Instantly he was surrounded by countless figures. Initially, there were only a few dozen purple silhouettes, but after a few breaths' time, they had grown to the number of several 100,000. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan's true body was concealed within them. He could not be found without a powerful investigative killer move. This move was very similar to Fan Yuan's own original tactic. That was to use Myriad Self and Familiar Face to act as one of the Strength Path Phantoms, concealing himself to become indiscernible. Purple Mountain True Monarch's move was superior in that it was just one move, but had the effect of Fan Yuan's two moves, Myriad Self and Familiar Face. Therefore, it expended less immortal essence. There was another advantage: the speed of the purple silhouettes grew at a faster rate than the Strength Path Phantoms. But the disadvantage was that these purple silhouettes did not have offensive power, they were purely for concealment. Meanwhile, the Strength Path Phantoms had offensive power themselves. Fan Yuan stopped using Single Thought Endless Clones as he stretched out both palms, pushing out a wave of fog. This was Immortal Killer Move Directional Confusion Fog. It could make Goo Immortals lose their sense of direction. Next, Fan Yuan used Thought Body Defense, Single Thought Myriad Flow Elimination, and others. He got familiar with them and used them successfully. He placed his focus towards the end. Immortal Killer Move, Purple Thought Perception Starlight. This move was the most complex, but it had a powerful and incredible effect. It could allow the user to learn about the profundities of the enemy's killer move with every hit, and continuously gain information about them. Once they collect enough information, Fan Yuan would be able to use Wisdom Path methods to deal with the enemy's killer move during the battle itself. Next, the Immortal Killer Move Brilliant Will Dissolution would be used to unravel the enemy's killer move and attain victory. Fan Yuan tried to use it. Purple Thought Perception Starlight was indeed filled with many steps. Fan Yuan only succeeded after 3 tries. During this process, he suffered injuries. But with man as before, Fan Yuan was not afraid of such injuries. After these days of practicing, I have already grasped most of Purple Mountain True Monarch's methods. Fan Yuan thought. At this time, half a month had already passed since Shuai approached him. During these days, Fan Yuan mainly cultivated Soul Path to increase his soul foundation. Right now, he had 10 million man soul already. The Immortal Aperture's development was progressing smoothly and steadily. Other than this, he was practicing killer moves. Killer moves needed practice, because each activation carried a risk. If the activation failed, one would be causing harm to themselves. Fan Yuan had countless inheritances, and had a vast number of killer moves. However, the foundation of killer moves were Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan decided to first train Purple Mountain True Monarch's Wisdom Path killer moves. Purple Mountain True Monarch was a first-generation split soul purple. His methods could contest Duke Long. They were naturally very powerful. Furthermore, before his death, he left most of his Wisdom Path Immortal Goo to Fan Yuan. Thus, Fan Yuan had the foundation to use Purple Mountain True Monarch's Immortal Killer moves. Of course, he did not have all of Purple Mountain True Monarch's Immortal Goo. There were quite some missing. But it was not a problem for Fan Yuan, with his Grandmaster Wisdom Path attainment level, and the most important Light of Wisdom to rely on, he could rapidly modify killer moves. Right now, the Wisdom Path killer moves that he was using were modified to some extent. After this session, Fan Yuan went to Wisdom Goo. He sat beside Wisdom Goo and bathed in the light of wisdom, thinking and concluding his gains from this training session. Every time after practice, he would think about the experience, and use his gains to modify the killer moves even further. The creation of many killer moves relied on the Goo Immortal's own experiences, habits, and personality. These killer moves were other people's killer moves. They were not as fitting to Fan Yuan as his self-created Myriad Self and Strength Path Giant Hand. Thus, Fan Yuan had to continue modifying them. A moment later, Fan Yuan finished his thinking session. There was nothing he could do to modify Purple Mountain True Monarch's Immortal Killer moves anymore. After these days of practicing and modifying, I have finally reached the limit. Only when my Wisdom Path attainment reaches a qualitative change can I continue to modify these moves. After understanding this, Fan Yuan did not force it anymore. His deductions today were not focusing on this. He was trying to complete Immortal Killer Move Eat Strength. Originally, Fan Yuan had Immortal Goo Eat Strength. He could expend Immortal Essence to activate the Immortal Goo and increase his Strength Path Dao marks. It was a pity that such a useful Immortal Goo was destroyed. But it was not a problem. All of the different paths led to the same origin. Fan Yuan had so many Immortal Goo and the Light of Wisdom to help him. He could rapidly deduce Immortal Killer Move Eat Strength. Such an Immortal Killer move could totally replace the use of Eat Strength Immortal Goo. My deduction succeeded! A few minutes later, Fan Yuan left Wisdom Goo with a feeling of satisfaction. He started deducing Immortal Killer Move Eat Strength 6 days ago. He had finally succeeded. This rank 6 Immortal Killer move used Snack Immortal Goo as the core, with other Strength Path Immortal Goo as the supplementary Goo. A Goo Immortal could expend Strength Path Immortal materials to help them increase their Strength Path Dao marks. The result of one cultivation session was better than rank 6 Immortal Goo Eat Strength. But the expended Immortal Essence was higher too, because too many Goo worms were involved. It was not as convenient as using Eat Strength Immortal Goo alone. In conclusion, there were advantages and disadvantages. For the following days, other than practicing Purple Mountain True Monarch's Wisdom Path killer moves, Fan Yuan used Eat Strength to increase his Strength Path Dao marks. He had the most number of Transformation Path Dao marks now, about 50,000. After that were Ice and Snow Path, Luck Path, Chi Path, and Sound Path. They all had over 10,000 Dao marks. He had few Strength Path Dao marks. He did not undergo any Strength Path related tribulations, and the immortal apertures that he annexed were not from Strength Path either. This time, he focused on fixing this problem. Fan Yuan had considered it deeply before choosing Strength Path. His strongest methods now were Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Myriad Dragon. The former was defense while the latter was offense. Both were related to Strength Path. Raising Strength Path Dao marks would raise the upper limit of his battle strength very evidently. As for the Wisdom Path killer moves from Purple Mountain True Monarch, they were meant to increase Fan Yuan's variety of methods. What truly decided his upper limit of strength was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fan Yuan trained with hard work, and used his time to the limit. Every second of his time was spent purposefully. This safe environment was really rare. Since rebirth, this was the first time Fan Yuan had such a prime opportunity to raise his strength and deepen his foundation. Immortal aperture development, practicing killer moves, cultivating soul path, almost every day, Fan Yuan progressed further. His speed of improvement was unheard of. Even Langya Land's spirit was secretly shocked. This was what Heavenly Court had predicted. After getting Shadow Sect's inheritance, Fan Yuan's foundation was unfathomably deep. Now that he could make use of it, his strength would grow explosively. Ever since Shui joined up with the Shadow Sect Immortals, she had acted very obediently and diligently. Even though her battle strength was lacking, she was skilled in the investigative aspect. She worked with the Shadow Sect Immortals and hunted many souls for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was cold towards the marriage connection, causing some conflict in the Snowman tribe. Shui-er's grandmother, Bing Yuan, proposed to send Fan Yuan another gift to express their goodwill. But some of the Snowman Gu immortals led by Bing Feng objected to it. They felt that the price of a marriage connection with Fan Yuan was too big. They would rather endure the suppression of the Rockmen. Because of Shadow Sect's members, Langya Sect's development in exploring Taichio became quicker. Langya Land's spirit was extremely happy. He became very pleased with Fan Yuan. On this day, Fan Yuan was sitting with his eyes closed, his consciousness working on developing his immortal aperture, when he suddenly received a request for help. At the same time as when he opened his eyes, Langya Land's spirit also teleported towards Fan Yuan. Elder Fan Yuan, quickly go help. An immemorial desolate beast has appeared in Taichio. It has trapped several Gu immortals from our sect. Langya Land's spirit had a nervous expression as he spoke anxiously. Chapter 1466. A bit weak. Roar. A loud sound resembling thunder exploded around the hairy man Gu immortals. At the same time, a huge dragon head charged towards them like a hill. A huge shadow was casted over the immortals. Before it even hit, the strong air currents blew out with threatening aura, making everyone lose their confidence in defending themselves. We're finished. 3 hairy man Gu immortals were covered in sweat. One of them was lying on the ground. Seeing that they were about to die, at this moment, the 3 hairy men heard a cold voice. Useless. The 3 hairy man Gu immortals were overjoyed even though they were insulted. They shouted, "We are here, Fairy Ning Bing, save us." During the moment of danger, a white figure flew towards them. It was Dragon Lady by Ning Bing. She snorted coldly and raised her hands. Crack! At the next moment, an ice wall emerged and shielded the 3 hairy man Gu immortals. Bam! In just a breath's time, the giant dragon head crashed into the ice wall. The ice wall could not take it and shattered. But Bai Ning Bing had already pulled the 3 hairy man Gu immortals back as they retreated. At the same time, cold light shot out of her eyes and landed on the dragon head. The vicious dragon head was soon covered in a layer of white frost. Its speed had fallen drastically. Bai Ning Bing internally let out a sigh of relief. After that instance of combat, she had already deduced that the dragon head was only rank 7 level. With her battle strength, she could easily deal with it. But immemorial desolate beast myriad head coiling dragon has 10,000 heads. I can deal with 1 head, but if the other dragon heads join in the battle, I will be outmatched. After all, 2 fists cannot rival 4 hands. Bai Ning Bing looked at the sky as she frowned. This was not the ordinary Taichio world, it was a dark formation path space. The myriad head coiling dragon was a formation path immemorial desolate beast. It could create formation path spaces just like how the upper extreme heavenly eagle could enter and exit grotto heavens. It was the immemorial desolate beast's latent ability. I need to get out of this place and return to the outside world. I hoping Wu Xie and the rest can hold on. At this moment, in the outside world of Taichio, He Lu Lan and the others were flying around in the sky, facing hundreds of dragons on the ground. They used their methods and unleashed an array of attacks endlessly. It was a grand scene. The green giant grass in Taichio were as tall as trees, they grew in large numbers, resembling a forest. Within the giant grass, hundreds of dragons had varying forms. They either had golden scales, horns on their foreheads, 3 dragon eyes, or sharp teeth. Their bodies were wavering, but their heads were high in the sky, much taller than the grass here. These were all dragon heads, part of the myriad-head coiling dragon. The tails were deeply buried under the soil. All of the 10,000 dragons were of the same origin. Meanwhile, He Lu Lan flew in circles like an eagle. She continued to unleash killer moves that rained down like fireworks. Dragon roars resounded. They were not passively taking hits, they retaliated continuously. Most of them were breathing out dragon breaths, some were spitting out poison, while some had dragon eyes shooting out light. Ignoring the dragon head that went to deal with Bai Ningbing, there are 3 rank 7 dragon heads. The rest are rank 6 level. We have not found any wild immortal goo yet, but be careful. Don't get close, you will be dragged into the formation path space of the myriad head coiling dragon. He Lu Lan, Ing Wu Xie, and the rest conversed while they fought at the same time. Lang Yalan's spirit asked Fan Yuan for help. He had to respond. Firstly, this rescue mission had a lot of rewards. It was quite enticing. Secondly, Fan Yuan was the supreme elder of Langya's sect. He could not ignore this. It would violate his alliance agreement. Thus, while rushing there, Fan Yuan ordered Ing Wu Xie and the rest to help first and stall for time. As the battle got more intense, not much time had passed, but Ing Wu Xie and the rest were already feeling great pressure. Oh no! More and more dragon heads are awakening. If this goes on, the immemorial dragon head will awaken. Not only will we fail to save them, we will lose our lives. When will sect leader arrive? We are deep within Taichio, the teleportation formation is far away, he needs some time. Be careful. While conversing, a rank 7 dragon head woke up and emerged from the ground, roaring as it shot out a silver dragon breath. He Lu Lan narrowly avoided it as Ing Wu Xie pondered and said to Lady White Rabbit and Shuer, "Stay back and help us out from a distance." Shuer only had rank 6 cultivation level. Her mind was shaking and she was barely putting up a fight. Even though she was the genius of the snowman, she could not be compared to He Lu Lan and the rest. She did not try to force herself, she retreated with Lady White Rabbit. "Is it fine for us to retreat?" Lady White Rabbit was very worried. Shuer rolled her eyes at her. "Let's listen to Fairy Wu Xie. With our battle strength, we will only hold them back." The immortals resisted for a while longer. More dragon heads were awakening and joining the combat. 1,000 dragon bodies were moving about, dragon heads were roaring, He Lu Lan and the rest were fully suppressed. Thankfully, myriad head coiling dragon was a very special type of immemorial desolate beast. Once it was born, it could not move, even though there were many dragon heads, they could only defend their territory, they could not pursue enemies. Even so, 1,000 dragon heads' breaths were incredibly powerful. He Lu Lan and the rest retreated time and again, they could barely resist it. Oh no, the situation is getting worse. Bai Ningbing is still not out yet, I'm afraid she's unable to escape from the enemy's trap. He Lu Lan and the rest were right, Bai Ningbing was fighting desperately inside the formation path space. To defend those 3 hairy man-goo immortals, she was very restricted. But right at this time, an indescribable aura spread throughout the place. A huge dragon head that surpassed all others slowly rose up. The immemorial dragon head had awakened. Its eyes were hazy, its eyelids were drooping, it had yet to awaken fully, but it already created immense pressure in the goo immortals. Damn it. What should we do? The immortals were hesitating when Ing Wu Xie ordered. We will retreat. They were only rank 6 and 7, how could they resist rank 8? They could only retreat, giving up on Bai Ningbing and the 3 hairy man-goo immortals. But right at this moment, the immemorial dragon head opened its mouth and sucked in. Instantly, the world changed. Ing Wu Xie and the rest were all dragged into the formation path space without putting up resistance. Immemorial dragon head! Bai Ningbing was shaken. She turned to look at Ing Wu Xie and the rest, frowning and asking, "Where is Fan Yuan?" Ing Wu Xie and the rest smiled bitterly. Thankfully, the immemorial dragon head only trapped the Shadow Sect immortals and did not attack. The dragon head faded into the formation path space in a few breaths of time. It had rank 8 battle strength. From its perspective, rank 6 and 7 goo immortals were insignificant. it did not need to fight. It let the other dragon heads handle this battle. Thus, 1,000 dragon heads appeared all around the Shadow Sector mortals. Ing Wuxie and the rest fell into a difficult battle. The scene now was different from before. These dragon heads could move easily in the formation path space. They could appear and vanish at times. They were no longer trapped at their original spot. The immortals tried and could not break out of the formation path space. They could only unite and fight together, resisting a desperate battle. In the dangerous battle, all of the immortals suffered injuries. The 3 hairy Mangu immortals, Shuai, and Lady White Rabbit barely managed to survive. Gradually, the Shadow Sector mortals could no longer care about the weak. One hairy Mangu immortal was the first to die. Shuai gasped as she could not escape in time. She was surrounded by several dragon heads. To think that I will die here! Shuai could not stop them. She could only shut her eyes and wait for death. But a dark figure flew in and dragged her out. What are you all doing? Why did I have to come out and salvage the situation? The pressure of survival made Lady White Rabbit turn into Black Tigress again. She was the one who saved Shuai. Shuai was dazed. You are Lady White Rabbit? I am not that weakling. Black Tigress smiled coldly. She looked at Shuai in disdain. Shuai was speechless. She finally understood. Fan Yuan's subordinates, the members of Shadow Sect, were all monsters. Compared to them, she was the weakest. With Black Tigress' help, the scene finally stabilized. But good times did not last. More and more dragon heads appeared. The immemorial desolate beast myriad head coiling dragon was finally starting to show its terrifying battle strength. The immortals could only defend themselves, they could not escape. Their hope was all in Fan Yuan. But when was Fan Yuan going to arrive? After such a long period of fighting, Fan Yuan should have arrived already. But soon, the Shadow Sector mortals realized that this formation path space had time path elements in it. The rate of time was very different from the outside world. This realization was like a huge rock that weighed on the Gu immortals' hearts. But gradually Ing Wuxie and the rest found out that the number of dragon heads in the formation path space was shrinking. Their pressure was decreasing. They stabilized in this dangerous situation again. Fan Yuan must be here! After realizing this, the immortals rose in morale. But Shuai could not help but feel worried. I wonder what the battle outside is like. Even though Fan Yuan has rank 8 battle strength, can he resist this rank 8 myriad head coiling dragon? While thinking about this, the formation path space broke and everyone returned to the outside world. Looking at the scenery, Shuai could not help but gasp in shock. The ground was covered in rivers of blood, countless dragons were lying on the ground, the surrounding area was covered in corpses. That immemorial dragon head was growling in pain. It was no longer as imposing as before. And Fan Yuan was everywhere. Single thought endless clones. Ing Wuxie muttered, recognizing Fan Yuan's immortal killer move. Fan Yuan was concealing himself among the countless silhouettes, but that immemorial dragon head had no way to figure out where Fan Yuan was. Ignited thought flying rock. Countless flaming rocks were landing on myriad head coiling dragon's body, making a large number of dragon heads fall to the ground. They had thought of getting up, but the thought was extinguished instantly by the flames. Single thought flower blossom. Fan Yuan shifted his thoughts. Countless beautiful flowers bloomed on the dragon bodies. They felt that their strength was sapped away as the strong dragon heads fell into weakness. The flowers were used as fuel to strengthen the flames in their mind. These attacks quickly defeated the rank 6 and 7 dragon heads. They sprawled on the ground like fat earthworms. Only the immemorial dragon head had a powerful aura, but as it could not find Fan Yuan's main body, its battle strength was useless. This is the power of wisdom path killer moves. I can see how powerful Purple Mountain True Monarch was from this. Fan Yuan sighed to himself internally. At this moment, the immemorial dragon head saw Ing Wuxie and the rest. It changed target and assaulted them. The remaining 2 hairy Mangu immortals shrieked uncontrollably. Fan Yuan's main body emerged and blocked the dragon head's path. Be careful! Shuai shouted as she saw the immemorial dragon head crash into Fan Yuan's body with much fear. The huge force sent Fan Yuan flying, but he quickly flew back again. In contrast, the immemorial dragon head was covered in blood. It was in a pathetic state. Reverse flow protection seal rendered heavenly quartz Gu immortals without options. The power of it was not a joke. Using this chance, the Shadow Sector mortals managed to retreat to a safe distance. Without any lingering burden, Fan Yuan engaged in a fight with the immemorial dragon head. So strong! Shui was completely dazed from watching. She watched how Fan Yuan gained the upper hand and killed the immemorial dragon head eventually. This immemorial desolate beast is a bit weak. When the battle ended, Fan Yuan looked down at the immemorial dragon head that was cut off, and the 1,000 dragon heads lingering on the ground as he sighed. Chapter 1467. The View of a Rank 8. We're saved! Lord Fan Yuan is invincible! The two hairy Man-Gu immortals saw Fan Yuan defeating the myriad head-coiling dragon. They cheered loudly and expressed their joy of surviving the ordeal. But the Shadow Sect immortals were silent. Bai Ningbing snorted. Ing Wuxia had a look of nostalgia. After seeing these Wisdom Path killer moves again, he thought of the sacrificed Purple Mountain True Monarch. He Lulan was silent. The stronger Fan Yuan became, the smaller her chances of escaping. Shui blinked in succession. She was mentally shaken. Looking at the ravaged battlefield, she understood why the tribe wanted to have a marriage connection with Fan Yuan. This is rank 8 battle strength. Ordinary immemorial desolate beasts cannot deal with Gu immortals that have rank 8 battle strength. Because humans possess intelligence and wisdom, we can use countless immortal killer moves. Being married to this man, even if we only rely on this connection, our tribe will no longer be bullied by the Rockmen. If we can use his help, the entire tribe will be lifted. We will definitely prosper. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan stared at the dragon corpse and the fallen dragon heads, collating his gains and losses. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength, but they were still classified into different tiers. This myriad head-coiling dragon was one of the weaker ones among immemorial desolate beasts. It was not in good condition. It had just woken up from sleep and was countered by Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path killer moves. If Fan Yuan used other methods or fought by charging in, he might have had to spend more effort. But Ignited Thought Flying Rock had an incredible effect that dealt with it easily. How should I deal with this myriad head-coiling dragon? Without the immemorial dragon head, it is only ancient desolate level now. But it still has its foundation. In time, a new ancient dragon head will become immemorial level. This type of formation path immemorial desolate beast was very rare. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was in its development stage. He first thought of moving this myriad head-coiling dragon into his immortal aperture. But regretfully, once the myriad head-coiling dragon is in the ground, it could no longer be moved. It was not just deep underground, it was connected to the earth vein. It grew from extracting nutrients from the earth vein. Thus, if the surrounding soil was dug up, the myriad head-coiling dragon would lose its connection to the myriad head-coiling dragon. It would lose its life. Ordinary Gu immortals might be without options, but Fan Yuan had methods. Be it Shadow Sect's inheritances or Langya Sect's inheritances, they had countless methods to relocate the myriad head-coiling dragon. But Fan Yuan gave up this alluring idea after considering it. The reason was simple: these methods needed immortal Gu that Fan Yuan did not have. Even if he used the light of wisdom, the time, effort, and resources needed were huge. It was not worth it for just this immemorial desolate beast. But to kill it, and sell off its body parts was a huge waste. After all, an immemorial desolate beast that was alive had greater value than a dead one. Thoughts clashed in Fan Yuan's mind as he thought of the best way to resolve this. Langya Sect. He had just prepared to contact Langya Land's spirit when Langya Land's spirit already contacted him using Information Path Mortal Gu. Langya Land's spirit was also very happy. Fan Yuan was able to defeat the immemorial desolate beast and save 2 hairy Man-Gu immortals. He wanted to thank Fan Yuan and had a warm tone. Fan Yuan smiled silently. The status of a rank 8 Gu immortal was totally different. In the absence of rank 9, rank 8s were the dominating overlords. Each rank 8 Gu immortal caused great influences in their every action. Even though Fan Yuan did not have rank 8 cultivation level, having only rank 8 battle strength and being considered a quasi-rank 8, he could already feel how amazing it was to be a rank 8 at this moment. Fan Yuan said to Langya Land's spirit, "This myriad head-coiling dragon is still alive. A new immemorial dragon head will regrow in the future. I want to sell this immemorial desolate beast to Langya Sect, First Supreme Elder. How many sect contribution points can I get for this?" Langya Land's spirit was dazed before shouting, "Great idea!" Langya Sect was exploring Taichio. They could use an immemorial desolate beast's corpse to create a teleportation immortal formation. This was a base point for them. Using this base, they could explore outwards and gain more resources from Taichio. But in the huge Taichio, just one base was not enough. Like this time, because of the distance, it was not easy to rescue them. This myriad head-coiling dragon is a natural immortal formation. We do not need to do anything. As long as we subdue it, we will be able to create a second base. As for sect contribution points, Lang Yalan's spirit considered before giving Fan Yuan a number he was satisfied with. Fan Yuan had to refine a large number of immortal goo earlier. His sect contribution points had dwindled, he needed to replenish them so that he could refine goo again. Right now, Fan Yuan was handing out a goo refinement mission. His main goal was Heavenly's secret immortal goo. After settling his loot, Fan Yuan led the immortals back victoriously. The Shadow Sect immortals were all injured. He Lu Lan had the heaviest injuries. Even though the fire path methods were good, it was not compatible with her great strength true martial physique. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan needed to develop his strength path too. There was a conflict between them. Fan Yuan had to satisfy his own needs first before he could pass down excessive goo worms to raise the Shadow Sect immortals' strength. After all, Heavenly Court was too strong, their strength was needed for Fan Yuan to gain a decisive victory in the future. However, I can modify her fire path killer moves to make them more compatible. I can even modify this strength path immortal killer moves for her to use. Fan Yuan thought. He Lu Lan was still very loyal due to Shadow Sect's alliance agreement. But in Fan Yuan's mind, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were more trustworthy. At the same time, Fan Yuan had a way to restrict He Lu Lan. That was her father-come enemy, He Qing. This huge trump card had always been in Fan Yuan's hands. He Lu Lan was kept in the dark. I can nurture He Lu Lan slightly. Modifying these killer moves is very easy. The expended time and effort is low. I can do it rapidly. Thus, for the next few days, Shadow Sect's immortals healed themselves while He Lu Lan's injuries slowly recovered. She was only mildly injured. Fan Yuan handed Star Eye's immortal goo to her and let her use it to refine the stars in the sky. Fan Yuan chose a huge star. When he was in southern border disguised as Wui Hai, there were too many people, he could not casually refine the stars. There was little development in this, it kept dragging on until now. Fan Yuan did not have the time or energy for this. He passed Star Eye's immortal goo to He Lu Lan and made her use her time to refine the star, allowing Star Eye's immortal goo to display its worth. When He Lu Lan succeeded, Fan Yuan would give her the modified immortal killer moves as the reward. Fan Yuan had created an organization in his previous life. To nurture a person, they could not be given rewards for no reason and at a rapid pace. Breaking the rules of advancement was a huge problem for organizations. Any act of promotion or demotion needed to have appropriate reasons. If there was no reason for it, then he should create a reason. Fan Yuan was very experienced in this. After the matter of the myriad head coiling dragon, Fan Yuan realized that the Shadow Sect immortals also needed more battle strength. When they got stronger, they would be more helpful to Fan Yuan. However, the most important thing now was Fan Yuan's own development. The most reliable person was himself. A truly mature person would never rely on others in times of need. The Shadow Sect immortals were merely icing on the cake for Fan Yuan. After returning to his Cloud City, Fan Yuan took out a rank 6 strength path immortal material. Next, he used immortal killer move Eat Strength. A moment later, this pure strength path immortal material had melted, a small portion of the Dao marks in it had been transferred to Fan Yuan. Using perceivable Dao immortal goo to check it, his strength path Dao marks did not grow by much. Fan Yuan was not disappointed, this was an expected result. The main way for Gu immortals to increase their Dao marks was through tribulations. For Fan Yuan, he had another immortal aperture annexing method. As for each strength killer move, it could only slowly accumulate, there would only be effect after a long time. Thus now, when dealing with the myriad head coiling dragon, even though he gained some strength path Dao marks, his battle strength did not rise much. However, if I can refine Snack Immortal Goo into the rank 7 Big Snack, I can modify each strength so that the gain in my strength path Dao marks will be more evident, and achieve a qualitative change. This thought appeared in Fan Yuan's mind before rapidly vanishing. Refining Snack Immortal Goo into Big Snack Immortal Goo was alluring, but it was not the appropriate time to do that now. Refining Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was the main priority, and Fan Yuan was continuing his immortal aperture development to satisfy the needs of his immortal goo in terms of food. The latter expended almost all of his finances. How long had it been? His 10 million immortal essence stones had already started depleting. But his great efforts also gave him great rewards. He had already completed more than half of his basic development. My soul foundation has already reached 10 million man soul, let's continue like this. In terms of killer moves, I am already familiar with Purple Mountain True Monarch's Wisdom Path killer moves. Next, I will modify Bo Qing's Sword Path killer moves. In terms of Wisdom Path, Fan Yuan had Grandmaster attainment level. He also had Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. It was naturally his priority. In terms of Sword Path, even though he had several Sword Path Immortal Gu, he lacked the attainment level for it. It was lower on his priority. In terms of Soul Path, not only did he lack attainment level, he also lacked Immortal Gu. He only had rank 7 Changed Soul and rank 6 Cleansed Soul. It was even lower on the priority list. Fan Yuan had been preparing himself. He had considered his options thoroughly. At the same time as modifying Bo Qing's Sword Path killer moves, I will also modify some killer moves for He Lu Lan. The only problem is that after completing my basic development, my finances will be at a dangerous level. Fan Yuan was a little worried, but after 3 days the Snowman tribe sent the third set of gifts to him. The third set of gifts was the most valuable one among the 3. After getting this, Fan Yuan's basic immortal aperture development no longer had the problem of lacking funds for the time being. Chapter 1468. Ice Path Crystal Essence. Southern Border. A mild rain was drizzling. There was serenity amidst the cold winds. It was dusk on the green mountain ridge. On a nameless mountain, a huge pine tree with a cone shape had already grown for 6 years on this location. Soon, in an hour, I will be able to refine rank 7 Pine Needle Immortal Gu. 6 years of hard work. Rank 7 secluded cultivator Jingqing thought in his heart with anticipation. He was a Wood Path Gu Immortal. He was using a wood refinement method this time. Even though it took a long time, he was using the technique of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. The success rate was very high. Jingqing was originally immortal. When he was finding firewood one day in the mountain, he fell off the cliff and landed on a huge lotus that was within the valley. Through a fortuitous encounter, Jingqing inherited one of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Wood Path inheritances. After working hard on cultivation, he became a Gu Immortal. He slowly cultivated and rarely went out. After hundreds of years, he became rank 7. He had a peaceful nature, one had to say. Genesis Lotus True Inheritance was really suited for him. When refining Gu this time, he turned into a pine tree and stayed here for 6 years, through rain and shine, slowly cultivating while ignoring the changes in the environment. Rumble. At this time, from deep under the earth, he heard a loud sound, like the screaming of countless beasts. What is going on? Jingqing heard the sound and became alert. No way, my Gu refinement method comes from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Be it the process of refining Gu or the final moment, the process is natural and mystical. There is no way I will be exposed.